Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Luffy Ate Moa and I Can No My Devil Fruit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Third person POV. On an island, East Blue, somewhere in the sea. East Blue, on a small island, with only a dozen kilometers in length, characterized by dense vegetation seemingly uninhabitable by humans, a medium-sized marine boat approached the coast. As it cut through the beach, the vessel sprayed sand in all directions, and, upon completing its trajectory, it stopped, dropping a plank onto the beach. 9 individuals, each with unique characteristics, and 2 animals promptly disembarked. Luffy dismissed the concern of securing the ship at that moment. After all, it was a deserted island. He left the vessel anchored on the coast and, along with his eclectic crew, prepared to explore the mysteries of the unknown island. The island isn't that impressive, Zoro spoke, seeing that the place was only comprised of forests. Let's explore. According to the map, there's a ruin on the site with the entrance that this key fits. So, I want us to split up to find these ruins. Now that everyone has Viver cards from everyone, we can meet up later. If you find what we're looking for, come to me. Even if you don't find anything, we'll regroup as well, Luffy said. And the crew split into 3 groups right after that, using a set of sticks that Luffy brought. Those who drew a stick from the pot would identify its color when pulling it out. Shirahoshi and Nami, known for their tendency to fear, expressed immediate joy when they realized that their sticks matched Luffy's, who was accompanied by Megalo, his faithful shark partner. The team was divided into 3 distinct groups. Luffy, Nami, Shirahoshi, and Megalo would head to the center of the island, while Yamato, Usopp, Chaochu, and Ryuji would explore the west coast. In turn, Zoro, Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku would take charge of the east coast. Zoro, where are you going? We're going in the opposite direction. Luffy heard Kuina shout at Zoro in the distance and couldn't help but laugh at the situation as he led his group. Come on, treasures are always found at the heart of the island, Nami declared confidently and full of enthusiasm. Luffy-sama, are the forests on the surface always like this? Shirahoshi approached Luffy and clung to his back as she asked. It's relative, princess. It depends on the region's climate. In the sea, forests like these are common. In other places, vegetation and flora can change completely depending on the local atmosphere. However, I believe the inhabitants of this island might be a bit different from what you've seen. Considering the traces left by wildlife around, I wouldn't be surprised if we encounter some giant beasts here, Luffy explained, observing the tracks around that were much more devastating than those left by common animals. Giant beasts, Sharky. His group was startled by these words. What are you saying, Megalo? You're a giant too. Luffy scoffed at the clueless shark, not fully understanding what he was saying but understanding the shark's exaggerated reaction. Sharky, but Luffy, are we going to be okay? Nami commented, still a bit scared. It's fine. I'll punch anything that comes our way, Luffy said confidently, earning a relieved look from his companions. So, they continued to walk calmly toward the center of the island, following the trails left by the giant animals. Luffy wasn't too concerned. After all, they were in East Blue, a sea known for its less powerful threats, and the beast should reflect that. On the other side of the forest, Kuina led her group on the east side. Sister Kuina, Yasaku nervously said as they walked through the forest. What is it? Kuina asked, raising an eyebrow. About Brother Zoro. He hesitated. What happened to Zoro? Kuina asked suspiciously. He disappeared, Johnny answered for his partner, equally nervous. Kuina looked back and realized that only the trio remained at that moment. Zoro, that damn mosshead. He managed to get lost on his own, Kuina shouted, frustrated with her friend, who seemed not to have abandoned his old bad habits. Back in the center of the forest, Sharky, Megalo, seemed happy as he devoured some fruits found along the way until he drifted away from the group and bumped his head into some strange fur without realizing it. Sharky, Luffy walked with bored eyes. Nami by his side searched for any signs of valuable objects along the way, while Shirahoshi still hung on his back, arms wrapped around Luffy's neck, wagging her tail and admiring the surroundings. Sharky, suddenly, the whole trio turned to a shout from Megalo coming from one side of the woods. Megalo, what a stench, Nami complained as soon as she smelled the shark, putting her hand on her nose the next moment, just like all the companions. Megalo, what happened to you? Why do you smell so bad? Shirahoshi couldn't help but worry about her friend. Sharky, Megalo spoke anxiously while pointing to the forest path he came from. A strange beast, Shirahoshi said, horrified. Footprint. Everyone turned to the noise of heavy footsteps approaching with each moment. The expression of horror showed on everyone's face when they saw the 5-meter beast with black and white fur emerge from behind the trees. Even Luffy had his confident face shaken by this beast at that moment. A few moments later, keep running, Nami shouted, desperate. Luffy-sama, it's catching up to us, hurry. Shirahoshi cried. Sharky exclaimed while crying too. Megalo, you stink, Luffy complained. In the forest, on an open path, a tattooed man ran quickly, holding a girl with orange hair with one arm around her waist and a shark with the other arm, while a mermaid was hanging on his neck, clinging tightly. Faster, faster, Nami yelled, with tear-filled eyes, covering her nose due to the smell trapped in Megalo. As they ran, a giant beast chased them. It wasn't a common animal, it was a massive skunk. The beast chasing them was an imposing giant skunk. Its long black and white fur added a touch of ferocity to its figure, contrasting with its massive structure. The incredibly muscular hind legs propelled the animal with surprising agility, while the front legs were armed with sharp claws, ready to attack. Every move of the skunk emanated a sense of wild power, and its eyes, intensely focused on the fleeing group, revealed a fierce determination. The sound of its heavy footsteps echoed through the forest, creating an atmosphere of tension and urgency. But what terrified them the most wasn't the imposing figure of the beast, but the nauseating odor it exuded. The smell, a mixture of wild aroma, damp earth, and the essence of the skunk itself, enveloped the air with an almost unbearable intensity. Each breath became a challenge in the face of the stench spreading rapidly through the atmosphere. As they desperately fled, the group's consciousness was constantly invaded by Megalo's pungent odor, and no one wanted to be in that state, making the situation even more comical. Nami, Shirahoshi, and even the contaminated Megalo, who normally swam in the depths of the ocean, couldn't bear the overwhelming odor impregnating their nostrils. Luffy and the group ran to escape the beast, as no one wanted to confront it. The animal pursued them angrily, as Megalo had awakened it from its sleep in a clearing. Ooh, ho 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 ho. Luffy burst into laughter as he continued to run. The situation, for him, was simply hilarious. Although he was fully confident that he could defeat the beast, he preferred to avoid the confrontation to avoid being impregnated with the peculiar smell of the skunk. Thus, he chose to accompany his companions in the frenzied run, keeping a safe distance from the smelly creature. The skunk's speed was remarkable, and if it were any other human, it would have surely caught up with them by now. However, Luffy, with his superhuman strength, managed to stay ahead of the animal, seizing the opportunity to test the limits of his agility and dexterity. In his mind, he pondered the possibility of using his fruit powers to increase speed even more, but decided to challenge the natural abilities of his body at that moment, having fun with his companion's desperation. Luffy skillfully managed the situation, taking advantage of the frenzied run to enhance his physical abilities. The only exception was Megalo, whose stench had become an uncomfortable quirk next to the Straw Hat Captain. Well, that was fun. Now, let's get out of here. Hold on tight, Luffy announced, and immediately transformed, his wings sprouting between his back. Shirahoshi, who clung to him firmly, was lifted as he leaned, and in the next instant, began to fly upwards through the treetops. Ahhh, Sharky. The trio couldn't contain their surprise at the sudden flight. You could fly all along. Why didn't you do that before? Nami complained immediately upon realizing Luffy's ability. It was fun, wasn't it? Luffy responded, laughing without caring about the companion's reactions. Hey, now that we're here, it seemed fun. Mr. Skunk is quite frustrated. Shirahoshi began to laugh too. ROARRR. The skunk seemed visibly frustrated in the forest, watching its prey disappear among the trees and then fly into the sky. Well, I can't say it wasn't funny to escape like that, but it scared me. Nami spoke grumpily but soon opened a smile. Sharky, Megalo was the only one not excited or having fun, as he still stank. Well, let's fly a bit. It's hard to find a place with dense vegetation, but if there's a river, I can find it, Luffy said as he flew over the center of the island. As soon as Luffy saw an opening in the trees due to a stream in the forest, he went towards it with his companions. Meanwhile, Zoro was walking calmly through the forests. Where is everyone? Zoro finally asked, realizing he was alone. Looking around, searching for his companions who were with him until a moment ago. They got lost. I'm not surprised. Zoro grumbled. Well, let's find them, he said again, following the path to try to find his friends again. Zoro continued to walk until he came across some strange structures. What a strange place, Zoro commented to himself, looking at a pillar with a strangely shaped hole and a door just behind it. I guess they're not around here. Well, anyway, let's keep going, Zoro said without caring much about the door and continued to search for his friends who, in his mind, got lost in the forest. On the west side, Usopp and Chaochu were standing, looking at the scene in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. Is it over already? Yamato asked, putting her kanabo on her shoulder and looking at the scene in front of her. It seems so, Ryuju said, kicking her last opponent. In front of them, there was a pile of bodies with giant beasts knocked out, one on top of the other. Oh, Chaochu emitted a small sound, seeing this scene. It seems we are useless, Chaochu, Usopp said regretfully, realizing that he only had his rifle in his hand to show off because he didn't even use it while the girls were beating and kicking the enemy beasts they encountered along the way. How boring, we found nothing but beasts on the way, Yamato said in a monotonous tone. I think we better go back to find the others. There's nothing here besides wildlife, Ryuju said as she lit a cigarette. After that, the group decided to find Luffy using his captain's Vivre card, which pointed that he was in the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, in another place. That's strange, I'm sure they came this way, Zoro muttered. Some time later, Zoro came across his companions while exploring the path through the forest. You guys, Zoro expressed surprise, his eyes widening as he recognized the familiar faces. Zoro, Usopp exclaimed, his jaw dropping slightly, surprised to find Zoro alone in this part of the forest. Yamato, Ryuju, Usopp, and Chaochu looked at him with expressions of disbelief. You're asking if it's us who got lost, Usopp shouted with a comical face, widening his eyes and making an exaggerated grimace. We're in the west part, it's you who got lost here, Ryuju said calmly, releasing a cloud of smoke from her cigarette with a disapproving look. We're in the west. Zoro was surprised by this, his eyes showing disbelief, as he was sure he was in the east. Where are the others? Yamato asked, noticing that he was alone. They got lost, so I'm looking for them, declared the swordsman. Meanwhile, in another location. You still stink, Megalo. Luffy laughed loudly, displaying a mischievous look that made it clear he was having fun at the poor shark's expense. In front of him, Shirahoshi desperately tried to scrub Megalo with soap and sponge, items hastily acquired by Luffy at a nearby store to help them. Don't laugh, Luffy-sama. He's hurt, Shirahoshi lamented, her soapy hands indicating how serious the situation was for her friend. Sharky, Megalo whimpered, clearly embarrassed by the odor he had acquired from the skunk. What a disgusting creature. I can't believe they exist, Shirahoshi complained tearfully, while trying to clean her friend from the horrible smell. Luffy, there's nothing here. Nami appeared next to Luffy, who watched the mermaid try to rid her shark of the unwanted fragrance. The navigator, with a disgusted expression, had explored the surroundings in search of any clues but without success. So, it's not in the center of the island. I hope the others have better luck, Luffy commented, unaware that perhaps he could resolve this doubt more quickly than he thought. I hope they at least find something useful out there, Nami grumbled, still unhappy with the smell. In the middle of the dense forest, where the sun's rays could barely penetrate through the treetops, a sharp bark cut through the silence. Luffy's ears suddenly sharpened instantly, capturing the peculiar sound echoing among the trees. Oh, the bark came from somewhere nearby, resonating like a unique melody in the quietness of the deserted island. Luffy's eyes lit up with curiosity as he tried to determine the exact direction of the sound. Sharky, Megalo, the shark, reacted immediately, recognizing Chaochu's familiar bark. Chaochu has already found them. Yamato's voice echoed through the trees, bringing a touch of excitement to the silent atmosphere. It seems they've arrived here. Luffy smiled, his face expressing contentment as he moved toward the sound. His senses were sharp, and the expectation of an imminent reunion hung in the air. It didn't take long for the two groups to reunite. The quartet, composed of Zoro, Yamato, Usopp, and Ryuju, along with the faithful Chaochu, was surprised to find Shirahoshi by the small stream dedicated to scrubbing Megalo, whose odor still lingered. What a horrible smell here, Yamato complained immediately. What the hell were you? Usopp began to ask before being interrupted by Nami. Why are you coming from the west with Zoro? Nami questioned, sharing Luffy's confusion. We're as lost as you seem to be, Yamato replied, rubbing the back of his head with a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, Luffy muttered to himself, why am I surprised? He figured out what had happened and, at the same time, wondered about the whereabouts of Kuina, Johnny, and Yosaku. A distant echo was heard in the forest, a macabre symphony composed of the distressing laments of Kuina, Johnny, and Yosaku. Away from the laughter and discoveries of the main group, a dark scene unfolded among the dense trees. Trapped and bound, the trio was at the mercy of a group of cannibals. The atmosphere was permeated with strange chants, resonating like a dark ritual as the natives circled around them. In plain sight, a boiling pot awaited, indicating the nefarious fate that awaited them. A sense of despair hung in the air, enveloping Kuina and her companions. Vivid memories of the surprise attack still haunted their minds as they faced the dreadful prospect of an inescapable fate at the hands of these primitive people. The collective thought echoed like a sinister sigh. We're going to die. In the waters of East Blue, an atmosphere of horror unfolded. Kuina, Johnny, and Yosaku, bound and helpless, found themselves surrounded by a group of cannibals. The natives chanted sinister songs, creating a dark atmosphere as they circled the trio, preparing to lead them to a boiling pot. Anguish was palpable among the prisoners, whose collective thought echoed in despair. We're going to die. Vivid memories of the sudden attack in the forest haunted Kuina and the others, captured by an overwhelming number of enemies. They were now at the mercy of this primitive people, who were preparing to subject them to a terrible fate in the boiling pot. In a secluded corner of the small island, a hidden tribe rose among the dense trees. There, 3 individuals were tied up, anxiously awaiting a rescue to free them from the grim fate the cannibals plotted, a bubbling cauldron ready to consume them. "Brother Luffy, come save us," Johnny and Yasaku cried desperately, their voices echoing in the tranquility of the jungle. Meanwhile, Kuina remained silent, but her expression revealed palpable fear, yearning for Luffy's presence to rescue them from this terrible situation. "Oh ow, ouch, that hurts. Oh. An annoyed native, disturbed by the foreign language cries, approached and reprimanded the 2 bounty hunters, delivering blows to silence them and expressing irritation at the disturbance. "I don't understand a word of what they're saying, but it seems like he didn't like you yelling like that," Kuina commented sarcastically, trying to find some humor in the terrible situation. "So, are we going to die here, Sister Kuina?" Yasaku lamented. "Do you think I want to face this fate again?" "I don't want to die a second time," Kuina responded angrily, while the surrounding atmosphere conveyed an atmosphere of tension and despair. "Second time? What do you mean by that?" Johnny exclaimed, displaying surprise next to Yasaku. "Ah, it's nothing. Forget about it. Anyway, Luffy won't allow this to happen. Have faith. He has the Vivre cards and will be here soon," Kuina declared, seeking to instill confidence in her companions. She quickly changed the subject, avoiding the mention of her return from the dead, a delicate theme, especially amidst the desperate situation they found themselves in. "Oh ow," as they whispered, the natives of the tribe chanted animatedly around them. Comprising old, adult, young, and children of both sexes, that tribe proved to be extremely primitive. They wore only cloths to cover their lower parts, leaving half of their bodies exposed. The women wore a kind of bikini, but all the garments were adorned with human bones, suggesting they came from previous victims. "I never imagined being captured by cannibals on a deserted island," Johnny murmured, lamenting the irony of his luck. "I don't want to die being devoured by these creatures. I bet they've made many victims with the shipwrecks here." Kuina expressed her discontent, pointing to the objects adorned in their straw and wood houses. There are many belongings that were likely plundered from a tourist boat among the primitive constructions. If only we could negotiate. Does anyone know what they're saying? No idea. Anyway, I don't see how one can negotiate with cannibals. As they continued to talk, another cannibal approached, armed. "Oh ow. Ouch," Johnny cried out as a bone spear hit his belly again, eliciting groans of pain. "Oh. Their small conversation was interrupted by a new thunderous sound within the tribe. One of the cannibals, apparently the leader, shouted, causing everyone to stop talking. "Oh. He continued speaking, opening his arms in a kind of celebration. "Oh. The crowd went into a frenzy, shouting in a strange language. "I wouldn't want to know what they're saying because I have a feeling I'd regret it." Kuina was scared when she saw the crowd starting to move excitedly around them. Suddenly, everyone looked at the tied trio, making them sweat, as it seemed they were about to be thrown into the cauldron. Luffy was heading where the Vivre card was pointing, with the crew right behind him. As they walked through the jungle peacefully after a casual conversation with everyone, a loud noise caught their attention, prompting Luffy to look at Yamato. "A beast is approaching," Yamato said simply. Footstep. A 5-meter beast appeared in front of them after emerging from the trees. It looked furious and, at the same time, happy to reunite with its escaped prey. "Ahhh, it's the stinky monster," Shirahoshi screamed in fear. Sharky, Megalo, the most traumatized by this monster, ran to stand behind Shirahoshi while crying and trembling in fear, not wanting to face this creature again. "What? It's just a beast." Yamato complained about this reaction. "It's not just a beast," Ryuju said calmly. "It's a skunk," Usopp shouted and was already taking steps back. Luffy, seeing his old enemy, debated what he could do. He could simply draw his weapon and shoot the creature's head. But he thought of another solution. "Usopp." Luffy came to his marksman's side and put his hand on his shoulder to stop him from leaving, confidently saying with a smile, "Usopp, this is the most powerful beast on this island. Only a brave man can face it. I'm sure only you can defeat it without suffering damage. Among us, I'm counting on you for that," Luffy said seriously to the long-nosed one, who was stunned after those words. "What do you mean, Luffy? I can't face it. It's much more powerful than me," Usopp denied in fear. "Usopp, aren't you a brave warrior of the sea?" Luffy asked the boy seriously. The rest of the crew was intrigued by this kind of conversation. While the skunk was getting ready to run towards them at any moment, Luffy seemed oblivious to it. I'm a brave warrior of the sea," Usopp shouted after his initial hesitation. He joined the crew because he had to prove to be this warrior that Luffy believes in him. Tell me, Usopp, who is the greatest warrior of this sea? Luffy asked like a general with his army. Of course, it's Captain Usopp. Usopp shouted, motivated. Tell me, Usopp, does the brave warrior of the sea fear this beast? Luffy asked again, ignoring the part where Usopp claimed to be the captain. Of course not. The brave warrior of the sea, Usopp, fears nothing. Usopp shouted confidently. Great, then go and prove it. In case you don't kill it, I'll make you train 5 times harder for a week. Luffy said calmly this time. Yes, sir. Usopp suddenly straightened up and quickly took the lead of the group with his rifle, not wanting to disappoint Luffy after this subtle threat. What the hell is happening here? Everyone else in the crew had this thought as they looked at the scene with raised eyebrows. Usopp, your rifle won't penetrate the animal's skin. You have to find a weak point. You know there's only one part of its body for you to defeat it, right? Luffy said as he watched Usopp grab his weapon and position himself to shoot. The head would be its weakest point and an easy victory, and the eyes are a more vulnerable part, Usopp said with a bit of confidence, as he didn't want Luffy's training and spoke about what he had learned during all his infernal time training since Syrup Village. Luffy made him read beyond the weapons manual he handed him. He made him study anatomy not only of humans but also animals. Exactly. But it's not enough just to hit the eye since your goal is the brain. From this angle, you'll never hit it. What are you going to do, Usopp? Luffy asked, crossing his arms, waiting for a good answer. Everyone in the crew looked at the scene with great interest. Should I change the angle then? Usopp said, already aiming with his rifle and loading a special bullet into the weapon cartridge. Footstep, 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 footstep. The skunk started running toward the group while Usopp calmly aimed at the beast. He's coming, Shirahoshi shouted with an even more frightened Megalo on her back. Focus, Usopp, you can do it. Luffy encouraged him quietly. Usopp cleared his mind and waited for the beast to reach a strategic point. Surveying the environment in front of him, he devised a plan. Once the beast reached the position he wanted, Usopp moved the sight of his weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! The special bullet didn't go directly into the beast but towards its side, where it ricocheted off a rock and went towards the beast faster than it could react, hitting its eye and penetrating its head at an angle that reached its brain. The beast didn't even feel its death, as Usopp's weapon, despite not being able to penetrate the skin, was extremely advanced, so once inside the beast, it penetrated like a fish cutting through the water. Crack! The beast died mid-sprint, collapsing to the ground and breaking it as it slowed down until it came to a stop. You did it, Luffy said with a satisfied smile. I did it. Not even Usopp believed it but sighed in relief for not having to go through an even heavier training with Luffy. That was a beautiful shot, Ryuju commented. Incredible, he hit the rock and then the animal. Yamato was amazed at the skill. Tusk, Zoro huffed, expecting to fight the animal, even knowing it might stink. I won. Of course, I did. I'm Usopp, commander of 8 million soldiers. The boy quickly began to inflate his ego as he showed off to the crew. Yamato suddenly frowned. ROARRR. In the midst of Usopp's celebration, another giant skunk emerged from the forest behind Usopp. While he bragged to the crew, he would have been lost at this moment without some help. But Luffy quickly drew his pistol from the holster and raised it, aiming at the beast. Bang! Boom! Unlike Usopp's weapon, Luffy didn't use a bullet, only his power with purple flames. The shot tore through and burned the air as soon as it hit the head of the animal, which was 5 meters away, almost catching Usopp off guard. The entire area where the bullet had exploded, leaving only the animal with its body from the neck down. Crack! AHHH. Usopp was startled by this sudden scene. The dead animal stopped on its hind legs, making it look like a rabbit frozen in that moment. Never let your guard down, Usopp. It can cost you your life. But don't worry, I'll increase your training so you can always remember that, Luffy commented calmly. No. Hearing this, Usopp snapped out of his frightened state and cried at those words. Ha ha ha. Yamato laughed at the situation. Anyway, I want the carcasses. Ryuju, can you prepare skunks? Luffy said and asked the cook. Yes, I can remove the part that makes the animal stink and turn it into delicious meat, Ryuju said. And Luffy was happy because skunk meat has always been one of his favorites in his past life. With a small box, he took each dead animal and reduced its mass, handing them to Yamato, who would preserve them with her ice power until they reached the ship. Once finished, Luffy wanted to continue the path. Now let's go after the others, Luffy said but stopped at that moment. In his hand, Kuina's Vivre card began to burn, leaving everyone stunned. This, Yamato realized and nervously spoke. Find me later, said Luffy, his wings appearing instantly before he disappeared, creating a crater in the ground due to the urgency of the situation. Boom! Luffy blasted the ground below him, disappearing into the trees in the air, leaving everyone astonished. He tore through the air quickly, following the direction of Kuina's Vivre card. Soon, he arrived at a small open area, revealing a village of a local tribe, quite primitive in his opinion. However, he barely had time to consider this, as he flew at full speed toward the center of the village, where a crowd was gathering. Boom! He explosively landed in the middle of the group, raising dust and debris. The tribe, who was preparing to execute their prisoners, stopped in astonishment. The sudden explosion threw the crowd away, destroying a significant part of the village in the process. Oh. The natives panicked, interrupting the execution of the prisoners and waiting for the dust to settle. They searched for enemies in the surroundings and within the explosion. Suddenly, as the dust clouds dissipated, a man emerged from the wreckage, flanked by the fallen bodies of the cannibal tribe warriors caught in the impact. Tuna and the others finally seemed relieved to recognize him, while the natives felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight of Luffy. This man didn't even care about stepping on the dead bodies, displaying a frightening expression, his eyes burning with fury. Luffy's wrath transcended any known limit. His normally calm countenance was now overshadowed by a storm of anger. His eyes, sparkling with intensity, reflected the incandescent fury burning within him. The mere thought of his comrade almost losing his life at the hands of cannibals was the catalyst for this overwhelming rage. Every step Luffy took was imbued with fierce determination, a silent promise of justice echoing throughout the village. Since arriving in this world, he had never been so enraged, ready to unleash an unstoppable force against any threat that stood in his way. Third-person POV. On island in the sea. East Blue. All the natives panicked, halting the execution of prisoners and waiting for the dust to settle, scanning for enemies nearby or within the explosion. Suddenly, as the dust clouds cleared, a man was seen amidst the wreckage and some bodies of the cannibal tribe warriors, while Kuna and the others seemed relieved after identifying him. The natives felt a chill run down their spines as Luffy appeared with furious eyes. Since coming to this world, he had never been as angry as he was now. Luffy. The trio, on the verge of falling into the boiling cauldron in a trance pushed by the cannibals, shouted upon realizing that Luffy caused the explosion. Luffy, Kuna couldn't help but murmur again, now looking at the expression of fury on the man with the straw hat's face, a sight she had never seen before, and even she felt a fear in her heart. One of the men from the tribe, the one who seemed to be the leader, suddenly brandished his spear at Luffy. Despite the gleam of fear in his eyes, he was still ready to face the man who fell from the sky. More and more members of the cannibal tribe assumed combat positions against Luffy, who continued to stare at them with the same furious expression, unaffected by being surrounded. You don't seem to speak my language. Anyway, you've captured my comrades and we're about to kill them, so don't expect any mercy from me. For me, someone who eats their own kind is the kind of being that has fallen among the lowest in this world. Cannibals and hypocrites are the types I don't care whether they live or die, Luffy muttered. Luffy always despised these kinds of people. Of course, the hatred for hypocrites is not for those who tell you to work while they are lazy, but for those like Morgan, Rat, Akainu, and the celestial dragons who commit crimes behind a banner of justice or think they are born with some entitlement. Some rocks began to levitate from the ground and continued to rise around Luffy without him making any movements. When they reached a certain height, Luffy raised his hand and flicked the small stones, as he was already using the power of gravity. He couldn't increase the speed of the stone, but his body was powerful enough to execute his plan. The stone thrown with the snap of his fingers flew toward the cannibal leader, who was running towards him with a spear, hoping to kill Luffy. It wasn't as powerful as what he did with Krieg using that coin, but it hit the head of the cannibal, piercing through without reaching the other side before he could react. Their leader fell dead in the next moment, under the gaze of everyone. Seeing this scene, the cannibals were immediately shocked, wondering how the rocks around this man were flying and how he killed the other in the next moment just by raising his hand, as they couldn't see the stone being thrown. They seemed to be facing a figure they usually venerated, wondering how a god appeared here and was apparently unleashing his wrath on them. Luffy didn't let go of his fury. He began flicking more stones flying around him, aiming them at the tribe. First, he hit all the men near Kuna, Johnny, and Yasaku, keeping them away from any possible danger. The crowd that had been thrown by Luffy before was in a panic, seeking shelter, while more members of their tribe fell. All the members of the cannibal tribe panicked at this moment. The elderly and women hid in their tents with the children, while the men continued with their spears pointed at them, at least those who were left, because Luffy had already killed more than 20 members by now. You don't seem so brave anymore, do you, cannibals? Luffy asked with indifference, not expecting any response from those who remained as he saw fear in their eyes. They all trembled in fear of Luffy, who started walking, and the stones fell to the ground after he cancelled his power. He declared that he wanted to settle this personally in hand-to-hand combat now. Don't worry, I'll kill all of you, Luffy said indifferently, walking toward the remaining members, who began stumbling backward. Luffy didn't care about their fear. He didn't care if he was a monster to them. All he wanted was to unleash his anger for almost losing his friends. Luffy. A hand suddenly stopped on Luffy's shoulder, making him halt at that moment. It was Yamato, who had just arrived but immediately learned about the entire situation. Luffy stopped because Yamato had a worried tone in her voice. Luffy, stop. There's no need to do this anymore. Our friends are already safe, Yamato said, looking nervous and concerned. They were going to kill them. Why should I spare them? Luffy growled. Luffy, I know this isn't you. You've already saved our friends. There's no need to shed more blood. They might deserve it, but you are better than that, Yamato said, squeezing Luffy's shoulder. Luffy, you're the man I chose to follow. I don't want you to lose yourself and become a beast that only knows how to kill and kill, Yamato said, thinking of her father at that moment, the man who never fit that role, being that kind of beast that easily killed anyone for anything. Yamato didn't want Luffy to become like that bastard. Sigh, I guess you're right. Luffy sighed. Luffy looked at the remaining members of the tribe and then turned his gaze to his friends, who were freeing themselves from this situation as they moved away from that platform. I think we better go, Luffy murmured and turned with the others following him out of the tribe. No other cannibal approached them. The fear of seeing half of their tribe dead was too impactful for them to attempt anything more. Luffy looked at Kuina and the others approaching and decided to leave before anger got the better of him again, leading to a massacre. Sorry for this. I wasn't at my best. Luffy spoke calmly as they distanced themselves. He could see the fear in their eyes. It wasn't what he wanted to portray as a captain. He always wanted his crew to have nothing but confidence in him. I understand, brother Luffy. I would have been extremely angry in your place too, Johnny said, trying to break the horrible mood. Luffy was about to change the subject but was interrupted by a new sound, which he welcomed as it would also change the atmosphere. We found you, Nami shouted from a considerable distance. They were running toward the group as fast as they could. Are you okay? The Viver card indicated that you were going to die. Shirahoshi couldn't help but worry. We are. If Luffy hadn't arrived in time, I'm sure we would be getting cooked, Yosaku said regretfully. I still wonder how you guys managed to get lost. Zoro mocked. Zoro took 2 punches without being able to react and was on the ground in the next moment with purple eyes. How dare you say something like that? Kuina and Nami shouted angrily at the swordsman. I can't say I'm satisfied that Zoro distanced himself from them, but there's not much to say. Zoro will always be like that. I just have to be more careful, placing someone more reliable among the weaker ones, Luffy thought, not wanting to have this kind of situation in the future. Anyway, let's keep going. I doubt that tribe will come near us again, but we need to find the entrance to the key. Did anyone succeed in their search? Luffy asked everyone. Almost everyone shook their heads. Nothing, just animals, cannibals, and trees. Almost everyone agreed with that, but Zoro suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Could this place be an ancient ruin? Zoro asked calmly. What? You found it? You? Nami exclaimed incredulously. I don't know. I was looking for Kuina and the others when I found a strange pillar with a door behind it. On the pillar, there was a hole in the stone in the shape of a triangle, Zoro said, making Luffy open his eyes pleasantly as it was the shape of the key in his hands. Good job, Zoro. Can you tell me where you found this place? Luffy asked. Are you sure he's reliable? Ryuju asked suspiciously, as this guy was quite clueless when it came to directions. I believe it's that way. Zoro ignored Ryuju and thought, giving as an answer, pointing his finger in a direction in the forest. Great, everyone go the opposite way of where Zoro pointed, Luffy announced, making Zoro bewildered with this again. Hey, he said, but no one paid much attention. Now that they were following Luffy in that direction, he began to walk. It didn't take long. After clearing some paths through the dense forest and defeating some giant animal, they reached the pillar and the door described by Zoro. So, these are the ruins? Kuina asked. It seems so. Here, Luffy. The key should fit here, Nami signaled to Luffy, who arrived next to her, looking at the entrance of the pillar. However, the captain approached the gate, wanting to study it before putting the key. This is made of strange material, Luffy muttered. He went to the door and tried to punch it. Boom. EOOOM. The explosion from the punch startled the people around, but Luffy was surprised that it didn't even scratch the structure. Yamato, try striking here too, Luffy said, and Yamato approached. Her weapon turned black with haki, and she delivered a blow. EOOOM. Using a significant portion of her strength, not even a scratch appeared on the surface where her weapon hit. Incredible, she murmured. As I thought, this must be as indestructible as the poneglyphs, Luffy said in admiration. Luffy decided to go to the pillar. Let's see what happens when I put this in, Luffy said, placing the triangular-shaped key into the spot on the stone, sinking it immediately. With a snapping sound, a small light appeared from the key, tracing a line across the pillar. Crack. A lock sound came from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound indicating how heavy they were as they opened. Finally, treasures, Nami shouted as they began to walk toward the entrance, which opened before them. Third-person POV. On island in the sea. East Blue. Crack. The sound of a lock echoed from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound revealing its weight as it opened. Finally, treasures, Nami exclaimed as they started walking towards the entrance, unfolding in front of them. As the doors opened, Nami was ready to rush inside at her highest speed. Wait, Nami, we don't know what we might find in there. Be careful, it's better if everyone stays together. Luffy warned her with a stern look at the cat burglar. He didn't want to have to keep saving her from any trap in this place due to her recklessness. I guess you're right, Nami sighed and admitted, approaching the group again. Let's stick together. If anything unusual happens, let us know, Luffy said and went ahead, leading the group. The first thing they saw after passing the doors was a dark corridor. Luffy raised the palm of his hand, and a purple flame emerged from it in the form of a fireball, floating and fixing above his head, providing light to his surroundings. The now illuminated corridor proved to be made of the same material as the gate, making Luffy even more intrigued about what lay inside this place. But the place had no secrets beyond being hidden on a random island and requiring a key to open, as they hadn't encountered any traps so far. The group continued to the end of the corridor without problems. Once they reached the end, Luffy began to see what looked like a large hall opening in front of the crew, with a staircase leading down to a slightly lower level. Luffy's surprise came when he increased the intensity of his flame, quickly illuminating the entire place. He threw other flames at the ceiling, which was 15 meters high. It was a spacious area with at least 50 meters, a kind of ancient cave or grotto. This time, without all that external material, only natural stone structures and rocks were found here, but Luffy wouldn't be surprised if there was a layer around this chamber, protecting it from any external invaders. As the intensity of Luffy's flame increased, the location revealed its secrets with extraordinary splendor. The light danced on the walls of a vast cave, highlighting the marks of an ancient battle echoing in the atmosphere. Natural stone formations and majestic rock structures composed the environment, giving it a sacred aura. In the center of this monumental chamber, two poneglyphs rested silently, silent witnesses of a long-buried history. Next to them, a pillar stood with dignity, supporting a box that seemed to guard mysteries yet to be revealed. Distant, almost like a vision from another time, was an old and broken ship, whose remnants resembled the legendary Flying Dutchman, evoking an atmosphere of myth and antiquity. With this thought, Luffy turned his face and instinctively looked at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is now out of the clutches of Vanderdecken IX, but I'll make sure to kill him when we go to the New World, Luffy thought and returned his attention to the ship. The golden glow escaping from a hole in the side of the ship, a result of centuries of decay, captured the group's attention. The shining gold, now illuminated by Luffy's light, cascaded into a dazzling shower of sparkling sparks, dazzling everyone. The discoveries in the heart of the cave triggered a feeling of awe, as the group found themselves facing an unexplored chapter of history, waiting to be unveiled. That, Hyuna said. Gold. A lot of gold. Usopp murmured beside her. Sharky. No, you can't eat that, Megalo. Shirahoshi warned her friend. I've never seen such a quantity before. Yamato argued, but she didn't seem very interested. Are we dreaming, brother? Johnny asked his companion. We must be, brother, Yasaku replied. I never imagined that so much gold could be in just one place, Ryuju said with quite a surprise as well. Tusk, is it just gold? Zoro mocked, uninterested. Oh, Chaochu agrees with you, Zoro. But I'm surprised too. I expected this on the Sky Island, but I never thought we'd find so much gold in the East Blue, Luffy said. People didn't even wonder about what he said about the Sky Island, as their sole focus was on the gold reflecting the purple fireballs on the ceiling. However, Luffy didn't mind and turned his face to see the reaction of the person among them who loves gold the most, with interest. Isn't that right, Nami? Luffy smiled at a Nami who stared at all that gold with lifeless eyes. Luffy, is this real? Nami asked calmly, with the same eyes, and continued. Aren't we dead and come to some kind of heaven for our good deeds? She continued to muse in a trance. Nonsense, silly girl. Go ahead and pick out some pieces for yourself. Take whatever you can, Luffy said. He was quite surprised by the gold, but he was more curious about the mysterious box and poneglyph. He took his first steps towards the chest on the pillar and the stone with ancient inscriptions. Luffy didn't care about the gold anymore beyond his initial surprise. Of course, it was a very pleasant surprise. It would greatly accelerate his plans with something like this, but he had his thoughts on the contents of that part, as they seemed more important than the treasures. Yamato decided to follow Luffy instead of the majority of the crew, who chose to run for the gold. Luffy approached and stood in front of the pillar chest, next to the poneglyph. Let's see what's inside this box because I'm almost sure that this box must be the most important thing in this chamber. They seem to have died a long time ago, Yamato commented beside them. In the nearby area, they noticed that there were 6 long decomposed skeletons. They wore samurai armor, and there was a complete sword among them. It looks like they built this place a long time ago. then fled from something and fought in this same chamber to protect their items, especially this box. Luffy analyzed the place. There are also signs of a fight. They could have locked themselves in with the enemy. But how does that explain the ship with gold appearing here, buried in the middle of an island practically? Yamato asked curiously. The place had many holes. Even the ship looked like it came out of a war before coming here, only adding to the mystery of this place. Luffy couldn't imagine how it ended up in this place, perfectly understanding Yamato's logical thinking. Yes, there was a battle in this place. Strange. And no, I have no idea how that ship appeared here, Luffy murmured with all this mystery. Anyway, let's see what's in this box. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do with these stones with a strange language, Luffy said, approaching the chest. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by the content inside. The box was fancy and had something peculiar inside, carefully placed. A fruit. What kind of devil fruit could it be? Yamato asked beside him, sounding somewhat surprised as soon as she saw what was inside the box. Strange. I don't recognize this fruit, and I don't remember it in the encyclopedia here, Luffy murmured. Luffy said, taking the book from his pocket and flipping through it to make sure of his doubts. The fruit was shaped like a canine paw with 3 colors, red on the right, blue in the middle, and white on the left, something quite intriguing for Luffy and Yamato. Anyway, I'll save it for later. Luffy took the box after closing it and shrank its size, putting it in his pocket. His attention turned to the poneglyphs now. These stones are quite hard, Yamato commented, touching one of them. Yes, your father has one of them in particular, somewhere on Onigashima, Luffy commented. Really? What are they for? Yamato asked. A bit curious about their purpose, she didn't know them yet. As far as I know, they seem to have 3 functions in my opinion. 1. Narrate history. 2. Tell about prophecies and ancient weapons. And 3. The red stones give the location of the One Piece, Luffy commented, leaving Yamato wide-eyed, knowing the value of these stones, especially the last use that Luffy mentioned. Really, she couldn't help but be surprised now, making Luffy look strangely at her. Don't you know? These are called poneglyphs. I'm sure Odin used to read them in his time. Luffy spoke. Are these things poneglyphs? Then I must read them too, she said with determination after realizing that these are the stones described in Odin's diary that he used to report in his journal. Still, she had never seen one before, so she didn't recognize them. I doubt you can. Only one person could do that. I really hope she comes to my ship soon, Luffy commented, thinking of Robin. Of all the characters in One Piece, Robin was the woman he most wanted by his side. He had always been captivated by her for some reason. Her story was quite sad, and that made him very eager to protect her. He stopped summoning her when he had the cards because he knew she wouldn't simply trust him at that moment. So he decided to recruit people more easily and would wait to talk to Robin and Alabasta once they reached the Grand Line. I see. Yamato nodded with Luffy, seeing that she couldn't understand anything about those symbols, no matter how hard she tried. Luffy touched the poneglyphs, thinking that his best chances of gaining knowledge were to copy them on paper, but he didn't stop trying to use his fruit to run a test. To his surprise, it really worked. One of the poneglyphs he touched began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. Oh, you got one, Yamato said next to him. Zoro approached them with interest, especially in the sword that Luffy was holding now, as he had no interest in gold and was with Chaochu by his side. It seems so, although this is a big surprise to me since I thought my devil fruit abilities wouldn't work on them, Luffy commented, still incredulous, as he couldn't even scratch them, but somehow managed to shrink their size. Now he looked at the small stone in his hand. This is really a surprise. But it makes things much easier, giving me the ability to collect the stones. I'm sure the 5 elders would go crazy if they knew someone could do this. Luffy had a new happy thought with this. Luffy, opening a satisfying smile, went to the next poneglyph and shrank it like the last one. Well, this part is done, let's see the gold now, Luffy said, approaching most of the crew, who were circling that whole mountain of gold, looking for something that interested them everywhere. He could see Nami adorned with jewels all over her body, carrying 3 huge bags behind her, still searching for something valuable. I bet it's only 3 bags because that's all she has. I wouldn't be surprised if she built another mountain of bags to take from here, Luffy muttered to himself. Most were happy, putting jewelry on their arms, earrings, and even crowns. Kuina, Luffy called. Kuina looked surprised at Luffy and saw him smile at the sight of her, after she adorned herself with gold, putting on bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. Don't look at me like that, I'm a girl, Kuina shouted at Luffy's teasing glances. Feel free, you look beautiful like this. Luffy showed appreciation for the girl and continued to speak. But I intend to interrupt you because I have something for you, he said, showing the sword he found among the skeletons. Zoro next to Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this, just like Kuina. This? What kind of sword is it? Kuina couldn't help but be surprised as she hurried towards Luffy. It's Tensa Zenjutsu, a sword on the same level as your old Wado Ikemanji. It's cursed, so its rank isn't higher, but it could be among the top 12. Its last user appeared 300 years ago, and it was lost since then. Now it's yours. I believe it will help, and if you master it, it will be among the main legendary weapons. Luffy said the description he read in the weapons encyclopedia as soon as he saw the weapon and smiled at Kuina, who looked strangely at him. You should have this weapon. Your saber was destroyed by Mihawk. Kuina commented, trying to deny. That's not important to me. I'll soon have my own sword shortly after we reach the Grand Line, so I'll simply discard any weapon I have on hand. That's why I prefer to give you the sword. Luffy spoke sincerely, gaining some admiration from the people around him who heard it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, but this won't make me join your crew for this reason. Kuina stuck her tongue out at Luffy and took the sword from his hands but thanked him with a look to the man in the straw hat. She wasted no time and pulled the blade out of the sheath to admire the sharpness of the blade, which didn't seem to be affected despite centuries locked in a cave. Luffy smiled at this. He didn't expect anything more from Kuina, but he always liked the way the girl acted tough. He left her with the sword and went to the gold right after. He looked at the whole group dressed in gold and found it amusing. Shihoshi seemed to be adorning Megalo while laughing at him with amusement, and Megalo didn't seem to like it much. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku thought they were in a pool of gold as they swam among the treasures with happiness. Ryuju was next to them, patiently choosing an earring and a kitchen knife made of gold. Have you taken what interested you? I'll take the rest of the gold, Luffy simply said, approaching. Luffy-sama. No ... and no ... Nami, seeing what Luffy was going to do, had a premonition that appeared even in the worst nightmares. Stop him. Don't let him touch the gold for anything in this world, Nami shouted, running to Luffy, trying to prevent him from making that witchcraft of making money and gold disappear. But it was too late. The gold began to be sucked as soon as he touched it with his hands, like a black hole, and only large amounts of gold were pulled into Luffy's hand as if he had opened a portal, leaving everyone who had the gold unharmed and unaffected as they watched the gold flow into Luffy's hand. Everyone was surprised by this because tons of gold disappeared into Luffy's hands in a few seconds under everyone's gaze, leaving only the gold that everyone was carrying and adorning themselves with. Luffy looked with satisfaction at the nearly 8 billion he now possessed. No, Nami's scream was so loud that it passed through the camera barrier and even startled the cannibals in their tribe at that moment, wondering what kind of creature had been hurt so much to let out such a lamentable scream. Third-person POV. On island in the sea. East Blue. Luffy noted his gains. An unknown devil fruit, shaped like an apple with 3 colors, red, blue, and white. Last but not least, 2 poneglyphs that he somehow managed to shrink for compactness. Luffy was sure that he could describe what that strange fruit was in its story of how it ended up there, along with some mysterious history, but that would have to wait. I'll have to ask Robin when we get to Alabasta. For now, it's better not to consume the fruit since it's not described in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. But it's clear that it's special, otherwise, the government wouldn't have been searching for it for centuries. I'll have to figure out what it does and then give it to whoever is most suitable for this fruit before having someone from the crew eat it, Luffy concluded and moved on to the next treasure. An enormous amount of gold that he absorbed into the system. That's a whole lot of money. Luffy was in awe of the immense wealth he had acquired on this ship inside the cave. Nami still wept for all those mountains of money disappearing from one moment to the next, thanks to Luffy and his sorcery. I don't want to waste any more time here. We've explored the whole place. Now let's move forward because I know you all have questions, and I want to explain some things to you, Luffy said, prompting everyone to follow quickly. There were many questions, but he promised to answer them all, so everyone waited. Soon, they exited the cave. With Luffy removing the key, the doors began to close, and they continued through the forest toward the beach. Looks like Lami is here too, Yamato said after a while as everyone approached the beach. They were already at the last trees, and soon they spotted the marine ship with a boat beside it and a massive empty raft. Lami and Bippo were waiting for them. As the group approached them, Lami broke the silence first. I was ready to go after you. It was quite boring here. Lami lamented and looked at the group, not recognizing Johnny, Yasaku, and Ryuju. You guys seem to have left some behind. But still, the group has increased even more, Lami said with a smile, as the strange couple was nowhere to be found. But the number of people did not decrease. New companions, Bippo exclaimed beside her. A talking bear, Johnny and Yasaku said simultaneously, surprised. What a strange group. Ryuju found these people increasingly peculiar, and their numbers seemed to be growing even more. Lami looked at the woman she didn't know, and somehow, when their eyes met, it seemed like sparks flew between them. It looked like, from that moment on, they would be sworn enemies. Luffy looked at that a bit worried, but before he could say anything, someone shouted, "Wait, you're that woman with the bear from the newspaper." Johnny shouted strangely, recognizing Lami now along with Bippo. You guys are the new bounty hunters from the East Blue. We're your fans after you took down Buggy the Clown. They shouted in unison. They're not our companions, right? Lami asked with a grimace at this strange duo that was screaming in admiration for her, ignoring her words. No, they're just accompanying us like Kuina, Luffy said, smiling. I see. Anyway, it looks like you guys have been through some things, Lami commented, observing the remaining excitement of some with gold adorning everything they could, while others seemed to be in a state of depression, like Nami in a corner with tears since they left that cave, even though she had 3 bags of gold behind her. Oh, and did you get the money for Kuro and his crew? Luffy asked. Yes, 16 million for the captain and his crew. But the Marines were bothering us this time, especially the base commander, as he wanted me to join under his command, and Morgan's newspaper wanted to schedule an interview. Like, I'm just handing over pirates. I don't know why I'm getting so much attention. Lami complained to Luffy. It doesn't seem like much, really. Ryuju scoffed in a mocking tone. What did you say? Lami didn't like what the pink-haired woman said, even though she seemed to have some logic in her words. For some reason, Lami didn't like it when it came out of her mouth. Meanwhile, Beppo took a bag of berries from the boat and placed it in front of Luffy. There are 25 million, Captain. Beppo said. That's good. Even more than Buggy, Luffy commented, making the money disappear, and Nami, seeing this, cried even more. Kuro, you captured Kuro. Is he still alive? Yasaku said admirably, now recognizing the conversation between them. You're amazing, Sister Lami, Johnny said, causing Lami to grimace again. It wasn't Lami who caught him. He was killed by Usopp, Luffy clarified. Brother USOPP. Both bounty hunters exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it was me, Usopp said proudly, not wanting to dwell on the fact that he almost died on that occasion. Wait a minute. Lami is handing over a pirate crew you captured, Johnny asked strangely. Even that old clown, Luffy-sama, beat him. And Lami-sama traded him for berries? Shirahoshi said. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lami is a crew member, Luffy said calmly, making the bounty hunters understand the situation, but they were still no less surprised, as it was quite shocking. Lami was someone they had come to admire as the best in the area in the sea when it came to hunting pirates. Even though the first capture was buggy, it was unprecedented for someone to hand over a pirate to the Marines with more than 10 million in many years. Anyway, is there anyone else to hand over? You mentioned there would be 2 more pirate groups before we go to the Grand Line, Lami asked, and Luffy confirmed. Yes, but before that, let's talk. We have a crew meeting now. And with you, it would save me time to explain things later, Luffy said, looking at everyone after they paid attention to him when he said those words. As you know, we got this devil fruit, Luffy announced, holding up the fruit for everyone to see as it increased in size in front of them. Do you know what its effect is? Lami asked curiously. No, there are no records in the encyclopedia, and it seems that it hasn't had a user for a few hundred years or maybe more than that, Luffy said, raising many eyebrows. And who's going to eat it? Or are we going to sell it? Ryuju asked. The only clue is the poneglyph. Here, Luffy showed the miniatures of the stones to everyone. This language is forbidden. No one knows it, and the government would hunt us down like dogs if they knew you have it in your hands. Lami warned severely as soon as she noticed the gravity of the situation. We'll be hunted by the world government. What? Sharky, this is too dangerous, Captain. I'm sorry. There's no way the government doesn't know about this is with us, and even if they did, we won't be afraid of them. Luffy spoke confidently and continued. Regarding what's written here, there must be many people who know this language, but the vast majority must be scholars under the control of the world government to read these words. However, there is one person outside their control who has this kind of knowledge, and her name is Nico Robin, whom I intend to find in Alabasta to discover something real about the fruit and the story behind it before deciding who should eat it, Luffy said, and everyone understood. Although some doubts arose in the minds of those who had known the woman known as the Devil's Child for over 20 years, about how Luffy knew her whereabouts, no one raised more questions about it. Now, about the treasure, about the pile of gold we found. There are almost 8 billion berries in that place. The place fell silent after these words. No one could believe what they heard or were still trying to process this information in the wake of Luffy's words moments ago. They knew it was a lot of gold, but hearing this was too shocking. Are you saying there was more than 7 billion in gold in that place? Kuina said, looking lost. 7 billion, almost 8 billion. Nami said, looking like a dead fish. It's just gold. Zoro scoffed. He never cared much for money. No more than he needed, of course. Oh, it's just gold, he says. Usopp commented, looking lost. Sharky, Papa never talked about money, so I don't know, Megalo. But it seems like a lot of money, I guess, Shirahoshi said. Almost 8 billion. The collective scream was heard throughout the island again. Even Lami and Beppo were stunned, wondering how the crew managed to get so much money while they were away. They knew there was a lot of money, but this amount was so absurd that while Lami, Ryuju, and Kuina seemed stunned, Nami, Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, and Beppo had looks as if life no longer existed. Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Yamato just looked curiously, and Zoro and Chaochu didn't seem to care. There was this money, but I've already spent all the money while we were coming to the beach, Luffy announced, earning even more astonished looks. Luffy, how did you spend almost 8 billion on this path from the cave to the beach, which lasted only an hour? Nami asked in a lifeless tone. She seemed unable to bear it anymore and flew at Luffy with so much anger that it didn't even seem like her captain was a monster. The punches hit Luffy with all the force of the girl, but it only made Nami cry as she tried to alleviate the pain in her fists after connecting them with Luffy's tough skin. Ha ha ha. Let me explain first. Luffy ignored the fact that Nami tried to hit him and continued with a cheerful laugh. I have a special ability, which everyone deserves to know. I have a power that can exchange berries for other items at market prices, Luffy said, and extending his hand, a white devil fruit with green stripes appeared in the shape of an orange with wings. I traded most of the money for this fruit, Luffy said, showing the fruit. Everyone, without exception, looked curiously at this devil fruit. What kind of fruit is it? Nami asked. It's not one you know or is in the encyclopedia, but it's more expensive than your Op no Mai. Luffy smiled. What, is it worth more than 4.5 billion? Nami exclaimed in amazement now. 4.5 billion. Luffy, you spent more than that on this fruit, Nami shouted at Luffy, but didn't try to hit him this time, as it didn't yield much result last time, but she had no less desire to do so. Yes, I bought it because I know it will be useful, since this fruit will be yours, Luffy said, turning to Nami, who still held his hand in pain, and showed her the fruit, leaving her stunned. What are you saying? Are you going to give it to me? Nami was speechless after that question. Yes, I was thinking of the best way to deal with Arlong. I came to the conclusion that you should do it with your own hands, so I spent 5 billion on this fruit. I already intended to give it to you anyway when I had the money, so it just came earlier than I imagined. With it, you will be one of the most powerful in the group once you consume it. Luffy spoke. 5 billion, Luffy, you can't give me this. It's too much money. Nami may love money, but she knows her place when she needs to. 5 billion is an amount she never dreamed of having in her life. But now, this man she decided to call captain said he would free her land with something so valuable. He was giving her such a precious gift. I've already decided, it's yours. Luffy smiled. But what about the others? Why give me this power when others might be more useful than me? Nami insisted. Don't worry, I have this book, which I bought for another 2 billion. It's a manual of the 6 styles of the Navy. And it's not just any, but the best in the world, used only by the elite of the world government. Luffy said, showing a decorated and protected book cover. 2 billion. What are these 6 styles? Hyuna was the first to ask, making Luffy earn more curious looks. Incredible, Luffy, you got that. Nami said with an admiring look, as she knows a bit about these techniques, just as Ryuju knows a bit from the time of Germa. Is it that amazing? Zoro asked with curiosity. These 6 styles are powerful techniques used by the elite of the Navy and world government. There are many useful techniques. One of them is that you can step on the air as if it were solid ground. You can practically fly with your jumps, Ryuju said. Now, eat this, Nami, Luffy said, handing the fruit to Nami. Fine, just eat, no one will complain. Don't you want the power to avenge your mother? Luffy asked. He knew that no one would mind all that treasure being invested in a fruit in Nami's hands, and even if someone complained, he wouldn't care, as he is the captain and decided so. Yes, you're right, Nami finally said, reaching out and eating the fruit at that moment. What a terrible taste. Nami almost spat out everything she put in her mouth, but seeing that she was eating 5 billion berries, she quickly put the whole fruit in her mouth and tried not to vomit in the next moment. Her captain smiled at this and announced, Congratulations, Nami, you ate the Iken no Mai model Garuda, Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Devil fruit, none greater than Iken no Mai model Garuda E. Vitality, E greater than C. Strength, E greater than C. Defense, E greater than C. Speed, E greater than B. Spirit, C greater than B. System rules. The ranking level of the system works from the letter E to X. This is the mortal limit, which is understood within this classification from lowest to highest, just below. What? Nami exclaimed, feeling the changes in her body like never before in her entire life. She seemed to be experiencing immediate transformations upon consuming the fruit. Are you feeling the effects already? Ha 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 ha. That's good, Luffy commented, watching Nami look at her hands in disbelief as some lines of green energy appeared and disappeared rapidly, as she didn't have much control. Everyone around was curious about these changes the navigator and the captain were talking about because Nami didn't seem to have changed physically in the eyes of the group. Luffy, I feel much stronger for some reason. It's like I'm overflowing with energy. Nami forgot about the fact that she had depression after seeing billions of berries disappear before her eyes for a new feeling of ecstasy at this moment, feeling the changes in her body. Ha 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 ha. That's how it is. Let's do a test. Punch me now. I want to see what you're capable of right now. Luffy spoke excitedly, and Nami agreed with the captain. Approaching him, under the gaze of everyone, she leaned back with her arm and punched Luffy in the chest, who was using no support other than his own physical strength to withstand the blow. Boom! Nami punched Luffy point blank, causing him to recoil 10 meters with the impact in the next moment, while his feet were dragged by the beach sand. The expression of surprise was collective because they saw her try to punch Luffy a moment ago without even scratching his body. Even Luffy looked at her with some amusement. Now she had much stronger strength, even though, despite everything, she only made him retreat a few meters. But this was a surprising change in the captain's opinion, as she used to be the weakest in the group until a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Luffy began to laugh while massaging the part hit by her punch. I can say I felt that, Nami. Good job, but your potential is much more than that. Luffy was getting more and more excited. One thing is to be a strong captain and have to do everything for the crew while being practically a babysitter in the group. Another is to have capable and reliable companions that Luffy could trust for tasks too dangerous for most people. He wanted a crew like that. Luffy, how did I become so strong? Nami knew she had changed, but her punch was so powerful that it surprised her to the core. She would have killed a normal person with that. She still had difficulty absorbing this information. Nami, don't underestimate yourself. This is just an initial strength. As far as I know, the physical specialty of your fruit is agility and mobility, as you control the wind and can fly with wings. Not to mention, you can create giant claws and control them within a certain range, making the versatility of your abilities very powerful, even more versatile than my icon. I can fly, control the wind, and even create those claws. Nami was incredulous at this information, becoming more and more stunned as she realized how powerful her devil fruit was. Do you think 5 billion were just for you to increase your physical abilities? Luffy teased her. Thank you. She looked at Luffy for a while and thanked him, going to him and giving him a sincere, strong hug. No one had ever done something so grand for her before. There was no way she couldn't be moved. Thank you. I don't know what else to say, but no one has ever done something like this for me before, she admitted in the midst of the hug with these very words, showing her true gratitude as tears began to run down her cheeks and a content smile appeared. Luffy returned the hug as his arms enveloped her back and waist. Nami, don't worry, I always saw potential in you. As someone reliable from the moment I laid eyes on you in that buggy's cage, Luffy said sincerely. But you turned me into a servant and made me clean your ship, she complained as she leaned back and punched Luffy's chest with feigned anger. Well, someone wanted to take all my treasures at the time. I had to punish that person in a certain way, Luffy smiled, looking at her raised eyebrow. Nami, fair enough, Nami admitted in the end. Could you two stop flirting in front of the group? Nami scoffed, interrupting Luffy and Nami from continuing this kind of conversation as they embraced so intimately in front of them. This time, I have to agree with the MO here, Ryuju said. Who are you calling MO? Curly eyebrows. Nami expressed her anger. Call me that again, and I'll kick your butt. Ryuju hadn't liked this woman from the beginning. Wanna try? I'll be happy to cut someone like you. Nami growled. Could you stop fighting too? Where did this come from? Hyuna complained from the side. Luffy sighed at this too, foreseeing that this fight would be a recurring event during their journeys in the next years or decades together. Stop this, I want to celebrate with the group right now. We have 2 giant prawns to eat and plenty of drinks in stock, so I want to have a feast here, not see idiots fighting. Luffy stepped away from Nami and went to them with the navigator in tow. Feast, Johnny, Yasaku, and Usopp cheered immediately. Knowing the experience of the parties made in the last few days on the ship, they could indulge in food and drink to their heart's content. It didn't take long, and the beach quickly filled with utensils that Luffy took from the ship. Using his fruit, he enlarged the size and reduced the weight to facilitate Ryuju's work with the food. So Luffy, you mentioned the ability to exchange berries for things. You just skimmed over something like that. How exactly is that? No one should do that just like that. Nami looked suspiciously at Luffy, who was now drinking sake with Zoro by his side, as they seemed to be the people who loved this type of alcoholic beverage the most in the crew. It's true, I didn't explain that properly. As I said, I can buy anything that no one has claimed. Luffy looked at the doubtful faces around him. As the question attracted everyone's attention, even Ryuju stopped cooking and seasoning the prawn meat to listen at this moment. The concept isn't difficult, but explaining what a system is complicated for them. Luffy murmured and continued his reasoning with the group. The money I touch and make disappear isn't the power of my fruit shrinking its size. Instead, it's transferred to a space where I can no longer withdraw it as berries. But I can exchange the amount of money for other things. As I mentioned before, I can't take things that others already have. For example, I can't take Mihawk's Yoru, but I can take Gold D. Roger's sword, the former Pirate King, if I have the money, since it's not in anyone's possession at the moment. Luffy didn't speak about the system itself, but it seemed that the smarter members of the group understood the concept. That's incredible. Are you saying you can buy most things in this world? That explains the manual of those techniques. But didn't it belong to someone already? Hyuna said, surprised, and asked curiously. As long as it's not a weapon or a fruit with a person, things like that manual, locked-in deposits, I can take. Luffy clarified. And where does this money go? It can't just cease to exist when you buy something, right? Nami asked, alarmed and concerned about the idea of gold ceasing to exist. That is very concerning, Captain. With this, the value of gold would skyrocket due to scarcity, creating chaos in the world economy and making significant changes in monetary prices. With this kind of global crisis, many countries will be wiped off the map, Bippo shouted, making everyone, without exception, look at him with a shocked expression. How can this mink bear understand economic concepts? Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this. The others looked at Bippo with various expressions, some trying to understand what was behind his words. Others had shocked expressions like Luffy, as they had some idea of the concepts and logic behind this theory, as the captain was thinking. However, for everyone, it was surprising that it was Bippo who said this before anyone else in this situation. Well, actually, this doesn't affect the world, Luffy said, a little embarrassed still, but continued. Gold and money simply don't disappear from the world. They are sent as far away as possible, so I can't access them again. Since that wouldn't be fair, even with a cheat like this, it wouldn't be cool for me to have infinite money while acquiring all the valuable items in the world, right? Now some lucky person should come across some part of this hidden gold, probably on the other side of the world right now. Luffy clarified. I understand, but it's still great to be able to do this. Usopp muttered. Luffy, you've already spent 7 billion on the manual and Nami's fruit. Do we need to have Lami catch more pirates and take them to the Marines? Hyuna posed a logical question. You have a good point, Hyuna, but I want to handle it the same way. There's still 920 million left in the system. Money isn't a more significant problem for us right now, but even so, I want to clean this sea of those with higher bounties. Either we hand them over to the Marines or exterminate them all, but I don't think we've become a cruel crew that kills in cold blood, right? So let's hand them over to the Marines while we still have the chance, Luffy said, as he wanted to get rid of these people in the East Blue before leaving the sea. As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lami sitting while drinking a beer. Is everything okay with you? I don't want to take advantage of you, but if you're willing to continue, I'd appreciate it. Luffy spoke to her. If she wasn't satisfied, they could simply go to a base and throw the captured pirates at her. If this gang you caught and one more is missing, there's no reason not to continue doing this since I'm starting to get used to it. Lami scoffed. Great, now let's stop with boring topics and continue our feast, Luffy said, and Ryuju already had the meat ready for them to eat as she placed it on a giant plate. Here, Ryuju offered. And their group began to eat while drinking their beverages. What delicious meat. Luffy was right, it's so good. Thank you, Mr. Raccoon, for the food. Do you know you're talking to a dead being, Shirahoshi? After that, darkness took over the sky, but the group didn't seem to mind as they continued their festivities without interruptions. Ha 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 ha. Hehehehe. Shar 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 shar. What a bunch of idiots. But you have to admit it's funny. Ha 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 ha. What kind of group is this? Brother Usopp is so funny. Ha 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 ha. While the feast continued, the antics between Usopp and the others were created with many of the crew already drunk. This kind of atmosphere continued until they lost consciousness in the middle of the night. The next day, what a hellish hangover. Luffy woke up with a strong headache the next day. He found himself in the middle of the beach area with Lami and Ryuju on each of his arms. They hadn't slept together as everyone was still clothed, but it didn't stop him from being surprised by it. They seemed like water and oil, to the point where I thought they would hate each other from that first contact yesterday. But it seems I was wrong since they seem to be in harmony. That's good. Luffy smiled satisfied at the two women, who slept peacefully in his arms. As much as I like being between two beauties, I have things to do this morning, Luffy complained to himself and carefully removed his arms from the girls and got up without waking them. As soon as he got up, he saw the state of his crew. They were scattered all over the beach quite stupidly. Nami and Kyuna were hugging in a corner of the sand. Shirahoshi was with Megalo. Johnny and Yasaku were lying side by side in a corner. Usopp used Chaochu as a stuffed toy. Yamato was in a corner near where Luffy was with the girls, alone while snoring on her back. The funniest was Bippo, who slept on top of a rock. This is going to give him a hell of a backache, Luffy felt for his companion. But to Luffy's surprise, when he looked for the swordsman of the group, wondering if he had lost again, he noticed Zoro drinking in front of yesterday's old bonfire. You woke up, Captain, he greeted Luffy, smiling. Damn, Zoro, you can sometimes drink more than me. Aren't you hungover? Luffy spoke a bit surprised. I guess not. Zoro shrugged. Whatever, I'm going to do some things. Don't bother me right now, Luffy said and went to the beach, where there were the marine boats and the boat Lami used. Luffy went to a more secluded corner and took a box from his pocket containing his official ship, the Black Pearl, a name he had decided on a few days ago. He took it out of the box and resized it to its normal size in front of him. Seeing the comical boat, he didn't need any effort to open the system the next moment, selecting the ship in front of him. Divided by, yes, a new screen appeared before Luffy, showing the modifications that would happen to the ship. With this, he could choose the color, flag, and several other options for the ship without changing its soul. This is better than I thought. It won't be a worse ship than the Thousand Sunny from the original story. It might even undergo another evolution. Luffy celebrated internally. After spending a few minutes shaping the ship model in the 3D system, a confirmation question appeared again once he finished. Yes, sure of his choices, he confirmed. That's 700 million, so I expect a ship even superior to the Thousand Sunny, which the original Luffy spent 300 million on without labor. As soon as he clicked yes, his money dropped to 220 million, and the ship in front of him with a goat's head began to dismantle. Luffy quickly used his power to muffle the sound, intending not to wake anyone up. He wanted to see the stunned looks on everyone's faces when they saw the ship in front of them for the first time. The ship silently started to disassemble, with the pieces floating in the space around it, as it unraveled and remodeled with other pieces appearing out of nowhere. A massive atom wood emerged, forming the skeleton and base of the ship, a sight to behold as the ship magically assembled in front of him. Zoro looked incredulous at this scene, as he was the only one awake, wondering what his captain was doing a little away from the ship on his own. He couldn't help but drop his drink when he saw the scene before him. Zoro saw Luffy take out the ship he received from Kaya, and soon after, the ship began to disassemble by some strange force and was being reconstructed as something new, something black and powerful, much larger in size. How is this possible? He asked with disbelief, watching the ship being reformed in front of him, transforming into something new, something formidable. A moment later, Luffy looked at the ship in front of him, satisfied. It may not be a battleship the size of Krieg's, but it's certainly like a Navy warship, much better than those of the Buster Call. Not to mention the difference between this and the ones they've been using so far is staggering. What are you doing here, so close? I don't like you. Luffy heard Ryaju's voice growling from the beach, and his eyes went directly to the duo fighting early in the morning. It seems I was hasty in thinking they would get along, Luffy said mentally, feeling a bit tired. What did you say? Curly eyebrows. Do you think I want to be by your side? I'll cut your feathers and put them on your back. Lami growled. Threaten me one more time, and I'll kick you straight into the sea. Ryaju gritted her teeth. I don't want you near me. Get out of here. Both said at the same time and then stared at each other with sparks crossing their eyes. What is this early in the morning? Nami complained as she got up next to Kuina. These two are fighting again, Kuina said beside her. What a headache. Johnny complained. This noise doesn't help at all, Yosaku said beside him. Sharky, you're right. Lami-sama and Ryaju-sama are so scary this morning. Shirahoshi cried next to Megalo. What is this noise early in the morning? Yamato got up, yawning. Bark, bark, Chaochu complained, while Usopp quietly got up next to him. Zoro was still standing, looking at the new ship now next to the Marines, wondering if he had drunk too much or if he was still sleeping and dreaming. Hey, Luffy, where did this ship come from? Nami shouted in surprise at Luffy on the beach. She went to find the captain to resolve the situation between the girls and saw him standing in front of a black warship with the same Holly Roger as Luffy's cloak, a skull with crossed bones, wearing a straw hat. You guys finally woke up. Look, isn't it obvious? This is our official ship, the Black Pearl, Luffy announced, earning incredulous looks. Even Lami and Ryaju stopped fighting to look at that monster, much larger than the medium-sized Marine ship next to it. Marine Headquarters, 16, East Blue. Bang, bang, boom, boom. They're hitting us even from this distance. A Marine shouted, his voice filled with fear, as the outer courtyard of the base was pounded by cannon projectiles fired from a pirate ship located more than 1 kilometer away. The impact was terrifying, as the base's weapons had an effective range of only 800 meters, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. Man the warships. We need to confront them at sea. The order was quickly given, and the Marines acted promptly, launching warships to face the audacious pirate ship that lay beyond their effective reach. Command, are you there? A Marine ran to the communication tower seeking assistance. Without Captain Nezumo present, direct communication with High Command was impossible. The number for direct contact with the base admiral was restricted information, reserved only for the highest echelons of the base hierarchy. Instead, they opted to call a base located in Logtown, where they could establish contact through the Den Den Mushi. KATCH Captain Smoker here. What can I do for Base 16? A rough voice was heard from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. Captain Smoker, this is the lieutenant from Base 16. We are under attack while Captain Nezumi is away. The pirates have a ship that can reach a distance our cannons cannot, and they are bombarding our entire base, the lieutenant cried. Who is attacking you? Smoker had a serious tone at this moment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They are the Straw Hat Pirates. Crack. Before the man could finish, the communication tower received a cannonball, causing it to explode its walls and collapse in large part, falling on top of the man. Meanwhile, on the head of Ifrit, whistle, nice shot, Usopp, Luffy said to himself, observing the destruction caused by his ship's weapons. Captain, these weapons are quite dangerous. Even the Marines are in despair. Ryuju commented while smoking and observing the destruction at the naval base. Let's advance. Shooting at the Marines from this distance is boring, and they seem to want to greet us while pulling those 3 ships out of the harbor. Luffy spoke, and the ship gained speed again, shifting from negative speed to 30 times faster. The warships are getting closer, Luffy, Kuina warned, with 3 warships approaching theirs. In fact, it was more them approaching the enemy ships than the other way around. Zoro, Ryuju, Yamato, and Nami protect the ship so it won't be hit by the shots. Luffy gave the orders, and they quickly assumed their positions. When within range of the Marines, they finally had a moment of realization, and many cannonballs were fired at that moment, both from the base and the warships. Dozens of bullets were heading directly for the ship. As the bullets approached them, Zoro began cutting them while jumping in the air. Ryuju effortlessly kicked away any attacks. Yamato countered with her weapon, sending the bullets back to their original owners, causing explosions among the enemies. Still, the most surprising was Nami, creating green claws in the air that stopped the incoming bullets by just lifting her hands from the deck. She also raised whirlwinds in front of the ship, taking on the primary role of protecting it. You're getting really good at this, Nami. Luffy praised her sincerely. Nami had shown a lot of talent with her devil fruit powers since yesterday under Luffy's guidance. Thank you. With this strength, I might not need to run anymore and can be useful and strong, Nami said with some confidence. She no longer needed to run from any danger. Bang, crack, boom. Luffy's attention turned to one of the Marine ships at sea, which exploded from a shot fired by the Black Pearl a moment earlier. Oh, I hit one. Shirahoshi's voice was heard joyfully from one of the cannons. The cannon system Luffy installed on the ship had an immediate reload feature, eliminating the need for someone to load bullets into the gun every time someone fired. This made Shirahoshi and Usopp's lives much easier, as they only needed to aim and press the analog stick button that moved the cannon's aim. I'll take down the other one then. Usopp joined the competition. Bang, crack, boom. Hitting the side of one of the ships, Usopp managed to bring it down with a shot. As it struck the weak hull, and seawater began to flood the ship, and they could hear the desperation of the crew. Boom, 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 boom. Feeling challenged, Shirahoshi began firing at the same ship she hit before. After hitting it with 4 more shots, the warship started to crumble. The last Marine ship seemed to be in a panic, as their bullets, combined with the base's bullets, seemed to have no effect on the pirate ship. Seeing 2 of their ships being bombarded next to them scared them a lot, making them try to escape. Do they want to escape? I won't let them, Usopp said, turning his cannon towards the ship, and Shirahoshi did the same. Even though she didn't have precise aim like her companion, she still managed to target that last ship. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions destroyed the last ship in the next moment, while the Marines screamed in despair. The pirate ship was already passing through the wreckage as they approached the island. Bang, bang. Usopp and Shirahoshi spared no effort in continuing to bombard the naval base now. When Luffy approached, he could see fear in the eyes of the Marines, pointing guns at them on the dock, but failing to show much courage. They had unsuccessfully tried to prevent this pirate ship from approaching the small island. When they didn't make a scratch on the Black Pearl, the pirates took down 3 warships and demolished half of the naval base. Their morale couldn't be any lower. That was too easy. Luffy couldn't express it more tediously. He had expected more of a challenge, but looking at the Marines, it was clear they had lost the fighting spirit. You're the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you have any idea what you've done today? The Marines will hunt you to the ends of this world. One of them, seemingly the current leader, said angrily, with at least 200 Marines behind him. You're not Captain Nezumi. I expected to find him here. Did he die from the cannon shots? Luffy casually asked the man as he descended from his ship. Captain Nezumi is away. But even so, you won't get away with this, pirate. He growled. That's not important. You should worry about your own life rather than the consequences of me attacking the Navy, Luffy mocked in front of his ship. The Black Pearl was in front of the port, at least the part that was still intact. As half of the base had been hit by his 2 marksmen, the port was no exception. Luffy wasted no more time and began walking directly in front of the Marines. What do you want, Monkey D. Luffy, pirate scum? The man snarled with some confidence as he prepared to shoot. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to plunder this base, Luffy said, flashing a greedy smile. What did you say? This left everyone stunned. They expected pirates to plunder villages and towns, but a marine base in the middle of the sea. It wasn't a very common activity, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. You're doomed. Listen to what I'm saying. Justice will always prevail. Yamato, can you use your conqueror's haki? Take down these annoying men. Quickly, Luffy requested Yamato, who promptly positioned herself beside him, releasing her intimidating aura. Yamato's expression became determined. Her eyes shone with an indomitable energy. Although not a master of conqueror's haki, knocking out 200 low-ranking soldiers, along with some hidden within a 300-meter area, was an easy task for her. The energy permeated the entire place before everyone's eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth. A moment later, all of them fell to the ground unconscious. Incredible, how did she do that? Kuina exclaimed, amazed, as she approached with the rest of the crew. Yamato's impressive aura, reinforced by Conqueror's haki, left everyone in awe of the display of power. Yamato is so strong. Nami couldn't help but comment. That will be explained later with the 6 styles. For now, I want to plunder this base before heading to Kakuyashi village as fast as possible. Luffy shrugged, not wanting to explain something like that in the middle of robbing the Marines. Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku will stay on the ship since they are not part of the crew, and we don't need their images associated with us, so it's better not to involve them. Nami and Yamato will go to the naval vault. Grab all the money and valuable items from the Marines. Zoro, Usopp, and Ryuji will go to the dungeons. If I'm correct, this base is involved in the black market with human trafficking. I want you to free anyone who looks like a slave, Luffy said with a hint of anger at the end, surprising everyone. As he always says, he hates hypocrites who commit crimes behind a flag, shouting justice. This base has always been one of the worst examples with this concept that he has seen in the original work and even in some fanfics. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi and I will check the documents in the command post. Chaochu will take care of our ship. Luffy announced his orders, and everyone began to separate with their own tasks. Kuina and the bounty hunters couldn't complain about these orders since they were not part of the crew. It didn't take long for Luffy to hear Zoro being kicked by Ryuji. Where are you going? It's better not to happen what happened on the last island. Ryuji kicked Zoro, who complained with a stern look, while Usopp sighed beside them. Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Megalo arrived at the command room. Luffy began to quickly sift through the documents on the shelves and the desk. Shirahoshi, try to find anything we can use as evidence of the crimes these Marines must be committing here, Luffy announced beside the mermaid. Me, Luffy-sama. I'm not very smart. She didn't seem very confident for the task. Come on, Shirahoshi. You're a princess. Even though you've been trapped in a room almost your entire life, I'm sure you received an aristocratic education. Luffy didn't believe she hadn't had any teachers over the years. I'll try, she said, gaining a bit of confidence. Thus, Luffy sifted through all the documents in the main office with the princess. This took 20 minutes when Luffy increased his reading speed by 30 times. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and dealings with certain pirate groups beyond Arlong, their main sponsor. Captain Nezumi even has connections to the black market of the New World. So many things here, and the idiot signed many documents and kept many things addressed to this base in his own name. Perhaps years of committing crimes with his sponsors made him quite bold, not caring about leaving evidence. Luffy commented as he looked at the stack of papers that would incriminate all the Marines in this base. Can the Navy be so evil, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, horrified as she read so many horrible things. Marines are pirates. In the end, they're just people fighting for their own goals and what they believe in. They can be good or bad, although most pirates are bad, and most Marines fight for justice. But there's always one or another exception, Luffy said more calmly. He felt disgusted by the Marines in this base, but he wouldn't dwell on it now, as they would be condemned in the coming days. I understand, Shirahoshi commented beside Megalo. But I'm surprised. Even though he's involved in such a small layer of the black market, he still had some connections leading to the Joker of the New World black market. Well, it's better not to care about Don Quixote Doflamingo at all now. In the end, he's just a dog of Kaido, someone who will be eliminated in the future by Lamy. Luffy murmured to himself as he picked up the documents and stored them to leave the base. Megalo, get that Den mushy. Luffy asked him to grab a larger device hidden in one of Captain Nezumi's hideous paintings. The darn guy was a narcissist, and a hole in the wall seemed to be used for emergencies, but Luffy would steal it for some uses. Sharky, Megalo quickly bit the bag that held the equipment and followed Luffy and his friend, carrying the documents. When Luffy left the main building, he came across 50 people brought by Zoro, Usopp, and Ryuji from the dungeons. Their chains were already broken, but their condition was quite lamentable. See that? Shirahoshi couldn't help but cover her mouth, frightened. Luffy understood everything as well. There were children and even girls the same age as the mermaid, malnourished, many of them with lifeless eyes, a consequence of almost becoming slaves in the black market. Captain Nezumi was deeply involved with this market, something that not even Arlong would agree with his partner, as he must hate slavery after everything his race went through. Luffy believed that Arlong wouldn't even stoop so low as to enslave his enemies, since the fishman likely considered such a practice beneath only inferior humans. The fishman preferred killing and massacring over putting chains on his victims. "You guys had your hands full," Luffy said with little emotion. "Yeah, it was pretty unsettling," Usopp said, disheartened. "It wasn't easy to convince them to leave. It was quite sad." Ryuju lit a cigarette while speaking those words. Even Nami seemed disheartened by the sight. Despite some gold she obtained from Yamato, seeing these people only worsened her mood. "Can the Navy be this bad?" Yamato spoke with little humor. It wasn't a pretty sight, but she had seen a lot of it in Wano when some people were brought to Onigashima. Most of them aren't, and we shouldn't classify them that way. But there are exceptions to the rules. "Don't worry, we'll make them pay for this." Luffy approached them and went to the former captives, who still looked at them suspiciously and fear in their eyes. "I know it wasn't easy for you to be here, locked up like a slave. If you want to leave, you can go, and you're free. We're heading to Kakoyasi Village Island. If you want a ride, I can give you one. If you don't, as I said, you're free to do whatever you want," Luffy said simply and turned to walk away. "Wait, can I come along?" A captive, slightly larger than the others, spoke up. Luffy turned to him in surprise and kept his gaze on the man. He was 2.5 meters tall, had very short white hair with tan skin, and had a strong build. Luffy could tell he was quite powerful, even though he appeared to be around 30 years old. "You can come, we're pulling a Navy ship behind ours. Anyone who wants to join, come aboard," said Luffy, and many captive people decided to follow the large man. However, some former slaves chose to take different paths. "Thank you. May I know who you are?" "My name is Hugo." The strange man quickly introduced himself to Luffy, eliciting a suspicious look from the captain. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the one who will dominate the seas," Luffy asserted, reciting his characteristic introduction. "Dominate the seas? That sounds so cool, even though I don't believe it," Hugo murmured, casting an admiring look at Luffy. Luffy tried to ignore the man's smug smile as they boarded the ship, taking all the rescued individuals with them. With everything ready to set sail, the Black Pearl left the port and headed straight for Nami's hometown island. The Marines were still unconscious on the ground, and Yamato released a second wave of Conqueror's Haki to ensure none of them would hinder the escape of the former captives. Third-person POV. Kakoyasi Island, East Blue. Somewhere in the sea. East Blue. "Captain, we've lost contact with the base," a sailor reported beside Nezumi. "Don't bother me with that now. I'm in the middle of a deal, and I don't want to be interrupted by a technical communication issue," Captain Nezumi growled at the sailor, who shrank back to his position after the scolding. "Shihahaha. You humans are so impatient." A man with blue skin and a shark-like appearance laughed, observing the group of inferior humans before him. "Sorry about that, Lord Arlong. Where were we?" About a large amount of gold buried somewhere on this island." The captain became quite excited about it. "That's right. I want you to retrieve that gold in the name of the Navy. Since I made a deal with the owner of that gold, I can't lay my hands on that money directly, so I'm counting on you for that," Arlong said, as all the fishmen surrounding him displayed malicious smiles at these words. "Nami won't be able to do anything in the end," one of the fishmen mocked. "I almost feel sorry for her, despite being an inferior human. I'd love to see the girl's expression when she realizes her gold has been taken." "Shihahaha. So Nezumi, can you handle this?" Arlong asked with a big smile. "Yes, Lord Arlong, I'll do it, considering my 30% share of the loot," he said maliciously. It didn't take long for the men to set sail with the Navy ship to the other side of the island. Meanwhile, out at sea, the Black Pearl was sailing at high speed, being pursued by a Navy ship with a steel cable trailing behind. "We won't be far with this speed," Nami said, but Luffy could sense the anxiety in her voice. "Worried? We'll settle this soon, don't worry," Luffy said, trying to reassure her. "Yeah, you're right, Luffy. I'll handle this," she said. Luffy had warned that this would be her fight, and no one should interfere. Luffy, something big is coming from the depths of the sea," Yamato suddenly exclaimed, sensing the movement beneath the ship using observation haki. "A Sea King?" Usopp asked, alarmed. "Yeah, looks like it," Luffy said calmly, knowing whom Nami was thinking of and why she was concerned. Before long, water splashed ahead of the ship, revealing a giant sea cow with fierce eyes. "I'll go," Nami declared with newfound determination, seeing Arlong's pet appearing. She wanted to prove her strength by defeating this creature. "Wait, someone else is going to handle this." "Nami," Luffy said, holding Nami's shoulder before she could take off to confront the sea monster. "I'm counting on you," Luffy said confidently towards their rear. "Yes," a young voice was heard, and everyone was surprised when Shirahoshi flew directly towards the sea cow. Mamu spotted prey on the surface when he saw their shadows above him. He had been wanting to eat human flesh, so he was surprised when human boats appeared here. As Mamu emerged from the water, he saw 2 human ships. On the second ship behind, humans seemed to panic, but on the first one, they conversed calmly. Even though he displayed his majestic size, there was no fear in most of them. Suddenly, he saw something he didn't expect to find here. A mermaid, something he hadn't seen since he left the Fishman Island with Arlong and the others. He expressed surprise when the mermaid opened her arms protectively, preventing him from approaching the ship. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi looked at the small sea king with determination, despite some fear. She wanted to prove herself after having a conversation with Luffy a few hours ago. Start of flashback. Shirahoshi. Luffy's voice echoed from behind, interrupting the mermaid's thoughts. Megalo, by her side, shared a worried expression. Luffy, Sama, she replied, a tone of discouragement in her voice. It seems seeing the people from that ship at the base in that state affected you deeply, didn't it? Luffy spoke calmly, as if trying to understand the whirlwind of emotions that plagued the mermaid's mind. I'm just quite shaken. The world on the surface is as beautiful as I've heard and read in books, but there are such ugly sights too. Humans can be so cruel, capable of enslaving fishmen and even their own kind. Shirahoshi lamented, her voice laden with sadness and disbelief in the cruelty of humans. Luffy sighed as he absorbed Shirahoshi's words. It's hard to explain, but all of us, regardless of species, humans, fishmen, minks, or anything else, we are mortal beings. There will always be both good and bad sides everywhere, Luffy said, trying to convey a broad view of his perspective. But Luffy-sama is good, isn't he? You saved those humans and faced various other bad humans, she said, tears starting to flow down her face. I'm not a good person, princess. I just do what I want and believe in. Some may call me a hero, but others will condemn me as a demon. The only thing that keeps me headstrong, indifferent to others' opinions, is the desire to live a life without regrets and achieve my dreams. For example, now you are my people and I will protect you, even if I have to burn half the world or the whole world for it. I would do it if it meant you would be safe, Luffy asserted, expressing his determination sincerely. Shirahoshi remained silent, reflecting on Luffy's words. I know you must be thinking how cruel the world is and that everyone should live in peace. I met a girl a long time ago who believed in that. She wanted to change the world, make it better, Luffy shared, his thoughts drifting to the old Luffy. What happened to her, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, a glint of curiosity lighting up her eyes. There was an incident. It wasn't her fault, but horrible things happened, and I believe she's been eaten away by guilt all these years. Luffy gazed at the sea, sighing as he thought of Yuta. I hope to reach her before she completely loses herself and does things she'll regret, Luffy murmured, anticipating future events. You'll save her, Luffy-sama. I'm sure of it, Shirahoshi declared suddenly, expressing her confidence in the captain. Thank you, Shirahoshi. A peace where all beings can live without the dark side of this world is very difficult, almost impossible, I would say. But 2 things are necessary for that, Luffy said, returning to the main topic. And what would those be, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked with great curiosity. First, never give up. No matter how many times you fall, you must always get up and keep pursuing your goals. However, remember that death is the end, so you must be careful with your life too. The second thing is to be strong enough to achieve your goals. The world is a jungle where the strongest intimidate the weaker ones and control the world. You see those people on the other boat. Their fate is like that because they are not strong enough. I know it's cruel for me to say something like this, but the world is like that, and we can't pretend otherwise. That's why I care about strengthening you every day. I want you to be strong enough because I alone can't change this world. I need reliable companions by my side. Do you understand that, Shirahoshi? Luffy said sincerely. Reliable companions by your side, Luffy-sama. But I am so weak to achieve my dreams of protecting the island and the race of fishmen, like my mother's wishes. I still don't know why Luffy-sama chose me, even though I miss my father and brothers on the Fishman Island. And despite witnessing horrible things, you freed me from the shackles of that room where I couldn't leave. Now I can appreciate the beauty of the surface without worrying about being hit by an axe from that evil being. But I still wonder why Luffy-sama chose me, Shirahoshi cried, still not feeling worthy to be there by Luffy's side. I believe in you, Shirahoshi, and I always will. You should do the same for yourself. No matter how weak you are now, I believe it's just a temporary state. There's no doubt you will become a woman who will stand by my side for many years. Luffy, by choosing these specific words, inadvertently caused a different reaction in Shirahoshi than he intended. He wants me as his woman to stand by his side for many years. Is this what they call husband and wife, like mommy and daddy? Is Luffy-sama proposing to me? But this is too sudden. I have to talk to daddy. and we've only known each other for a few weeks. Shirahoshi blushed with these thoughts. Sharky, are you okay, princess? Megalo and Luffy noticed this and asked with some concern in their voices. No, I mean, it's okay, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi practically shouted, like a startled cat, waving her hands to express that everything was fine. As she uttered these words, her face remained red, avoiding direct eye contact with Luffy. I hope so. Anyway, I trust you, silly girl. I know you'll become strong, not just to be a solid foundation on this ship, but also to protect your people in the future so they can experience the same good things you're experiencing here, Luffy declared, and this made Shirahoshi look at him stunned, no longer as embarrassed as before. Do you believe I'll be strong? She had to ask to make sure. Yes, you have great power within you, waiting to be unleashed one day. I'm sure I'll entrust my life to you in the future, princess. That's why I want you to be strong. I'll never regret bringing you here. Luffy opened a large charismatic smile. Thank you, Luffy-sama, for trusting me. I want to be strong, to protect my people on the Fishman Island and help build a better world, Shirahoshi expressed with newfound determination. That's good, Shirahoshi. When we get close to Arlong Park, a creature will approach us. I want you to use that moment to control your hidden power. Then you should. End of flashback. Looking at the small Sea King, Shirahoshi could still hear Luffy's memories in her head. You have the ability to control all marine life, princess. Your power is something that could even destroy the world. Use it to protect your people. Just by getting strong, you'll achieve your goals, and no one will dare to enslave another fishman or mermaid again, Luffy warned in her mind, and she looked at the opponent with determination. Lord Sea King, I ask you to step aside, she declared, revealing a newfound determination never seen in her life. Mamu looked strangely at the mermaid and did not like her demand. He didn't want to hurt her, but that wouldn't stop him from kicking her to be able to devour the other humans on the boat. You are powerful, and you have the right to command all marine life, Shirahoshi. Never forget that. You were born with that right. Use it to your advantage to build a better world, where no one else has to go through what you've been through for so many years. Replace your fear with determination and courage. With that, practically no one in this world will oppose you in the future. Luffy's voice echoed once again, and Shirahoshi realized that the Sea King merely snorted at her previous declaration. This filled her with a bit of anger, and she felt the need to be firm. I told you to get out of the way. But this shout, as she closed her eyes with determination, 2 shockwaves emanated from the mouth of the mermaid, now reduced to 10 times her original size, advancing relentlessly, hitting everything around. Boom, boom. The first wave, charged with Conqueror's Haki, was pure willpower, an invisible pressure that swept in all directions. It was as if the mermaid's imposing presence demanded respect and submission, making everyone around feel the intensity of her dominion over the sea. The second wave, the result of Poseidon's power, was an elemental force, a manifestation of the control she exerted over the ocean. This wave swept like a furious torrent, creating a sense of turmoil and unrest in the surrounding waters. It was a demonstration of the mermaid's innate power over the seas and all creatures inhabiting it. Both waves collided and interlaced, creating an impressive display of energy that extended to the far reaches of the horizon. The impact of this combined power not only knocked some of those present unconscious, but also left everyone stunned by the magnitude of the force Shirahoshi could invoke. Luffy looked surprised at the scene. It wasn't just the power of Poseidon. The king's Haki was also present there. What is this? Johnny and Yasaku fell unconscious. Megalo, Chaochu, and Usopp too. Nami shouted, a bit alarmed as she went to check their conditions. Johnny and Yasaku were sprawled on the deck, unconscious, with peaceful expressions after being affected by the shockwaves. Their bodies indicated that they hadn't suffered any visible damage, but they were completely out of commission. Megalo, the shark, floated motionless, falling onto the ship's wood, his glazed eyes reflecting the state of unconsciousness. Chaochu, the dog, lay on the deck, tongue out, indicating that he too succumbed to the impact of the waves. Usopp, on the other hand, lay beside Chaochu, a bewildered look on his face. He seemed surprised and perplexed, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. What was that? What did she do? Zoro asked, alarmed, realizing that it was caused by the mermaid and had some effect on him too. She did the same thing Yamato did to the Marines. What kind of power is this? Ryuju couldn't help but be intrigued, feeling her knees almost giving way in the face of the event's impact. She has Conqueror's Haki too. Yamato expressed her surprise in her tone, being less affected than everyone else. Conqueror's Haki. What is that? Hyuna asked. She almost fainted, but her determination was stronger than most, even though she still had the mental age of 11. That will be explained later, but she didn't unlock it, just released it unconsciously. Luffy commented while crossing his arms. Darn, she released it before me. I don't even know how to do that yet. Luffy commented mentally, as he was being left behind in this area by his companion. Things calmed down after the wave passed through them, but then it came. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, making everything tremble and frightening everyone who was still conscious. Luffy, looking around, witnessed the sea being stirred up as if responding to Shirahoshi's demand with a massive seaquake. The imminent occurrence of this phenomenon made him wonder if a group of giant sea kings would appear at any moment. The ocean began to get even more turbulent, creating a breathtaking sight that shook all who were still conscious. "What is this?" Nami shouted, her eyes fixed on the tsunami forming on all horizons. It was as if the sea gained a life of its own, and its fury was evident. None of them could contain their surprise at this. Even Luffy, usually fearless, looked stunned at the spectacle before them. The sea, which was calm just seconds before, now churned in a chaotic scene, like a storm that had arisen on a sunny day, something that seemed impossible to happen suddenly without something extraordinary. What did she do? Yamato was equally astonished. And this situation was no joke even for Kaido's daughter. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter now. Just be careful not to be caught by the waves that are forming around us," Luffy quickly ordered. Although he expected to see colossal creatures emerging from the sea since this event was triggered by something dormant that must have been called by the mermaid's demand, in the end, nothing happened. Luffy's gaze checked if everyone was okay, including the former slaves on the marine ship. Almost everyone was knocked out on the other ship, but one was still conscious. This man looked dazed as he remained on his knees, watching the princess floating in the air in front of the Sea King. He resisted the princess's conqueror's haki. What kind of determination could he have? "That's interesting," Luffy commented, watching the man intrigued. Meanwhile, in front of the mermaid herself, Mamu stood still for a moment. He felt a fury in the mermaid's voice like he had never felt in any other being. Her voice exuded authority, and the sea responded to her demand to the point that he couldn't go against that voice. His body couldn't disobey that command, even though he was on the verge of fainting with another unknown power. He had to struggle to remain conscious, and soon he rushed into the water, so scared that he wished to return to the island of the Tritons at that moment, no longer caring about Arlong and the others. As Mamu swam into the depths of the sea, the surroundings took on the contours of an intimidating aura. The water, once calm and serene, now became turbulent and dark. Rays of sunlight, penetrating the depths, cast a sinister shadow over the underwater scene. As he advanced, the fierce gazes of the Sea Kings, gigantic and imposing, fixed upon him. These majestic and terrifying creatures, with eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul, were 10, 50, and 100 times larger than Mamu. Their colossal forms floated at the bottom of the ocean, shrouded in mystery and unquestionable authority. The presence of these Sea Kings conveyed overwhelming power, as if nature itself responded to the mermaid's command. Mamu felt small and vulnerable in the face of the magnitude of these marine entities as he cut through the water with desperation, eager to escape from that imposing and terrifying environment as quickly as possible. Third-person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. The waters, which had always been synonymous with serenity, now acted as a stage for a chaotic spectacle. The once calm and imposing ocean was in a state of unusual turmoil. The horizon, which used to be a tranquil line between the sky and the water, was now a turbulent sight of roiling waves. The unrest was not only superficial, it was as if the very depths of the sea were in tumult. Giant waves rose and fell, defying the logic and tranquility expected from the vast blue expanse. The constant and deep roar of the ocean echoed like a distant lament. Boats daring to sail in these turbulent waters rocked violently, struggling to maintain balance against the unknown forces now ruling the surface. Seabirds, once masters of the maritime skies, now circled uncertainly, disturbed by the intensity of the turmoil below. Even non-kingly marine creatures, natural inhabitants of these depths, seemed confused and apprehensive. Schools of fish scattered in disarray, while more imposing creatures like whales and dolphins swam in erratic movements, trying to comprehend the sudden change in their kingdom, despite seeing giant shadows passing through the sea. It was as if the very heart of the ocean was pulsing with an unknown energy, sending waves of disturbance throughout the expanse of the sea. In this tumultuous state, even distant islands, which had never before felt the agitation of the event, were touched by maritime unrest. This was not just an ordinary chapter in the vast history of the ocean. It was a deep echo, a call that reverberated through the waters, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of the marine world. The sea, normally a silent witness to the ages, now told a story of turmoil and mystery that challenged the understanding of those who ventured into its depths. Somewhere in the vast turbulent sea of the East Blue, surprise painted Shirahoshi's face as her eyes were fixed on the turbulent horizon. Incredulous at what had just occurred before her, she questioned her own accomplishment. Why is the sea so agitated? The tumultuous change in the waters did not go unnoticed by the princess of the Tritons. The moment she shouted in anger, closing her eyes in an emotional impulse, coincided with the sight of the retreating Sea King, avoiding her as if its own existence were threatened. Despite the sudden chaos unleashed in the ocean, Shirahoshi delved into deep thoughts about what she had just accomplished with the sea creature. A torrent of reflections flooded her mind. I could feel its fear. It obeyed my words, even though I am weak. The princess's eyes watched the spot where the immense sea monster had retreated, leaving only the trail of roiling waves indicating its escape. The scene before her witnessed the magnitude of the newly discovered power residing within her. She turned her face toward Luffy, ready to share the success, but her contentment was replaced by shock as she noticed half of the crew lying on the ground. Everyone, MEGALO. What happened to you? Her desperate cry echoed, and she ran towards her oldest friend. You did this, didn't you feel the shockwave release? Zoro inquired, curiously watching the mermaid grab her friend while shaking him, trying to wake him up. Ha. He's fine, just passed out like the others. Now, we need to worry about the giant waves. Luffy laughed, trying to reassure Shirahoshi. Are they okay? Did I do this with the others too? She asked, still frightened. They're all fine. You unleashed something even I didn't expect. I'm proud, very well done. You did much more than I initially imagined. Congratulations, Shirahoshi, praised Luffy, smiling enthusiastically at his companion, impressed with the manifested power of Poseidon. Wait, but Luffy, can this thing called Conqueror's Haki make the sea tremble for a moment? Did it cause this? Ryuju raised her eyebrow, intrigued. One thing was making others faint. Another was making the sea act as if undergoing a global earthquake. She was unaware that Shirahoshi's shout had awakened beings thousands of meters deep in the sea, almost emerging in response to the call. However, as it was a quick and unconscious call, there was no need to bring these creatures out of the water. Still, this movement shook everything from one horizon to another, raising questions even in Luffy's mind about the possible consequences for the islands in the region. No, Conqueror's Haki shouldn't have this effect, Yamato confidently asserted. That's a matter for another time. Let's focus on getting out of this chaos first. Nami, take care of the giant waves, Luffy ordered, instructing her to use her wind power to prevent the sea from hitting the ship. Nami created white wings behind her and took off into the air, using the power of the wind to fend off the large waves forming. Now, let's wake up the others. We're almost at the destination. Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with that Hugo, said Luffy, jumping onto the marine ship amid the maritime chaos. Meanwhile, at Arlong Park, they were content after the Marines left to retrieve Nami's gold. However, while they smiled and made jokes, something unimaginable happened. Everything suddenly fell silent, and all the fishmen looked at the sea immediately, ending their momentary fun. What is this? Everything went silent. This isn't normal, they murmured, witnessing the sudden unrest, feeling something big approaching them. Then a shockwave came from the open sea, making the fishmen feel the greatest kind of fear possible they had ever experienced in their lives, as if something powerful wanted all sea creatures to bow before this thing. Everyone without exception became scared, including Arlong. What was that? One of the fishmen stuttered. Seeing that everything calmed down shortly afterward, everyone had their eyes on the horizon, wondering what that was. Roar. The tremor not only affected the sea but even the island shook with it. But the major chaos was the sea getting agitated at that moment. Countless waves erupted from the depths of the sea, as if the sea came to life, creating turmoil like never seen before in their lives. What is this, Arlong-san? The sea seems furious. What could cause something like this? Didn't you feel it? I felt a powerful shockwave suddenly, as if something much more powerful than anything I've ever felt before wanted me to bend my knees in reverence. Yes, it was a horrible sensation. What the hell is happening? Arlong said, alarmed. He was also scared, and seeing the sea act like this, something unimaginable must have happened where that wave of power came from. Hachai, call Mamu, he must have the answer, someone said. Yes, Hachai said and ran to beat the drum and call Momo. Drum, where is Mamu? Why isn't he responding to the call? Arlong demanded. I don't know, Arlong, something must have happened to him. This turmoil is too recurring, Hachai said with a bit of fear of the unknown. Seeing the waves hitting on all sides, where it was a calm sea just moments ago, all the fishmen had a little fear in their hearts. Hachai, dive and look for Mamu, Arlong ordered. Yes, Arlong, Hachai said and quickly jumped into the water amid the giant waves. While these shock events echoed through distant islands, thousands of kilometers from the Black Pearl, the power unleashed by the world's largest creatures generated maritime chaos that transcended common understanding. The immediate result was an oceanic whirlpool. A small tsunami that spread relentlessly, reaching half of the East Blue and even invading a portion of the Grand Line. This phenomenon left entire kingdoms in a state of apprehension, a palpable anxiety that spread like an epidemic. Leaders and citizens, equally perplexed, gazed at the skies, seeking answers they could not find. Chaotic waves hit ports and shores, triggering widespread panic among those who had never witnessed nature rebelling with such intensity. Concern spread like wildfire, fueled by the uncertainty of the unknown. Distant realms, united by common fear, wondered if this maritime disturbance was a harbinger of imminent disaster or simply a momentary whim of Mother Nature. Even the most skeptical, who had never witnessed anything so extraordinary, were forced to reconsider their notions of stability as the ocean, for a brief moment, revealed its unquestionable power and mystery. Smoker, the marine captain in Logtown, watched with a stern expression as chaos unfolded before his eyes. What was once a serene and calm harbor had now turned into a naval battlefield, with the violent waves crashing against the docks and ships, challenging the skill of the local sailors. He stood on the deck of his ship, the smoke from his cigar playing with the stirred sea breeze. The smoke dissipated into the air, echoing the tension he felt as he watched the sea revolt against its own nature. "What the hell is happening?" Smoker grumbled. He could feel the abnormality of the situation. The sea didn't usually act this way, as if it were in disagreement with the laws of nature. The waves, now towering like hills, crashed against the hulls of ships, testing the resilience of the anchored vessel. Local fishermen, desperate, cried for help as their small boats were tossed back and forth like leaves in the wind. "Captain Smoker, we can't venture into the sea in this state." Tashigi looked with concern at the sea, where 5-meter waves were hitting the port of Logtown. Many seafaring fishermen were asking for help, and the Marines were trying to assist them in this chaos. "Tusk, yeah, damn sudden event. It will be too late by the time we reach the distress call from Naval Base 16. Smoker growled, frustrated with the situation. "Captain Smoker, what should we do?" asked Tashigi, his subordinate, holding her sword firmly amid the turmoil. The sailors around were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the origin of this maritime phenomenon. Smoker clenched his jaw, looking at the choppy waves with a serious expression. "This is not natural. It seems we're dealing with something out of the ordinary. Prepare to evacuate the fishermen and ensure the vessels are securely anchored. We can't allow any more damage." As Smoker gave his orders, he couldn't help but wonder about the cause of this maritime unrest. Something significant was happening, something that transcended Logtown's everyday concerns. He wondered if this was a harbinger of an imminent threat or just a momentary whim of the ocean. But his intuition told him that the sea was about to reveal its deepest secrets. Meanwhile, the main instigator of the event that could be the greatest disaster of this era was happily singing like an excited little girl. "I did it, I did it. I commanded a sea king. Shark, shark, sharky. I did it, I did it. I commanded a sea king. Shark, shark, sharky." The crew couldn't help but smile at a scene where Shirahoshi sang along with Megalo after he woke up and celebrated with her friend for her accomplishment. Meanwhile, Luffy headed towards the marine ship in search of the Black Pearl. "You held up well against that." Luffy smiled at the man, who was panting, trying to maintain composure. The man just stared at Luffy, exhausted, his eyes revealing the fatigue of an intense confrontation. "I wonder what's the reason for you not succumbing to the Conqueror's haki." Luffy examined the man's eyes and, for a moment, was surprised by what he found. "Your determination is hatred," Luffy commented, narrowing his eyes, trying to decipher the intensity of the emotion emanating from the man's eyes. "Shut up. You know nothing about me," Hugo suddenly growled. Although the man seemed grateful for his comrades freeing him from the cells, the mention of his inner self seemed to touch a sensitive point, turning his normally cheerful expression into a sudden coldness. I guess you're right. It's not my problem, although I'm inclined to want to know. Well, anyway, goodbye." Luffy, realizing it was a personal and sensitive matter, chose to leave the man alone. His curiosity was piqued, but he respected boundaries when it came to personal and emotion-laden matters like this. Seeing Luffy walking away, Hugo suddenly spoke. "You wouldn't understand." "No one would." Hugo stares at Luffy, sighs deeply. "Try explaining it to me then." "Sometimes it's good to share," Luffy asked with curiosity. He's always interested in people with powerful wills. "Do you think I haven't tried?" "People just don't want to listen," Hugo said, frustrated. "I want to listen. If we don't try to understand each other, how can we hope to change the world?" "It's a long story," Hugo spoke reluctantly. "I have time. And if it helps, telling the story can be a weight off your shoulders," Luffy said, smiling. "You know, I lost everything. My family, my home. All because of an injustice I couldn't prevent," the man said, looking at the ground. "Luffy, I'm sorry to hear that." Anger took over me. "Every time I think of that moment, it feels like my heart is about to explode," he said, taking a deep breath. Luffy remained silent. "They came to our town like a black storm. Our king quickly kneeled before their arrival. We were a simple kingdom made up of simple people, farmers and fishermen, with nothing that could interest them. But they wanted to come to our humble land. They wanted our souls, our submission. The man paused, his voice choked with the weight of resurfacing memories. Luffy, with a serious gaze, silently encouraged him to continue. They came to our town, and we couldn't do anything to prevent it. We tried not to get involved. I lived in a small neighborhood, but one of them wanted to come to us to see people like the people they considered trash live their lives. Tears began to stream down the man's face, a torrent of accumulated pain. The salty sea breeze seemed to mingle with the salt of his tears. When one of them saw us, even kneeling in respect and fear, he didn't seem satisfied. He came to my family and started humiliating us, had the audacity to want to take my daughter as a new slave right after, saying all kinds of horrible things that would happen. I couldn't allow that to happen, so I ran to attack that man. I tried, but I was stopped by his guards, strong enough to not even let me get close. Amidst the words, tears continued to flow down the man's face, releasing a burden he had carried for a long time. It was as if, by telling his story to a stranger who had helped him, he could finally share the weight of his deepest and darkest secret in life. Hugo didn't know why, but when he saw Luffy walking away, he couldn't control his mouth and began to talk about the darkest moment of his life, something he had kept to himself for months. His tears fell like a weeping man, and he continued his story, while Luffy just looked at him without showing any emotion. He was dissatisfied that I had dirtied his clothes in the middle of my fight. He said that as his punishment, he would kill my daughter, and he did, killed her with a shot in front of me. My daughter died like a beast slaughtered, and I couldn't do anything. I saw her die, and my wife went into despair, which resulted in another shot for her. She joined my daughter faster than I could react. It felt like I was in a terrible nightmare. I just wanted to wake up. The man cried in despair, and Luffy continued to calmly look at him, but he didn't know what to say after hearing all of this. Can you imagine seeing your own daughter and wife die in front of you like animals just because someone decided it? I wanted to die in that moment. I wanted to kill him, torture him. I wanted to burn the whole world. He shouted, not caring about the cascade falling from his eyes. His yelling drew the attention of people on Luffy's ship as well. Even some former captives woke up at that moment, looking scared at the man screaming, wondering why there were so many people unconscious around them. What happened to you? Luffy asked calmly, curious about how these events unfolded afterward. I tried to kill him. I looked like a raging animal at that moment. I just wanted to tear that damn demon apart, but I never had a chance. I was beaten by his guards. No matter how many times I got up, he laughed at me every time I tried to kill him. He called me an inferior being and shot me in the chest right after. He continued with the shouting. I thought I would die right away, but he never gave me that mercy. He wanted me to die slowly and left me there, bleeding to death, saying I should be thinking about how I shouldn't fight against the gods of this world in my last moments of life. Hugo yelled like an animal. Even Luffy felt a bit disturbed by this story. How did you end up in that naval base as a slave? Luffy asked curiously. I was saved, left to die bleeding in the mud, but some slave traders saw value in my strong body. They pulled me off the street and healed me, but sold me shortly after. I traveled for 2 months before reaching that base you guys attacked. He answered, but he seemed calmer now. Luffy never imagined someone harboring so much anger against that people before. Do you hate them? I mean, the world nobles. Do you want revenge? Luffy wondered what the man would answer. There are many like him, but not many would show discontent so openly to a stranger. Of course I do. I want to kill them all, exterminate every last one of them. His voice had a great fury, which left Luffy with raised eyebrows. Ha 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 ha. Luffy started laughing at this response. What are you laughing at? Hugo became furious, almost wanting to run towards Luffy after hearing his story. He was completely beside himself when this man seemed to mock the death of his daughter and wife. Boom. Before Hugo could get close to Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates kicked the large man, sending him crashing directly into the deck's wall. Don't get me wrong, Hugo. I'm not laughing at the death of your daughter and wife. I'm truly sorry for that. But people like you are rare. Most would keep their thoughts to themselves. Others would try to forget the past. But you seem to have the determination to even resist a haki that not even some of my crew members did. What do you mean? He demanded, his anger bubbling. What I mean is that you're interesting, to the point where I'm tempted to invite you to join my crew. I plan to punch a lot of celestial dragons. And I need people who want to gain strength and power, who are reliable and not afraid to go to war with those people up there on the red line. Luffy smiled at the man with genuine interest, his offer hanging like a storm about to unleash. Celestial dragons. Did you really just say that? Who do you think you are to utter those words? What do you know about them? Do you think you can face them? You're just a naive kid playing pirate. Soon they will kill you. Hugo growled at Luffy, fury pulsating in his words. Well, I've already said it. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas. Even if I have to create a mountain of corpses with the celestial dragons and have to destroy Marigoys one day, I'll do it to achieve my goals. Luffy spoke sincerely, his voice laden with determination that echoed like thunder in a stormy sky. The former captives couldn't believe these words, wondering if this pirate man was some kind of madman. Hugo didn't say anything, just looked at Luffy, trying to detect any deceit in his voice, but the seriousness in the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates captain was undeniable. Anyway, we're reaching Kakoyasi village. I plan to deal with some local pirates and leave a day later. I'm inclined to invite you to my crew, so come to me before we leave. If you want to embark on a journey that may cause a world war, feel free to do as you please. If you don't want to, you can even leave right now, I don't care. Luffy turned his back and left the marine ship, returning to the Black Pearl. His invitation hung in the air like a promise of a storm forming on the horizon, leaving Hugo in a whirlwind of thoughts and choices. Third-person POV. Kakoyasi Island, East Blue. The sea has finally calmed, Nami said, relieved. She was tired of destroying giant waves with the power of the wind until just recently. Time passed, and they found themselves getting closer and closer to the island. What's that in the sea? Yamato suddenly asked. Everyone was going about their normal routines as they waited to reach Nami's island. What did you see, Yamato? Luffy asked beside her. I think it's a fish man. He's circling our ship right now, she said. So, it's one of Arlong's scouts. Luffy thought for a moment. Yamato, Nami, and I are devil fruit users, and we're the strongest here. I don't think Ryuju or Zoro could fight a fish man in the middle of the sea. I have to get him out of the water. I might have a plan for that. Remembering how arrogant they are, I believe this will work. Luffy smiled with a possibility, his eyes shining with the excitement of a cunning strategist. Shirahoshi, my princess, come here. I want to tell you something. Luffy's call echoed, and Shirahoshi, curious, went to him. That simple title, my princess, attracted many suspicious looks. It was a rare display of formality from Luffy, making everyone alert, anticipating something unusual. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Are you sure, Luffy-sama? Someone's whispering voice in the crowd echoed with surprise and doubt. Of course. Ha ha. I think it's a good plan. Can you do it? Luffy asked, smiling at the princess. His eyes conveyed unwavering confidence as Shirahoshi looked at Luffy with a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. The air was charged with expectation as the plan began to unfold, involving not only physical challenge but also intrigue and strategy. All right, I can do it, Luffy-sama, she said, determined. Clenching a fist, the sea bubbles around her seeming to tremble with the intensity of her decision. That's great, be ready. Luffy spoke with contagious enthusiasm, as if about to reveal the most amazing trick in the world. What do you think they're going to do? Usopp asked, curious, his observant eyes sharp for any twists in the situation. Honestly, I think I'd regret hearing the answer, Ryuju muttered with a touch of concern, her mind trying to anticipate the next events. Luffy, you better not do anything that harms the integrity of that mermaid, Nami growled, casting a warning glance at the captain, knowing that his ideas didn't always follow the conventional script. A moment later, ha 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 ha, this beautiful mermaid is mine. I've captured the most beautiful mermaid in the world, Luffy shouted, laughing uproariously at the bow of his ship, balanced on Ifrit's head, while holding Shirahoshi, who was tied in front of him as if displaying a trophy in a marine comedy parade. The crew members looked at this scene with stunned eyes, their minds calculating how to retrieve the fish man at the bottom of the ship in this strange and embarrassing way. It was a mix of surprise and confusion, making the situation even more hilarious. Luffy-sama, bad, don't say so many embarrassing things. Shirahoshi couldn't help but complain, her voice mixing with the collective laughter that took over the ship. What do you think you're doing? Yamato had shark-toothed eyes and a bewildered expression when she saw this scene, her face a mix of surprise and confusion. Is she blushing? Ryuju said, letting the cigarette fall from her mouth, her eyes watching the scene with a mix of amusement and curiosity. She looks happy. What's going on between those two? Hyuna was angry, her brows furrowed as she tried to understand what was happening. Was it supposed to be a trap, or an opportunity for them to flirt with each other? Nami was angry too, crossing her arms in indignation. No woman can escape the charms of brother Luffy. He's so cool, Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in admiration, their eyes shining with a mix of surprise and envy. What do you mean, no woman? Nami shouted and used her powers. Two enormous claws appeared in the air and threw the bounty hunters away, a gesture of pure frustration. Try to be a little more convincing, Shirahoshi. That fish man will think we're setting a trap for him if you speak like that, Luffy said into the ears of a blushing Shirahoshi, his voice full of mischief. I think Luffy-sama is right. I want to help him, she said with more determination, a gleam of resolve in her eyes as she tried to get used to the unusual situation. Luffy smiled at the mermaid's response and, unable to contain himself, shouted again. Now that I have my own mermaid, I'm going to make her marry me, filling her with love and filling the house with little humans and fish men in a house on some hill on a small island. Ha 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 ha. I quote am so evil. Luffy shouted, his laughter echoing theatrically and exaggeratedly, turning the situation into a comedic spectacle for everyone on board. Sharky, Megalo choked on this, his fish eyes widened, expressing total disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. This is so over the top, Ryuju shouted indignantly. Her face twisted in a mix of confusion and amusement. How can he say something like that? Yamato was boiling with anger, gripping her weapon even tighter, wishing to strike Luffy at that moment. Luffy is so relentless, Usopp murmured, watching the scene with a mix of shock and admiration. Why are we here wasting time when we could jump into the water and easily deal with that fish man? Zoro scoffed, his serious expression contrasting with the absurdity of the situation. I agree with you, Zoro. I'd rather be in the water fighting a fishman than listening to these things, Hyuna said with a lifeless look, as if Luffy's comedy was simply too much for her to bear. Nami slapped her own face, an expression of disbelief spreading across her face as she witnessed the absurd situation. The bounty hunters were unconscious, sprawled on the deck after being thrown by Nami and her powers, like pieces on a board of crazy comedy. Ouch! Xiaochu tried to wake them up, licking their faces with a mix of canine confusion and concern. Meanwhile, Hugo and the others on board could hear some commotion coming from the front ship, but no one could access it to see what was happening. Curiosity grew like a wave, leaving everyone impatient. Luffy-sama, don't say so many embarrassing things. I have to ask Daddy before I marry you. Shirahoshi cried in embarrassment, her words echoing in a tone that mixed surprise and embarrassment. Hearing those words, the entire crew fell to the ground, stunned, as if they had been struck by an unexpected lightning bolt of humor. Well, that's something we should discuss in the future, Princess. First, let's focus on taunting that fish man. Luffy was stunned, trying to compose himself in the face of the unexpected turn of events. But Luffy-sama, say something less embarrassing, Shirahoshi cried, her face blushing even more. All right, I will. Luffy yielded to the girl's demand, but before he could continue, they were interrupted by the sound of water, and a strangely dressed figure landed on the ship the next moment. The new character, unusual and peculiar, seemed to have stepped straight out of a water-themed comedy play. Hatcheye was furious, his mood already shaken by the fruitless search for any sign of Momo in the choppy waters. To his surprise, amidst the search, he spotted two ships approaching the island, an imposing pirate warship and another from the navy. However, what surprised him the most was the sight of a mermaid being captured by a human, displayed at the ship's prow like a trophy. What is this mermaid doing here? She looks familiar, but I can't remember her. Who is she, and how does this inferior human dare to touch her? Hatcheye was furious but contained his anger, thinking it best to report to Arlong before taking any action. As he prepared to leave, he heard the provocative insinuations of that human about his plans with the innocent mermaid. Hatcheye could no longer stand hearing that and went straight toward the ship. Upon landing on the vessel, he was faced with a crowd of humans, some with a strange appearance, including one who stood out at almost 3 meters tall. However, Hatcheye ignored the others, focusing his anger on Luffy and Shirahoshi. Hey, inferior human, how dare you take one of ours? I'll kill you. Hatcheye drew his swords from their sheaths and positioned them with his 6 arms quickly. Boom. Without giving the fishman time to react, Yamato, already in a bad mood after getting irritated with Luffy and his antics, delivered a punch to the fish with such anger and impatience that it broke the wood beneath him. This, despite the warship being significantly sturdier than any they had faced before. Did you kill him? Luffy asked, visibly alarmed by the strength of the blow. And what if I did? I don't care, Yamato huffed, distancing herself from them with an expression still laden with anger. She seems to be in a bad mood, Shirahoshi said, feeling a shiver of fear at the intensity of Yamato at that moment. She'll be fine. Must be that time of the month, Luffy muttered, shrugging as if the explanation were enough to justify the young woman's behavior. This is Hatcheye, one of Arlong's most trusted. Nami expressed her surprise as she introduced the fishman, her gaze denoting a mix of recognition and distrust. He's still alive? Luffy asked, displaying his characteristic surprise, tinged with a hint of disbelief, as he observed the fishman in front of him. I hope he is. Yamato didn't even give me a chance to fight him. I wanted to see that 6-sword style, Zoro complained, his expression indicating a tinge of frustration at the missed opportunity. He's alive, but he'll be unconscious for quite some time. Hyuna spoke after examining him, her voice laden with medical pragmatism. Hatcheye could only groan unconsciously, oblivious to everything happening around him as he remained in a state of lethargy induced by the intensity of the blow he received. Luffy, you can let go of Shirahoshi now, Nami complained, crossing her arms and casting a reproachful glance toward the captain. All eyes turned to Luffy, who still held the princess by the waist, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort he was causing. Luffy-sama, do you like these things? Shirahoshi asked, curious, while people around awaited the response. What a playboy-sama. I knew our captain was no good. He's a wolf that doesn't even try to hide his claws. Damn womanizer. My Toki is betraying me. The women expressed their discontent with Luffy, throwing accusatory and indignant comments. I haven't slept with anyone since I arrived in this damn world, but these women are already judging me. At least let me have sex with someone before calling me these things, Luffy thought indignantly, his expression revealing a mix of surprise and frustration at the women's misunderstanding of his intention. As time passed and the Black Pearl, the Straw Hat ship, approached Kakoyasi Island, the exuberant and vibrant atmosphere of the region gradually unfolded. The majestic outline of the Black Pearl stood out against the horizon, its sails billowing in the wind as the polished hull cut through the waters with grace. The tall mast, adorned with Luffy's characteristic flag, fluttered with determination, announcing the presence of the pirates in the area. As they neared the island, the tropical landscape unfolded before them. The colorful buildings of Kakoyasi village emerged among the lush tree canopies on that side of the island, creating a picturesque and welcoming sight. Palm trees rose along the beaches, swaying gently in the sea breeze. The nearby waterfall echoed with the gentle sound of water, adding a natural soundtrack to the pirates' arrival. Local flowers exuded sweet fragrances, blending with the salty sea air. Fishing boats, painted in vibrant colors, were anchored along the coast, witnessing the island's everyday tranquility. The locals began to notice the arrival of the Black Pearl, curious about the newcomers. The sky, now tinted with light shades of early evening, indicated that sunset was approaching, casting a soft light over the island. Kakoyasi awaited the arrival of the Straw Hats, ready to witness the events that would unfold in Nami's homeland. The Straw Hats decided not to anchor in the village but to head directly to Nami's house, situated on a hill overlooking the ocean. The pirate ship maneuvered skillfully, navigating the island's coast until reaching a more secluded cove. The Black Pearl headed for the beach to dock the ship on solid ground. As Black Pearl approached Kakoyasi Island, they glimpsed an unexpected scene on the beach. A formidable marine ship was anchored, its tall mast standing out against the blue sky. The marine flag fluttered in the wind, clearly indicating the presence of naval forces on the island. A marine ship, Nami exclaimed at the ship's edge, looking at it with considerable surprise. Nami, it's possible that Arlong betrayed you and sent the Marines to take your money without interference, Luffy commented beside her. What? No, he can't do that, she shouted angrily. Upon seeing the marine ship, Nami felt a mix of anger and apprehension. Her eyes filled with tears, not just for the possible betrayal by Arlong but also for the uncertainty about her sister's safety and the village. As tears began to flow around her eyes and winds started to swirl, gaining some green marks traversing her body. Calm down, Nami, you're not the same anymore. It must be Captain Nazumi. That's why we didn't find him at the base. Come on, let's go. I want to see his face right now. I want you to bombard that ship now, announced Luffy, determined. He could simply blow up the ship but chose to announce the presence of the enemy ship rather than attribute the action to a devil fruit power. Come on, Nami, let's see if your sister is safe. Without hesitation, Luffy picked up Nami in his arms and jumped off the ship, flying towards the coast, determined to face whatever was coming and ensure Nami's sister's safety. The Black Pearl continued heading for the beach, but Usopp and Shirahoshi soon went to the ship's gun cabins, ready to destroy that ship with some Marines guarding it at the moment. In a distant scene, amid the tension surrounding the arrival of the Marine ship, a fearless young woman with flowing blue hair, Nijiko, raised her voice against the naval officers. You can't do this, she shouted, defying the maritime authorities now involved in the island's affairs. Nazumi, an arrogant Marine, taunted Nijiko, mocking her resistance to the justice of the Marines. Shut up, civilian. Dare to question the Marines' injustice. You'll get shot for meddling in marine affairs, he threatened, as tension escalated in the air. Genzo, an older and more experienced man, tried to intervene, pleading for Nijiko not to get more involved in the situation. He understood the dangers of challenging the Marines and was concerned about the potential consequences for the island's safety. Nijiko, we need to avoid conflicts. Fighting against the Marines will only make things worse. I know it's hard, but Nami fought for years to accumulate that money. We must act wisely to protect our community, Genzo tried to persuade, appealing to reason amid the imminent chaos. Nijiko, with tears in her eyes and her voice filled with indignation, continued to express her revolt in the face of the situation. But she was doing it for us, risking her life for so many years, all for Arlong and his henchmen to take it away from her right now, she cried, revealing all the frustration and anger built up over the years. Nijiko's words struck Nezumi hard, and the mere insinuation of being called a dog by someone else infuriated him. Driven by wounded pride, Nezumi ordered his subordinates. What? Who are you calling a dog? Shoot her, immediately. One of the Marines stepped forward from the ranks, wielding his weapon and aiming it directly at Nijiko, while the tense atmosphere on the beach reached its peak. Nijiko, bang. The shot went straight to Nijiko's heart, seeing her death before her eyes. She could only think of her sister, hoping she was safe somewhere, anywhere she might be. A cry of horror echoed on the beach as the shot was fired, ready to pierce Nijiko's heart. A heavy silence followed the gun's explosion, and everyone witnessed the imminent tragedy before them as the girl closed her eyes to avoid seeing her death. However, no pain surged in Nijiko's chest. Instead, she felt enveloped by something unexpected. Was it a hug? Surprised and confused, Nijiko looked up, finding herself in the arms of an unknown man. He stared at her with a seductive and cheerful smile, as if he were very pleased and relieved with the situation. Nijiko murmured, still stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The man, revealing himself as Luffy, looked at her with enthusiasm. So, you're Nami's sister. She never told me she had such a beautiful sister, he exclaimed, revealing his relaxed and uninhibited nature amid the dramatic scene. The contrast between the tense situation and Luffy's laid-back attitude brought an unusual element to the narrative. Third-person POV. Kakoyasi Island, East Blue. Kakoyasi Village, East Blue. So you're Nami's sister. She never told me she had such a beautiful sister, Luffy said cheerfully, like a bandit finding something quite attractive. While the Navy had its ship anchored on Kakoyasi Beach, Captain Nezumi led a secret operation to steal the treasure accumulated by Nami over the years. As the Marines kept the local population under control, Nezumi, accompanied by his subordinates, began to search Nami's house and its surroundings for gold. The streets were filled with sailors searching houses, confiscating goods, and instilling widespread fear in the community. However, in the midst of this dishonest operation, the situation escalated when Nijiko, Nami's sister, vehemently protested against the injustice that was happening. Captain Nezumi, irritated by the interference, ordered them to shoot her as a form of punishment. It was in this moment of chaos that Luffy, the fearless captain of the Straw Hats, appeared out of nowhere, dodging the bullet aimed at Nijiko. His unexpected arrival brought an element of surprise to the scene, interrupting the operation planned by Nezumi. While the sailors tried to process Luffy's presence, Nezumi saw his gold-stealing operation being threatened. The Straw Hat Pirates captain, with his relaxed expression and defiant attitude, was about to change the course of events, triggering an imminent confrontation between the pirates and the Navy on the peaceful Kakoyasi Island. An intriguing silence permeated the environment, leaving everyone bewildered by the unexpected arrival. The unknown man, seemingly unharmed after being shot, was now engaged in a conversation with Nijiko, openly flirting as if the previous event were insignificant. "Who are you?" Captain Nezumi inquired, being the first to break the silence, expressing surprise at the man's appearance. Can't you see I'm talking to this lady here? Don't bother me," Luffy responded with a displeased look, redirecting his attention back to Nijiko. Luffy's nonchalant response provoked Captain Nezumi's anger, who exploded in indignation at the absurdity of the situation. Captain Nezumi, with his face contorted by surprise and anger, shouted at Luffy, "Tell me who you are and why you're interfering with the Navy's work. Then, get ready to shoot him." Instantly, all available Marines aimed their guns at Luffy. Others, who were busy digging in the orange groves, abandoned their tools to grab their rifles stored nearby, preparing for the possible imminent conflict. Luffy, in response, maintained his bold and relaxed smile, as if he were just engaging in casual conversation. Ignoring the evident pressure of the moment, he spoke, "Haha, I see you won't let me spend some time with this lovely woman, huh? So, let me introduce myself. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas, the one who doesn't care about the Navy, the world government, celestial pigs, and those old guys known as the Five Elders and Yonkers." The echo of Luffy's words hung in the tense air as the imminent confrontation unfolded on Kakoyasi Island. The silence was broken only by the distant sound of waves breaking on the beach, providing an irregular soundtrack for the scene unfolding between the fearless pirate and the determined Navy. Captain Nezumi, did I hear correctly? He really said that. He didn't call the celestial dragons heavenly pigs, did he? Where did this madman come from? I don't know what's more bizarre, his first statement or the second. The sailors began to murmur among themselves, astonished and perplexed, exchanging uncertain glances as they tried to process Luffy's bold words. Nezumi, Genzo, and Nijiko were also stunned, unable to hide the surprise stamped on their faces. "Captain Nezumi, do you think we should shoot him?" asked one Marine, looking confused. "Heavenly pigs, seriously," muttered another sailor, shaking his head in disbelief. Luffy, on the other hand, remained unchanged, observing everyone's reaction with a relaxed and confident expression, as if he were enjoying the confusion he had caused. "You're a madman, eliminate him now," Nezumi shouted, and everyone was ready to pull the trigger. "Wait," Luffy shouted and let go of Nijiko, who was still speechless with all these sudden events. Everyone stopped stunned for a moment, not expecting this man to shout at them as if he were their commander. Nezumi was stunned before, but this reached an even higher peak, seeing that his men seemed to obey this stranger. "What do you think you're doing?" Nezumi exclaimed, irritated. "Relax, Captain Rat. I'm just making sure this lady doesn't get hurt. We don't want trouble with a citizen getting hurt, right? Luffy replied, maintaining a relaxed smile. The sailors exchanged confused looks among themselves, while Nezumi tried to process the situation, his eyebrows furrowed with disbelief at Luffy's audacity. Luffy walked forward and crossed his arms in front of the group facing him. What are you? I'm not your opponent, you should look up, Luffy announced, cutting off Nezumi's command at the last moment. What are you saying? Do you think we'll fall for that? Pirate. Let's kill him, said one of the sailors, returning to normalcy. However, something incredible happened among them at that moment. Boom! Before Nezumi could react or shoot at Luffy, a colossal rock plummeted from the sky, mercilessly crushing at least half a dozen sailors. What happened? What is this? They were crushed, like this. What the hell was that? Look to the sky. An angel. Did I die? She's so beautiful. It looks like she's lifting rocks with those strange claws. She's like those tails where a winged cupid throws love stones. What are you saying? They're arrows in those tails, not stones. And these stones are too big. They're increasing in size. They're not stones but giant rocks. Run. Boom. She's trying to kill us. I don't want to die twice. Who said you're already dead? She's here to kill you once. Run. Boom. 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 The explosions continued, mercilessly crushing all the marines in the open area, while Nami hurled rocks with her Garuda claws, removing them from the island's coast as she flew. The surreal and chaotic scene transformed into destruction and death, with the apparent avenging angel leaving everyone bewildered, trying to make sense of the absurd situation. I'm so furious that I'll finish you all. First, you destroy my orange trees, then try to steal my treasure, and now Luffy flirts with my sister while I have to film him doing that. I need to vent all my anger, Nami shouted in the air, relentlessly throwing stones at the marines. Damn you, Luffy, she yelled, flapping her wings to descend towards the ground. Boom. Nami. Ha. I thought you'd never come down from the sky. You scared all those marines. You should. Boom. Luffy barely had time to react when he took a punch from Nami, who emerged from the wreckage where she had landed. The impact echoed like thunder, leaving everyone stunned by the navigator's furious expression. Crack. Luffy flew at high speed towards a nearby rock, which exploded into pieces with the devastating impact. Nijiko and Genzo watched the scene in shock, as if witnessing a surreal nightmare. This is for making me see my sister almost dying and flirting with her right after, while I had to film all of this, Nami shouted angrily, releasing her emotions into the air with intensity. Ha. No need to get so mad. Luffy started laughing, emerging from the wreckage as if he hadn't felt the slightest impact. The area around was marked by destruction, rocks, and dust suspended in the air, evidencing the strength of the collision. Nami. Nijiko finally snapped out of her stunned state. As she observed her sister, she noticed that she looked a bit different. The mischievous appearance was still there, but now Nami had enormous wings. Nijiko witnessed her sister ruthlessly defeat at least 24 marines, tossing a man like a doll against the rocks. The man emerged from the wreckage as if the punch that threw him hadn't caused the slightest damage. Nami, how did you acquire these powers, and where did you find this creature? Genzo commented, still processing the surreal situation. Monster. Nami, about to respond to her brother, was interrupted by the sound of the remaining marines. To escape the flying rocks, they took cover in the house and hid under the orange trees. Nami couldn't simply attack these places, and the situation became even more bizarre. They seem to be afraid of you, Luffy commented playfully to the cat thief. Quiet, I'll have a little chat with you shortly, Nami said to Luffy and turned to the rest of the naval men. She raised her hands, and claws began to materialize in the air and flew directly for the necks of 8 hidden marines, both inside the house and under the orange trees. Quickly, 8 bodies were lifted into the air by their necks in front of the woman with the commands of her hand. They struggled in fear, realizing their necks were being squeezed without being able to react, and they were almost losing consciousness. So, you wanted to steal from me, huh? Nami growled at the group. Please, don't kill me, some of them pleaded. It was Arlong. I can compensate you, if you spare me, Nezumi said. As one of the survivors of those enormous rocks, he begged for his life, offering everything he could to get out of here in one piece, cursing Arlong for making him try to steal from a monster like this woman. You want me to let you go, after all the evil you've done? Nami mocked. Wait, Nami. Nijiko quickly grabbed her sister's shoulder with pleading eyes. Nami, don't do this. I know they deserve it, but killing them in cold blood is beneath who you are. Nijiko didn't want Nami to become a cold-blooded killer in this way. Nami looked at her sister a bit disturbed. She didn't want Nijiko to be afraid of her. I guess you're right, Nami admitted, earning a relieved look from the 8 bodies suspended in the air. If it were me, I wouldn't be too happy about this. My captain will decide your fate when you wake up, Nami said, and with a hand movement, she threw them all to the ground, colliding forcefully and knocking them out the next moment. Nijiko sighed in relief and looked at Nami. I guess we have a lot to talk about, huh? She said and quickly went into the house with a trio following shortly after. Meanwhile, on the beach, the thunderous sound of cannon explosions echoed through the air as the Black Pearl unleashed a fierce bombardment against the marine ship anchored on the beach. Each explosion was like a resounding roar, shaking the surrounding environment. The deep rumble was accompanied by the sharp whistle of projectiles cutting through the air before hitting their target. The sky was tinted with dark smoke, and the impact of the explosions was visible, creating splashes of water and marine debris that soared into the air. The continuous sound of cannons firing created a chaotic symphony, filling the ears with a cacophony of deafening noises. With each explosion, the marine ship trembled, creaking and squealing under the relentless attack. The cannons of the Black Pearl fired in an impressive cadence, creating an atmosphere of chaos and destruction. A metallic sound of bullets hitting the hull of the target ship mixed with the roar of explosions, forming a concert of destruction that echoed across the beach and beyond. A moment later, 4 people were sitting at the kitchen table. Ha ha ha. They seem to be having fun at the beach. Huh? Luffy laughed, hearing the sound of cannons. What are you guys doing? Ganzo asked alarmed, also hearing the explosions but not knowing what was happening. We're blowing up Captain Nezumi's marine ship. Nami answered simply. Nami, where did you find these people? Nijiko asked, bewildered by so many events. By the way, this drink is delicious. Would you like to join my crew by any chance? Luffy ignored her comment and looked at Nijiko, extending the invitation with a smile to the blue-haired woman. Don't ask my sister something like that out of nowhere. Nami yelled at Luffy. Ha. Nami, where did you really find him? Is he your boyfriend or something? Nijiko, overcoming so many surprises, laughed when she heard their interaction. I'm the captain and her husband. Luffy casually responded. What do you mean, husband? Nami had a comical expression on her face. Husband? Who do you think you are to be her husband, brat? The mayor shouted at Luffy indignantly. Is this some kind of union? Like, we haven't gotten married yet, but it's not like that won't change in the future. Luffy said calmly. Ha. Nami, this is the first man you bring home, and he's so outrageous. Nijiko was having fun after so much tension and death just a moment ago. He's not my husband. If he wants to marry me, I want 10 billion berries. Nami shouted, demanding it quickly. So, this is how you repay my love and sacrifice for you, Nami. In the end, you just wanted my money. Luffy seemed to lament. Stop pretending. Nami released her power, but Luffy didn't move, but Genzo beside her was thrown backward, falling unconscious the next moment. Nami, how could you do this to him? Nijiko was indignant with Nami's treatment of her husband, completely ignoring Genzo. Nami was speechless before her sister, believing in her captain's silver tongue so easily. Luffy, with a fake hurt expression, crossed his arms and sighed dramatically as he responded to Nijiko's indignation. Look, Nijiko, I thought she would reciprocate her love for me. I'm always acting like a knight, a true romantic, but it seems like that's a thing of the past. Women nowadays don't seem to like that kind of thing much. Maybe I should move on and hope someone will love me someday. You know, a broken heart, a lonely soul. Luffy looked at the horizon with a theatrical and sad expression, as if he were starring in a tragic love story. Meanwhile, Nijiko beside him began to look at him with a mixture of compassion and curiosity, captivated by the melodramatic performance of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami was stunned by this. Poor thing. Nijiko, next to Luffy, stood up from the chair and approached him with a pitying expression, ready to console him in the fictitious sadness he portrayed. Nami, on the other hand, was stunned by Luffy's theatrical ability. Nijiko, embracing Luffy, seemed to offer genuine comfort, but the captain, with an unexpected move, lifted Nijiko in his arms, adding an even more unusual touch to the scene. Nijiko gave a surprised scream when she felt her body being placed over Luffy's. Luffy's unexpected boldness caught her off guard as she nestled into his lap. Thank you, Nijiko. I didn't know Nami had such a good sister. Luffy expressed his gratitude while holding Nijiko intimately above him. Nijiko, still surprised, murmured, You're so bold, Luffy. No wonder Nami seems to like you. Only her. Luffy smiled with his characteristic seductive grin, gazing at Nijiko in a captivating manner. Nijiko, in turn, was torn between perplexity and a slight blush on her cheeks. Luffy's theatrical ability surprised her, and his seductive look made the situation even more unusual. I don't know. My sister might not like sharing her boyfriend, she said, showing a flirtatious smile. But as you can see, it seems like she doesn't want me, however. Luffy leaned closer to Nijiko's face. It gets really complicated for me. On one side, I have my sister's happiness. On the other, I have the man who saved my life like a Prince Charming, and now he's inviting me to be his princess. It's hard to decide like this. Nijiko, with her usual bold expression, now exhibited an intriguing mix of fascination and uncertainty. Her usually fearless eyes betrayed a glint of enchantment in the face of Luffy's casual seduction. As his words filled the space between them, she seemed captivated by the peculiar aura of the Straw Hat Pirate's captain. You, Luffy and Nijiko looked at Nami at this moment, as Nami seemed to have stayed quiet the whole time. She looked at this shameless man and woman while her sister was still on the lap of her womanizing captain, seemingly enjoying that contact, openly flirting as if it were a room, while they pretended she wasn't there the whole time. Stop flirting with each other. Nami's furious shout echoed through the house, and she conjured a new claw in the air, unleashing a destructive attack that shattered the table. Luffy, as quick as ever, grabbing Nijiko by his side, jumped up, skillfully avoiding the impact of Nami's strike. Outside, debris from the explosion flew out of the house. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat group appeared, led by Yamato, who followed them with his haki. They seemed to have finished here. Kuina muttered, visibly stunned. Several bodies were scattered, crushed by stones outside the house, while more than half a dozen still breathed, although unconscious. Luffy, the worried cry echoed through the air as the group approached the tumultuous scene. Boom. Ha 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 ha. Stay still, and let go of my sister. Boom. Ha 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 ha. That was close, Nami. I'm going to kill you. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed through the area as the clash between Nami and Luffy unfolded. Luffy laughed joyfully, seeming to enjoy the situation, while Nami, visibly furious, continued to launch her claws forcefully. The group outside could hear the screams and explosions, becoming intrigued by the intensity of the fight and wondering if the enraged Nami was the same person they knew. What's happening in there? Usopp asked, a little frightened by the noise and explosions. Nami-sama looks so scary, Shirahoshi cried, watching the explosions with wide eyes. We better see what's going on. There might be an enemy. Zoro agreed, taking the first steps toward the house. Where are you going? How can you want to go home in front of us when you walk back the way you came from the beach? Kuina shouted indignantly at Zoro, who might even mistake the way to the house right in front of him. I just made a little mistake, Zoro complained, as the group exchanged curious and concerned looks among themselves. Suspense hung in the air as everyone wondered what could be happening inside the house. Let's go in, Yamato said, taking the first steps. Zoro, just follow us, Usopp warned. All right, the swordsman grumbled. Third-person POV, Kakoyasi Island, East Blue. Nami calmed down after a while, and the group was now gathered. The interior of the first floor of the house was destroyed, courtesy of the explosions and Nami's rage. So you're Nami's sister, Nijiko-sama, you're so beautiful. Shirahoshi looked at Nijiko with admiration. She couldn't help but wish for an older sister after hearing Nami's story, even though it was mostly sad. She always had her sister to help her move forward. Yes, and I can't believe I'm seeing a mermaid. I remember Belmere talking about them when we were kids. I never imagined seeing one here. You're so beautiful and innocent. Nijiko seemed quite open with Shirahoshi, who smiled at the blue-haired woman as she heard her. Your sister is so mature, Nami. Kuina couldn't help but comment, since Shirahoshi is of the same race as those who destroyed the sisters' lives many years ago. But she didn't seem to have any prejudice against the mermaid princess. Yes, Nijiko is a very mature woman, but your sister is quite temperamental, Ryuju said, looking around. The whole place was devastated where there should have been a living room and kitchen. Zoro, never let me irritate Nami, leave that just for Luffy, understood? Usopp murmured next to the swordsman, afraid of facing that same fury one day. Tusk, Zoro snorted. Did Sister Nami do all this? She's so scary. The pirate hunters, Johnny and Yasaku, spoke with a bit of fear like Usopp. Oh, Sharky, you don't need to be afraid of Nami-sama. She's so nice. Shirahoshi defended Nami from the frightened animals. Luffy, what did you do here? Yamato complained. I didn't do anything. Just avoided the attacks, Luffy said calmly. This part of the house was completely destroyed. Broken furniture and cracked walls witnessed the havoc caused by Nami, who was trying to hit Luffy while he skillfully dodged with his sister, Nijiko, in his arms. Debris scattered on the floor, creating a chaotic scene that reflected the intensity of the confrontation between the navigator and the Straw Hat Pirate's captain. Anyway, I can't believe Marines could be so rotten, Kuina complained. Have you already forgotten what they did at Base 16 when we destroyed and looted the place? Ryuju asked calmly. What did you do at Naval Base 16? Nijiko asked, a bit indignant. Nothing much. We just destroyed half the base with our ship cannons. I wanted to wipe it off the map, but that would have led to unnecessary slaughter. Luffy commented, a little dissatisfied with having to let go of the idea of blowing up a marine base. Is this true, Nami? Her sister asked seriously. Yes, I no longer belong to Arlong. I am a member of this crew, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. We attacked the Marines and stole everything we could, she said confidently, earning many satisfied smiles from her comrades. So, this is your pirate crew. Well, you can see they are quite unique. Nijiko couldn't help but be amazed, looking at the humans with each unique personality, a dog, a flying shark, and a beautiful mermaid all together. You can join too if you want, you know. We need someone to take care of your sister. Luffy smiled and teased Nami. Nijiko, still processing the idea, responded cautiously. That's a sudden invitation, Luffy. I'm not sure if I can just join a pirate crew. Luffy laughed and retorted. Think of it as an offer of exciting adventures and freedom on the seas. Besides, it would be great to have someone like you with us. Give it some thought, Nijiko. About that, I must think, she said with a small smile, dodging the question but playing along. You, Nami huffed. Anyway, let's get rid of Arlong. I want to do it before tonight because I want to have another feast. Luffy shared his thoughts, and Nijiko looked at him as if a second head had grown on his shoulder. But a feast? Yamato asked. Of course, we're pirates. Feasts are part of a pirate's daily life. Luffy smiled as he spoke. Wait a moment. Do you want to get rid of Arlong? Nijiko looked astonished at the tall man. I don't. Your sister is going to do that. I'll just make sure she does it right, Luffy declared, crossing his arms. Nami, you're not thinking. Nijiko was interrupted by her sister before she could continue. Don't worry, Nijiko, I'll win. Haven't you seen my strength? Nami said with some confidence. I have, but Arlong. Nijiko tried to argue but was interrupted by Yamato. Oh, two fish men outside, looking at the fallen bodies, Yamato said, making Luffy turn in that direction. Do you want to deal with that, Nami? He asked, and she nodded seriously. Nami wasted no more time and started walking among the broken furniture that she herself left that way and went out the door. There, two fish men were trying to wake up the fallen Marines, while the Straw Hat group tried to understand the chaotic situation after the explosions and looked for Hatcheye. They observed from afar another group of villagers who kept their distance due to the massacre happening. The fight caught the attention of the whole village, but no one dared to approach. Nami approached the other group, casually stating their names after a certain distance. So it's you, Take and Shoyaki, she said, capturing their attention. The villagers turned to Nami, leaving unconscious Nezumi aside. Nami, you arrived on the island. What the hell happened here? Who killed them? One of the villagers quickly demanded. It was me, Nami replied coldly, interrupting her walk to face them. You, stop kidding, Nami. You better spill it. When Arlong finds out, it won't be good for you, Shoyaki said angrily. I'd love to see that happen, then, Nami retorted. She raised her hands and sliced the air in front of her. A gust of wind hit them next, catching them off guard and throwing them against some fallen rocks in the area. The shocked expressions on their faces reflected the disbelief in the face of the ability they never expected to witness. That? Nami is a devil fruit user, they exclaimed upon the collision, getting up with astonishment and a touch of fear in their eyes. Before they could articulate anything more, it was too late. In the next strike, they were knocked out as Nami threw them again, ensuring their defeat. Yes, I am a devil fruit user, and I intend to destroy you with this power, Nami murmured, staring at the two Tritons lying on the ground. The determination in her eyes left no doubt that she was determined to use her abilities to face any threat. Should we go now, Luffy? She turned and found the crew looking at her with admiration, especially her stunned sister, who saw Nami defeat two members of Arlong with just a wave of her hands. Let's first get rid of the Marines. Let's throw them to the ex-captives on the beach so they can mete out their own justice. Also, I want to check on the Black Pearl and bring it to the ship so it won't be stolen. We might have helped the people trapped in the Marine base. But that doesn't mean they can't try to steal from us at the first opportunity, Luffy said, and they quickly grabbed the 8 Marines and headed to the beach where they landed. The villagers who witnessed Nami taking down the Tritons ran to the village to spread the news. Some time later, the crew saw that Luffy was right. After the crew left the pirate ship, many ex-captives staged a mutiny and tried to steal the Black Pearl to leave the island. Surprisingly, Hugo prevented this from happening, standing in the way of anyone who tried to do something and taking down many of them. Luffy appeared and went to talk to the big man first. Hugo, this is a surprise. Thanks for defending our ship. Luffy couldn't help but express his gratitude. This is the least I can do. I'm not the type to take advantage of my saviors, he said. Even so, you have my thanks, Luffy said to Hugo and turned to the people he had helped once. With a cold gaze, he spoke as the crowd began to step back, especially those who organized and suggested the mutiny. We helped you, even though it wasn't our real intention. I expected at least some respect. But you tried to take our things at the first opportunity you had. Luffy looked with a stern eye at everyone. Not everyone, especially the women, as more male slaves were involved in this mutiny. His crew was at a distance from him, observing this scene, also not liking to hear this and seeing the situation of people they had liberated. I don't intend to be a kind person next time. If this happens again, I intend to act as we did with the Marines, Luffy said angrily. Another type of person that Luffy doesn't like is those who bite the hand that fed them at some point. It may not be the type he hates the most, but he also has no love for this kind. Luffy not only expressed it in words, but purple flames appeared on his body and exploded with fury circulating around him without burning his clothes. Flames. The sound of flames was violent and heard throughout that part of the beach, causing the crowd to retreat in fear and with the increasing heat. So you better think very well before attacking us next time, because just as you have the freedom to try to steal from us, there are consequences, and we have the freedom to retaliate, and I guarantee it's better not to make me choose that option. Luffy said amidst the flames like a demon from the abyss. I quote him, sorry. We won't do it again, sir. Please forgive us. An old man, one of those who joined the mutiny, begged for mercy immediately. They didn't witness the fight against the Marines when they were liberated, so they thought it was a normal group that had a ship to end the Marine base. That's why they wanted the Black Pearl and its treasures to live better. But now, seeing the capabilities of this man, they realized they messed with someone very dangerous. Don't worry, I don't need your words to protect my ship now. I'll take the Black Pearl with me, Luffy said and looked at his crew, accompanied by Nezuko as well. Nami will fight against Arlong. Zoro, you can take Hachai on our ship. Johnny and Yosaku bring the other unconscious fishmen too. I want Shirahoshi to judge them once Nami finishes them off, Luffy said, surprising everyone, especially the mermaid herself. Luffy-sama, shouldn't Nami seek revenge? She asked uncertainly. They are her people. Nami has the right to revenge, but if she doesn't want to kill them, which I think she might not, you will have the final decision from there, Luffy said. And Nami nodded, trusting the mermaid. As soon as Zoro took Hachai off their black ship, Luffy touched the Black Pearl to shrink its size to the point where he could hold the miniature ship in his hand now. Let's go to Arlong Park. It's time to end this, Luffy announced, and everyone nodded, following him as he left. And you, Hugo, thank you for your help once again. If you're still interested in my earlier proposal, look for me until tonight's party because we'll be leaving early in the morning, Luffy announced and received a nod from Hugo with that and some questioning looks from his crew, unaware of the proposal Luffy made to Hugo. One more thing, if you cause any more trouble, especially with the village of this island, it won't be me who takes care of you, it will be Nami, a resident here. Trust me, I saw her kill 24 Marines before coming here. She can be worse than me, Luffy said and turned to leave. Nami, throw the Marines into the crowd and let them decide what to do with them, Luffy announced. And Nami did exactly that with her claws. That's brutal, Nezuko couldn't help but comment. Well, they were enslaved by those uniformed people. Let them have the chance to get revenge. It's better than just killing them, Luffy shrugged. So they set off. The Marines were awakened by an angry crowd surrounding them on the beach. After that, the whole group went to Arlong Park, passing through Nami's village. The citizens who had already heard about the events after those strange noises coming from Nami's hill noticed a large group carrying some unconscious fishmen on their shoulders, alarming them. They asked what was happening here. Is it true? Nami came back and took down Arlong's people, someone shouted, and soon everyone was looking at the group passing through the middle of the village, moving forward without caring about the questioning and stunned looks. Nezuko, what's happening? They said there was a conflict at your house with the Marines, someone shouted. Nami, you're back. Who are these people? Why did they harm Arlong's men? Nami, hearing this, looked at the citizen who asked directly to her and said confidently, we are the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are going to end Arlong's reign and his crew, Nami announced, leading in front of Luffy. You can't be serious, can you? The woman trembled with this. Of course, I promise you that Arlong will never be a problem again after today, she announced. Come on, this is a good scene for a classical music piece like One Piece's Ost. Overtaken. 22222. Luffy smiled, imagining the music playing in his mind as they walked with Nami in the lead. More and more people came to see Nami's strange group and started following them. The entire village followed them as they moved away and approached the domains of the fishmen on one side of the coast. Is she really going to do this? What happened? Do you believe the story that she can do magic? I don't know, but she looks very different. And this group is quite strange. They don't seem to be afraid of Arlong. Nami seems confident about this, even said she would fight Arlong himself. Nezuko can't let this happen. Her sister will only be killed like this. Someone stop her. It's too late. She's already in front of the gates. Stop her. Nami. Nami didn't care and let the power of the wind circulate her hand as she leaned back and punched the gate along with the wall of Arlong Park. Boom. A moment earlier. Where is Hachai? Why hasn't he returned yet? In the crowd of fishmen in front of a sitting Arlong, Kirubai said, crossing his arms. I don't know, Arlong. He hasn't shown up since he went to look for Mamo. Someone from the crowd of fishmen spoke. Take and Shoyaki went to talk to the Marines. But they're also late. What the hell is happening today? Strange and concerning events all day long. It seems like something drastic is going to happen on a day I should be getting even richer with Nami's money. Arlong growled, his bad luck and negative feelings growing inside him. As soon as he spoke, something unexpected happened. Boom. An explosion caught their attention. The main gate flew from the explosion and impact, hitting some fishmen who were in front of Arlong. What? Who did this? Guys, are you okay? The gate went flying. Craig, is he dead? He was crushed by debris. They looked at their fallen comrades in disbelief and turned their gaze to where the gate used to be. There stood someone they never imagined seeing like this. While keeping her fist still raised, she stared at them and spoke in a loud tone. "Hello, Arlong. It's me, Nami, and I'm here to finish you," Nami said confidently, facing more than 40 fishmen in front of her. Her courage resonated in the tense air of Arlong Park as the fishmen prepared for the imminent confrontation. A dense silence enveloped Arlong Park, echoing through the area as Nami's words materialized in the air. The group of Tritons stared at her, trying to comprehend what had just been said. "My ears are at the same level as humans, inferior. Did I hear that right? Absurd. Is that really Nami? Did she really say that? Nami?" No one knew for sure who was the first to speak, but the initial disbelief began to dissipate. "What's this, Nami? Is it really you? Did you destroy the gate?" Arlong growled, his tone laden with disbelief. "Yes, and as I said, I'm here to put an end to your reign, Arlong," Nami affirmed, gaining some confidence. Part of her was nervous, but she knew Luffy was watching, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. "Where did you get this confidence? Human?" mocked Chu, his disdain echoing around. "I think Nami is different. She couldn't just punch the gate before. What happened to her?" Someone in the group questioned, raising the lingering question in the air. "It's true. Did Nami eat some kind of fruit?" Another inquired. "Is that possible? So Nami wants to defeat us now, after gaining a bit of strength. Still just a human, and we're over 40. Shahaha." Arlong began to laugh loudly, casting a mocking glance in Nami's direction. However, his demeanor darkened with his next words. "I thought we had an agreement, Nami. Seems like you humans aren't trustworthy at all," he taunted, provoking a disbelieving look from Nami, who couldn't believe their words after everything that had happened. "Speaking of hypocrites, who sent the Marines to take all my treasure? I could say that every fishman is untrustworthy too, but I was fortunate to meet a mermaid who changed my opinion about your race. Unfortunately, that didn't make you, bottom feeders of the sea, any better than you already are. And that's why I'm going to end you," Nami snarled, still incredulous at Arlong's audacity to speak of trust there. "You met a mermaid. Where?" some Triton asked, curious. Nami couldn't have left the East Blue during the time she was away, meaning there was a mermaid in that sea without them knowing. It was quite intriguing. "No matter what you think, Nami," Arlong growled, ignoring the question about the mermaid, and continued. "As soon as I beat her here, I'll go to your village and kill all the humans there, making you watch everything, helpless, while you beg for mercy." He added with malice, "Don't worry, that won't happen because you'll fall today, you and your entire crew." Nami had a slight tremor at Arlong's words, but she regained confidence the next moment and announced these words with wings appearing on her back. "Wings? What is this?" someone shouted, but they didn't have time to receive an answer because Nami acted the next moment. Bending down, Nami punched the air in front of them. Although she had her devil fruit for only a day, she had trained tirelessly with her captain since then. Luffy taught her to fly, materialize and control her claws, create hurricane-shaped wind spheres, and made her learn to release vacuum explosions. She punched without moving from her spot, hitting nothing but empty space. Initially, they looked at it without understanding, but soon everyone felt the danger of Nami's fist when she struck the air. Green energy erupted from that fist, forming an imposing sphere made of gray wind, 4 meters in diameter in front of Nami. Quickly, she launched herself in the direction indicated by the fist, catching the Tritons off guard, giving them no time to react. The sphere, composed of dark and green wind, advanced at high speed, cutting through the ground as if it were digging as it moved. "What? Get out of the crack. EOOOM. Before anyone could react and escape, the sphere hit Arlong and everyone around, throwing them to the opposite side after exploding in their midst. The blow lacked the elemental effects of fire, ice, or the sharp characteristic of wind, but it emitted a wave of force, giving the sensation that an immense battleship ran over them at the moment of impact. Arlong, guys, the fishmen who were further away and relatively unscathed, besides being hit by comrades flying in their direction or by the debris caused by the explosion, shouted in disbelief as they witnessed their comrades and captain being thrown through the air like kites, each going in a different direction. Arlong, powerless against Nami's attack, remained seated, not knowing what to do. The impact hit him head-on, projecting him to the opposite side, where he harshly exploded against the wall, in the exact place where Luffy originally punched him during the construction. As this chaos unfolded, a surprised chorus echoed from the entrance of the broken gate, where everyone watched the fight. This chorus emanated from the villagers, some of whom, alongside Luffy, couldn't contain their joy at the turn of events. "What is this? Did Nami do that? Look at that sphere. What kind of power is this? Is she changed? Wait, she broke the gate, right? This woman is amazing. Go, Nami." Some villagers exchanged glances, exchanging expressions of surprise and astonishment. The news of what Nami did spread quickly, and many could hardly believe their eyes in the face of the spectacle of power they were witnessing. "Nami-sama is so strong," Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly. Nami. Nijiko was still wondering if she was somehow still dreaming, as not even in her wildest fantasies could she see Nami easily throwing Arlong to the wall on the other side. Can't we fight too, Luffy? Zoro said dissatisfied, having to watch the fight from there. No, this fight is Nami's. Just like no one interfered in your battle with Mihawk, no one should interfere with Nami. Luffy crossed his arms and smiled proudly at his navigator, surprising his enemies and being relentless. However, there's something I want to do to make Nami's fight easier. Yamato, do something to prevent the fishmen from escaping, you know what I mean, Luffy announced. Yes, Yamato said and went into the sea without anyone noticing. Everyone else besides the crew was looking at Arlong Park and the spot where Nami exploded with this mysterious power. Incredible. A villager witnessing this scene said incredulously. Was Nami always this strong? Of course not, but she definitely ate a devil fruit. What? Fruits exist? That's unbelievable. Look how strong she became. I thought it was a legend too, but look at this. It's undeniable after what we saw. Nami can defeat him. Yes, we can finally be rid of the fishmen. Nami, you can do it. We're rooting for you, Nami. Beat Arlong and his crew. Free us, Nami. The citizens who always treated Nami with disdain once, pretending to do so to spare her from sacrificing herself for them, finally saw some hope here, one that Nami could fight against Arlong and set them free. Nami, a new voice was heard shouting, making the crowd turn around at that moment. Genzo had woken up under a pile of debris in Nami's house. None of the Straw Hats noticed him when they were at the sisters' house except Yamato. Nami, Nijiko, and Luffy seemed to forget about him, and when the mayor woke up and saw that no one was around, he came running here when he didn't find anyone at the girl's house or the village. Nami, stop this. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for us to the point of fighting Arlong alone. I'll help you myself, he announced, going forward immediately, horrified to see how Nami alone was now facing Arlong. Stay put, old man. Someone stopped him. Don't get involved in this fight. You'll only get in the girl's way. Let her fight. Trust Nami. We'll just be a burden to her in this fight. Trust Nami, Genzo-san. While they held the mayor back from advancing into Nami's fight, the girl in question looked back a bit moved after hearing people cheering for her. People, she murmured. Boom. An explosion echoed from the spot where Arlong had been thrown moments before. As he emerged from the wreckage, furious, he turned to the majority of his men who were still standing. "Nami, I will make you pay for this," Arlong snarled, issuing an order immediately after. "Get her. I don't care anymore if you kill her, just kill her." Arlong spared no words, inciting his men to an even greater frenzy. Completely ignoring the possibility of casualties among his own subordinates, he encouraged a ruthless reaction against Nami. "I won't let you," declared Nami with determination. With visible confidence, she rose into the air with the help of her newly acquired wings, gracefully leaning forward. Nami prepared to launch her next attack against the furious crowd advancing towards her, armed to the teeth. Before the fishmen could run up to her, they couldn't react. Nami, as if unleashing the fury of harpies, materialized sharp claws in her hands, bathing them in an intense green light. Flapping her wings fearlessly, she advanced towards the crowd with overwhelming speed. The surprise on the faces of the fishmen lasted no more than an instant as Nami was upon them in a matter of seconds, her harpy claws cutting through the air with lethal precision. Nami, enveloped in fury and newly acquired abilities, delivered her blows with surgical precision. Her harpy claws, glowing with intense green light, sliced through the air like sharp blades, leaving luminous trails as they advanced. Each movement was choreographed, a dance of destruction executed with deadly grace. She hit vital points of the fishmen, dodging their desperate attacks while slashing with supernatural agility. The cutting sound of the claws meeting scales echoed through the air, blending with the cries of pain from the fishmen. Amidst the fierceness of the confrontation, Nami demonstrated newly discovered mastery, combining agility, precision, and strength. Her attack, once unthinkable for those who knew her as a peaceful navigator, revealed a new facet of her determination to protect what was important to her. Each blow told a story of resistance and revenge, echoing through the village amidst the chaos of battle. "She cut me. What is this? Stop her. This cuts. Someone stop those claws." The claws were wielded with skill, finding their target in a group of 10 fishmen. Nami, agile as a dancer, used her newly discovered mobility to ruthlessly slash them. The fishmen, in turn, could do nothing more than be powerless in the face of the ferocity of the attack. "Guys," Kirubai exclaimed, his eyes widening as he witnessed what was happening around him. The group of fishmen, who once belittled the human as weak, was now tossed into the air after being cut by the fearless Nami. "Shoot, shoot at her," someone shouted, and a group of fishmen hastily grabbed their weapons. Facing the imminent threat, Nami raised her hands above her head. A swirling sphere began to form above her, gaining intensity every second. Karyuta, devastating tornado. she exclaimed. As she brought her hands down, the sphere expanded, turning into a gray and green tornado of an impressive 8 meters in height. The vortex spun furiously at the center of the area, advancing in the direction Nami had pointed. A kind of hurricane. I can't aim the gun with this wind. Run, it's coming towards us. The fishmen screamed, desperately trying to escape the violent force of nature that was rapidly approaching. Arlong, help us. I'm being thrown. Arlong stared in disbelief as his fellow Tritons were caught by the attack, tossed into the air by the force of the gray wind with green glows. Some were thrown out, while most spun within the imposing tornado, calling for help amid the deafening roar of wind and destruction. The hurricane, carrying more than 20 Tritons with it, spared nothing as it circled through Arlong Park, devastating everything in its path. Finally, it stopped in front of the largest building, where 20 unconscious bodies lay on the ground. An extensive swath of destruction cut through the park, marking the trail left by the tornado. Even the main building, which escaped the circulating wind, had its plates and windows shattered and torn off by the hurricane. "Nami!" Arlong roared, unable to bear seeing his comrades defeated and his park reduced to wreckage in this way. "You guys," Arlong bellowed with his remaining men. "Go to the sea and throw water at her. She's a devil fruit user. We can weaken her with seawater." He issued the order to his remaining companions, and they had a moment of realization. "Lord Arlong," someone said with apprehension. Arlong looked interrogatively at him. The sea is frozen," he said with the same desperate voice. Everyone turned their eyes to where the sea was just a moment ago. Everything was frozen, as if Admiral Aokiji were present, even after so many strange events today. Now Nami, who has become so powerful, and the sea freezes without anyone knowing why. What must she have done for someone else? What the hell is happening here? Arlong said, visibly lost. Seeing the frozen sea, Arlong could only clench his fists in frustration. His gaze then turned to Nami. "Let's face it together. We can still defeat her. Let's end this human," Arlong said, standing up and encouraging his companions, indicating that he would join the group. "Yes," the remaining fishmen shouted, gaining a new determination as they grabbed their firearms and blades. Nami looked at all of them with the same determined eyes, ready to face them. Breathing a little heavily, she struggled with endurance because even with all the newly acquired power, she still didn't have much stamina. After using many attacks that consumed her energy, she muttered to herself, "I need to defeat him, I can do this." All spectators turned their attention to what would be the final battle, about to unfold before them. "Will Nami-sama be okay?" Shirahoshi asked with a worried expression. "Trust Nami, if she's in real danger, we'll intervene," Luffy stated. "What should we do with these fishmen, Luffy?" Johnny asked Hachai and the other two who had just awakened. "Leave them there to watch the fight. Let's see what we can do with them once Nami finishes with Arlong," Luffy said, slapping the dazed people in the face. "Hey, what did you say, human? Arlong won't let this pass," one of them shouted. "Look ahead. Arlong is being defeated by Nami," Luffy declared, making them realize for the first time where they were, in a heavily destroyed Arlong Park, while half of their companions lay on the ground. "Hey, Arlong, everyone," Hachai shouted in concern, but no one paid attention. Everyone was focused on the upcoming battle. "Attack," Arlong ordered, launching water droplets with his hands while his companions ran towards Nami. Some shot at the girl. Instead of gaining distance, Nami went straight for the group, dodging water droplets and bullets while gaining speed as she flapped her wings. Closing her fists, she managed to approach the first and punch the first fishman that appeared. "Garyuda, vacuum blast punch," she shouted. Boom. By uttering the words Garyuda, vacuum blast punch, Nami channeled her energy, forming a fist charged with power. The ensuing impact was spectacular. A deafening boom echoed through Arlong Park. The ground trembled with the intensity of the explosion, and a shockwave spread, creating cracks in the ground and raising dust clouds. The fishmen near the epicenter were thrown into the air like puppets, their bodies spinning uncontrollably like unrestrained kites. The surrounding area was impregnated with the smoke from the explosion, temporarily obscuring vision and creating a tense atmosphere. As the debris cleared, revealing the destruction caused by the attack, Nami showed no hesitation. Her wings flapped even more vigorously, propelling her towards the stunned fishmen. Seeing that they had no choice, her enemies attacked the Straw Hat Navigator again, and the fight began anew. Nami executed agile and graceful movements, like a deadly dance. Her wings beat to the rhythm of the battle, creating air currents that made the fishmen waver. She glided among the enemies, leaving trails of green light with her sharp claws as she was surrounded. Bang! A fishman tried to attack her with a spear, but Nami anticipated the move, elegantly dodging and slashing him with her claws. Boom! Another fishman tried to surprise her from behind, but Nami spun in the air, creating a small sphere of wind that protected her as she launched her claws in his direction. Bang! A barrage of bullets was fired in her direction, but with agility, Nami avoided each projectile, dancing through the battlefield. Boom! With a quick movement, she conjured a sharp wind chain that cut through a row of fishmen, leaving them stunned before she finished with a precise blow. Bang! A group of fishmen approached, but Nami, harnessing the power of the wind, created a barrier of air that pushed them away before diving among them with her claws, creating a series of precise cuts. The battle unfolded like an intricate choreography, a chaotic dance of agile movements, meticulously controlled explosions, and precise cuts, all orchestrated by Nami's unparalleled skill. With each deafening roar of a boom, or bang, she responded with a display of ability and power that defied expectations, maximizing her newly acquired capabilities. "Is that Nami?" exclaimed Genzo, wide-eyed, surprised by the girl's skill. Even though he had already seen some of her power, her vision of destroying Arlong Park's ground was still unbelievable. "I've never seen her fight like this before. She's amazing," Johnny commented, with a mix of surprise and admiration. Yasaku, watching closely, murmured, "These fishmen have no idea what hit them." Meanwhile, some villagers were commenting among themselves, expressing amazement at Nami's transformation and the chaos unfolding in Arlong Park. "Nami is tearing them apart. I didn't know she was so powerful. This is insane. She's facing fishmen as if it's the most natural thing in the world and winning." The fight continued, and the spectators' reactions were a mix of fascination and bewilderment at Nami's extraordinary display of power. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed through the environment as Nami moved with deadly grace. Even in the storm of water droplet shots and firearms, she persisted, advancing tirelessly. Although some of these attacks managed to reach her, no projectile or charge could penetrate her now notably strengthened and resistant body. The pain, an inevitable result of these impacts, became almost a distant echo in her determination, acting as a kind of anesthesia that propelled her through the fight. Every punch thrown by Nami was a controlled explosion, covering significant areas of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Arlong watched from afar, helplessly witnessing the defeat of his comrades. The park was impregnated with the echo of explosions, leaving the fishmen unconscious and severely injured, victims of Nami's controlled fury. "Nami, you damn human." Arlong's fierce growl echoed as he relentlessly advanced toward the girl after the dust settled a bit. "Arlong, your time has come," Nami retorted firmly. Even despite the visible wounds acquired during the fight amidst the fishmen, she faced her worst enemy with some confidence in her eyes. "Human," Arlong roared, displaying his sharp teeth as he advanced in a furious attack. Nami, despite her skill in dodging, began to feel an overwhelming exhaustion taking over her in this encounter. Her once agile and precise movements became slower and heavier. The wings that supported her began to gradually dissipate, as if the life force were being drained from her body after fighting for so long. With each attempt to dodge Arlong's attacks, Nami's fatigue became more evident. Her movements, now compromised by exhaustion, were no longer as efficient. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Arlong, with a ruthless roar, reached her and fiercely bit her shoulder. The cry of pain echoed as Nami felt Arlong's piercing bite on her shoulder. "I will get revenge on you." Even in agony, Nami gathered her last reserves of energy, clenching her fists and delivering an explosive vacuum punch against Arlong, using the little power she had left. Boom! Arlong didn't have time to dodge the attack and felt the impact, being thrown like a puppet to the other side and colliding brutally with his oriental mansion. Nami, exhausted and with intense pain in her bleeding shoulder, knelt on the battlefield. The effort to avenge Arlong took its toll, leaving her vulnerable. Some conscious fishmen aimed at Nami at this moment. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots echoed in the air, each finding its target in the fishmen threatening Nami. Usopp, the skilled marksman of the Straw Hats, was strategically positioned at the entrance of Arlong Park. Holding his high-tech rifle, he didn't hesitate to eliminate the enemies targeting his weakened companion. The projectiles, propelled by the advanced precision of the weapon, flew accurately, hitting the fishmen in vital points and neutralizing the imminent threat. Usopp's dexterity with his high-tech rifle was evident in the speed and effectiveness of the shots, ensuring Nami's safety in the face of imminent danger. As soon as Luffy instructed him, he was ready to save his companion who was in her weakened state at that moment. Crack! Arlong emerged from the house, a wounded and mutilated specter. He lacked teeth, and his right arm hung loosely, supported only by the shoulder. The damage caused by Nami's devastating attack was evident in his weakened form, a sight that contrasted with the Triton's usual ferocity. The focused shockwave of air had left severe marks on his robust body. Facing Nami at a defiant distance, Arlong couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Resentment boiled in the atmosphere as he prepared for the final confrontation. "Arlong, I will defeat you," declared Nami, though her voice betrayed her fragility. "I will not allow that, Nami. I will end you here, as I should have done many years ago, just as I did with your mother." Arlong roared, revealing the depth of his malice. "What did you say?" Nami was infuriated by this, more than anything, thinking of her mother and how Arlong slaughtered her like an animal. Yes, I will kill her like I did with your mother. I still remember the desperate look on that human's face trying to save the pathetic lives of 2 children. But once I kill you, I will go after your sister and all the humans on this island. Inferior beings should not want to fight against our superior race, the fishmen. He screamed like a madman, as he was the only one standing, and many members of his group were dead with this attack. He had the same feeling he had when facing Admiral Kizaru imposingly many years ago, so he was practically mentally disturbed and spoke with all his hatred for the human race. Everyone who heard this had mixed feelings. The villagers mostly felt fear from these words, hearing what would happen if Nami couldn't defeat Arlong. But many expressed disgust with it, hoping that Nami would kill him right there. Are they really that bad? Shirahoshi couldn't believe what she heard, with alarmed and frightened eyes. Yes, princess, their minds are infected with this kind of ideology. It was this same ideology that killed your mother, Luffy said, earning a disbelieving look from the mermaid. Sharky, that's true, Luffy-sama, but I don't understand, she said uncertainly but very shaken. Your mother wanted to bring your people to the surface to coexist with our race. That was the dream of Queen Ottoheim, but some people didn't like that idea. Luffy began without taking his eyes off the insane Arlong. Your mother was murdered, and I know you know who did it. Luffy spoke, causing a shrink from the princess with those words, and he continued. However, what you weren't aware of is that this murderer is also contaminated with this ideology that fishmen are superior to humans. This damn mentality only serves to further distance your people from coexisting with humans on the surface. That's why I believe this is the biggest challenge that Fishman Island faces right now, Luffy said calmly, pointing to the unbalanced Arlong for him to continue. He is the mentor of this idea, casting a shadow over your kingdom that cost your mother's life, and the Fishman Island is being corroded and threatened by this kind of thinking. In the near future, it may find itself on the brink of destruction, Luffy asserted, receiving incredulous looks, especially from the mermaid. Shirahoshi began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted. Nami looks different. Yamato, who had returned a short time ago after freezing the sea, suddenly expressed her observation. She was honing her haki to sense emotions. And although still far from perfection, Yamato could sense the emotional turmoil emanating from Nami at that moment. Luffy immediately turned his gaze to Nami, who remained kneeling. He still kept a safe distance from Arlong, inside the mansion, as he planned to discuss important matters with the mermaid. We should help her, she's already so exhausted, Ryuju expressed, watching the navigator in a lamentable state. She's crying, Nejiko exclaimed with great concern. Nami, overwhelmed, heard those words. No one knew, but she was facing a panic attack, flooded with memories that she always tried to forget. Arlong brought back the moment when her mother was killed before her eyes, triggering a crisis while she was in a state of extreme vulnerability, leaving her consumed by despair. She's having one of those attacks, Nejiko exclaimed, and Luffy looked at her with concern as she quickly explained. She has anxiety attacks when the memories of that day when our mother was killed come back, Nejiko explained before anyone could react. Isn't that bad? Usopp nervously asked. Ouch, ouch. Chaochu also showed concern. We need to act. Arlong is starting to move. In the end, you're just a weak human, Nami, just like your mother. No matter how many powers you have, in the end, you will have the same fate as the poor and useless woman I killed many years ago. Arlong laughed like a madman as he approached Nami. That won't happen, Hyuna declared, preparing to use her new weapon. Of course not, Zoro said, drawing his blade slightly from its sheath as well. Nami is acting strange. I feel like something terrible is going to happen, Yamato warned Luffy, who raised an eyebrow. There was no way Arlong could harm Nami with him there, about to act, as Luffy was flexing his feet for that. The information caught Luffy by surprise, seeing that Nami was facing her traumas with a panic and anxiety attack. He didn't know that the trauma from the childhood tragedy could cause psychological problems for Nami in this way. However, he also recognized that he shouldn't be surprised. This is a real world, not an anime. Of course, people would have their problems and face psychological leviathans with some terrible memories in their minds, no matter how strong they were. He understood that even in a place filled with physical strength and extraordinary abilities, people can still carry deep emotional scars. Nami remained kneeling, tears streaming down her face as Arlong's cruel words unleashed a storm of emotions within her. Anger, hatred, fear, despair, and sadness collided within her being. They were not just memories, but a dormant monster inside her, stirring with fury and wanting to break free. Raising her gaze, Nami's eyes began to glow in an intense yellow hue as wind started to circulate around her, tossing debris as if they were mere leaves. Arlong's laughter ceased. His steps faltered upon witnessing these haunting changes. Nami, although physically drained, saw her powers resurging before her. Arlong, in turn, felt a terrible premonition, a true imminent danger, an undeniable sense that death was approaching. A monster within Nami was awakening, and the atmosphere around echoed its impending presence. Luffy widened his eyes, his mind working quickly to anticipate the possible consequences of what was about to happen. Run, get away from the area now. Luffy's urgent cry reverberated through the crowd, initially stunned, trying to react, but the time had already run out. Nami's chest began to glow intensely, emitting a green light that captured the attention of everyone present. In a moment of panic, Luffy directed his orders to Yamato. Yamato, create an ice wall. Now, the urgency in Luffy's voice left no room for doubt, and Yamato promptly erected an ice wall, separating Arlong Park from the crowd. Luffy, acting instantly, employed his power on the newly created wall. Wait, what about Nami? Nijiko's alarmed cry echoed as she watched the wall forming in front of her and her sister. However, before Luffy could respond, something extraordinary happened, shaking everyone in the next moment. A violent tremor ran through Arlong Park, announcing the imminent manifestation of the power contained within Nami. Her kneeling figure became the epicenter of a growing storm, and everyone witnessed her frightening transformation. The green light radiating from her chest intensified, and, in a moment of catharsis, she raised her arms to the heavens and screamed. A black vortex began to form, initially small but growing at every moment so quickly that no one could react. The wind around Nami turned into a deafening roar, and the sky darkened with the shadow of the impending storm. The vortex expanded rapidly, engulfing Arlong Park in its spiral of destruction. Buildings were torn from their foundations, trees bent and stripped of leaves, while the ground trembled under the growing power of the storm. The gigantic hurricane, created by Nami's fury, devoured everything in its path, an unstoppable force destroying every trace of the park that had once been a symbol of Arlong's power. The crowd, now separated by the ice wall and protected by Luffy's defense, watched with horror and fascination as the cataclysm unfolded before their eyes. The cutting wind, the deafening noise, and the flickering lights created an apocalyptic sight, marking the emergence of a force that defied human understanding. Nami's agonizing scream reverberated like a symphony of agony, echoing in everyone's ears as an ominous omen. In an instant, Arlong Park and its wreckage were catapulted by the wind hurricane and, with a deafening crash, collided with the ice wall. The impact was felt by everyone on the other side, as the icy structure resisted, but not for long. Cracks began to form, challenging the enhanced resistance provided by Yamato and Luffy's combined abilities. Tension grew, and in a spectacular burst, the wall crumbled. The wind released by the explosion advanced like a hurricane, brutally hitting everything in its path. Luffy and his companions, although trying to resist, were powerless against the overwhelming force. The crowd was thrown backward, flying through the air before falling hundreds of meters away. While everyone was thrown away by the wind explosion unleashed by Nami, Luffy, realizing the imminent danger, acted quickly. Using his mythical Zoan abilities, he concentrated flames in his hands and shot controlled explosions towards the flying debris. The strategically directed explosions aimed to disintegrate larger fragments that could pose a threat to the people launched by the wind. The crackling fire danced in the air, creating a shower of attacks on the large rocks for the safety of the villagers still in the air from the force of the explosion. Although some debris still reached the ground, Luffy's action minimized the damage and prevented greater tragedies. While some villagers fell unharmed to the ground, albeit stunned and slightly injured, they were fortunate to escape serious harm, while others lay unconscious on the ground. Luffy managed to stop by increasing his weight to avoid being blown away by the wind and looked at the impossible. She acquired this power just one day ago. Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. After the initial explosion, a colossal hurricane began to form, reaching into the skies and engulfing the entire Arlong base, causing the entire island to feel the wrath of the wind. Under the vortex that already covered the Arlong base area, small harpies emerged, punctuating the scene with green lights. Dozens of them appeared, all seemingly preparing to attack. However, Luffy's attention was drawn back to the monstrous hurricane. In the heart of the storm, two giant yellow eyes revealed themselves, blinking intermittently with effects similar to green light. The crowd fell silent as an imposing shadow of a colossal figure, about 50 meters tall, began to emerge in the center of that tumultuous manifestation. Four enormous wings stretched on its back, visible whenever the hurricane gleamed with green lights. Karyuda was the only word that managed to escape Luffy's lips as he watched the majestic figure reveal itself, resembling a giant Valkyrie emerging from the chaos. "What the hell is this?" exclaimed Yamato, his voice muffled by the deafening roar of the wind emanating from the colossal storm. The entire island was immersed in the monstrous wind current that originated at the center of the Arlong Park and continued to ascend into the sky for several kilometers. Despite Luffy's efforts to avoid fatalities, many people were thrown unconscious upon impact as Yamato's ice wall dissolved. The residents, mostly dressed in white, struggled to hold on to anything available, striving not to be thrown by the merciless winds battering them. "What's happening? Where did this come from? Where's Nami? Najiko shouted in desperation, rising from the ground. She frantically searched for her sister, fearing the worst, as Arlong Park was now covered by the colossal storm that had formed at the center of the explosion. The rest of the group shared the same fear as they tried to recover, not only observing the hurricane but also the strange creatures emerging at its feet. What's going on? Did Nami do this? Exclaimed Ryuju, shielding her eyes from the furious wind of the storm. What is that? Is that Nami? Hyuna shouted, alarmed, clinging to a tree while pointing at the hurricane. She had the same vision as Luffy, witnessing the manifestation of the gigantic Garuda. She's lost control, Luffy murmured, fixing his gaze on the colossal shadow within the hurricane. What do you mean she's lost control? There's no way she could just lose control, Hyuna argued, demonstrating familiarity with the concepts and workings of devil fruits. Fruits in the Zoan category have a will of their own, Hyuna. Don't underestimate them, especially the most powerful ones in the mythical category, warned Luffy, not taking his eyes off the shadow flickering with green lights 400 meters away. And what are those things emerging in the hurricane? Ryuju asked aloud, watching the small army of harpies emerging in a green light. It seems to be a unique ability of Garuda. She can create these creatures. We better protect the villagers from these things as they might well attack anything in their path, cautioned Luffy, narrowing his eyes. What are we going to do about Nami? Yamato shouted aloud. We have to stop her, don't we? Zoro reasoned aloud. Are we going to fight that? Usopp yelled, visibly apprehensive. Is that Nami? That's a monster. How are we going to face that? Johnny exclaimed, expressing his fear. Yes, brother Johnny is right. We can't fight that, Yasaku argued, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. Guys, Luffy announced with amplified voice. Listen, I'll deal with Nami. You take care of the villagers. Her powers can summon these miniature harpies. You must deal with them and protect the villagers, instructed Luffy, earning some stunned looks as everyone turned to the strange creatures emerging. Of all the icons, Garuda is the weakest. However, she is the most versatile in my opinion, even more so than Odin. In addition to the powers Nami has already demonstrated, Garuda can summon these soldiers, forming even a mini army of them. Nami is still far from fully controlling these abilities, but as it happened once in the game where Garuda went out of control, creating a few dozen of these creatures on her own, the same is happening now with Nami. We have to stop them without hurting any villagers, reflected Luffy. These creatures could attack anything, as he had mentioned before, and Nami could regret it for the rest of her life if something happened to someone in the village due to her uncontrolled power. At that moment, Luffy thought of another person who, unfortunately, had faced a similar fate. I won't let you have the same fate as Yuta, Luffy muttered to himself without raising his voice, as the wind was too loud and no one else heard. Yamato, Luffy called her immediately with his simplified voice again, and Yamato looked at him the next moment. Look, stay here to protect the people. I'll deal with Nami and intend to transform as well, but there's a good chance of losing control just like Nami. I'm sure I'm not ready for that now. However, if that happens, only you can handle us, understood? But Luffy, that dangerous, isn't it? Yamato shouted with some concern. Yeah, I won't deny it, but it's necessary. I plan to stay in the final phase until I deal with Nami. You need to intervene if something goes wrong. I'm counting on you, Vice Captain. Luffy spoke and started walking forward against the wind, increasing his weight. He managed to stand firm against the hurricane as he approached the summoned creatures and Garuda above them. Luffy knew he was acting recklessly, that he would have a better chance of facing Nami with Yamato, but he wanted to test his powers at full strength, and this was a good opportunity. I came to this world and want to enjoy the emotions of an intense battle. Here, in this sea, I don't have many opportunities. Besides Mihawk, I practically deal with everyone easily. Luffy reflected as he walked, hoping to have a good fight with Nami. Luffy felt like he was being watched and looked up at the hurricane. Even without observation haki, it was possible to feel the pressure of being observed by some kind of Megazord. Garuda's eyes seemed to see them as a challenge, shining in a yellow hue within the gray and green wind of the hurricane. Luffy moved 200 meters away from the group and was now in front of the hurricane. Surrounded by at least 30 of the summoned creatures, he prepared for the confrontation. But Luffy's eyes glowed intensely in scarlet, focused solely on Garuda and the hurricane. The hurricane instantly dissipated, bringing relief to everyone present. However, what emerged in its place left expressions of disbelief on all faces. Where the Arlong Park was before, there was now a barren wasteland, a desolate landscape that contrasted dramatically with the previous structure. As the wind-blown dust settled, a massive shadow emerged on the horizon. It was the imposing Garuda, with its 4 wings outstretched and a colossal height of 50 meters. The majestic details of the creature were visible as the daylight highlighted its features, leaving everyone stunned in the face of this astonishing manifestation. Luffy didn't need to turn around to sense the shock that this sight had caused everyone. It was the first time they had witnessed an icon completely transformed in this world. Where did this monster come from? By the gods, is that Nami? She turned into this thing. Someone turn her back. The villagers screamed from afar, feeling relief from the absence of the wind pressure, but the shock still lingered upon them in the face of the colossus rising before their eyes. Luffy, on the other hand, kept his eyes fixed on Garuda, completely focused on the imposing creature. However, in the midst of the tense silence, something unexpected happened. Awaken! A terrifying and ancient voice, laden with a commanding presence and unfathomable antiquity, suddenly echoed from within him. The sound reverberated like an ancient whisper, enveloping Luffy in a mysterious aura. Surprised, Luffy instinctively turned his gaze to his own chest, trying to comprehend the origin of this voice that seemed to emerge from time immemorial. Luffy was surprised, contemplating this strange internal manifestation. The voice continued, urging him to awaken a dormant power. You Icons sure know how to be terrifying, don't you? Luffy murmured, trying to understand what was happening. The voice echoed in his mind, an ancestral presence that seemed to desire the release of something powerful within him. Awaken that power. The voice insisted, echoing like a sinister whisper. Okay, as long as you don't go out of control. Luffy responded, speaking directly to this inner entity. Awaken, Frit. The voice persisted, becoming more intense. Well, you don't even listen to me, do you? But still, let's see what you're capable of, Ifrit. Luffy declared, accepting the unknown challenge unfolding within himself. Every word of the ancestral voice seemed to vibrate at the core of his existence, triggering an imminent transformation. Luffy's eyes intensified their red hue, and fiery flames began to dance around him, growing furiously in front of the harpies and Garuda. The flames formed a violent whirlwind around him, resembling another firestorm that was growing with every moment Luffy focused on the power within him. Before anyone could react, the flames erupted from Luffy in a truly spectacular display. A fiery pillar rose from the realms of Ifrit, shooting towards the firmament and dominating a vast expanse of the horizon. The sight transcended reality, as if the world itself succumbed to darkness, leaving the colossal pillar of purple fire as the sole source of illumination. The flames grew incessantly, surpassing 50 meters in width, engulfing many harpies nearby and reaching heights exceeding 400 meters. Everyone present felt the intense heat emanating from the monumental column of fire, witnessing a scene that defied human comprehension. When the fiery display finally subsided and ceased, the day seemed to glow under the sun. However, the land around was now devastated and scorched, with purple flames burning everywhere, unaffected by the gentle wind still emanating from Garuda, even without the hurricane that accompanied it before. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated as a colossal foot crushed the ground, cracking the earth as it revealed the immense presence of Ifrit. The impact was so powerful that fissures extended through the ground, providing a spectacular view of its magnitude. The giant foot, surrounded by amethyst flames, belonged to the colossal figure of Luffy transformed. Ifrit stood imposing, its majestic form standing out against the cracked and burnt scenery around it due to its flaming pillar. The scene unfolded, gradually revealing the impressive features of Ifrit in its complete transformation. The imposing figure resembled a drake, a lizard-like being with skin reminiscent of burnt rock, covered by amethyst armor that gave it a robust appearance. Vibrant flames danced on various parts of its body, creating a fiery aura that enveloped the colossal creature standing at 50 meters tall. A horn curved backward adorned its head, adding a touch of majesty to its imposing form. In front of Garuda, Ifrit roared vigorously, standing out as a commanding presence in the scene, while everyone watched, amazed and awestruck by the magnitude of these colossal creatures. Leaning forward, Luffy, in the colossal form of Ifrit, unleashed a resounding roar that echoed throughout the island. Each sound wave of the roar seemed to vibrate in the air, announcing the imposing presence of Ifrit before its challenger, the colossal harpy Garuda. The powerful sound echoed through the landscapes, making everyone around feel the intensity of the moment as the atmosphere was saturated with the magnitude of this imminent confrontation between two colossal entities. Roar, roar! Garuda responded with a peculiar cry, a strange cacophony of sounds resembling multiple birds screaming simultaneously. She was clearly irritated by the challenge from this other icon. Luffy stared at the gigantic harpy, while on his body, amethyst flames surged violently, further highlighting his imposing form. What am I seeing? Zoro choked. So big, Shirahoshi exclaimed. Sharky, Luffy could always turn into this. Ryuju wondered, amazed. It's colossal, Yosaku shouted. And to think we had two monsters in the crew. Zoro murmured. This is insane, Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide open at the colossal sight. So, my Luffy could do this all along? Yamato asked, surprised. Now, before everyone, there were two 50-meter giants, facing each other, ready for an epic confrontation. The crew, as well as the island inhabitants, watched in dread, fearing that these creatures could destroy the entire place. Ifrit glared at Garuda with fury, its immense form standing out in the scenery as amethyst flames danced around it, giving it a threatening aura. I am being influenced by my own icon. Luffy's thoughts echoed in his mind, realizing that the beast within him craved a brutal battle. Feeling the storm of emotions roaring like a hurricane, he murmured internally, deciding to fight against his opponent like a true wild beast. Faced with the imminent loss of control to the inner beast, Luffy acted swiftly, invoking the power of his devil fruit to strengthen his mind and stay conscious for a while longer while battling for control. Luffy's mind briefly shone with a golden light as he struggled to subdue the instinctive fury of the icon. These icons are more dangerous than I imagined. I need to end this before my mind succumbs to Ifrit's will. It's a shame I can't apply the Moa Moa no Mai to other aspects, as I am using its application in the mine. I'll have to fight using Ifrit's power alone. But I have to admit, it's incredible to be a colossal monster of 50 meters. The perspective is completely different when flying at this height. Looking down and seeing my crew like ants below is fascinating. This transformation isn't bad, despite making me an easy target. My body is much more resistant, and my strength is several times greater now compared to the Phase 2 transformation, Luffy reflected, finding a hint of fascination amid the chaos of battle. Transforming into a giant colossus of 50 meters, Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of power and grandeur. The elevated perspective provided him with a panoramic view of the battlefield, where his comrades and enemies resembled small dots compared to his immense stature. The feeling of dominance and control over the environment was palpable, while the world below seemed to shrink in the face of his colossal presence. Every step Luffy took reverberated like a tremor, echoing his unparalleled strength. His now robust and resistant body contrasted with the apparent fragility of those below him. The higher breeze, distant sounds, and even the smell of the environment took on a new dimension when experienced from such an extraordinary height. Despite becoming an obvious target, Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the unique perspective that the transformation offered. The aerial view and the feeling of being in control of a colossal force added an additional layer of complexity and fascination to the experience of being a true giant in battle. Karyuta growled, drawing Luffy's attention once again. ROAARRR. Karyuta's thunderous roar echoed, challenging Luffy in his imposing Ifrit form. While amethyst fire enveloped Ifrit, Luffy thought, "Sorry, Nami, but I'll have to smack you until you're back to normal." His scarlet eyes were focused on the gigantic harpy before him. ROAARRR. Ifrit responded to Karyuta's challenge, releasing a powerful roar as a declaration of its own fury. Amidst the tension, Karyuta, consumed by uncontrollable rage, was the first to act. Emerging from the wreckage of the former Arlong Park, now reduced to ruins, she flapped her wings forcefully, gaining speed to charge at Ifrit. The giant harpy closed in quickly, reaching a distance of 200 meters, and extended her sharp claws toward the purple fire drake. In response, Ifrit adjusted its feet, standing firm to face the imminent impact and confrontation. Its colossal feet crushed some harpies that were dangerously approaching its crew and the villagers. The ground trembled under the impact, but Ifrit remained vigilant to the threat around it. Meanwhile, Karyuta, moving with impressive speed, was already before Ifrit, launching her sharp claws in a fierce assault. Luffy, still lucid, agile, and aware of the imminent danger, coordinated his movements. With precise movements, Ifrit skillfully dodged Karyuta's attack, flexing its colossal body to the side. In response, Luffy launched himself onto the giant harpy, grabbing her arms after dodging. Ifrit held Karyuta firmly using both hands. Without wasting time, before Karyuta could react, Luffy concentrated his strength. Spinning Karyuta's massive body by the same arm, he executed an almost complete 360-degree turn. The force of the movement threw Karyuta with momentum in the opposite direction, hurling her beyond the forest near the former Arlong Park. The strong wind generated by the impactful motion swept the area, leaving everyone around astonished at the display of Ifrit's immense strength. Boom! The impact of Karyuta's colossal body colliding with the ground made the entire area shake, echoing the brute force that Luffy had applied in a long-awaited strike. People, who initially seemed like ants before the titanic movements of these two beings, couldn't help but be amazed at the incredible evolution of the battle. Amidst the chaos, the population ran, fearful that the fight between the two giants could result in the destruction of the island. Furthermore, hostile creatures in the form of harpies created by Nami's power tried to approach, but Nami's pirate crew skillfully prevented these threats from advancing towards the civilians, acting as a protective shield in the midst of the turmoil. "Get the unconscious ones and get out of here," Ryuju exclaimed, urging the villagers to act quickly. Bang bang. "What are these things?" Usopp shouted as he fired, eliminating one of the creatures. Luffy said these things are created by Nami's power. "Shirahoshi, don't get into this fight. Stay behind and take care of the villagers," Hyuna pleaded with concern. Yes, Shirahoshi agreed, running in the safe direction along with her shark. "Chaochu, Nijiko, you must go with them too," Yamato insisted. Woof woof. Chaochu refused. "I'm not going anywhere. My sister is out of control, and I don't intend to leave, Nijiko asserted, picking up a spear that had fallen from the fishman during the hurricane, ready to assist the crew against the creatures. Chaos had already spread across the entire island at this point. Even with the former captives, they were stunned by the sight of colossal beings emerging even from quite a distance away from that place after that enormous hurricane, and trembled as those things began to fight each other kilometers away. What are those things that appeared after that sudden hurricane? One of them shouted. We should have stayed at base 16. I don't want to be crushed if those things come here. Let's get back to the marine ship and escape this island. They quickly ran to the marine ship, eager to return to the sea. Meanwhile, amidst the battle of those colossi, boom, the thunder of Garuda being thrown into the forest, uprooting thousands of trees, while her body served as the very brake. Without wasting time, Luffy began to advance in her direction, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Every step Luffy took was like a sonic explosion, cracking the ground and crushing trees and rocks beneath his feet. Garuda, still enraged, got up and faced Ifrit with her fierce yellow eyes. Roar, roar. Once again, the two beasts roared at each other, echoing like thunder before launching into another round. Garuda spread her wings, gaining momentum as she ascended dozens of meters into the air. Powerful winds began to circulate around her claws, creating a stormy aura around her. Meanwhile, Ifrit, the colossus of purple flames, formed fiery fists in preparation for the imminent clash. The tension in the air was almost palpable, enveloping the two titans preparing for the next exchange of blows. Garuda flew towards Ifrit, who responded with fiery punches. Boom! The resulting explosion from the collision of different elemental fists tore through the forest. The impact was not limited to the collision site but reverberated throughout the island. The elements expanded violently, completely decimating that part of the forest for hundreds of meters. The roar echoed, making it clear that the battle between these two giants was far from over. The island is shaking. The impact is coming. Be careful. This is the end of the world. Charlie, this is so scary. The villagers screamed, feeling the power of the clash between the two colossi, while carrying the hurricane-injured people along with Shirahoshi. In the midst of the furious clash of elements, the wind managed to prevail over Ifrit's fire this time. Luffy, losing momentum, was thrown to the opposite side, colliding with a mountain in the heart of the island. Crack! A mountain, now being destroyed by the colossal body, was visible to everyone on the island. Although Ifrit was smaller than the mountain, the force of the impact significantly altered the landscape, causing a profound shock to everyone present to the core of their souls. The unexpected destruction turned the scenery into a haunting spectacle. The tremors resulting from the impact between Garuda and Ifrit echoed throughout the island, like seismic pulses shaking the ground. Trees were toppled in a chaotic dance, rocks detached from the mountains, and the ground cracked under the colossal pressure. The atmosphere was imbued with collective fear as villagers ran in desperation, trying to protect themselves from the imminent chaos. The visible destruction extended beyond the point of impact. Shockwaves radiated, affecting distant areas of the island. Nearby structures were reduced to rubble, and dust clouds obscured the air. The roar of colliding elements resonated like a continuous thunder, echoing through mountains and valleys. The idyllic scenery of the island was being transformed before the astonished eyes of the local inhabitants. The lush nature was replaced by a chaotic scene of destruction, and the island faced a titanic test of strength that threatened to rewrite its geography. What kind of fight is this? I want to go home, Usopp shouted in fear as he continued to shoot at the harpies threatening them, yearning to escape the destruction caused by Luffy's and Nami's battle. They felt the impact of the forests being destroyed and sensed the entire island trembling. Luffy, Yamato murmured while watching Luffy being thrown into a mountain like a colossal puppet. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach Phase 3 of her mythical zone yet, as her development had always been restricted by the sea stone handcuffs her father put on her. But she was moved by this kind of fight. It seemed like the island would be destroyed if they let Luffy and Nami fight like madmen for the next hour. We want to leave. The bounty hunters, in turn, joined the chorus of requests to abandon the island, fearing the imminent collapse. The scene of destruction was so overwhelming that the idea of staying in that location became increasingly unsustainable. The epic battle between the two colossi was transforming the island from a peaceful paradise into a cataclysmic battlefield. A harpy charged at the group, but before it could attack, Zoro delivered a precise cut, eliminating the imminent threat. Stop crying and pay attention to the fight here, you'll end up dying like this, Zoro growled, urging the bounty hunters to focus on the battle against the harpies. Yes, thank you, Brother Zoro. They thanked in unison, realizing the importance of staying alert in the face of the creatures surrounding them. Boom, boom, boom. Ryuju, in turn, kicked several harpies, demonstrating skill in repelling these creatures. After defeating the last one, she paused to catch her breath. These things don't stop appearing. She expressed her concern upon noticing that another group of these monsters was approaching, indicating that the battle was far from over. Yes, but we have to take care of them before they reach the village. The rest of the island can barely handle these harpies. Hyuna, despite the difficulty in her fight, tried to defend herself with her sword. Tensa Zenjutsu pressed against the claws of one of the creatures in a strength clash, being an 11-year-old girl. Nijiko appeared beside Hyuna, wielding a spear she had picked up earlier, and struck a precise blow against a harpy. Thank you. Hyuna expressed gratitude upon seeing her fight end. It was nothing. Is Nami creating these things? Nijiko was still trying to process the entire situation. She's out of control. Luffy said the fruit itself is in command. Yamato explained. Woof. Chaozu jumped towards a harpy but was thrown aside after being hit by one of the creature's claws. Chaozu, Usopp shouted and aimed at the Valkyrie, firing 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the harpy succumbed to the attack and dissipated in the air with a glow. Damn it, Luffy, stop Nami quickly. Usopp complained. He's still lying on that collapsed mountain. Yamato said. Nami will be fine. Trust the captain. Luffy will manage. Nijiko tried to calm everyone's concern with confidence in the crew's captain. Yes, we have faith that Luffy will stop Nami without harming her. Luffy, roar. Before they could continue placing their faith in Luffy, a thunderous sound echoed through the island once again, and an imposing Ifrit emerged from the wreckage of the mountain, roaring louder than ever, as if thirsty for another round of battle. Luffy, go. Luffy, stop Nami. Luffy, we trust you. End this and bring Nami back. Just don't destroy the island, please. His crew witnessed Ifrit emerging gloriously from the wreckage that was once a mountain, the result of Luffy's impact. Ifrit faced Garuda, ready for another battle. Meanwhile, Luffy surveyed the scene in the distance he had flown. I have to end this before the landscape of this island changes drastically or the island itself is destroyed, he thought, facing his formidable opponent once again. Garuda assumed an attacking stance once more, and Ifrit responded in kind, even from a distance. Thus, Garuda and Ifrit prepared for a third clash. As the two icons faced each other from a distance, frightened birds crossed the sky, avoiding the monstrosities that resembled small mosquitoes in comparison. It seems I won't be able to save energy. I tried to do that and ended up being carried away by Nami. Luffy lamented the last clash, where he hesitated to use all his strength, trying to maintain clarity. Regret lingered in his thoughts. Without further delay, Luffy flexed his knees, cracking the ground even more with his powerful feet. He launched into the attack, his body surrounded by purple flames, running with surprising speed. For observers, it was like witnessing a meteor sliding across the land, leaving behind a trail of fire as he headed towards Garuda, which was 2 kilometers away. In just a few seconds, he reached the winged monstrosity, creating a path of flames in his wake. Flames, witnessing Luffy's onslaught. Garuda tried to fly, but before she could react, the Straw Hat Captain was already in front of her, ready to deliver a punch enveloped in flames. Boom! Garuda adopted a defensive posture, crossing her arms, but the impact of the fiery punch shook her, propelling her backward. At the peak of imbalance, Luffy held her with a single hand, bringing her back into his proximity. In a fluid motion, he swung his arm over Ifrit's shoulder, lifting the giant mythical Zoan into the air and then letting her fall backward with a thunderous impact. Crack! The echo of the crash reverberated as the ground cracked under the colossal fall. Luffy didn't stop there. Quickly, he swung his arm back and then thrust it forward, delivering a fiery punch from the ground toward Garuda. Flames, boom, crack. The impressive sound of flames, explosion, and the ground cracking echoed once again, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. Give up, Garuda. You can't keep going like this, Luffy murmured to himself, holding on to the hope that Nami would return to her normal state. Luffy was surprised to feel the concentration of wind growing beneath him. Before he could react, a hurricane engulfed him, throwing him away, challenging even the resilience of his colossal body. Garuda's hurricane wind, fueled by Nami's uncontrollable power, had a deafening roar. The blast of air swept everything in its path as Garuda was being pressed down by Ifrit above her. Even the nearby landscape did not escape unscathed, toppling trees, rocks, and anything in the path of the unbridled fury. The impact shook the island once again. Darn, that hurt, Luffy muttered as he flew through the air. After being hit by Garuda's hurricane, Luffy, transformed into Ifrit, was thrown into the sky in a diagonal line, crossing the air like a giant, uncontrolled puppet. The impact was strong, but Luffy skillfully adjusted his position in the air to land on his feet while his amethyst flames flickered furiously around him. Ifrit's paws plunged into the ground with a deafening crash. The colossal body of Ifrit dove towards the earth, causing a violent shockwave. The ground trembled under the massive impact, cracking and fragmenting with the force of Ifrit's grounding. The trees around bent before the arrival of the colossal figure, some being uprooted. Dust and debris rose in a dense cloud, momentarily obscuring the view. The crater formed by the impact expanded rapidly with its weight alone, revealing the magnitude of its force. Birds already frightened by the fight, which had stirred the entire island, took flight towards the sea, dispersing in the face of the intensity of the battle caused on the island. The earth itself seemed to groan under the weight of Luffy and Garyuda's transformation since they began the confrontation. Ifrit's gaze turned to its opponent in the distance, but beyond rising again, Luffy saw her tilt her wings. His eyes followed with intensity every beat of Garyuda's wings, which, with powerful gusts, majestically rose from the ground. With each upward movement, the harpy gained altitude until reaching a height of 500 meters. With her flying, things are going to get more difficult, Luffy thought. The imposing silhouette of Garyuda stood out against the sky, wings beating in a majestic rhythm as she hovered in the air. The mocking expression in the harpy's eyes echoed challenge, indicating that the battle was far from over, while Luffy fixed his defiant gaze on Garyuda, who soared in the skies. I wanted to avoid this, not to spend even more energy, as I won't be able to endure much longer conscious in the Ifrit transformation. But since you leave me no choice, let's see this through to the final phase. Luffy pondered. However, faced with Garyuda's persistence, he concluded that he had no choice but to advance to the last phase. With determination, he concentrated his power on his back. A dazzling explosion of light radiated from Luffy, outlining the wings taking shape. The intense brightness eclipsed even the flames that surrounded Ifrit. In this splendor, two black wings, as deep as the night, emerged. They radiated intense heat, while amethyst flames danced vibrantly along their lengths, giving an even more imposing aura to Luffy's transformation. The surrounding environment trembled with the majestic manifestation of the power that now flowed through him. Without wasting time, Luffy flexed his knees and propelled himself to the next stage of the transformation. The environment around him seemed to vibrate with the energy emanating from Ifrit's colossal figure. With a powerful thrust, Luffy jumped from the wreckage of the forest, the ground exploding under his feet once again as Ifrit took off into the sky, and the forest shrank with the wind he produced with it. The roar of the jump reverberated through the landscape, echoing the power contained in that colossal charge. Ifrit enveloped its body in flames as it ascended into the air, beating its wings to meet Garyuda in the skies. Roar! A resounding roar echoed through the air as Garyuda, realizing the charge, leaned in for the encounter, her hands surrounded by a vortex of dark and green wind once again. This time, it was to increase the intensity of my flames to face her, Luffy reasoned, intensifying the temperature far beyond the last confrontation, when he was just testing the waters and conserving energy. Boom! The explosion of the blows manifested in the air above the island. However, all witnesses still felt the tension of the two colors in conflict, each representing the power of Ifrit and Garyuda. Ifrit got the upper hand against Garyuda this time, pushing her back 3 kilometers in the air due to the impact towards the sea. She managed to recover in the air, thanks to her wings, but the force of the blow made it clear that the balance of the battle was shifting. Luffy didn't hesitate and was already on her at that moment, finding himself in the middle of the vast ocean. Garyuda, in turn, didn't want to be taken by surprise again and responded to Luffy with the same intensity. People on the island could see Garyuda and Ifrit exchanging blows as they flew through the air a few kilometers away. Boom, 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 boom. Several kilometers above the sea, Garyuda and Ifrit delivered their colossal blows, creating a spectacle of lights and explosions in the firmament. The sunlight, filtered through the clouds, shone through the sparks and flames dancing in the wake of the aerial clashes. Luffy, in his Ifrit form, dove and ascended with agility, leaving a trail of purple flames in his path. His flaming punches relentlessly sought the agile Garyuda as she skillfully slid between the attacks, slicing through the air with her sharp claws. Boom, roar, crack. The explosions illuminated the sky, highlighting the imposing silhouettes of these titanic creatures. The sea below seemed small and distant, witnessing the grandeur and fury of this celestial battle. Each blow exchanged between Garyuda and Ifrit reverberated through space, like a symphony of destruction echoing across the entire island and beyond. The roar of the explosions echoed like thunder, and the seismic impacts were felt even at a considerable distance. It was a spectacle that transcended human understanding, a monumental sight they never imagined witnessing. Two titanic colossi, Garyuda and Ifrit, entwined in a dance of destruction, fiercely punching each other while floating several kilometers high. The magnitude of this divine battle was surreal, a scene that challenged the boundaries of credulity. For the spectators on the island, it was as if they were watching a fight between gods in the very sky. This awe-inspiring image was destined to be etched into their memories, leaving an indelible mark that would endure for the rest of their lives. Even the Straw Hats were mesmerized, witnessing this epic battle between titans. Yamato, Luffy said for you to intervene if something happens to him, but let's be honest, can you get involved in the middle of that fight? Ryuju asked, lighting a cigarette now that the battle seemed to have tilted in their favor. After eliminating the last harpies, which had apparently ceased, probably because Garyuda needed energy for the battle and didn't create them anymore, Yamato pondered, it's really hard to say. Even with Hack, I would still be facing 2 monsters with powerful elements. Luffy-sama will make it. Shirahoshi confidently affirmed, now that she had returned to the crew after the battle. Look, Luffy is gaining the upper hand, observed Zoro. From a distance, they could see Luffy landing a right hook on Garuda. What is he doing? He's going to do something to her. In the instant following that powerful punch, everyone witnessed Luffy, with Garuda stunned in the skies, wrapping her from behind, firmly holding her arms and pinning her wings. In a fluid motion, his body started spinning towards the island, the purple flames intensifying around him. Like a flaming meteor, Luffy projected himself directly towards the island, carrying with him the other imposing winged creature. An uncontrollable chain of fire formed, leaving everyone on the island gaping at the fiery spectacle inexorably approaching. He can't be coming here, can he? Shirahoshi, seeing Luffy's trajectory, raised the question. Yes, he is coming directly here. Ryuju let her cigarette fall from her mouth, panicking. Run, run, Johnny shouted in desperation. Run, Yamato also warned, watching that enormous meteor formed by two 50-meter creatures flying towards them. Sharky. Oh, I don't want to die like this. Run, we're going to be crushed. Shut up and just run. While the crew ran in fear, Luffy reached the ground just a bit before where the crew was. Boom! Ifrit, accompanied by Garuda, crashed with a roar into the water on the beach, generating a deafening shockwave that rippled through the area. Crack! The earth was abruptly lifted as the colossal entity descended, dragging Garuda across the island. The impact began on the beach and spread across the entire length of the island until reaching its center. During this terrible path of destruction, Ifrit didn't hesitate to drag Garuda, ruthlessly rubbing her on the ground. The resounding roar and the resulting tremors echoed throughout the island, making people feel the ground shaking beneath their feet. Panic set in, and the island's inhabitants watched in horror, unable to believe what their eyes were witnessing. The only sound permeating the island was the echo of the impact, with debris flying in all directions, creating a trail of destruction. The line of smoke rising at the end of this path of chaos outlined the imposing figure of Ifrit, which rose majestically after the confrontation that had left its indelible mark on the island's landscape. Roar! The vibrant roar echoed as a proclamation of victory, reverberating through the island that now displayed visible scars from the colossal battle. I won, but I'm almost turning into a beastly mine. Luckily, I triumphed before my consciousness completely succumbed to Ifrit, murmured Luffy, his eyes fixed on the ground just 50 meters away. There, he witnessed Garuda unconscious, whose form suddenly began to glow, undoing her transformation. Her body shrank to take the form of a small unconscious girl, now lying in the middle of the crater. Thank goodness it's over, finally, Luffy thought, relieved as he reverted his transformation. Everyone could witness Ifrit shining intensely before disappearing the next moment. With a small explosion, Luffy touched the ground in the center of the clearing. Rising from the dust, he approached Nami lying on the ground and bruised. You sure give me some trouble, silly girl, Luffy commented with a bit of difficulty breathing, reaching his mental limit as well. A thunderous noise echoed from the other side, and Luffy didn't need to look in that direction to know it was the sea flooding the crater line with force. I better get Nami out of here, he muttered, but he was out of strength. The last thing he remembers is footsteps approaching before fainting, recognizing it to be Yamato by the sound of their wooden sandals, a traditional attire in Wano. Luffy just smiled and allowed his mind to rest after so much exhaustion in this intense battle. What exhaustion? Luffy murmured, finally opening his eyes after the last memories and looked around, trying to locate himself. When Luffy woke up, he realized he was in a house and saw the window overlooking the sea. Recognizing this view, he noticed he was at Nami's house and it was late afternoon. That means I stayed just a few hours, or am I a day? But I doubt it's the latter, Luffy thought, and noticed someone in the bed next to him. He realized it was Nami herself, who was beside him in bed. Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi was heard, and Luffy looked at the window to be faced with a huge eye outside, looking at him curiously. Did she return to normal? Well, I got knocked out by my own mind. Luffy couldn't help but speak softly. Sharky, a voice from behind the huge mermaid grumbled. Hello, princess. You too, Megalo. Luffy smiled. Are you okay, Luffy-sama? I returned to being large. I wanted to come into the house too, she said with a bit of regret. Wait a moment, I'm coming out. Luffy held her. She nodded with a smile. Luffy sighed and yawned, getting up from the bed to check on someone and see how the others are, to find out how they dealt with the situation and its consequences. Luffy left the room and went to the stairs at the end of the corridor. Descending to the lower floor of the house, he encountered female members of his crew, with Nijiko in the kitchen destroyed by Nami. Luffy, Yamato, unsurprisingly, was the first to notice and go to him. Are you okay? We were really worried about you and Nami. She hugged him before he could react. Luffy, being suffocated by her huge breasts, couldn't make any comprehensible sound. Yamato, don't suffocate him like that, Kuina complained from his side. Oh sorry, ha ha ha. She laughed and released Luffy, smiling at him with a cheerful expression. Sigh, I'm okay. A bit sore, but I'll recover quickly. Can you tell me what happened right after I passed out? Luffy asked, wanting to catch up. Well, first off, our ship came out of your pocket to its real size as last time, with the poneglyphs. And as we heard you two talking up there, Shirahoshi and Megalo are giant again outside the house, waiting for you to shrink them again. Ryuju said simply. The ship wasn't crushed by seawater, was it? Luffy became worried about seawater filling that hole. No, it rose as soon as the water sank, but it's in the same place, while those strange stones are at the bottom of the water, Yamato said in front of Luffy. Understandable. And the fishmen? Luffy wanted to know. Well, Hyuna hesitated. Arlong was found 4 kilometers away, at least his dead body, after being caught in Nami's explosion. Just like the majority of the fishmen. Only a few remained since they were in the center of the hurricane, and some survived because they fell in better places than others, but not far from death. And some of those died in the middle of their fight against Nami, caught by the elements you were throwing at each other, or crushed by your bodies as you had a battle that consumed and destroyed 30% of the entire island, dramatically changing the landscape. Nejiko said what Yamato informed them after searching for the fishmen. All this information shocked them a lot, especially the result of a battle between Luffy and Nami, which lasted only 15 minutes. They knew that if the final confrontation had taken place on the island and not in the air, this fight could have caused much more destruction. Well, that's not surprising, but I'm finding Arlong an idiot now. The fool provoked Nami, making her lose control. It's like saying he played with fire after everything. And I bet he didn't expect to get burned by it. It was practically suicide. Luffy mocked. The fishman brought about his own death in a moment of insane state. I can't blame him for thinking that way, Ryuju said simply. And Nami, is she okay? Luffy asked. Nami is fine too. From what I saw, she's just exhausted, Nejiko said. That's good, since Shirahoshi and Megalo are outside the house. Where are Zoro, Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, and Chaochu? He wanted to know. There are only women here. They are in the village, helping to prepare a feast for tonight, Hyuna said. Oh, but that's great. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed joyfully with the news and continued talking. Anyway, Yamato, come with me. Let's get our ship and stones in the water, after shrinking the princess and her shark, of course, Luffy announced and quickly left the house with his partner, Shirahoshi. Luffy, seeing the princess on the cliff, called her quickly. Luffy-sama, you're already out. Come here, you two, Megalo. After Luffy shrank his size to 10%. He did the same with Megalo and headed to the location of the hole made by the colossal battle with Yamato. The trail of destruction was evident throughout the island, as if a giant hurricane had passed through. Uprooted trees lay fallen, broken rocks formed an irregular landscape, and the once intact ground was now marked by huge fissures. Debris of vegetation and soil were thrown into the air, creating an apocalyptic scene that stretched across the entire horizon. Wherever one looked, there were traces of the epic confrontation between Ifrit and Garuda. The once peaceful land now exhibited the raw signs of the battle between two titans. It was a shocking and impactful sight, as if nature itself had been challenged and reshaped by the whims of these colossal creatures. In a crater 200 meters wide and kilometers long coming from the sea entrance due to the impact, Luffy and Yamato followed its edge to the end. There was the Black Pearl, standing and floating in the water, disturbed only by some waves coming directly from the sea. Looking at the damage, Luffy couldn't believe that the information about destruction was true. This fight opened a channel almost halfway through the island. This place would never be the same. And Luffy could still see flames on rocks in various places, which didn't stop burning even after hours of the fight. Even on some mountains and in the devastated forests where the duo fought. With this channel created by our fight, this island could become a great commercial kingdom. Luffy suddenly had this idea. Imagining a large city like the Goa Kingdom around the channel, it would be an invaluable port for resupply and trade since the island is between Logtown and the rest of the East Blue. The Goa Kingdom is quite wealthy but very distant from the other kingdoms and islands in this sea, so he knew that trade was not the main focus of that kingdom. In Luffy's opinion, this place is the best strategic point in the East Blue because it is in the middle of this sea. But I don't have money to mobilize for something so big. Even if it gave me some profit after years, I should think first about what to do. Luffy thought since his money was focused on improving his group first. But he didn't deny that this tempted him a lot. And he was already imagining how he could get some money for it. Forget that thought. First, I have to deal with the poneglyphs, which are in the water. Luffy said thoughtfully. Yamato, freeze the water and let's break the ice to reach them, Luffy said. And Yamato quickly jumped into the water and froze that part of the channel. She wasn't as powerful in her element as Kyuzen, but she could do things like these. After freezing, Luffy jumped in place and began to punch with pure focus not to melt the ice with his fire. Yamato helped him with her weapon. And after reaching the historical texts, he quickly shrank and stored them again with the Black Pearl going directly back into his pocket. so they quickly returned to the village. It was already dark, and the only lights in the forests were amethyst flames that still burned in many parts of the island as the night began. When they reached the village, everyone seemed to be celebrating already, despite a big fight in the end and a part of the island modified and destroyed. No citizen died, and as a result, despite this, they ended up getting rid of Arlong, so it was a great reason to celebrate their victory and new freedom. Luffy quickly went to the village in celebration. The village was filled with a bubbling atmosphere of celebration. Laughter echoed through the air as residents expressed gratitude and enthusiasm. Tables adorned with festive foods and drinks decorated the streets, and colorful lanterns swayed gently, emitting a soft light that contributed to the festive atmosphere. Local musicians played cheerful melodies, and houses were decorated with vibrant flags. It was a vibrant and lively environment, where joy and relief blended after the intense events that shook the island. Despite the damage caused to about 30% of the island, the festive atmosphere in the village was palpable. The residents celebrated with joy, destruction, far from extinguishing the spirit of the community for finally getting rid of the persistent threat of Arlong. The feeling of freedom and relief was evident in the smiles and hugs shared among the islanders. As soon as Luffy and Yamato arrived, they were noticed and passed by everyone as they made their way for him and Yamato, with some words of thanks, and they went to where his crew was, many already drinking. "Luffy," Usopp shouted happily as I appeared there. "Captain, brother Luffy, brother Luffy." Luffy greeted the lively crowd, raising his voice to be heard above the festive buzz. He grabbed a bottle of beer, a relaxed expression on his face as he blended into the collective joy. His eyes, however, turned to a specific corner of the celebration. "Hey, everyone, how's everyone doing?" exclaimed Luffy, addressing the crowd before turning his attention to a specific point. "Hey, Nami." Luffy let out a contagious laugh as he entered the hustle and spotted the orange-haired girl next to her sister, surrounded by most of the crew. "Luffy," Nami responded with a mix of shyness and melancholy. Luffy understood the reason behind this state of mind. Since she woke up, Nami had been horrified to hear about the events, especially when she learned about the devastating impact her loss of control could have had on the village after the fight against Arlong. This awareness had left her disturbed, to the point of avoiding being in the village for some time. She only showed up because her sister convinced her, and even Genzo went to see her, saying that everyone was still grateful for her getting rid of the Arlong pirates after all. Luffy went to her with a big smile, ignoring those guilty thoughts of hers, and tried to cheer her up quickly. He didn't want to see his companion like this. "Nami, you were amazing." Slap. Luffy slapped her on the back, and Nami flinched, looking at him stunned. As the slap made many stop to see what it was so loud. Nami didn't respond to Luffy but looked at him, stunned by the blow on her back. He defeated them so easily. It was so cool. Slap. The palm of Luffy's hand met Nami's back, making her tremble with the impact. "In the end, you killed Arlong with that huge hurricane." Slap. Another slap echoed through the air, and the crew's attentive eyes witnessed each moment. "When you turned into Garuda, you were so powerful and giant." Slap. Another hit, and Nami's surprised expression remained. "You gave me the biggest battle I've ever had in my life. It was quite fun, despite being dangerous." Slap. The sound of the slap accompanied Luffy's enthusiastic words, creating a unique cadence. "I never imagined I could fight by destroying mountains and devastating forests with every move." Slap. Each impact was felt, and Nami continued to process the words and slaps. "We were like two giant mechs." Slap. The rhythm of the slaps followed Luffy's narrative, involving everyone in the celebration. "Everyone looked so small compared to us." Slap. The crowd watched, amid laughter and astonishment, the unique dynamics of this interaction. The coolest part was flying. Slap. The slaps continued to resonate, punctuating each shared memory by Luffy. "We exchanged punches in the air like titans." Slap. Each hit was a chapter in the story of this epic battle. "It was so cool." Slap. The sounds of the slaps echoed in the festive atmosphere, creating a unique celebration melody. "As expected of my navigator." Slap. Luffy's words were followed by another slap, concluding the peculiar performance. "Ha ha 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 ha." Slap. Luffy's contagious laughter mixed with the sounds, forming a symphony of celebration. "Boom. Can you stop slapping people on the back?" Nami shouted, punching Luffy in the chest, resulting in a comedic explosion that caught everyone's attention in that festive moment. Boom. Luffy exploded into a nearby tree, creating a commotion. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's the Nami I know." Luffy got up from the debris with a big smile on his face, tapping his hat to remove the dust as he put it back on his head. But in doing so, he only messed up his hair even more, making the scene even more hilarious. He then returned to Nami, laughing at the situation. "You," Nami growled, her desire to hit Luffy again increasing. "Nami, you can't treat your husband like that." Nijiko warned beside her, assuming a serious posture. "He's not my husband. Not until he gives me 10 billion or gives me a kingdom." Nami shouted, expressing her demands with a touch of indignation, challenging her womanizing captain with a hint of mischief. A kingdom. I guess that's fair, although it's quite greedy. Great, I'll create a kingdom on this island, and you'll be my queen, a great title for the wife of the Emperor of the Sea, Luffy announced, his response eliciting incredulous looks and laughter from the entire crew. Luffy chugged a bottle of beer with one hand and ate a piece of meat with the other. Luffy, have this sake, it's delicious. Zoro called to him from the other side to drink from his barrel. Yeah, let me finish this drink first, Luffy said with a smile as he took another sip of his beverage. As he enjoyed it, he was interrupted by a new person approaching. Hey, brat, let's talk about you being Nami's husband. Genzo appeared in front of Luffy with a very dissatisfied expression, wanting to revisit the conversation they had at Nami's house before she knocked him out. And what would that be? Luffy asked calmly. Isn't it obvious that you have to take care of her? That you, He couldn't finish before taking a punch from Nami and fainting once again. What do you think you're saying, old man? She growled at the man, but he didn't respond after being knocked out once again. Nami, you're really fierce. Your husband won't appreciate it like this. Nami is just in her youth, she's energetic, but when she becomes a mother, she'll change. Nami and Luffy heard all the village women giving her advice at this moment, not caring much about Genzo's condition, while Luffy tried to control his laughter at his own situation. Nami, in turn, seemed ready to unleash Garuda again. Despite returning to her normal self without all the previous depression surrounding her, she still retained her explosive and violent nature. She gritted her teeth, emitting an aura of intensity. I already said, I'll only marry this guy if he... She hesitated, interrupting the sentence halfway as she remembered the words Luffy had told her earlier. Why do you have to be so difficult, Luffy? She snarled at him, expressing her frustration. Because I'm your captain, isn't it obvious? Luffy smiled and laughed, while Nami just stared at him, lost in perplexity in front of her peculiar captain. Luffy-sama is so romantic, Shirahoshi said dreamily. He definitely is not romantic. Nami, Kuna, and Yamato shouted at Shirahoshi simultaneously. Mijiko laughed at this. Anyway, Ryuju, did you prepare more meat? I'm hungry. Luffy laughed and approached the pink-haired and curly-eyebrowed cook, expressing his typical concern for food. Here, you damn captain. She grumbled but handed him food while cooking in front of a large fire. Zoro, give me that steak. He turned his attention to the group of crewmen. Here, the night continued with everyone interacting with each other. Luffy didn't miss the opportunity to tease Nami, especially with his sister nearby, exchanging some blatant flirtations. In the middle of the party, something quite unexpected happened. Luffy, I think there's someone who wants to see you, Usopp commented beside him. Luffy turned his body and saw a man standing some distance away. It was Hugo, the one Luffy had invited shortly before entering this island. The last of the former captives left here, as everyone had fled when Luffy faced Garuda. Hugo, if you're here, does that mean you're joining the crew? Luffy quickly broke into a wide smile. Hugo was a character who had piqued Luffy's interest to become part of the crew. Although he didn't seem strong at that moment, Luffy believed that he would surely grow, maintaining the determination he showed in the face of Shirahoshi's conqueror's haki during the confrontation with Momo on the high seas. Yes, but can you show me that you won't bow your head to the world as you claim? He asked seriously. I can't prove that now, you'll have to see with your own eyes. I trust in my determination, so it's something that will reveal itself in the future. Luffy responded calmly. Hugo crossed his arms, maintaining a skeptical look despite the festive atmosphere around him. Captain Luffy, you may have defeated Arlong and that monster, but that doesn't prove you can challenge the world and stand firm. No one has survived the pressures of the world nobles out there. Don't you think you're being naive? Hugo questioned, maintaining his defiant posture. Luffy, with a confident smile, replied, Hugo, I understand your doubts. But you see, my crew and I face challenges that most people would consider impossible. It's not just about defeating enemies. It's about challenging expectations and never giving up. The true test is in the path we choose to follow. Zoro, who was nearby, intervened with his typical bluntness. Hugo, if you doubt the captain, then why did you come here? Wouldn't it be easier to stay out of the way? Hugo reflected for a moment, looking at Luffy and then at the crew surrounding him. You may have won here, but the world is vast and full of challenges. I'll join your crew, but I'll keep my eyes wide open. I want to see if you can really maintain that determination when the world presses and challenges those you claim not to fear. I want to become stronger. I want my revenge. Challenge those people and make them pay for everything they've done. I don't think I'll find anyone crazier than you, Monkey D. Luffy, in this or any other sea, so I'll trust your words and join you, Hugo declared, accepting Luffy's offer but still maintaining a cautious stance. So that's great, but it doesn't mean it will be easy. Everyone in the crew has enough determination to endure the ship's training. As you yourself said, fighting against the world is not easy, so I expect that from you too. Luffy said, maintaining a serious look as Hugo nodded. He makes us go through hellish training. Not that we have determinations. Most of his members thought like this when they heard these words but kept their thoughts to themselves. Anyway, come here, let's introduce you to the rest of the crew and welcome you, Luffy said happily, glad to have someone with potential for the group. After the introductions, Luffy turned his attention to Johnny and Yasaku, the pair of former bounty hunters whose intentions seemed to diverge a bit. Johnny, Yasaku, what are you planning to do? We're setting sail tomorrow. Luffy's question once again captured the attention of everyone around him. Brother Luffy, we intend to stay. This pirate business at sea isn't for us, so we won't be joining you on the next journey. Yasaku expressed his reluctance. No problem at all, guys. If you don't want to come with us, that's fine. Luffy responded with a warm smile and continued. We're friends, so don't be too down. I'm sure it won't be our last meeting, and I have some proposals to discuss with you. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. Luffy concluded. Thank you, Brother Luffy. Johnny expressed his gratitude, while Yasaku joined the gesture, creating a moment of emotion among the crew. What will be our next destination, Captain? Zoro asked after a while. Logtown, Nami suggested, as our goal is to enter the Grand Line. Not yet. Luffy looked at Kuina before continuing. We're going back to the middle of the East Blue and see Kuina's father before continuing, as I mentioned before, Luffy announced. And many looked at Kuina. I can't wait to see the master again and watch his face when he sees Kuina again after 11 years. Zoro commented with a smile. I want to see my father too. Kuina couldn't help but smile at this. Now they could finally reunite. Anyway, we'll set sail tomorrow once we meet up with Lami, who should be on her way to this island right now. So have fun and get to know our new member and spend some time with our friends who said goodbye tomorrow, Luffy announced before the group returned to the festive activities of the village. The group ate and drank for the next few hours, talking with each other. It was in the early morning that they decided to rest. The girls would go to Nami's house, and the men would stay anywhere else. Good morning, everyone, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, appearing in the still damaged part of the house. What's this? You seem excited, Ryuju commented while preparing coffee, but narrowed her eyes. I'd like to know why my sister and Yamato seem equally excited. Nami looked with her narrowed eyes at the two women behind Luffy, who seemed both shy and at the same time with a happy smile on their lips for some reason. Luffy-sama, you all seem so happy. Did you do something fun? Can I know and join in? Shirahoshi was curious about why the three of them were acting that way. Cough, cough, cough. The trio choked on Shirahoshi's question. They had no idea how such an innocent question could stifle them so much, and they didn't know how to answer it. Luffy shouldn't even be here. This house should only be used by us. Kuina grumbled. You guys acting like this. Luffy spending the night here, could it be? Nami said, her eyes widening every second. They had sex, Ryuju said as she filled the cups with a simple coffee. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Kuina made a comical face, as did Nami and Shirahoshi, their eyes bulging out. Luffy. You didn't just sleep with my sister, but also with Yamato on the same night. Nami shouted like a madwoman, invoking her power. Hey, Luffy is my Toki. It's normal for us to do these things, Yamato declared and had a shy expression before continuing. Although it's the first time we've done something like this, but I loved it, she said excitedly. Don't talk about something like that with so much happiness, Nami shouted as wind took over the entire kitchen. Stop it, Nami, I'll drop and waste food if you keep going, Ryuju complained. Kuina had already fled the house, not wanting to hear such things, and Shirahoshi had a stunned and completely red look. Ryuju just sighed. She knew how her captain was a womanizer, and it wouldn't take long for situations like this to arise. Hey, what's the big deal? People who like each other have sex. There's no problem with that. Luffy spoke casually. People who like each other? Nijiko asked curiously, as she didn't know that Luffy considered her at that level. Of course, you belong to me now. We may not love each other now, but that's built over time, so I think it's okay to say what I said, after what we did, Luffy declared and dodged Nami's attack right after. A claw materialized above Luffy, falling onto the captain with force, who had to dodge without looking at the attack. Boom, Captain Bastard. You hit on my sister in my own house, sleep with her, and talk about love. I hate you, Nami shouted with all her fury. Boom, 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 boom. I'm glad you're back to normal. This is my Nami, but you're going to destroy your own house like this, Luffy declared amidst the attacks with a smile on his face. I don't care if I manage to hit you, she said as she attacked. Luffy, Nami is just jealous, Nijiko spoke beside Yamato, crossing her arms. I guess you're right about that. Luffy reflected as Garyuda's claws tried to hit him, and he disappeared with supersonic speed before Nami could react. What do you mean by HMMM? Nami couldn't finish before being silenced by Luffy's lips. The scene of Luffy kissing Nami while she had her claws in the air was witnessed by everyone, as the cat burglar tried to break free from his kiss. Luffy laughed at Nami after kissing her and quickly retreated, as she surrounded him with wind the next moment. You idiot, 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 Nami shouted indignantly. Boom, boom. She was trying to attack him with all her might, her face turning red after their first kiss as she attempted to strike him while running through the house. Sigh, this guy is so shameless, Ryuju sighed, watching Luffy escape from Nami outside the house while she chased him. Ryuju looked at the mermaid, who was in an undamaged corner of the house, looking quite shy as she wagged her tail. Luffy doesn't seem interested in Kuina, however, I believe you might become his target one day. But don't worry, we'll prevent that idiot captain from trying to take advantage of you, Shirahoshi, Ryuju declared. But I also wanted a kiss, she stated with great timidity and a somewhat tearful tone. Yamato, Nijiko, Ryuju, well, this is unexpected, they all thought at the same time. Meanwhile, Luffy ran from a Nami trying to hit him with giant claws materializing in the middle of the house's courtyard. Luffy, you idiot. Stand still so I can hit you, you damn womanizer. Nami growled as Luffy dodged her blows. Come on, Nami, you liked it, admit it, Luffy declared, making Nami even more furious. Boom, boom, what's this early in the morning? Zoro, waking up on the street, stood up with the noise coming from a little distance. Looks like Luffy is running away from Nami, Usopp said in a sleepy tone as he approached Zoro. What did Luffy do to her now? Who knows? Anyway, Luffy said we're leaving immediately, so we better get ready, Zoro said, ignoring the sight of Luffy dodging Nami's attacks in the street. Yeah, let's get Hugo, Chaochu, and Megalo and inform the others about the departure, Usopp said, heading towards the other members and animals sleeping nearby. As soon as everyone woke up, they went to Nami's house where all the female crew members spent the night. Kuina had returned, and Nami seemed to calm down, or she was just tired. You guys finally woke up. Luffy, seeing them approaching, came closer laughing, a very dissatisfied Nami right behind him with eyes like daggers for her captain. Well, then, Captain, shall we depart? Zoro asked. Yes, but we have to finish some things first. I want you to prepare the ship, meanwhile, Luffy declared, taking Black Pearl out of his pocket and throwing it forcefully into the sky, towards the sea. In midair, everyone saw the ship change into its true form, but it didn't seem to slow down as it crashed into the water with a loud splash on that coast. They could see all of this from the hill where Nami's house was. That's quite convenient, Captain. Hugo couldn't help but laugh at this demonstration. Luffy shrugged and entered the house with Nami, while the rest of the crew went to organize the ship for departure. Well, let's get ready to set sail, Luffy announced with Nami and Megalo coming right behind. Understood, we better get prepared then, Ryuju said, wanting to organize everything. And you, Nijiko, are you coming with me? You know I want that, Luffy asked, looking intently at the girl who became his first woman in this world. I'll go with you. Nijiko debated a bit but ended up accepting, as Luffy seemed serious about taking her, even if she thought it was just not to hurt her or gain points in this relationship, which is a bit strange and sudden for the woman. That's great, I'll make you as strong as Nami on this journey, Luffy declared, making the women in the vicinity shudder. As strong as Nami? You must be joking, she said with a suspicious tone, not believing Luffy's words. Nijiko-sama, Luffy-sama is quite strict. He speaks the truth, so you better prepare for it, Shirahoshi said beside her with a timid and somewhat scared tone. You may be my woman and wife, but I won't go easy. I want you as a powerful wife by my side, Luffy said, and then, dodging Nami's claws, destroyed all the debris of the already ruined furniture in the area. You're calling my sister your wife now. Luffy, you idiot, Nami growled. Well, I'm not lying about that. Luffy shrugged and changed the subject. Anyway, pack your things, Nijiko, let's talk to Genzo. I bet you and Nami want to say goodbye to everyone, Luffy announced, and the sisters nodded. Some time later, Nijiko packed her backpack, and she, Nami, and Luffy went to the village, while Yamato, Ryuju, Shirahoshi, and Megalo went to their ship to help the others. What do you mean you're leaving? Genzo couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm leaving. Someone needs to take care of my sister and other personal matters. She could be quite bold, but she became shy in the last part while looking at Luffy. Nijiko, Genzo murmured, understanding everything by now, then glared fiercely at Luffy. You better take care of them. If I hear otherwise, I'll come after you and drown you in the sea. Genzo pointed at Luffy and growled. Fair enough. Luffy shrugged and pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket. Here, I want you to implement all these things on this island. Luffy spoke again and handed some papers and documents to Genzo, who took them, curious to know what the heck this pirate was giving him. What is this? Let's see. This, and this. He had a narrowed look, but his eyes began to widen as he read more about it. You must be kidding, right? How the hell is this going to happen? He shouted at Luffy. You can leave that to me. I already have a plan to make it happen. Just worry about doing exactly what I asked there. You know what the status of these two sisters is going to be, right? Luffy grabbed them by the shoulders and gave Ganzo an excited smile. The two women were left confused. Nami had an unsatisfied look, and Nijiko showed a small smile. Damn brat, you better take care of these girls, especially after this. And yes, they will have their required position here. It's just that this is so unbelievable and sudden. Genzo admitted. Relax, I've left everything as planned. When I woke up today, the first thing I did was organize all these ideas, Luffy declared. I still can't believe we can benefit from all that destruction. But okay, I'll do exactly what's described in the papers. But I need the funding here, Genzo declared. That will be sorted out today. With some luck, Luffy declared. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Nami shouted, unable to stand the conversation she didn't understand. Forget about it for now. Say goodbye to the village folks, and we'll talk about it later, Luffy said with a smile, and the sisters reluctantly agreed. As the villagers appeared, Nami and Nijiko bid farewell to everyone with some conversations. Goodbye, everyone. Nami, Nijiko, and Pirate-san, thank you for everything. Nami, we will never forget how you freed us from Arlong. Good luck. We will miss you, the villagers shouted as the trio walked away. Arriving at the beach, someone had already prepared the ship. Before we go, we need to do some things, Luffy declared in front of the ship and took a small object from his pocket. It was a cage, and he enlarged it to its real size and shook it, while small ants came out of it, falling onto the beach sand. These ants transformed into fishmen tied with ropes. There was Hachai and the others who were captured before fighting Arlong and 10 more fishmen who survived Nami's explosion. When Luffy woke up yesterday, he caught them tied up and shrank them to give them a sentence today. So, what are we going to do with you guys? Luffy commented to the small group. The fishmen were conscious now, but they stood imposingly while looking hurt and defeated. They looked at Luffy with fear, knowing that only they survived, and the rest of their crew was dead. Hey, please spare my brothers. Don't kill them. Hachai was the first to speak, begging not to let the last of his brothers die. Well, you guys killed humans and practically enslaved them. Even though Arlong hated slavery, you ended up creating a kind of it here in this village, Luffy declared, making them all bow their heads, as they were already rotten. But we can spare you. You'll just be handed over to the Marines. But I want Hachai on the boat, Luffy declared, wanting to have a fishman among them. It would be useful for sea rescues since most of the Mugiwara crew will be devil fruit users, as Luffy plans. Both Hachai and the members of his crew nearby were surprised by this. Luffy, Nami would speak at this moment. Trust me, Nami, I know what I'm doing. Hachai, if you accept the proposal, your brothers will be saved and handed over to the Marines, but not killed by us. If you accept, I'll treat you as a crew member, and you'll have to regain the trust of Nami and Nijiko. But if you hold any grudge against Nami for killing Arlong and the others or show any indication that you'll betray the crew, I'll kill you and go to Impel Down to kill all your other friends, Luffy declared. He wasn't a good person and didn't intend to be, so he would genuinely fulfill these words. He knew it was a risk to have Hachai, as he might harbor resentment, but Hachai proved to be a reliable person in the future within the story, so Luffy would bet on that. Hey, all right, as long as you don't kill them, Hachai said reluctantly. Is it okay with you like this, princess? Luffy spoke to Shirahoshi at this moment, as he said she had the final say. Yes, if Luffy-sama says it's better this way, Shirahoshi believes him, she declared. Hey, princess. Hachai and the others opened their eyes with this, not believing that this beautiful mermaid, who was their enormous mermaid princess when they saw her as just a child, would now make sense with Luffy's words. With Hugo, Nijiko, and Hachai, that's 3 members at once. I'm really satisfied with this, Luffy celebrated internally but was soon interrupted by someone on the Black Pearl. Luffy, Usopp suddenly called from atop the ship. What's up? Luffy raised an eyebrow. It's Lami. She said she's coming here and found a marine ship at sea coming in the same direction, he said with a bit of concern. A marine ship? Who could it be? Luffy wondered, figuring out how they could act so quickly after the attack on Base 16. We spared many sailors on the spot, but we destroyed all their communicators. They shouldn't respond so quickly, since someone should have arrived on some island before to contact another base. Either we let a communicator pass, or they managed to call for help in the middle of our attack. It's likely the latter, Luffy debated internally. I don't think there's any reason to hide her identity now. Tell her to come here without worrying about being associated with us. It's time for her to be declared our shipmate to the world, Luffy announced and asked. Is she far from the island? Luffy asked Usopp. She said she's an hour away from the island, and the marine ship is beside her. Usopp said, okay, tell her that. And let's wait for them to arrive since I'll need a new communicator to talk to headquarters. If I'm lucky, these Marines should have won since the one I took from Base 16 fled through the seawater when it increased in size. And he wasn't on the boat but in my pocket, a mistake on my part, Luffy said, and everyone nodded, waiting for the Marine ship to arrive with Lamy. Third-person POV. Kakoyasi Village, East Blue. Captain Smoker. We're approaching the island, and a sailor entered the cabin, but he seemed nervous delivering this news, sweat trickling down his face. That's good, but what's got you so on edge, cadet? Smoker asked, exhaling his cigar smoke coldly. It's that the island is strange, Captain, he said a bit hesitantly. What do you mean by that? Tashigi, who was accompanying Smoker, said beside him with a furrowed brow. I think it's better if you go out and see the state of the island for yourself, he said, sounding lost. Smoker rose from the chair in his office, and without wasting more time on questions, he left his cabin to see the island ahead. At first, the place seemed normal, but the more Smoker paid attention, the more he could see the abnormality on that island. What's this? How was this done? Tashigi couldn't believe her eyes. Even Smoker squinted. Remember that Marine ship stolen from Base 16? The one with a bunch of people in terrible conditions? They said they were fleeing from 2 monsters. I didn't believe it, but now seeing this, one of the sailors commented on the side, with concern in his tone. I didn't believe it because they said they were slaves in Base 16. But now, another one commented, there was devastation in a large part of the island, recently destroyed mountains, burned forests, and a large hole that started from the sea and cut almost halfway through the island like an immense trench that had been dug. But it was evident that it seemed to have been created with some kind of meteor. Even the water was entering the island through this channel. And this had happened recently, as you could see the canal walls collapsing with the waves from time to time. I'm sure this island didn't have this landscape in the records. The naval cadet spoke beside Smoker, and Smoker could feel the tension in the air among his men. I'm not surprised by that statement. All of this seems to have been created recently. It's even frightening. I can't be sure what happened here, and I can't say I would have liked to have been here when it happened. Smoker thought. Let's continue. We'll know our answers when we reach the island. We're hunting the pirate crew, Straw Hat, responsible for attacking Naval Base 153 stationed in Shell City and Base 16. Near this island. We will bring justice to this pirate who has recently been causing chaos in East Blue. He gave the order, and all who were hesitant raised their morale. Yes, for the justice of the Navy, they shouted in a joint chorus. But Sir, Smoker, the famous bounty hunter Lamy seems to be hunting the same target as us when she passed us in that small, strange, and fast boat. A sailor suddenly raised the question, as Lamy passed them in a small motorboat and accelerated in the same direction they were heading. Let's continue. If that bounty hunter couldn't capture the pirate, we'll get involved and finish the job, Smoker snorted, taking another puff of his cigar. Yes, sir. I heard that woman carries a big sword. It disgusts me to see someone wield their weapon like that. If it's a high-grade sword, I'll try to take it from her, Tashigi said beside him. But Smoker ignored her and watched the ship getting closer to the island. Captain, there's a Marine ship on the coast, or what's left of it. Another sailor said with a magnifying glass, a little scared. Smoker went to the ship's bow and looked with another magnifying glass. It was destroyed by cannon fire. Smoker said, pondering which unit was here. I remember the remnants of the attack on Base 16, said their captain. Nezumi was absent during the Straw Hat Pirates attack, Tashigi said beside him. Damn pirates, they'll pay for this, Smoker growled and continued waiting to reach the island. Captain, there's a pirate ship on the other side of the coast, another man said. And Smoker looked at the large black warship a little farther away, but it was on a beach. That flag. It's them, the lieutenant said beside him, and Smoker gave the order for them to head in that direction. It didn't take long for the ship to turn and go to where the pirate boat was on another beach. Without waiting any longer, Smoker turned into smoke and went straight to where that huge pirate ship was anchored. Lamy's boat was parked next to it. He needed to see how the bounty hunter was dealing with the pirates. Meanwhile, some time ago. Here are berries. Are you sure you can't give us a discount? Nami asked the bird. Kya. The bird refused, but it was afraid of the woman in front of it. She almost seemed to be threatening the animal, even though no one in the world would try to rob these messengers, even if they were the cruelest pirates in Yonkers, as that meant never receiving news from Morgan again. And no one wanted that. Nami, stop threatening the poor thing and give him your money. Nijiko appeared next to Nami and slapped her on the head, making her shrink. Sorry, here, Nami said and took the newspaper. When the bird flew away, Nami opened the newspaper with great surprise. Luffy, look at this. The newspaper is talking about us. She immediately drew her captain's attention, who was on the beach with the others. Read it to me, Nami, and let everyone hear too, Luffy instructed, and the navigator began reading next to her sister. Chaos in East Blue. A dark force is rising in this sea, while another hero emerges from the other side. Nami read the headline of the front page, and silence fell over the crew. The gaze is focused on the news that revealed the twists in the East Blue, capturing the attention of everyone on board. Front page. Didn't know we'd be so important so soon. Luffy laughed and waited for Nami to continue. In the weaker sea, a pirate group emerged and is causing chaos, attacking everyone on the sea. They started by beating Alvida, then attacked base 153, stealing a marine ship and killing a commander. But this group didn't stop there. They attacked base 16, almost destroying it entirely. This group doesn't seem to fear the Navy and is openly hostile to them, Nami said, earning many surprised looks. Well, I can't deny I did that, but just that. I thought I had a better record. Luffy lamented a bit. The pirate captain of this terrible group is called Monkey D. Luffy, known as Straw Hat of the Straw Hat Pirates for the iconic accessory he wears on top of his head and is identified by his Jolly Roger. But not all is lost. A beautiful bounty hunter has emerged in the midst of this chaos, capturing Buggy the Clown, hero of the 100 Plans, Krieg, and has already engaged in combat against the Straw Hats, recovering the naval boat stolen by the crew. She is cleaning up the entire East Blue of the greatest pirates and outlaws. Everyone believes that soon she will bring justice and peace to this sea with the arrest of the Straw Hat, Nami concluded, and the news caused a mix of surprise and curiosity among the crew. The East Blue was becoming the stage for unexpected events, and the Straw Hats were at the center of the storm. That's hilarious. I want to see them make a publication when she's in our crew too. Luffy laughed, quite pleased. I also hope they increase my bounty. I'm tired of being worth only 10 million. He grumbled. I want one too, Shirahoshi said beside. Sharky, Megalo was horrified by his friend. Bark, bark. Chaochu spoke to Luffy. You'll have yours soon, my friend, he said. A bounty for me wouldn't be bad either. Zoro commented. I don't want one. Nami agreed. Me neither, Usopp nodded. Najiko remained silent. Having a bounty would be cool, but wouldn't that old bastard know I'm out of Wano as soon as he saw my poster? Yamato commented. What a contradictory group. Hugo commented on their reactions. Everyone thinks that when they join, Ryuju said, smoking a cigarette. Hachai was lost on the side, now that he was free while his counterparts remained tied up. But he didn't say much. There's also news of the tidal wave that Shirahoshi caused, Nami said. Are we more important than chaos created by the sea? I don't believe that. Luffy laughed cheerfully. A mysterious and sudden event at sea, raising concerns among the residents of the East Blue. The circumstances and the exact cause of this occurrence have not been clarified yet, leaving the waters of the region in a state of uncertainty. Nami read, and Luffy nodded to that. Luffy, Lami's boat is approaching. Hyuna, who didn't participate in the interaction, looked at the sea and saw a small boat coming towards them. It was Lami and Bappo in the dinghy. Finally, it was about time, Luffy said, and everyone patiently waited for their two companions to arrive at the location. This means the Navy is coming. Usopp said a bit scared, remembering the Navy that was also heading here. What kind of fear is that? It's not like we haven't been pursued by them and killed many of them already. This is normal. Zoro argued against Usopp's irrational fear. Hyuna, it's better if you're not among us in this confrontation. You're not one of us yet, Luffy said, approaching the young swordsman. I know, but what are you doing? She said when Luffy grabbed her by the clothes and said, You stay on the ship, quietly, he said and tossed her onto the Black Pearl. Luffy, you'll pay for this, you idiot captain. They could only hear her scream as she rose into the air and fell onto the ship. Everyone sighed, as their captain was quite tough regardless of who was in front of him. Now they awaited their companion to arrive with Bappo. Now, in the current time, Smoker flew over the pirate ship from above and descended like a smoke jet toward the beach, surprising most of the group. When he landed on the beach, he found a scene that made him furrow his brow. He found a man wearing a straw hat holding the most famous bounty hunter in this sea currently, laughing as he held her in his arms around her waist, tickling her, while she was making an unpleasant face and suddenly punching the pirate's head. The man in the straw hat didn't seem to feel her punches while laughing with her, appearing to deal with a mischievous child while laughing. But it was clear to Smoker that they didn't seem anything like the enemies he imagined when he arrived here or was watching the fight he thought he would find. You're Smoker. Luffy, noticing the smoke falling on the beach and seeing Smoker emerging from it, stopped messing with Lami in front of him, and he opened a smile. Smoker narrowed his eyes at this man. He seemed to know him. It was the first time he had met Luffy, but his attention turned to the woman beside him. Weird, I didn't know that the bounty hunter Lami dealt with her pirates like this, he said ominously. Are you implying something? Do you want to die? She growled at the insult. In addition to Luffy holding Lami in an embarrassing way, the entire crew was on the beach. The women looked at Luffy dissatisfiedly while the men took care of the tied-up fish men at his side. Hey, don't offend my woman. Luffy showed some dissatisfaction with that too. Who is your woman? Mommy shouted, punching Luffy again. I mean, the medic of our pirate crew. Luffy corrected with a smile. Medic. Smoker's face darkened with that. I'm a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the ship's medic, she said directly to the Marine captain. There was no more reason to hide this fact now, so she would now be sailing with them as an official member. So, in the end, you were just a pirate turning in other pirates to collect rewards, Smoker said calmly, but the smoke began to circulate his body, showing fierceness in front of the pirate crew. That's a Loja, Lami said a bit surprised. It's true, almost no one here knows how to use haki, but luckily, we have an ideal person for that. Luffy smiled as he said this quietly to Lami and turned to the girls. Yamato, can you take him down? He asked, and Yamato, despite appearing quite dissatisfied with Luffy's attitude towards Lami, took the first steps. Maybe I'll do that, she mocked. Smoker looked at the approaching woman as he drew his Nanoshaku jet from his back, ready to fight her before dealing with the rest of them. He was confident he could take them all down. In the next instant, Yamato advanced with surprising agility before Smoker could react. In the blink of an eye, a loud boom echoed across the beach. Yamato reappeared, her haki-coated fist hitting the back of Smoker's neck with overwhelming force. The Marine officer fell, knocked out, unable to resist Yamato's formidable strength. Everyone looked at this scene with stunned eyes. Silence took over the beach, seeing the tough Marine, who had arrived in style and ready to fight everyone, knocked out so easily in less than a second. Megalo, Shirahoshi, Beppo, Nami, and Usopp, who had been fearing the Marine, were stunned by the turn of events. So weak, Yamato murmured. Ha ha ha, he's weak now because he relies too much on Loja. Even without knowing haki, I could deal with him with some difficulty, but I hope that in the future he'll become strong enough to be a worthy opponent. Luffy laughed and commented, hoping that Smoker would be powerful in the future. This guy didn't become the Marine who followed Luffy for any reason. Just like Roger had Garp on his tail, Luffy had Smoker. Do you want this Marine to be strong? Lami asked beside, not understanding. Of course, I expect great challenges at sea as we sail. The journey is always more interesting that way, Luffy declared and looked at the ship and a girl who was spying from there. Kuina, can you get some sea stone handcuffs from the ship's storage? He shouted to the girl on the ship, and she nodded and ran to the storage. Juni and Yasaku were no longer present. They stayed in the village. Luffy gave them a proposal, and they accepted. As soon as Kuina threw the handcuffs from the ship, Usopp and Zoro tied up an unconscious Smoker. Now let's take a photo with Smoker. Grandpa will want to kill me after this, as I attacked 3 different captains and base commanders in the East Blue, but it'll be fun to see his face. Luffy laughed, and they ended up putting Kuina in the photo with them from the top of the ship. One that featured the crew with a Marine captain and some fishmen, striking a pose after being convinced by Luffy. Let's wait for the Marine ship to arrive. It's right there, Luffy announced, and everyone waited calmly for the ship heading towards the beach, a few hundred meters away, heading their way. When the Marines arrived, the crew witnessed the scene of their captain knocked out and captured by the Straw Hat Pirates. Surprise and bewilderment dominated the faces of the Marines as they saw Smoker in such a situation, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings as they processed the unexpected turn of events. Is that Captain Smoker? They shouted, even though they knew the answer, and quickly rushed to confront the pirates as the ship's ramp fell from the beach. 50 Marines stood in front of Luffy like a dissatisfied crowd, ready to attack and retrieve their captain, even though they were quite scared since their captain wasn't someone in the East Blue who could be defeated due to his smoke Loja. Yet, here he was knocked out after a few minutes off the ship. This was unbelievable. Release Captain Smoker, you scum. A girl yelled in front of the Marines, leaving many Straw Hat pirates stunned. Hey, why am I seeing a Kuina dressed in the burden of the Navy? Zoro asked incredulously and instantly looked at the ship, making sure Kuina was still there hidden. Kuina herself looked equally shaken on the ship. She looks so much like me. Did I have a twin sister and I didn't know? She wondered, but no one in particular answered. Incredible, Kuina-sama has a sister. Shirahoshi seemed amazed. Hello, Kuina's sister. Yamato happily shouted. Kuina, you didn't tell me you had a sister in the Navy. Nijiko asked, looking at the Black Pearl. I don't have a sister, at least not that I know of, she replied quietly, and no one could hear her because she didn't want to draw attention. The sea is very mysterious, and it's all these mysteries that I seek answers to, Luffy announced, gaining some curiosity about the relationship between the two, as it was never shown in the story. What are you talking about? Pirates. Release Captain Smoker immediately, Tashigi growled, making all the other Marines point their weapons at the pirates. Let's make a deal. I know you have a Den Mushi that can contact the headquarters. I'll free your captain once I talk to them, Luffy said, and the Marines looked surprised and skeptical, as if we could trust a pirate who killed dozens of Navy soldiers. You are the worst scum in this sea, especially with Roronoa, Zoro, and Lamy, 2 ex-bounty hunters who managed to fall even further to become pirates. She spoke angrily. So you're not concerned about your captain? What fine Navy soldiers you are. I expected that from Akainu, not from you. Luffy mocked. What do you mean? Simple, give me the Den Den Mushi. Otherwise, forget about your captain. I'll invade another marine base and contact them there. Or I can simply take you all down, so it's better to appreciate my courtesy as I'm in a good mood today. Luffy simply said. Although he could knock them down and board the ship, he still asked them before knocking all of them out. Damn pirate. Fine, bring the Den Den Mushi. In the end, Tashigi yielded for Smoker's safety. After a marine returned and went to the pirates with the special Den Den Mushi, Luffy took the initiative and dialed a specific number he obtained from Shell City's base 153. That damn pirate. What do you plan to do? Smoker, waking up at that moment, growled like a madman as he had been captured by pirates and saw Luffy using the Navy's communication device. Ka2cha. Hello, this is the communications room at headquarters. Are you speaking from Captain Smoker's personal phone from the base stationed in Logtown? Am I speaking to him? Oh no, I'm the pirate monkey D. Luffy. Did I talk to you when I held base 153 hostage a few weeks ago? Luffy asked calmly. You're Garp's grandson, aren't you? The man on the other end spoke, and the snail showed an expression of anger. That's right. Can I talk to Sengoku for a moment? I have Captain Smoker as my hostage this time, Luffy said, smiling. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi seemed to go off the line, returning 1 minute later with Luffy patiently waiting for the call to resume. Garp's grandson. You damned, what are you doing now? Sengoku roared. Hello, Sengoku. It's been a while. Is my grandfather not there today? Luffy simply asked, ignoring the rage of the highest-ranking man in the Navy. No, he's not. Now answer me, what are you doing? You not only attacked base 16 just now, killing many Marines, but you captured Smoker. Do you know what will happen to you? And not even your damned grandfather can save you. Sengoku shouted like a madman, causing many people around him to have various reactions. The Marines were surprised and stunned that this pirate managed to talk to the highest-ranking person in the organization so quickly, and now he was saying that this pirate was Garp's grandson, the hero of the Navy. Even Smoker lying on the beach seemed stunned. Meanwhile, on the Straw Hat side, their crew seemed to show fear, watching Luffy talk to the fleet admiral so casually. Zoro, man, this guy is talking to the fleet admiral as if he's arranging a duel. Ryuju, I hope this captain doesn't cause a problem too big for us. Hugo, did he really say he's Garp's grandson? That explains a lot, but it also complicates everything. Usopp, what's happening? This is madness. Capture Smoker and talk to Sengoku so nonchalantly. Lamy, I think our captain really knows how to attract attention. In all the wrong ways. Nami, will this end well for us? Luffy always surprises us, but this time, it's too much. Yamato, I don't understand any of this. Can someone explain what's happening? Don't get so angry. I just defended myself against that captain, and about base 16. I'm sure you'll want to execute all those Marines after this little conversation in this call. Luffy smiled. What do you mean? The voice growled. Simple, I have documents from that base that will compromise the dignity of the Navy. Morgan will love to publish how the precious Navy became a criminal organization in some places in the world. Think about the scandal that this will bring to the world. Even Morgan won't refrain from publishing something like this, despite all the threats you and the world government can make, Luffy said, surprising everyone present. What do you have? What are you talking about? Sengoku didn't seem as angry now. He showed a bit of nervousness in his voice. I guess you won't believe me, so I'll send copies of some documents and show these Marines how your organization is clean and always fights for justice, Luffy said, handing papers to the Den Den Mushi, which were copies of the documents seized at Naval Base 16. Meanwhile, he took another Den Den Mushi used for recording and transmission and set it up for everyone to see. It was a snail that Nami held when Luffy saved Nijiko from Nezumi. In the scene transmitted by the snail, everyone saw how several Marines simply pointed their guns at 2 begging and unarmed civilians with their captain, Nezumi, giving the order, and they shot those civilians. Of course, this shocked all the Marines and those who were not present in the fight. Smoker couldn't help but growl at this. Yes, your precious Marines under the command of Base 16 kill and rob citizens through the justice of the Navy. They even kept a batch of slaves. Didn't you see a Navy ship full of them coming here? Luffy mocked. Luffy was interrupted when a voice echoed from the other side of the Den Den Mushi, shortly after receiving the documents by fax. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and collaboration with certain pirate groups. Captain Nezumi even had connections to the black market of the New World. Sengoku shouted from the other side, revealing a shocking list of crimes. Had connections. He doesn't anymore because he's dead at the hands of the slaves he had imprisoned at that base. Can you believe it? A Navy base has become a human trafficking depot. Luffy mocked, the irony weighing in his words. Smoker, I want you to arrest all the Marines from that base as soon as you leave there. It's a direct order, Sengoku said, completely ignoring Luffy's taunts. Even Tashigi seemed stunned. She was initially determined to bring justice to the pirates attacking the Navy in this sea, but now she realized the terrible situation Base 16 had fallen into. Shock and perplexity were visible on her face as she processed the extent of the crimes that had occurred. Smoker didn't issue a verbal response, but his silence clearly indicated his intention to comply with the received orders. The atmosphere became tense as everyone awaited the next developments. After a brief silence, Sengoku directed his words again to Luffy, now with a harsher tone. And what do you want? I'm sure you didn't do all this just to throw it in my face. He snarled, evidencing his frustration. Very clever. I want the following. I have a crew member who suffered because of your Navy's incompetence. They were at the mercy of fishman pirates for many years, losing many friends looted and killed. So, I want 1 billion berries for their hometown, revealed Luffy, his voice laden with determination. 1 billion. Everyone shouted simultaneously, expressing disbelief at the colossal amount. Luffy, you're joking, right? Nami exclaimed, alarmed, unable to believe the audacity of the proposal. I'm serious, of course, replied Luffy, standing firm in his decision. No, this is impossible, Sengoku said from the other side, clearly uncomfortable with the demand. I thought 1 billion wasn't that much money for the Navy. Ask yourself this, would you rather spend 1 billion on capturing Jack, dealing with Kaido's beast pirates, or on documents that would compromise the integrity of the Navy worldwide? If you had a choice, which side would you spend that money on? Luffy asked calmly, throwing a direct and provocative challenge. The presented dilemma left everyone present in suspense, awaiting the response that would shape the future of the negotiation. Silence hung for a moment, laden with expectation and tension. Fine, I'll send that money to that village, and you'll hand over all the original papers to Smoker, declared Sengoku, his words echoing in the room. Luffy nodded, accepting the imposed condition. That's great, we have a deal. I hope you keep your word, replied Luffy, keeping a vigilant eye on Sengoku. The agreement was established, but trust between them remained fragile. Yes, the money will be sent as soon as possible, assured Sengoku. Luffy showed no concern, understanding that this village had suffered due to the organization's incompetence, and delivering the amount was the least he could do to correct this injustice. Anyway, goodbye. Luffy simply hung up the phone, ending the conversation abruptly. The tension in the air eased a bit, but the outcome was yet to be seen. Next, Luffy released Smoker, turning his attention to the captain with a smile on his face. Well, Smoker, it looks like we won't be fighting each other now. Still, I expect a fight the next time we meet. Luffy spoke with a small smile, satisfied to see his plans unfolding as he had planned. The atmosphere in the room was charged with intrigue and expectations for the future encounters between these remarkable characters. Smoker didn't hide his dissatisfaction, but even reluctantly, he complied with the order. He understood that facing this group could be a disastrous undertaking, especially after witnessing the presence of true monsters among them, like that tall woman with horns who stood out as a threat that could easily take him down. Let's go, we have an order to fulfill. Give me the papers and documents, declared Smoker, swallowing his pride in the situation. He returned to his crew, a frustrated expression on his face, and requested the documents from Luffy, who handed them over without hesitation. As the Navy ship sailed away, accompanied by the captured but still living merfolk, Luffy observed the scene, his eyes fixed on the horizon for a moment before returning his attention to his own crew. Now let's depart. I have a few things to do before leaving the island and heading to Kuina's home, announced Luffy, outlining the next steps of the journey. His companions nodded in unison, ready to follow the captain's orders. Luffy's ship prepared to set sail, its sails extended in the wind. The ensuing silence was filled only by the sound of waves breaking on the shore. The group was heading toward their next objective. As the marine ship moved away from the shore, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates wasted no time and gave the order to move forward. Let's set sail, Luffy commanded, and the imposing ship began to move away from that specific part of the island. Curious, Nami didn't hesitate to inquire, Luffy, why did you order us to return to Arlong's old base on the other side of the island? Simple. I'm sure Arlong has a considerable treasure hidden there. He stole money and looted pirates for years. Am I wrong, Hachai? Luffy directed the question to the fishman, who shrank back at the captain's words and looked cautious. Hachai, having submitted to joining this group of pirates, predominantly composed of humans despite the presence of Neptune's daughter, found it quite peculiar. Well, it's just that. He hesitated in his response, unsure of how to handle the situation. You're the only one left from Arlong's group, and your savings are worthless now. So, let's put them to good use. I would have initially given it to the village, but since the Marines are already sending a good amount of money, I thought of keeping whatever Arlong has stored there for the crew's use, Luffy said, and Hatcheye had no choice but to agree. Arriving with the ship at the edge of the destroyed Arlong Park, Hatcheye mentioned that the treasure was at the bottom of the sea. Understood, clever for a fish man. Can you and Shirahoshi get them? Luffy asked him and the mermaid princess. Well, Luffy-san, I'm not sure it's wise to leave the princess with tasks like these, Hatcheye said cautiously, as he never imagined the mermaid princess serving a pirate so far from home. He still held great respect for the royal family of the Fishmen Island. Don't worry, Hatcheye-sama. If Luffy-sama needs my help, I'll help him, she said excitedly. And Hatcheye realized he couldn't argue with her about it. Shirahoshi transformed into a huge mermaid again, falling into the water along with Hatcheye shortly after. It didn't take long for the two to emerge from the water, and 3 huge chests fell onto the deck with the princess carrying 2, 1 in each hand. So much gold, some exclaimed. But Luffy took the gold and made it disappear, as most were already accustomed to at this point, without wasting time. There were 600 million here, a good amount, he commented with the addition of the gold to the system's store. And now, Nami asked again. No longer as shocked as when she saw Luffy make the money disappear for the first time, she had already gotten used to it. Turn the ship towards the center of the East Blue. Let's continue our journey there and settle some things before heading to the Grand Line, Luffy announced. Yes, Nami gave the direction for someone to turn the helm in that direction. With the ship on course, let's make the most of the rest of the day and have another feast. We have to celebrate the addition of Nijiko, Hugo, and Hatcheye with the permanent return of Lami and Bappo now, Luffy announced. There are 14 people and animals in front of him. His crew is quite large and full of potential, which pleased him greatly, a perfect excuse for another feast, in Luffy's opinion. That's right, Captain, Bappo shouted excitedly. Another one? Nijiko asked, knowing they had a feast the night before. You'll have to get used to it. Luffy throws feasts for any reason, Nami said beside her. That sounds good, Hugo said next to her, watching people getting excited. For the rest of the journey, Luffy ate and drank with everyone, getting even more familiar with the new members. The feast lasted the entire day and night, with several barrels of alcoholic beverages on the deck. At the end of the night, Luffy ended up in his bed with Nijiko, Yamato, and a Nami whom he brought after she confessed while drunk, and they surrendered to each other, making her his 3rd official wife. While the Black Pearl sailed calmly on the sea, the morning sun in the east began to illuminate the dark sky. Luffy was awake in bed, surrounded by 3 naked women, while they slept soundly beside him. He was analyzing his system since he opened his eyes. Store bounties, 225 million plus 30 million plus 98 million plus 623 million. I have a total of 973 million in the store again. That's a good number. There's still 45 million that we stole from Naval Base 16. But I'll leave them stored in the ship's treasury in case I need real money in an emergency. Luffy thought excitedly. It was a good harvest, and he would save the money for future use when he amassed more. Exiting the store screen and opening another system screen. With all the crew members, Luffy began analyzing his crew and everyone's strength. Crew: Devil Fruit, Moa Moa no Mai, D, Iken no Mai, Model, Chaos Ifrit, Vitality S, Strength B, Defense A, Speed C, Spirit B, Swordsmanship E, Heishoku Haki, Voice of All Things, Devil Fruit, Inu no Mai, Model, Okuchi no Makami B, Vitality S, Strength A, Defense S, Speed B, Spirit A, Swordsmanship B, Kenbenshoku Haki D, Busashoku Haki C, Heishoku Haki D, Devil Fruit None, Vitality S, Strength E, Defense D, Speed A, Spirit S, Poseidon, Heishoku Haki, Devil Fruit None, Vitality C, Strength C, Defense D, Speed D, Spirit D, Devil Fruit None, Vitality D, Strength C+, Defense D, Speed C+, Spirit C, Swordsmanship C, Heishoku Haki, Devil Fruit Op no Mai C, Vitality C, Strength C, Defense C, Speed B, Spirit C, Swordsmanship D, Heishoku Haki, Devil Fruit None, Vitality D, Strength E, Defense E, Speed A, Spirit C, Devil Fruit None, Vitality D, Strength E+, Defense E, Speed A, Spirit E, Devil Fruit None, Vitality E, Strength E+, Defense E+, Speed D, Spirit E, Devil Fruit Iken no Mai, Model, Garuda, Vitality, Strength C, Defense C, Speed B, Spirit B, Devil Fruit None, Vitality C, Strength C, Defense D, Speed C, Spirit D, Heishoku Haki, Devil Fruit None, Vitality D, Strength B, Defense C, Speed D, Spirit C, Devil Fruit None, Vitality E. Strength E. Defense E. Speed A. Spirit E. Devil Fruit none. Vitality D. Strength D. Defense D. Speed C. Spirit D. System rules. The system's classification level works from letter E to X, with X being the mortal limit. Understanding within this classification from the lowest to the highest, right below. I gained the swordsmanship ability since I fought Mihawk, but it's at the lowest level, and I haven't started refining it yet. But my skill with the fruit increased a grade with the Ifrit transformation, Luffy thought. But anyway, we have 14 crew members. If everything goes well, I'll enter the Grand Line with a total of 16 members, very different from Luffy with 5 in the original. Luffy murmured, quite pleased. He had much more wealth and members than he had seen in the anime, not to mention that his strength was much more powerful, at least with him and Yamato, who could enter the war at the top and come out alive, as long as they didn't conflict with the major forces. Luffy, what are you muttering there? Nijiko woke up sleepily with Luffy talking to himself. Just thinking out loud, my dear Nijiko. I think it's time to wake up. I'll leave first, Luffy said, getting out of bed while tossing the women aside. Luffy, let me stay a little longer, Nami murmured sleepily, while Yamato just snored beside her without caring. Feel free, but be out for training time. I have some things to go over with everyone, Luffy announced and began to dress to leave the room. Nijiko was the only one who accompanied him. Reaching the end of the corridor, the pair could hear some commotion on the ship's deck. Are you talking about me? Curly eyebrow. Shut up, stupid doctor. Luffy stumbled upon a fight early in the morning between his cook and his doctor as soon as he left his cabin and saw the two women ready to fight each other. Many were still sleeping at this moment in their rooms, but Luffy saw that Usopp was using a telescope to look at the sea with Chaochu above the mast, with no place for the fight. Below the main mast, Hugo was adjusting the ship's sail, while Bappo was beside him, hidden from the brawl. Additionally, Zoro was sprawled on the ground next to a barrel of loot, still asleep. While the women engaged in an argument, Luffy wondered how this started. Luffy, are they always like this? Nijiko asked beside him. Unfortunately, Luffy answered with a headache and went back to talking to the women. What is this early in the morning? Luffy stepped into the middle of the fight, as no one else wanted to get involved between the awake individuals. I see the womanizing captain has arrived, Nami said grumpily while crossing her arms. Ryuju just remained silent. Please, the sun is still rising on the horizon. Can someone tell me how this happened? Luffy said, yawning. She started it. Just tell Curly Eyebrow not to provoke me, Nami said disdainfully. Tusk, acts like I started this fight, emo girl. Luffy, seeing the situation, averted his gaze elsewhere. Bappo, who started this fight? Luffy asked the bear hiding behind the mast next to Hugo. Bappo began to sweat, especially when the two women glared at him. I'm sorry, he shouted and ran away. And Luffy just sighed once again. Please, get along. We're a united crew, Luffy argued. Both stared at each other for a few seconds. No way, they shouted at the same time. Luffy sighed again, having no idea how these two could get along. Third-person POV. Somewhere in this sea, East Blue. Once the dispute between the two women calmed down a bit, Luffy managed to address his entire crew at that moment. Now, with everyone gathered, Luffy looked at the 14 people in front of him, 13 official crew members plus the unofficial member Kuina, and continued. Let's start the training from this manual finally. He showed the book that cost 2 billion. The training some of you did was only to prepare your bodies for these techniques. From now on, the real training begins and will be much more rigorous. Luffy smiled at the mostly pale faces. They might fear his training, but there was no doubt about their progress, as they had gone from fragile individuals to being able to withstand some pressure, given that everyone could evolve 6 times faster with Luffy's fruit in the system. Are you saying the training will be much more rigorous? Shirahoshi was the first to cry at this, quite scared at the idea of having to endure even more of her captain's training, even though she liked him. Sharky, Megalo tried to console her friend. It's not that bad. Lami said, that's because you only trained with him in the early days. He became terrible after you left. Do you have any idea what it was like to have no strength while he forced us to continue the training? Nami protested with some tears in her eyes. Not that I'm complaining, but Nami is right. Kuina spoke beside her, as she went through the attitude change with Luffy and told Nami about her routine before they first met their navigator in Orange Town. If I get stronger from this, I don't mind heavy training, Hugo said, crossing his arms. I say the same, if it means kicking that old bastard. There's no doubt I'll train. Yamato also spoke. Anyway, all the techniques are here in this book, but I plan to develop you into 6 groups, where I believe each technique we will develop suits you best to start the training, Luffy said and looked at everyone before continuing. First technique, Zoro. Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, and Usopp will start with this. Second technique, Jeppo, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Ryuju. You'll group with the second. These first two techniques are about speed and mobility, so I chose these groups to initially train with them, which, in my view, are the techniques you will use the most. Third technique, Tekai, Hugo and Megalo. This duo will train the defensive technique, Tekai. Fourth technique, Rankyaku, Bippo and Hachai. Fifth technique, Shigen, Chaochu. Both the fourth and fifth techniques are offensive. Bippo will learn the technique conventionally, but I will train the others in an unconventional way. Hachai will train with the cut of his sword, and Chaochu will train with his bite. And, lastly, the sixth technique, Kamii, will be with Nijiko. Nijiko will finalize with a flexibility technique. Everyone will go through the training of all the techniques. There is a seventh, but we'll have to cultivate all six first before moving on to the last, Luffy said, waiting for questions to come. Luffy began explaining all the techniques and addressing the crew's questions. The first group accepted well, as it mostly consisted of swordsmen in the crew, and a high-speed technique would always come in handy. Before training Jeppo, the second group was quite satisfied with the idea of being able to move through the air. All three girls would be much more useful with this type of mobility, although Luffy saw a challenge in training Shirahoshi since she didn't have legs. But if she mastered it, she could be very useful in battle, as this girl needed to become very strong. The other four techniques were also accepted after Luffy explained them to the rest of the group. Shall we train on the deck, or shall we inaugurate that room, Captain? Usopp asked. Those familiar with the ship knew there was a large room in the center of the ship, something Luffy built with the transformation of the ship. It's time to show how useful that room is since we didn't have the chance to use it before, so let's go to the training room, Luffy said with a smile, and everyone followed him inside the ship. The training room was spacious and meticulously organized to provide the ideal environment for the Straw Hat crew's skill improvement. With its generous 30 meters in length, it occupied most of the central structure of the Black Pearl, a ship that already boasted an impressive 50 meters. The walls were lined with sturdy panels, and strategically positioned windows ensured adequate ventilation during intense training. In the center of the room, a variety of training equipment was neatly arranged. Benches with weights, punching bags, and agility equipment occupied different areas, catering to the specific needs of each training style. Luffy, always attentive to efficiency, had invested millions in high-quality instruments to ensure the crew made the most of that space. Carefully reading the manual, Luffy took on the role of an instructor, prepared to guide each member of the Straw Hat crew in their respective training. The training room was imbued with an intense energy, reflecting the crew's determination to strengthen themselves. In the first group, consisting of Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, and Usopp, the task was to take 10 quick steps while carrying weights on their ankles. This activity was complemented by the permanent weight increase granted by Luffy's fruit ability, coupled with the training system. Zoro, objective, increase movement speed. Training routine, short distance sprints at maximum intensity. Agility training and quick changes of direction. Endurance training to sustain speed for extended periods. Incorporate the Zoro technique into combat simulations. The second group, comprised of Yamato, Shirahoshi, and Ryuju, faced a peculiar challenge. With additional weights, they would attempt to perform jumps in the air, envisioning a second thrust while suspended. Luffy, determined to intensify the training, removed the air bubble that surrounded Shirahoshi, ensuring an extra challenge for the 18-year-old. Jeppo, objective, develop the ability to jump in the air. Training routine, plyometric exercises to strengthen leg muscles. High and long jump training, practice consecutive jumps to improve coordination in the air. Specific training to enhance the Jeppo technique. Even in the face of difficulties, you will train 6 times faster, especially with the best manual in the world, one that the Marines don't even have access to. Luffy encouraged Shirahoshi, acknowledging the importance of the challenge. Meanwhile, Hugo, dedicated to strengthening his body, faced blows from one of the machines in the room. The other crew members immersed themselves in specific training, each adapted to their unique abilities. Tekai, objective, improve physical endurance and defensive technique. Training routine, endurance training to strengthen muscles and bones. Positioning and maintaining posture during simulated attacks. Resistance practice against controlled impacts. Incorporation of Tekai in simulated combat situations. Hachai and Bippo formed the fourth group, training their kicks and sword techniques. Rankyaku, objective, develop long-range slashing attacks. Training routine, agility training to refine leg movements. Precise cutting practice on designated targets. Combat simulations to integrate Rankyaku into sequences, strengthening the speed of executing kicks and slashing cuts. The fifth group came with only Chaochu, enhancing his bite on training dummies in the room. Shigen, objective, improve fast and precise finger attacks. Training routine, practice quick and precise strikes against small targets. Hand-eye coordination exercises to enhance precision. Incorporation of Shigen into close quarters combat sequences. Specific training to strengthen fingers and hands. Lastly, Nijiko will be developing her flexibility. Kami-e. Objective. Perfect the dodging technique in body flexibility. Training routine. Flexibility. Daily stretches to improve muscle flexibility. Yoga practice or similar techniques to increase elasticity. Twisting and bending exercises to adapt the body to agility. Dodging. Fast dodging drills against simulated attacks. Use of moving objects to enhance the technique. Combat simulations with varied opponents to test dodging. Coordination. Training to improve coordination between vision and movement. Agility exercises to increase quick response to stimuli. Dodging practice in various environments for adaptability. Speed. Short distance running drills to increase speed. Integration of Kami-e into fast and dynamic movements. Combination of dodging and counterattacks to enhance effectiveness. Inspired by his crew's determination, Luffy implemented an intensive training routine to enhance each member's specific skills. With the addition of extra gravitational force to the training room, the atmosphere was electrically charged with the promise of progress and development. In the coming days, this rigorous training would become the daily routine of the Straw Hat crew, a conscious choice as they opted to return to the center of the East Blue instead of advancing to Logtown and the Grand Line. Luffy guided his crew through this intense training process, preparing them for the future challenges that awaited in the Grand Line. As the Black Pearl sailed towards the next marine base, the atmosphere on board was tense and expectant. Smoker, using the Den Den Mushi, communicated with Fleet Admiral Sengoku to report the capture of the pirates and the evidence of their crimes. "We've captured them all, Fleet Admiral. We have substantial evidence and many documents supporting the reported crimes," Smoker informed with a frustrated expression. An irritated voice resonated from the other end of the line, expressing indignation at the acts committed by the pirates. "Damn that Nezumi and his crew. It's a shame they're dead, or I would have dealt with them myself." Facing the situation, Smoker inquired of his superior about the next steps. "What can we do now?" Sengoku, still annoyed with the situation, replied, "It's annoying, but it seems those pirates were right. For now, let them go." Sengoku's decision reflected concern about the repercussions of crimes committed by a marine base in the East Blue. The threat made by a rookie pirate also weighed on his mind, creating a humiliating situation for the Marines. For now, the choice was to let the Straw Hats continue on their way, postponing potential future actions while the Marines dealt with the internal consequences of this episode. "Let them go, are you sure?" Smoker expressed disbelief at Sengoku's decision. "Return to Logtown. Someone is heading to this sea and should already be arriving through the calm belt itself. He'll resolve this quickly. You don't need to worry about it," Smoker assured Sengoku. With a resigned huff, Smoker accepted the order, even without much choice. However, before departing, Sengoku requested information about the Straw Hat crew. "Before that, explain to me about the crew, as there's a chance this person may not be able to capture them. I want a report already, as we need to increase their bounties," demanded Sengoku as Smoker returned to his ship. According to the sailors at this base, these pirates launched an attack upon approaching. The power of the cannons on their ship was undoubtedly superior to the Marines in this sea. Smoker began his explanation, detailing the recent events. "The prisoners and naval criminals said everyone passed out as soon as the group arrived." "What? Could that be Haki?" Smoker was incredulous upon hearing the news and didn't hesitate to share it with Sengoku. "Let them go, are you sure?" Smoker questioned Sengoku's decision to let the Straw Hats go. "Return to Logtown. Someone is heading to this sea and should already be arriving through the calm belt itself. He'll resolve this quickly. You don't need to worry about it, Smoker." Sengoku instructed Smoker, making it clear that the situation was under control. "All right," Smoker huffed, with no choice. "Before that, explain to me about the crew, as there's a chance this person may not be able to capture them. I want a report already, as we need to increase their bounties." Sengoku requested information about the Straw Hat crew, indicating that bounties could be adjusted. According to the sailors at this base, these pirates launched an attack upon approaching. The power of the cannons on their ship was undoubtedly superior to the Marines in this sea. Smoker began to report the recent events. "The prisoners and naval criminals said everyone passed out as soon as the group arrived." "What? Could that be Haki?" Sengoku exclaimed with surprise, concerned about the possibility of Haki being used by the Straw Hats. "This is much more terrible than I imagined. They're already a threat. I need to know more." Sengoku's voice caught Smoker off guard, but he continued to give his report on the situation. "When we arrived at the Kakoyasi archipelago, we quickly realized that there had been a battle on the island where Arlong had established himself. According to the surviving fishmen, only one member of the Straw Hat crew took down all of Arlong's pirates, and it wasn't the captain." Smoker began sharing his team's discoveries. "When I asked the captives, former companions of Arlong, they said that when the fight was almost won, a giant monster appeared. Some had hallucinations that, in reality, there were two monsters fighting each other in the midst of the chaos, changing the landscape of that island forever. Smoker revealed the disturbing account from the former captives. From what I heard and saw on the island, it's very likely that this fish man is right. About a large landmass, forests, and even mountains on the island were devastated by the battle, and there were giant footprints on the ground, according to my subordinates. He continued, expressing reluctance in the face of the magnitude of the event. Tharp, you damn it, what kind of monster have you created? Sengoku couldn't help but mutter, reflecting on the possible implications of this overwhelming power beyond the understanding of the East Blue. Tell me how they captured you, considering you have a loja. Sengoku was concerned. I don't know. The pirate captain called a woman to fight me. She had horns and was almost as tall as an admiral. A second after she started walking, she looked annoyed and disappeared, and I couldn't even react when I lost consciousness. He said, a bit embarrassed. So there's a user of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki among them at least. Damn, Garp had better deal with this potentially threatening group before they reach the Grand Line. I feel like this group is even more dangerous than what we're seeing in the reports. Sengoku growled, feeling that this group was much more dangerous than he imagined. And they were doing as they pleased in this sea currently. If they grew, they would be an even worse threat. Even that bounty hunter is with them. Damn pirates who still took berries from the Marines through bounties. They don't care about pirates or Marines. They attack everyone they encounter on their way. I'll increase their bounties for the key figures we have information on. Sengoku concluded. With the decision made, the call was ended, and Smoker immediately began issuing orders to his crew. Get ready, declared Smoker firmly. We're heading to Logtown to transport all the prisoners. Tashigi, his loyal subordinate, asked, and what about the pirates, Captain Smoker? It seems the headquarters has already designated someone to deal with them, replied Smoker with determination. Our duty now is to ensure that these corrupt Marines and the remaining pirates of Arlong are escorted and detained and impelled down. As he spoke, they boarded the ships with the prisoners, ready to return to Logtown. Third-person POV. In various parts of the world. The conversation between Smoker and Sengoku took place a few days ago while the Black Pearl continued to cut through the waters of the sea in the subsequent days. The days unfolded in an intense routine of training and rest periods for the Straw Hats. Although there were no alarming results, Luffy kept the group's determination high. He could perceive the constant evolution of each member, progress that brought a small smile to his face. The daily routine consisted of training, resting, lunch, resuming training, enjoying the free afternoon, returning to training, resting, and, at the end of the night, celebrating with a modest feast. Luffy would end the day by sharing the night with 3 beautiful women. I'm enjoying this world more and more. Luffy reflected on the building of his crew and the relationships he cultivated, feeling satisfied. Luffy, the sudden call interrupted his thoughts. While enjoying some free time in the afternoon, the captain was sitting on the ship's deck, rereading the manual of the 6 styles. His companions, basking in the sun beside him, also turned their heads in the direction of the call. Wearing nothing more than Hawaiian-style floral shorts, Luffy raised his sunglasses to see Nami approaching with a newspaper and a conflicted expression. Speak, my woman. Luffy smiled at the nickname. She seemed hesitant at first but gave him a dissatisfied look at that comment. In recent days, she had been extremely embarrassed since he slept with her when they were both drunk. However, Luffy had made her accustomed to the new routine. Despite this woman acting normally, she was in love with her captain. She even shared the bed with 2 other companions. She sighed at her shameless captain and spoke. Your bounty increased. Zoro also had an increase, and Lami got a 3rd bounty for the group, she said, and Luffy quickly grabbed the newspaper and wanted posters. As Nami spoke these words, everyone who was busy with some task or pastime at that moment dropped what they were doing and surrounded their captain with curiosity. Look at our picture. Luffy laughed, seeing the whole group with various people behind the fishmen and Captain Smoker. It was all of them except Kuina, who ended up taking the photo. In the picture printed in the newspaper, the scene captured on the beach came to life in vivid detail. The white, fine sand stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky displayed a dazzling blue, contrasting with the intense green of the palm trees swaying gently along the coast. In the center of the image, the Straw Hats group was positioned in a relaxed and confident manner. Luffy, with his characteristic straw hat, sported a wide smile while pointing at something out of the frame, likely articulating some bold plan. Around him, the crew members struck unique poses and expressions that captured the diversity of personalities, from Zoro's tough posture to Usopp's contagious enthusiasm. The fishmen and Captain Smoker were also visible in the image in front of the group, adding an unusual touch to the scene. The looks of the prisoners and the Marine, clearly shaken by the unexpected turn of events, added a dramatic touch to the composition. Kuina, not being with them, positioned herself a little apart, holding the camera with which she captured that decisive moment. The result was an image that defied expectations, leaving the Straw Hats crew's mark on the East Blue. How did she end up in the newspaper? Kiuna asked. I sent it through a contact to a Morgan News branch, Luffy stated shamelessly. It's a beautiful photo, Zoro commented, looking at his tough pose. Ha, we look like a mafia. Hugo seemed excited. I'm in the newspaper, Usopp exclaimed. But isn't it cool, Usopp-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously. Sharky, Megalo grumbled. Hatcheye remained silent as always. Of course not. Nami protested the young mermaid's question. Don't get angry, you look beautiful in this photo, Nijiko said to her sister. I hid my face. I hope that old bastard doesn't recognize me, Yamato said with a smile. Luffy agreed to that during the photo, and she used her usual mask. OHHH. Bappo seemed to have stars in his eyes seeing their group photo. Oh, yeah, it seems we're being hunted now, Lami said. Too bad you look kind of ridiculous with that sword on your back, Ryuju teased. Speak the addicted smoker in the photo. You look more like a captive than a pirate in that picture, Lami snarled. What did you say? Want to fight? The rest of the crew sighed at the two women who seemed like cat and mouse at that moment. Luffy ignored the women and began reading the newspaper like the front page. In a surprising development, the mysterious figure known as Lami, previously considered a bounty hunter seeking justice, was revealed as an infiltrated member of the Straw Hat Pirates, secretly acting to collect bounties for pirates captured by the crew. This shocking twist adds a new element of mystery to the already enigmatic pirate group. The Straw Hat Pirates, currently composed of 14 members, have emerged as a devastating force in the East Blue, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in their wake. Their actions include the destruction of 2 marine bases and the ruthless elimination of 4 of the most feared pirate crews in this region. Fear spreads as the extraordinary feats of this crew defy all known conventions. With unparalleled strength, they have become a formidable threat to the established order in the East Blue. The sea is in a state of shock and apprehension in the face of the uncertainty of who will be able to contain the fury of this indomitable group. As the notoriety of the Straw Hat Pirates grows, the East Blue faces a period of despair and uncertainty. The question lingering in everyone's mind is, who can face this threat and restore order to this tumultuous sea? I've increased my bounty by 5 times. Now I'm the most wanted pirate in this sea. Luffy laughed, radiating contagious joy. Not bad, but I still only have 10 million. Zoro complained, examining his own wanted poster. At least you have one, Bappo commented, looking at Zoro's poster with a bit of envy. I don't know how this serious woman has one, and I don't. Ryuju expressed her frustration, somewhat irritated. I was a bounty hunter. It's clear they're annoyed with me. But you're not even important enough to have one. Lami teased, with a mischievous smile. Do you want to be kicked into the sea? Ryuju snarled, preparing for the confrontation. Wanna try, inconsequential woman? Lami retorted, initiating a chaotic clash of kicks and sword strikes, with Lami using her fencing, and Ryuju employing her agility and combat footwork to defend and attack. It was after an hour that the women stopped fighting, and Usopp shouted from the mast. Land ho, he said, and Kiuna almost jumped, as Nami informed them that they were close to her homeland, her father's house. Meanwhile, the news in this newspaper was spreading to the far reaches of the world, reaching an island with the peculiar shape of a gigantic skull. In this sinister place, a man, known as one of the 4 dreadful emperors, watched the newspaper with evident disdain. It was the second time in a few days that a group of young pirates appeared on the front page of Morgan's News. Is there nothing else interesting to show in the newspapers? Why is there a picture of that bunch of brats on the front page again? The emperor questioned, displeased with the apparent insistence of the newspaper in highlighting this specific group. What makes this bunch special? They're not even in the Grand Line. Kaido grumbled as he lifted his gigantic sake cup to his mouth, expressing his lack of impression with the notoriety of the mentioned group. It seems Morgan is out of subjects, King commented beside, crossing his arms indifferently. Who is this? Kaido looked at the image with an initially disinterested expression, but as his eyes examined details, curiosity seized him. His piercing eyes scrutinized the figure in the photo, a person with white hair, wearing Wano-style garments, and a mysterious mask enveloping the head. At first, he thought of a little brat seeing this, but he dismissed the possibility, internally denying the idea that it could be her. However, as he fixed his gaze on the image, he noticed familiar nuances beginning to emerge. The stature, the outlines of the clothes, everything aligned in a haunting way. Could it be? No, that brat disappeared a few weeks ago. There's no way he's in the East Blue with a bunch of rookie pirates. A shadow of sadness crossed Kaido's colossal face as he remembered his daughter. Memories flooded his mind, and the initial look of disinterest gave way to heightened attention. Kaido vented in a guttural cry, tears streaming down his imposing face. The furious expression gave way to a complex mix of emotions, from anger to paternal concern. Onlookers watched cautiously, already familiar with the repetition of these turbulent scenes in recent days, fully understanding the generally grim outcome that followed. Damn brat. Yamato, how the hell did you manage to escape from your old man? Kaido bellowed, his voice echoing through the area. Tension hung in the air as he poured out his frustration and anxiety over his missing daughter. King, positioning himself as the intermediary and the only one capable of calming Kaido's turbulent emotions, tried to offer solace. Don't worry, Queen and Jack are searching all over the New World for Miss Yamato. She'll be found soon. King sought to dispel the dark clouds enveloping Kaido, well aware of the issues that had arisen since the news of Yamato's disappearance spread. It's a shame that King wasn't interested in the newspaper. In King's attentive eyes, if he had directed his attention to the photo, he would have promptly recognized young Yamato, even under the mask, as part of that peculiar group. Unlike Kaido, who resisted the idea, King, knowledgeable of the situation, would have identified her presence immediately, capturing details that transcended the physical barriers of the mask. On the majestic Cake Island, where extravagance and opulence were the norms, a commanding and grandiose woman expressed her displeasure at the news presented in the newspaper. Tusk, just rookies in such a weak sea. Call Morgan and tell him to publish more interesting things on the front pages of the next newspapers. Also, send an invitation to the next tea party next week. The woman's voice resonated through the location, echoing among the refined confectionaries and sugar sculptures, leaving a touch of disdain in the air. Yes, Mama. The fearful and hurried servants promptly obeyed the orders, aware that failing in execution could result in unpleasant consequences and disrupt the harmony on the island of eccentricities. The woman, in turn, observed the frantic action around her with an imperious gaze, ensuring that her will would be carried out without delay. On a picturesque island in the heart of the New World, Shanks, the red-haired man with a distinctive scar, emerged from his morning hangover with a newspaper in hand. His eyes quickly scanned the headlines, and an expression of surprise and satisfaction formed on his face. Luffy, the redhead's shout cut through the air, attracting the attention of his scattered crewmates in the area. A man beside him, calm while smoking a cigar, commented nonchalantly, "It's the brat. 10 million and then 50. That's really good." Dehahaha. Shanks began to laugh, a robust and contagious sound that echoed across the island. His crewmates joined in the celebration, observing the photo of the Straw Hat Captain. "Luffy has grown so much," exclaimed one of the crew members, marveling at the young man's transformation. "True, he has so many companions. How did he recruit a mermaid and a fishman in the East Blue?" Dehahaha. "It's true, I knew that kid was special. I've never seen a crew with a mermaid. Luffy is truly unique." Shanks shouted with joy, his enthusiasm evident. "Hey, that one, isn't that my son?" A man, Usopp's father, pointed to the photo. "He looks like you. How he's grown." Ha ha ha. "Luffy too. It's true. But he's changed so much. Maybe it's normal after so many years." Da ha ha ha. Shanks laughed as usual, appreciating the irony of time. "Let's have a feast," he announced, renewing the energy and excitement in his group. "Yes, Captain," the members responded, ready to celebrate the Straw Hat's rise. On a boat sailing through the turbulent waters of this chaotic sea, a blond man with a pineapple-shaped head excitedly displayed a newspaper to his imposing father. "Pops, this is Ace's brother," the man announced, waiting for Whitebeard's reaction, whose laughter resonated across the deck. "Gilalala. These brats are bold these days in the sea." Whitebeard couldn't contain his laughter, revealing an expression of admiration for the youngster's audacity. "Pops, there's a mermaid among them." Vista, scrutinizing the photo attentively, brought additional information. "Could it be the mermaid Princess Neptune told us disappeared a few weeks ago, and we're looking for her and any information in our territories?" Fusha, concerned, commented while savoring his cigar. "It can't be her, she's 17 meters tall. Wait, can't this be the red-shirted shark that Neptune described? Apart from the size, everything indicates it's the mermaid princess. How did she shrink so much with that shark?" Jazu pondered, intrigued by the discrepancy in dimensions. "So, she's in the East Blue with Ace's brother?" Vista concluded with a question, his mind quickly reasoning. "Call Ace. He should be in the first part of the Grand Line. I'm sure he'll find the brother. While he hunts down that traitor, he must inform us why his brother is with Neptune's daughter." Marco, the 1st Division commander, proposed immediate action. Whitebeard, the leader, just nodded in agreement. Some members of the 2nd Division were already contacting Ace, who was pursuing Teach in the dangerous waters of the Grand Line. On a distant and gloomy island in the New World, Doflamingo, the extravagant and sinister Shichibukai, lounged on his luxurious throne in the heart of his castle. The atmosphere around him was laden with an intimidating aura, with shadows dancing on walls adorned with luxurious tapestries. Doflamingo's sunglasses, gleaming under the candlelight that illuminated the dark environment, focused on a specific image in the newspaper he held with peculiar elegance. His disdainful smile highlighted the sinister pleasure he felt while observing the picture of Trafalgar Dialami. The mysterious woman whose wanted poster now occupied the pages. Phew, it looks like you've finally decided to step out of the shadows, mommy. Doflamingo murmured to himself, letting out a malicious laugh. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he continued to gaze at the woman's image in the newspaper. While his glasses reflected a specific woman in the photo, he opened a wide smile. Phew, I can't wait to meet her and make her use her fruit so I can obtain immortality. Phew. The man laughed like a madman in his castle. Elsewhere, beneath the sea, the Fishman Island, located in the depths of the ocean, revealed a stunning underwater spectacle. In an ethereal and translucent environment, the underwater city stretched along vast colorful coral reefs and lush marine gardens. Buildings were made of water-resistant materials, showcasing intricate architectures and adornments carved from shells and corals. The sunlight, filtering through the ocean's surface, cast soft, shimmering hues in every corner of the underwater city. Tritons and mermaids moved gracefully through narrow streets, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Gardens of colorful anemones and exotic sea creatures added a touch of magic to the underwater landscape. Columns of bubbles ascended from openings in the ground, creating a spectacle of lights and shadows that danced on the walls of the building. Marine life, with vibrant colors and fascinating shapes, swam around urban structures, contributing to the natural beauty surrounding the Fishman Island. The submerged city pulsed with a vibrant energy, featuring bustling markets, public squares, and majestic buildings that displayed the cultural richness and architectural ingenuity of the Fishman civilization. This underwater wonder, hidden in the ocean's depths, was a testament to the harmony between terrestrial life and the splendor of the marine kingdom. In the majestic audience chamber of the Ryugu Kingdom, an impressive underwater structure boasting intricate coral sculptures and colorful stained glass filtering ocean light, King Neptune, a commanding monarch respected by the sea's inhabitants, sat on his throne adorned with pearls and corals. The three sons of Neptune, Triton, Princess, and Manboshi, hastily entered the room, each carrying an air of urgency. Their faces reflected a mix of excitement and anxiety, bringing with them a newspaper that had been faxed by Whitebeard's pirates. "Father," shouted Triton, the eldest son with an impressive physique and greenish hair, grabbing the king's attention. Neptune raised his eyebrows, his gaze instantly focusing on his children. The room was adorned with tapestries depicting the glorious achievements of the underwater kingdom. But the tension in the air disrupted the serenity of the place. "We found Shirahoshi. She appeared," announced Manboshi, the youngest son, holding the newspaper in his trembling hands. The newspaper displayed an image of Shirahoshi alongside the Straw Hats, highlighting the surprising reduction in size of the mermaid princess. "What? Where is she?" Neptune questioned, his expression alternating between alarm and hope. The king's throne, carved with intricate shells, seemed almost small compared to the grandeur of the monarch. "She's in the East Blue," replied Princess, the king's only daughter, with a hint of disbelief in her voice. Details of the underwater kingdom, such as shell-carved arches on the walls, witnessed the cultural richness of the marine civilization. "What? How could she be there? And how did she get there so quickly?" Neptune expressed his confusion and concern, his fins waving nervously. "She's in today's newspaper. We can't receive newspapers, but we got them from Whitebeard's pirates via fax," Triton explained as the other children surrounded the king with the newspaper, providing a view of Shirahoshi's surprising image. "Look, father, it's her, even though she looks quite shrunken. There's no doubt it's our little sister," affirmed Manboshi, emphasizing the image of Shirahoshi next to the Straw Hats. "It's really my girl. How could she have shrunk so much? Who are these riffraff with her?" Neptune growled, his voice echoing through the room. "I don't know, father. She doesn't seem sad, but we have to save her from these humans." The elder brother expressed his concern, while the sumptuous decorations of the room witnessed the grandeur of the marine kingdom. "There's a fishman with that crew. How strange," Triton observed, his eyes attentive to the discussed image. "Anyway, contact Jimbei and ask him to go after these pirates now. I'll owe him any favor if my daughter comes home," Neptune declared, his voice reflecting the urgency and determination of a worried father. The underwater sculptures and shimmering stained glass seemed to witness the king's anguish as he faced the uncertainty of his daughter's fate. On a peculiar island in the first part of the Grand Line, colorful bubbles gracefully rose to the sky, creating a scenery as charming as it was mysterious. At the top of a hill, a modest bar provided a spectacular panoramic view, where the bubbles seemed to dance in harmony with the sea breeze. Inside the bar, with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, a woman looked at the newspaper on the counter. Her eyes, alert and curious, focused on a specific image. "Is this Hachai?" she exclaimed, surprised, as her fingers flipped through the pages of the newspaper. The counter, made of weathered wood, gave a rustic feel to the place. "It's indeed him. And he's not the only interesting one." "That hat," replied an elderly man beside her, with a nostalgic look. The bar's interior displayed nautical decorations, including fishing nets hanging on the walls. So, he's the one Shank's boy talked about," the woman inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. The gentle wind made the light curtains sway softly, revealing a spectacular view of the sea stretching as far as the eye could see. Yes, let's see what kind of turbulence he can cause in the world in this era or the next one approaching, the elderly man said, watching the horizon with anticipation. The soft light of the evening painted the bar with golden hues, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. The lively conversations and soft laughter of the bar's patrons filled the air, blending with the gentle sound of bubbles breaking outside. This was a place where stories intertwined with the unique scenery of the island, creating a unique and mysterious atmosphere. On a boat in the middle of that sea, the choppy waves marked the rhythm of navigation. The sky, painted by a vibrant sunset, provided a spectacular view for the animated crew on board. H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O. This is Luffy, someone shouted with enthusiasm as the waves gently hit the ship's hull. A camaraderie atmosphere enveloped the deck, where the crew shared laughs and stories. Yes, a rookie pirate taking the front page. It's unbelievable, grumbled one of the pirates, contrasting the celebratory mood. The sound of the sea breeze mixed with the crew's animated dialogues. Luffy. The first intruder snatched the newspaper from the other pirate's hand, expressing his unrestrained excitement. The orange sky reflected on the newspaper pages as it changed hands. Hey, give back the newspaper, you rascal. Wait, who the hell are you? The confused pirate questioned the intruder, whose presence was not recognized among the crew members. Luffy. The man shouted again, choosing to ignore the perplexed pirate's questions. The atmosphere on board became a mix of curiosity and excitement. Captain, he's Ace, from the Fire Fist, 2nd Division Commander of Whitebeard's Pirates. A crew member clarified the confusion as the information quickly spread across the deck. What? His Excellency Ace. The tone instantly changed, the pirate now recognizing the significance of the figure before them. The sunset's light highlighted surprised and respectful expressions. Captain, what? He fell asleep. An unusual observation brought a touch of humor to the episode, revealing the relaxed atmosphere that surrounded the crew even in the presence of such a renowned figure. In the Marine headquarters, a stern and organized environment, a man smoked a cigar while examining the newspaper. His expression indicated surprise, and the room was momentarily plunged into silence. This name, is he related to Garp? A man with dark, thick hair, dressed in a blue suit, inquired as he examined the newspaper in his colleague Admiral's hands. He has the same name as him. That's scary. Another man, in a yellow suit, dramatized his reaction, emphasizing the possible connection between the two. Well, it doesn't matter. This just shows that he's a threat and must be eliminated, declared the First Admiral, wearing a red suit and displaying a serious expression. The atmosphere in the room reflected the tension that the news had brought, and the discussion about the danger represented by Luffy was beginning to unfold among the leaders of the Navy. In the vastness of another island, where sand dunes stretched to the horizon, a desert scene revealed an arid and enigmatic landscape. The scorching sun hung in the sky, casting long shadows distorted by the contours of the dunes. Amidst this panorama, a mysterious figure walked gracefully, their silent steps marked only by the gentle whisper of the sand beneath their feet. The wind blew, lifting small dust whirls that danced around them, as if obeying an invisible command. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in the desert, filled with surprise and interest. 2D. S on one ship. How interesting, she murmured, her words blending with the wind that carried the essence of mystery. The figure, dressed in a cloak that seemed to merge with the nuances of the sand, revealed only elusive outlines of their presence. Their midnight black hair flowed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of elegance to the enigma they represented. While the dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, the mysterious woman remained immersed in her own thoughts, contemplating something that transcended physical sight, something connected to the destiny that enveloped those marked by the D in their names. Near the imposing Reverse Mountain, where clouds hovered as silent witnesses, the atmosphere was charged with latent tension. The scene stood out with towering rock formations and shadows cast over the area, creating a sinister environment. As the world moved in its complexity, a man with an astronaut helmet, whose face remained hidden under the metallic protection, found himself in the midst of this peculiar panorama. The gleam in his eyes revealed excitement, and a trail of snot escaped from his nose, adding an extravagant note to his figure. Is this the mermaid I heard in the CP5 agent's call? I want her, he exclaimed, making clear his interest in the mysterious mermaid whose name echoed in an emergency call from CP5. His desire was palpable, as if the mere mention of the aquatic creature had ignited a consuming flame within him. The man, immersed in his own ambition, recalled the information received during the emergency call, details about the presence of the mermaid accompanied by her guards. Reverse Mountain, with its majestic contours, served as a backdrop for this unusual scene, creating a contrast between the natural grandeur and the singular determination of the man with the peculiar helmet. All that propelled this individual was the obsession to possess that mermaid, as if his own destiny was intertwined with the unrestrained pursuit of something that transcended the boundaries of the ordinary. The air was imbued with the intense energy of that moment, as the man, driven by his own ambitions, prepared to act in ways that only time would reveal. Third-person POV. Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. As Black Pearl approached the picturesque island dock, an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement enveloped the crew. The sun, dipping on the horizon, cast its golden rays over the scene, adding a warm touch to the imminent reunion. "We've finally arrived," exclaimed Zoro, his face revealing the excitement overflowing from his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his old island. Hyuna, by his side, seemed a bit nervous, but Nami, in a friendly gesture, gently touched her shoulder. "Relax. I'm sure your father will be immensely happy to see you again." "Yes, we'll soon see the master's face." Zoro displayed a confident smile, conveying reassurance to his childhood friend. "I've always wanted to meet that uncle. Let's go." Luffy spoke with enthusiasm, eager to explore the dojo and find Zoro's legendary master. The arrival of the pirate ship did not go unnoticed by the population of the small town. While the anime portrayed it as a village, here it was a developing town, adorned with a port attesting to its growth and participation in trade. The crew's notoriety was evident as people pointed at the ship and hurried to witness the arrival. Luffy's name and his crew echoed throughout the East Blue, the worst recorded threat in this sea, as highlighted in the pages of newspapers. Tension swept through the town like a gusty wind when words like pirates, and "it's the Straw Hats," echoed through the streets. The villagers, gripped by fear, instinctively sought refuge. "Run, they're the worst pirates in this sea," shouted a resident, echoing the widespread sentiment. "Summon Master Kushiro," cried another, seeking protection under the possible defense of the respected local master. "Yes, he can defend us," agreed a third, as urgency drove people toward the dojo in search of safety. Chaos ensued as Luffy and his companions disembarked from the Black Pearl. The captain, with his typical indifference, shrank the ship and stored it in his pocket, an act that only increased the villagers' already stunned bewilderment. As they walked through the town, the commotion around them was palpable. Shops were hastily closed, windows were locked, and people ran to take shelter in their homes. "I guess it's a scene we should get used to," Luffy murmured, observing the chaos unfolding around him. It was a new experience for the Straw Hats captain, who, despite his pirate history, still marveled at people's reactions to his presence. Hyuna watched the city with complicated eyes, a sight that harked back to her old home of years ago, or rather, that persisted only in her memories. The short period from her death until now seemed like an eternity for the girl. Surprise stamped her face as she witnessed the transformations and growth of the place. What was once a small village now expanded like a forming city. The passage of years since her death was evident, and anxiety grew as she approached the reunion with her father. "What will he say when he sees me? He won't believe I'm his Kuna," she thought, uncertainty reflected in her thoughts. As they roamed the city, it didn't take long for a group of sword-wielding individuals to enter the scene, blocking the group's path and spreading fear among the population. "Straw Hat pirates, how dare you come here? We'll arrest you," exclaimed some young ones, approaching Zoro's age. Tension was created at this moment. "Wait, Lin, Master Kushiro said Zoro might be among them and told us to know their intentions before confronting them," said another youth beside him, his tense face expressing concern. Lin hesitated for a moment, processing the information. "Yes, it's true. Is Roronoa Zoro among the group?" she shouted to them. Zoro stepped out from behind Luffy, displaying his 3 swords at his waist and a nostalgic smile. The seaweed-haired swordsman quickly approached the small group. "It's only been a few months since we last saw each other, and you've changed so much," Zoro said cheerfully, noting the surprised expressions of the swordsmen around. "It's you, Zoro. Ha 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 ha." The small group of swordsmen laughed upon recognizing an old acquaintance. "We're here to see the master. I have something very important to show him," Zoro explained, his serious eyes indicating the urgency of the situation. The men exchanged glances, contemplating the best approach in the presence of the pirate crew at the dojo. They also believed that, besides Zoro being with them, Master Kushiro could easily handle the group if they wanted to cause trouble. "Come on, Zoro. The master is already waiting and is quite worried about you. You disappeared after taking the wrong path to your dojo," one of them said, with a conspiratorial smile, and continued walking normally, unaware of the wide-eyed looks from Luffy and the others. "Wait a moment," Luffy quickly shouted, gaining everyone's attention. "Are you saying Zoro took the wrong path to the dojo and ended up in the sea?" Luffy couldn't believe it, as Zoro had claimed he went to the sea on his own. He knew his swordsman had some directional issues, but this was beyond human limits. "That's right. We were worried for many days about Zoro's disappearance when we separated to meet at the dojo later. It was only after a week that he showed up in the newspaper as a new pirate hunter on a very distant island. one of the youths said calmly, reminiscing about the events with casualness. Zoro's expression indicated a mix of embarrassment and resignation in the face of his navigational mishap. Luffy, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Lamy, Ippo, Chaochu, Usopp, Nami, Ryuju, Hugo, Nijiko, Hachai. Zoro could feel his face turning red at this moment, while Kuina, hidden from the other youths, looked astonished at her old friend, wondering what level of skill it took to get lost so grandiosely. Luffy was the first to laugh in the midst of the silence that left everyone stunned. BFFF. Yamato, with a wide smile and eyes shining with joy. Nami, holding her stomach while laughing and winking at the others. Lamy, with an infectious laugh and sparkling eyes. Shirahoshi, laughing gently with her hands over her mouth. Shar. Megalo, showing his sharp teeth in a content expression. Usopp, with a mischievous smile and shoulders shaking with laughter. Ippo, letting out an animated laugh and shaking his head. Chaochu, barking cheerfully and jumping around. Ryuju, with a sarcastic smile and an elegant laugh. Hugo, laughing loudly and clapping. Hilarious. Nijiko, with restrained laughter but a glint of amusement in her eyes. Hachai, emitting a soft laughter sound and shaking his tentacles. It was an accident. I already planned to go to the sea anyway. Zoro shouted embarrassedly. But you didn't even say goodbye to us. One of the young and old acquaintances of Zoro protested in the front group, crossing his arms with a disapproving expression while laughing at the situation. Zoro, I've never seen someone start their journey because they got lost. You're truly unique, Luffy declared, releasing a contagious laugh and showing his broad smile. TSK. Zoro tried to ignore the group. Even those who didn't interact much, like Hachai, were laughing at him. While they still laughed, the famous dojo finally entered their views, leaving the town center, where Kushiro made sure to remain in a more secluded corner. In front of the place, a few other members of the dojo were waiting for the group, looking cautiously at the arriving pirate group, as by now, everyone on the island knew that the mighty Monkey D. Luffy, the most formidable pirate in the current East Blue, had arrived at the island's port. Why did you bring pirates with you? One of them demanded from the first group, pointing at Luffy and the others. Master's orders, and look there, it's Zoro. He's back, one of them spoke, and the others saw Zoro with great surprise, some with expressions of disbelief and others with joy. Zoro, you really came back and became a pirate, some of them said, accusing the user of Santoryu, with surprised and disbelieving expressions. This is my new path. It's good to see you all. But can we talk to the master? I have something important for him, Zoro asked, maintaining a serious expression. And they quickly cleared the path in the next moment, still processing the revelation about Zoro's new direction. Zoro and I will go in first. After that, I'll call Kuina, Luffy instructed, with a determined tone, as not everyone would be able to talk to Kushiro at this moment. Luffy decided to have an introductory conversation before revealing the bomb. Luffy and Zoro entered the dojo. The dojo's room exhibited an atmosphere of Japanese traditionalism, with tatami covering the floor and a serene environment. Rice paper walls allowed the entry of soft light, giving a natural calmness to the place. Decorative elements, such as paintings and scrolls with Japanese calligraphy, adorned the walls, recounting the history of that respectable dojo. In the center of the room, Kushiro was seated, kneeling on a futon, enjoying a cup of green tea. His posture revealed a harmony between strength and serenity, a characteristic image of an experienced master. In front of him, a small low table held the teapot and a few bowls. Luffy and Zoro entered the room, sensing the seriousness and history that permeated every corner. The subtle scent of incense floated in the air, contributing to an atmosphere of respect and concentration. The room was in total harmony with samurai tradition, providing a striking contrast to the bustle of the outside world. Kushiro, with his eyes half closed in meditation, emanated a calm and thoughtful presence. As he opened one of his eyes, revealing the depth of his analysis, the room seemed to respond to his control over it. Luffy immediately identified Kushiro as Kuina's father, not only due to physical resemblance but also the aura he carried. It was evident that this place was more than just a dojo. It was a sanctuary of wisdom and skill, where tradition intertwined with the present. Zoro, it's good to finally see you, and quite a surprise. Your aura has improved a lot. And Wado Ikamanji seems much happier in its sheath since the last time we spoke, many months ago, he said, opening one eye and assessing his former apprentice, then looking at Luffy. This guy is very calm, just like the character I imagined. I'm not sure, but he has some connection to my dad and the revolutionaries, but I doubt he knows about the relationship between Dragon and me. Luffy thought briefly, looking at the man curiously, maintaining his characteristic broad smile. It's good to see you again, Master. Zoro smiled as he sat in front of him, displaying a mix of respect and camaraderie. Luffy just nodded and sat next to his swordsman to drink the tea, his eyes shining with excitement as he awaited the stories that would be shared. Tell me about your adventures and how you became so strong, Kushiro said calmly. But he was curious, attentively observing his former pupils. Zoro began recounting his adventures since leaving the island, becoming a pirate hunter to earn money for food, and how he met Luffy, omitting information about Kuina. He detailed the battles, challenges faced, and victories achieved. He described his adventure on a pirate ship to this island. So, you faced Mihawk. Interesting. Although even I wouldn't recommend doing something so reckless. But you survived and grew stronger. That's good. Just be more careful, Kushiro commented, maintaining a serene expression, but his eyes betrayed a mix of concern and pride. I promise never to lose again. I will surpass him and become the world's strongest swordsman, the swordsman declared confidently, displaying determination in his expression. I'm counting on that. Kushiro smiled, conveying support to his former student, and turned his gaze to Zoro's captain, seeing the newcomer from the sea, the infamous Monkey D. Luffy. Kushiro clearly perceived the formidable aura emanating from Luffy. The young pirate was more powerful than anything the sword master could imagine. The powerful aura of the group outside the dojo did not go unnoticed, surpassing even that of Zoro himself. If these groups were to clash, the island would be at the mercy of an imminent catastrophe. Fortunately, however, there was no perceptible hostility between them. Furthermore, Kushiro sensed a strangely compassionate aura directed at him from the renowned pirate group outside. Although one of the more subtle auras, it was as if he felt the presence of a ghost in his heart. However, the sword master quickly pushed aside this thought, knowing it was too painful a matter to address at that moment. Anyway, this pirate group is worth 90 million with their combined bounties. A big miscalculation by the Marines. Kushiro murmured internally, dispelling the last thought from his mind and the aura surrounding him. Now, my student said there was something important here. Something tells me you're involved, Kushiro said, looking at Luffy with a penetrating focus. You could say that. First of all, nice to meet you, Kuina's father, Luffy said calmly, causing an immediate somber expression on the sword master's face. Luffy didn't want to waste any more time here after hearing Zoro narrate his complete story. He didn't interrupt them out of politeness, but he wouldn't drag out the main topic any longer. The inside of the dojo remained in a tense silence as Luffy's words echoed. Kushiro, the sword master, stared at the captain of the Straw Hats with an expression that mixed disbelief and danger. Why mention my deceased daughter? I doubt you knew her over 11 years ago or before she was killed. He spoke with a dangerous tone, his features stiff, revealing the pain of remembering a painful past. Luffy, maintaining his composure, responded with a neutral voice. Maybe I didn't know her for more than 11 years, but I certainly spent time with her in the last few weeks. She's a good girl. You should be a proud father. Luffy's words echoed like a gentle breeze in the silent atmosphere, contrasting with the tension on Kushiro's face. However, the displeasure of the sword master became evident as he directed his dissatisfaction towards Zoro. Zoro, I taught you better than to bring someone to make dark jokes. Kushiro expressed his displeasure, emphasizing his disappointment with his former disciple. Calm down, master, he's not lying. I spent that time with her myself. My captain managed to bring her back. I know it's hard to explain, but she's out there. You can check for yourself. Zoro intervened, trying to ease the situation. The man stared at Zoro as if he had grown a second head. Not wasting any more time, Kushiro stood up, swearing that both Zoro and his captain would pay for this mockery. It was evident that he never expected such an unexpected turn of events from his trusted swordsman. The dojo corridor was bathed in the soft light filtering through the windows, creating a calm and tranquil atmosphere. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed as Kushiro walked down the passage, unaware of the revelations that awaited him. Upon reaching the dojo entrance, his eyes met with a group of stunned students, lying on the floor as if they had witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. In the center, an adult woman, with a mixture of nervousness and youth in her eyes, stared at the sword master. She appeared to be 22 years old, but her posture and expressions betrayed the uncertainty of someone younger, an 11-year-old girl. Kuina. Kushiro's voice almost faltered as he pronounced his daughter's name. His eyes widened, and his face paled as if he had seen a ghost from the past that should remain dead. Hello, father. It's been 11 years, hasn't it? Funny to find out that I was dead all this time. For me, it's only been a few weeks. Strange, isn't it? Kuina began speaking nervously, not daring to look directly at her father. Surprise and perplexity dominated her as she tried to articulate her words. Kushiro, still dazed, observed every feature of Kuina's face. His mind struggled between reason and emotion, questioning whether he was seeing an illusion, a projection of his deepest desires. The students, now aware of the incredible twist, watched in silence as the atmosphere in the corridor became dense with tension and anticipation. Kushiru's heart pounded as he tried to process the unexpected appearance of his long-lost daughter. Kushiru's initially shocked gaze gradually transformed into recognition and emotion. His facial expression revealed a mixture of disbelief, joy, and relief. His previously rigid body relaxed as tears filled his eyes. His father, now visibly older after a decade, ignored social conventions and enveloped his long-lost daughter in an emotional embrace. "Kuina, is it really you? How is this possible? I truly feel like you're my girl." Kushiru's usually calm voice overflowed with emotion as he hugged his long-lost daughter. The dojo was still immersed in the unbelieving silence of the students, but the scene before them was living proof of a miracle that defied time. "It's a long story," Kuina said awkwardly, but let her emotions show with teary eyes. The walls of the dojo reverberated with the emotion contained in the long-awaited reunion. The heavy silence that had hung over the minds of those present now dissipated, giving way to a narrative as unbelievable as it was moving. The presence of the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Monkey D. Luffy, permeated the atmosphere with an aura dense with mystery and power. Things settled down after the initial commotion, but curiosity and incredulity still reflected in the eyes of the dojo master, Shimitsuki Kushiru. His daughter, Kuina, now alive after 11 years of absence, stood there, facing her father with a mix of nervousness and expectation. Inside the dojo, where the gentle scent of tea lingered in the air, the small gathering unfolded like a magical tale. The traditional tatami under their feet witnessed a moment that would transcend the pages of the island's history. Kushiru, the paternal and wise figure, lifted his eyes and fixed them on Luffy. Their gazes met, a portal between past and present, a connection between the lost daughter and the man who brought her back. Kushiru, with a deep and inquisitive look, directed his questions to the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Monkey D. Luffy, whose usually carefree expression now gave way to an unusual seriousness. "Is it true that you brought Kuina back with a unique artifact? Is that really possible?" Kushiru inquired, his voice betraying a mix of skepticism and hope, while his penetrating gaze sought convincing answers. The dojo master could barely believe the reality before his eyes. His daughter, lost for more than a decade, was there, alive and tangible. The once unattainable dream was gradually becoming a tangible truth, but Kushiru still longed to comprehend the depth of this incredible resurrection. "It's something like that, but I could only do it once, and I did it with Kuina, even though I was far from here," Luffy replied, his calm voice carrying a serenity that contrasted with the magnitude of what was being revealed. Doubts persisted in the master's mind. "And why Kuina? I'm sure you never knew her," he asked again, seeking to understand the reasons behind this peculiar choice. Kuina, silent, nodded, indicating that she shared the same uncertainties. This peculiar situation had been questioned by herself weeks ago, but the answers were as elusive as the mist that hovered over the ocean. "Because I believe in the girl's potential. She may be only 11 years old, but she can become a powerful swordsman, even as a girl. If you want to know how I know this, don't ask me because there are things I can't and won't talk about," asserted Luffy, his response resonating with unwavering determination. The dojo seemed suspended in time as the gravity of Luffy's words hung in the air. Silence settled, broken only by Kuina's uncomfortable movements in front of her father, as if each spoken word was carving uncertain paths. "What is your goal with my daughter?" Kushiru inquired, his serious gaze seeking answers in the face of the Straw Hat Pirates captain. A tension hung in the atmosphere as paternal concern manifested in the dojo master's eyes. "I want to recruit her as a member of my pirate crew, just like I did with Zoro, of course. But don't worry, I won't force her to join. I used that valuable artifact to have more powerful and fearless people on the sea, but I would be disappointed if she didn't explore her full potential, staying in this weak sea, even if she wasn't in my crew," replied Luffy, crossing his arms with a seriousness echoing the captain's determination. "Do you really believe that, even though she's a woman?" Kushiru asked seriously, his words reverberating in the dojo. A slight discomfort filled the women in the group, but they remained silent, awaiting the captain's response. "I can't deny that, biologically, men are naturally stronger. But this world is a place of endless possibilities and dreams. Kuina can pursue her dream. And that's what I believe. Just as I trust Zoro and his potential, I believe in her," Luffy stated, his eyes fixed on Kushiru's, conveying unwavering conviction. A faint smile appeared on the dojo master's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the trust placed by Luffy. "With just that, you make yourself a better man for my daughter," he admitted, a touch of embarrassment coloring his words. The dojo, a training ground and now witness to intertwined destinies, remained enveloped in a unique atmosphere, where past and future converged in the present, guided by the choices of one man and the promises of a pirate. The dojo remained imbued with the emotion of the reunion between father and daughter. Hyuna, still processing the incredibility of the moment, whispered a soft father, as if words were lacking in the whirlwind of emotions. In any case, I believe we should give the father and daughter some space, Luffy declared, revealing a keen perception in the face of the sensitive moment. His suggestion echoed as a sensible decision to preserve Kushiro and Hyuna's privacy. Hyuna, we'll stay for 2 days. I'll be waiting for your answer, Luffy communicated, leading the group out of the dojo. An expression of gratitude shone in Kushiro's eyes, thanking for the understanding and respect for privacy. Luffy and the others exited the dojo. Outside, Zoro's students and colleagues eagerly awaited some contact with their master. However, the pirates left without Hyuna, leaving the perception of the situation hanging in the air, and they respected it, seeing that the dojo would not open that day. What do we do now, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi inquired as they moved away from the dojo, showing concern for the next step. Let the pair spend some time together after a reunion that took 11 years to happen. Meanwhile, let's continue with the training and enjoy the island tomorrow as a day off. I plan to have Hyuna's answer in 2 days. After that, we'll leave, whether she wants to stay in the crew or not, Luffy explained, outlining the plan for the group. Luffy's decision was accepted without questioning, demonstrating the trust placed in the captain. With calm settling on the island, people returned to their daily routines, while the pirates seemed to have established a friendly relationship with Master Kushiro. Luffy led the group to an undeveloped side of the island, choosing that location to continue the training. The day passed with moments of intense activity and regular breaks, while the Black Pearl rested there, providing rooms for the crew to rest overnight. A day later, Luffy enjoyed the break granted to the entire crew, wandering through the streets of the small town that, in the eyes of the young captain, had transformed from a modest village into a vibrant city before his eyes. This place was known as a small village in the work, but I believe it just kept growing, and the population increased to the point of becoming the city before my eyes, Luffy contemplated as he watched the movement in the streets. The local population now observed the pirate walking alone, without the initial apprehension that marked the first day of his arrival. Shops were open, and despite the cautious looks of the citizens, no one dared to bother the pirate crew. Luffy wandered alone, leaving the girls, accompanied by Megalo, exploring the shops in search of new clothes with the money the captain generously released for everyone. Ryuju, on the other hand, dedicated herself to acquiring ingredients in the market. Zoro dueled with his old friends, while Usopp and Chaochu carried out activities in the forest. Hugo, Hachai, and Bappo remained dedicated to training on a deserted beach, deciding to dine at a local restaurant. Luffy immersed himself in the city experience. He appreciated the luxury of having time to himself, choosing to walk alone while exploring. Upon entering the restaurant through the main door, he headed to one of the empty tables, receiving cautious looks from both customers and staff. His imposing presence of 2.1 meters in height, accompanied by the iconic straw hat on his back, stood out, followed by the muscles and tattoos under the pirate mantle. Although he had lost his saber, the pistol on his waist and his distinctive style screamed his identity to everyone in the room. Everything about him betrayed his pirate nature, and he was not surprised by the cautious looks of the people around. Although the group had gained Master Kushiro's sympathy, without them knowing the real reason, everyone remained cautious. Soon, Luffy noticed a shadow over his table in the restaurant. "How may I help you, sir?" A shy and nervous voice made Luffy raise his head to face a young waitress in her mid-20s. She was not devoid of beauty, but neither was it something that would surprise Luffy. "Let me see." Luffy picked up the menu and quickly scanned it. "I'll have the special of the day with a wheat beer," he casually commented. "Yes, I'll get that for you," she replied, but remained in place. "Can I still help you with anything else?" Despite her shyness, she did not divert her gaze from him. "I don't think that's necessary," Luffy responded, a bit perplexed. "I see. Shouldn't you go get my food?" Luffy asked with a hint of amusement, intrigued by why the woman still remained there, staring at him. I'm sorry." She hurried to take the order, her face blushing. "Man, I've become so handsome that it's even a bit uncomfortable. This girl isn't unpleasant, but I have 3 women satisfying me every day, so I don't need to act like a horny animal," Luffy declared internally, deciding not to pay any more attention to the waitress. While the young lady, enchanted by Luffy's appearance, headed to the kitchen to fetch the food for the infamous pirate, Luffy caught snippets of conversations from customers in the restaurant. "It's him, the captain of the worst pirate group in this sea, isn't it?" The man in dark attire murmured, with a sharp gaze and a serious expression. "Yes," his companion agreed, casting a dark look in Luffy's direction. Luffy turned his attention to the 2 discreet men on the other side of the restaurant. They dressed somberly, like government agents. Although it wasn't the first time he had heard such comments, he didn't like the presence of those 2 in particular. His instincts warned that something was being planned. "Our contact is coming to the island right now," the first man said with a low, sinister voice, revealing a subtle smile. How generous, a king paying so much for our services. The second man responded, with a sarcastic tone and a disdainful look. Yes, but you know. The first began to say but was interrupted by the second. Yes, they got in touch. The second man whispered cautiously, looking around to ensure no one was listening. Quiet, we can't talk about it. We've just done our job of tracking the crew and reporting their information. They should already be coming here, and we'll receive our reward without having to do anything else. The first man concluded, maintaining a cold and calculating expression. Luffy listened to the entire conversation in silence. It seemed that his group was being monitored by some king and someone even higher. How interesting. Luffy mocked himself. Although he wasn't worried, he couldn't deny his intrigue. He wanted to find out who these people were. Here, handsome pirate, sir customer. John had to pay attention to the waitress stumbling over her words and just sighed, grabbing his bottle of beer and enjoying a roasted venison that the restaurant had prepared for him. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates remained calm, but his eyes indicated a spark of curiosity and alertness. While Luffy savored his meal, the pair of suspicious men discreetly left the restaurant, the door creaking softly as it closed behind them. After about 20 minutes of the meal, Luffy got up from the table, leaving the payment and a generous tip for the waitress. The silent atmosphere of the establishment contrasted with the internal turmoil of its customers, especially a woman whose sad gaze and broken heart reflected the loss of the man of her dreams, who left without even noticing her. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates quickly located the two suspicious men, tracking them to a small ship that had just docked at the docks this morning. With impressive agility, he sprouted wings on his back without anyone seeing him, and Luffy flew through the skies, concealing himself with the powers of his Ifrit fruit as he approached the boat. He hovered over the small ship and landed silently on its deck. Luffy advanced with determination, entering the cabin door and plunging into the darkness of the ship's corridor. His body, agile as a shadow, slid silently between the narrow walls of the corridor. The cabin, now shrouded in an atmosphere of tension, seemed to hold its breath in the face of Luffy's formidable presence. The internal environment was darkened, illuminated only by beams of light penetrating through the tattered curtains. Luffy found the room where the two men were, conversing and celebrating their future gains with past information. It didn't take long for their door to explode, and their recent visitor entered the room with a smile on his face. What? Who did this? It was me. Luffy's response echoed in the cabin as he entered through the door, a direct confession that sent a shiver down the men's spines. Luffy emerged from the shadows, his imposing figure now revealed by the smoke and debris hanging in the air. His gaze, as sharp as a sword blade, locked onto the two bewildered men before him. The captain of the pirates' expression, once relaxed, now reflected an intensity that showed in his smile, which could be anything but friendly. You. The incredulity in their voices betrayed sudden recognition. What do you want? Simple, heard some men whispering in that restaurant. Now I'm very interested in hearing the whole story. You know, I'm off duty and want a bit of excitement on this day. Luffy's menacing smile hung in the air, casting a sinister shadow over the men who began to pale in the face of imminent threat. What? We don't know what you're talking about. Leave, or we'll call the Marines. One of the men's bravado barely concealed the growing anxiety. Oh, if you're familiar with me, you know I've already taken down 3 Marine base commanders, leading to the destruction of 2 naval bases. Luffy's words echoed in the room. Each step he took increased the pressure, leaving the men in a state of panic. Without hesitation, Luffy began to interrogate them swiftly, each question a direct blow to the men's defense. 5 minutes passed in escalating suspense until bang, bang, the resounding thunderous punches echoed like confined thunder in the ship's cabin, creating a symphony of destruction that reverberated through the wooden planks. Each bang was like a sentence pronounced by destiny itself, sealing the verdict of the captain of the pirates' decisive and ruthless hand. The ensuing silence hung in the cabin, a solemn moment that witnessed the swift and merciless execution. Luffy emerged from the cabin's shadows, his figure standing out against the dark backdrop. The lifeless bodies of the men fell like pieces of a puzzle that now completed with the captain's hands. Luffy exited the cabin after swiftly eliminating the 2 men. His thoughts turned into words whispered to the wind, entrusted only to the captain's ears. This is kind of ironic. They think that King was so bold, but they shouldn't be surprised knowing his personality. It seems that someone from the government, with the authority to command a monarch, is involved. Luffy's graceful leap took him out of the ship, his feet finding the safety of the dock. The smile persisted on his face. Looks like I'll be visiting that kingdom. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to see some old acquaintances. It will be very interesting to reunite with Daden, Makino, and the others. I have memories of them, but I feel a strong longing and am eager to see them again in person. As Luffy walked away, the boat he had left moments before transformed into a purple pyre, fire dancing and expanding. People began to scream for a fire not long after. The crackling of purple flames still danced in the crew's memory when Nami, with her piercing gaze and dissatisfied tone, directed her question to Luffy. Luffy, do you have anything to do with that ship catching fire at the dock this afternoon? Her words were like sharp arrows, and anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited the captain's response, even though they already knew the answer. Luffy, in turn, wasted no time in his typical irreverence. A playful smile lit up his face as he teased Nami, well aware that his antics wouldn't go unnoticed. Is my woman very curious? Luffy's banter echoed, eliciting some complicit smiles among the crew members. Even in the seriousness of the situation, it was hard for everyone not to be infected by Luffy's unique way of interacting with Nami, despite his sometimes explosive behavior. Stop joking and answer me. Nami wasn't willing to relent, keeping her gaze fixed on Luffy. The truth was implicit, but she sought to hear it from his mouth. Well, I met some interesting people, so I found even more interesting things. Luffy's smile was an unspoken confession, a clear indication that he was, indeed, behind the chaos at the dock. There was no denial, just a subtle revelation of his actions. Does Luffy always stir up trouble when he's alone? Nejiko, with her playful spirit, threw the question with a hint of amusement. Yes, the enthusiastic chorus of the crew resounded in response, revealing that, even with his craziness, everyone was accustomed to and, in a way, even expected their captain's antics. Night fell on the small town, and the crew found themselves on a secluded beach. The Black Pearl was positioned in the center of the sand, ready to serve as overnight shelter for the team. Everyone gathered around, ready to share a meal and discuss the day's events. What would these interesting things be? Curiosity shone in Yamato's eyes as she inquired about the recent happenings. Nothing much, just some information hunters and a possible order to catch us from a king of this sea. Luffy's response was given calmly, revealing that, despite the seriousness of the situation, he wasn't overly concerned about potential threats. Really, are they strong? Zoro's expression indicated his interest in a possible challenge. I don't know, but I highly doubt it. If you want to fight tomorrow, feel free, Luffy offered. And Zoro nodded enthusiastically, ready to face any challenge that arose. Tomorrow, Kuina-sama will give her answer, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi expressed her concern, aware of the possibility that Kuina might decide to part ways the next day. Yes, we'll get Kuina's answer, deal with our pursuers, and set sail after all that, Luffy affirmed, outlining the crew's future plans. While Kuina chose to spend time with her father, Master Kushiro, after so many years, uncertainty loomed over her decision regarding the crew. Do you think she'll accept or stay? Ryaju's question revealed anxiety about Kuina's choice. I don't know, but regardless of what she chooses, I hope she becomes strong in the future. Luffy's statement echoed, finding agreement among those present. Respect for the girl's choice was evident, regardless of the path she decided to follow. Expectation hung over Luffy regarding Kuina's decision. Although he was optimistic that she might join the crew, there was an awareness that other options were in play. The night unfolded with lively conversations between Luffy and the rest of the crew, covering various topics before retiring to their cabins on the Black Pearl. The atmosphere was light, but the tension regarding Kuina's response persisted in the air. Upon waking up the next day, Luffy found himself surrounded by his women, ready to start a day that, unlike the previous one, would be dedicated to heavy training. Rest was left behind, replaced by preparation for future challenges. As they devoted themselves to morning training and at lunch in the middle of the day, a boat appeared on the horizon, displaying the flag of a specific kingdom. Apprehension grew in the crew as they spotted the luxurious ship with the Goa Kingdom flag approaching. Confusion set in when Hugo expressed his perplexity, questioning the identity of the newcomers. Who are? Hugo murmured, echoing everyone's uncertainty. This isn't the Goa Kingdom, Usopp exclaimed, using a magnifying glass to observe the symbol on the approaching ship's sail. It seems so. Luffy, do you know why they're coming our way? Nami inquired, seeking clarification alongside Luffy. Simple, they are the ones hunting us. A member among us, to be more specific. Luffy's revelation was delivered with a calmness that surprised some members of the crew. And who would that be, Captain? Bippo asked with curiosity. Our mermaid. What? The princess? Hachai was alarmed. Shirahoshi exclaimed, covering her mouth. Sharky, Megalo protested quickly. There's nothing to worry about. I doubt there are people who can pose a challenge to us in this sea, so relax. Luffy tried to reassure the crew, but the tension persisted. Why are they after me, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi questioned, seeking answers. Damn humans. Hachai expressed his discontent beside her. As much as I dislike your prejudice, Hachai, you're right about these specific people. But you can't speak for an entire race. Lami added, bringing a broader perspective. She's right, Hachai. And Shirahoshi, people are greedy by nature, you'll have to learn from this. We'll see a lot of it on this journey. Luffy spoke calmly, anticipating the arrival of the boat on the beach. As Zoro wanted to fight, he He quickly prepared after Luffy increased his recovery due to the training before the ship arrived. The atmosphere on the beach was tense as the group of 14 people, the Straw Hats, remained clustered next to the imposing Black Pearl, which rested in the middle of the sand. With the arrival of the official ship from the Goa Kingdom, all eyes turned to the vessel. 3 imposing men, clad in elaborate armor, disembarked from the ship. A second group, made up of more common knights, carried a plank and descended from the boat more slowly. The first 3 men advanced toward the Straw Hat crew with an arrogant posture, standing out as the main forces of the royal group. Every step they took in the sand made it clear that they were confident in their authority. The sound of waves breaking in the background seemed to accompany the tense advance of the situation. Luffy, leading his crew, remained unshaken, his piercing gaze taking in every detail of the newcomers. "So, you're the feared Straw Hats. You don't seem that impressive," taunted one of the newcomers, his voice dripping with disdain. "But look, Commander, they have beautiful women," added another man beside him, wielding a massive sword with disdain. "It's true, we're here to capture the mermaid, but who says we can't enjoy other prey along the way?" He, taunted the third. As they spoke, they adjusted their helmets, partially obscuring their faces in the dim light. Men around 35 years old, their features remained obscured, but a hostile atmosphere surrounded the group. The women in Luffy's group stared at the newcomers with contempt, the tension in the air indicating that they were ready to act at any moment. Luffy, standing at the forefront of his crew, cast a curious glance at the newcomers. "You want our mermaid, don't you? Tell me, what gives you the courage to think you can just pass through us and take her like that?" Luffy asked, his expression reflecting curiosity in the face of these men. Considering his crew was the most dangerous in these waters. "We are in the service of His Royal Majesty, Starry, the first of his name," declared the man who seemed to be the commander, his voice echoing with an air of authority. "We are the Royal Knights. We are here to fulfill the orders of our king," asserted the others, while the gleam of their armor shone in the sunlight. "Starry is Sabo's brother." Luffy pondered and spoke to the men in front of him. "What made your king interested in our group?" "I heard the request came from someone above him," Luffy questioned, keeping his arms crossed. "Yes, our king is recognized by higher forces, and as representatives of that request, we are here to fulfill his orders," explained the commander, while a group of 20 knights, armed with swords and shields, lined up behind the leaders, ready for battle. "Do you know who we are? Why so much courage?" Luffy persisted in his quest for answers. "Just a pirate crew with a captain valued at 50 million. I've captured a pirate with 120 million in the Grand Line before King Starry recruited me." "Don't overestimate yourself, little pirate," challenged the commander, eliciting an amused smile from Luffy. "Zoro, Hugo, Lamy, and Bippo, take care of them," ordered Luffy, turning to watch the spectacle from a distance. The stage was set for a confrontation in the radiant sunlight. Most of the crew followed Luffy while the remaining 4 stood firm before the group. "Commander, it seems like they're underestimating us," observed a soldier at his side. "True, but there's no need to get too worked up. We just eliminate these 4 and get the others," he said with simplicity. I expected something like, "Hand over the mermaid, and we'll spare you," but it looks like I was wrong with all that cliché. It's good to see things different from the usual. Kahaha. Luffy laughed casually, settling in to watch the fight from some rocks on the beach. "Luffy-sama, will they be okay?" Shirahoshi asked, visibly concerned. "Don't be so scared. They'll handle it easily, so relax." Luffy reassured the mermaid's concerns confidently. The fight began as soon as Luffy uttered those carefree words, and everyone watched as the Royal Knights and the Straw Hat members engaged in battle. "Chains!" exclaimed Nijiko beside Luffy. The one who called himself the commander seemed to possess a devil fruit that allowed him to release chains from his body. "How interesting, this reminds me of the Uzumakis," commented Luffy. "Who?" asked Ryuju beside him. "Forget about it." Luffy preferred to quickly change the subject. The chains flew quickly toward the 4 Mugiwara members. There were 4 chains, moving at high speed, curving through the air. Zoro countered with his sword but managed to repel with some difficulty. Lamy activated her room and switched places with a rock. Bippo was caught by a chain and yelled as he was thrown. Hugo was also captured but held his ground with the strength of his imposing body. "They seem to have abilities," remarked one of the enemies, closely examining the Mugiwara's actions. "That ability where the woman switched places seems dangerous." "Shambles," exclaimed Lamy, raising a finger in a characteristic gesture. Bippo and Hugo, who were being held by chains, were swapped for rocks the next moment. Thank you, Lamy." Both expressed gratitude, returning to the same initial position where the 2 groups faced each other again. "This is more challenging than we thought, but our orders are clear from His Majesty. We must fight with all our might," declared the commander. From his body, 10 chains emerged. Another knight from the trio had his body covered in metal, while the third wielded a massive sword, drawing it from the sheath. 2 devil fruits, how interesting. I wonder if there were these original knights to protect Sabo's brother in the Goa Kingdom. Luffy murmured internally, watching the fight unfold in total chaos in that area. Beppo faced a tide of 20 knights, executing kicks in the air and launching Rankyaku to repel his opponent. Hugo exchanged punches with the man covered in iron, but despite his strength, he was at a disadvantage against the user of the strange fruit. Zoro engaged in an intense sword exchange with the swordsman, trying to incorporate Zoro into his movement. Meanwhile, Lami seemed to be having fun in her blue space against the opponent, dodging the chains and occasionally using Zoro. Although his Zoro wasn't perfect, Luffy had trained them for a week, counting on the group bonus from the system, totaling 2 weeks, and if we add the effect of the devil fruit multiplication, Luffy provided 6 weeks of training in the time of 1. They quickly began to develop the techniques, and even though they were still at an initial level, it was only a matter of time until they completely mastered the abilities. The first to emerge victorious was Zoro, using his Zoro to cut down the enemy, who fell dead shortly afterward. Sword Tyrann, shouted the alarmed soldiers, but they were quickly hit by Beppo's kicks. Using Kung Fu style, he kicked blades into the air through Rankyaku. Damn, and this quickly, Zoro. Lynx, yes, Commander, replied the man fighting against Hugo, clad in iron. You should be paying attention to our fight. The commander heard the female voice escaping from his chains but was interrupted by the sound of a cut. His chains were cut in front of him. Impossible, he exclaimed, surprised. Why impossible? It was very simple, Lami said with her sword in hand, revealing an air of nonchalance. She didn't even exert effort against this pirate and decided to end the fight right there. The man felt his arm being severed from his body, his expression changing to immediate shock. What? Before he could fully react to the dismemberment of his arm, his neck met a sharp line from Lami's weapon, and his head was removed in a precise motion, without the aid of the Opok no Mai. A jet of blood immediately spurted, marking the abrupt end of his life. Commander, Zoro. Lynx was visibly frightened by his leader's quick defeat. The supreme knights of the Goa Kingdom, those who took pride in following their king, were being massacred, and he was the only one remaining alive. Even with his strength, he couldn't overcome Hugo's iron fruit and seemed quite battered. However, he showed no signs of giving up the fight. I have to get out of here. He decided to run, being the sole survivor. He never imagined finding monsters here, as this crew had only 90 million as a whole, and the captain hadn't even fought, finding all of this amusing from the start, like a show. Giving Hugo a punch and making him fly after a clash, he started running to the opposite side, but soon felt his legs being separated from his body. Lami, who had finished her fight and was watching the man, used her cut while he was still within her attack zone. Ah, my legs. The man was scared, even though Lami had only removed his legs from his body without actually cutting them. The psychological blow to the man was strong. After all, who would want to see their legs being separated in front of their eyes? Because they were made of iron. The man exclaimed in horror, as if I couldn't cut iron. Lami taunted as she approached, her gaze meeting Luffy's. Luffy just nodded, and Lami used her sword to cut the man, ending any attempt at negotiation. Wait, I can give you anything. Before he could finish, his iron head was removed from his neck, resulting in a spurt of blood and the abrupt end of his words and life. Captain, it seems I lost that fight. Hugo looked embarrassed as he got up from the ground after the battle concluded. Luffy approached and placed his hand on the big man's shoulder. Don't be too down. That's normal for everyone. People are always weak at the beginning. And you faced a tough Akuma no Mai user. Just don't give up and focus on training to become even stronger. I saw you trying to use Tekai, but it failed. I won't blame you since you started training ahead of most. Your body hasn't adapted yet, Luffy said calmly to his companion. Yes, thank you for those words, Captain, Hugo muttered, thinking about the next training session and his strengthening with the idea of getting stronger and developing this technique. Anyway, it looks like Beppo didn't kill all of them. Good job, Beppo, Luffy said, observing 8 of those 30 knights still alive but heavily injured on the beach. I thought Beppo was kind, but he eliminated 22 people, and I must say he developed his technique with talent, even though he failed a few times in the fight. Luffy thought, surprised. Thanks, Captain, Beppo exclaimed a bit embarrassed. I'll clean up this mess, tie up all the knights still alive, Luffy said as he walked towards the dead. They had interesting Akuma no Mai, but I'll have to spend money to get them from the shop after they've been killed. It's not worth it. Although the chain's Akuma no Mai is even more interesting than the one that Marine Woman uses, I think her name is Rina. Luffy debated whether to take this Akuma no Mai that reminded him of the Uzumaki's power. 500 million. Luffy opened the shop and looked at its price. He instinctively looked at Nijiko, who could eat that fruit in a corner of the beach. No, it's not worth it. I have a better fruit for her when we get to Alabasta, Luffy reasoned and set aside the idea. He began to set fire to the bodies to clean the beach, making them all cremate along with their armor, which had no chance to resist the heat of Luffy's flames. Returning to his companions, he noticed they were all looking at the still-standing enemy ship. I like that ship. It's quite luxurious, Ryuju said, looking at the Goa Kingdom's ship. The luxurious ship of the Goa Kingdom was a true floating masterpiece. With an impressive length, it rose majestically above the blue waters of the East Blue, leaving everyone who saw it marveling at its magnificence. The ship's hull was of pure and shining white, glistening in the sun like a precious pearl. The bow was adorned with intricately carved hardwood, intricate details depicting scenes from the kingdom's history, showcasing past glories and the heroes who served it. The sails were immaculately white and seemed capable of capturing the very essence of the wind. They were giant, like the wings of an angel, giving the ship impressive speed and a sense of freedom as it cut through the waters. The deck was made of hand-polished wood, smooth as silk, and adorned with expensive carpets and high-quality wicker chairs. Large glass windows, carefully cleaned and polished, adorned the sides of the ship, allowing a panoramic view of the ocean and sky. Crystal chandeliers hanging from the dining hall's ceiling radiated a soft and shimmering light, creating an atmosphere of refinement and sophistication. The ship's interior was equally splendid. The rooms were spacious and decorated with fine furniture, silk curtains, and valuable artworks. The dining hall was adorned with marble tables and chairs upholstered in luxurious fabrics, where guests could enjoy sumptuous banquets and opulent parties. On the upper deck, there was a sparkling pool, surrounded by wooden loungers and umbrellas, providing an oasis of tranquility and relaxation. The onboard spa offered beauty treatments and massages for privileged guests who wished to relax even further. In summary, the luxurious ship of the Goa Kingdom was a symbol of wealth and power. Its splendor and elegance made it a refuge for the privileged, offering an unparalleled travel experience amid the splendor of the waters of the East Blue, probably the ship used by the king himself. Lami commented with the same reasoning as the captain. Great, we have a beautiful ship now, and we'll keep it to sell as soon as possible. I'm sure it'll be worth a few $100 million, Luffy commented. But he was surprised when he approached these two, and they spoke one after the other without starting a fight. Is the Goa Kingdom trying to capture me, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked with a bit of concern. Yes, but don't worry. We'll pay them a visit after we sail from here. We're going to attack a king. Usopp shouted in surprise. No, we're going to attack a kingdom, Luffy said calmly. Captain, can you repeat that? I think I heard it wrong, Hugo said. What? I said we're going to attack the Goa Kingdom, Luffy spoke again. Luffy, you can't be serious, can you? Mijiko said with wide eyes. Ha, it seems you don't know me. I said we're going to attack a kingdom, and that's what we're going to do. Luffy said, wait a minute, you're not from this kingdom. Zoro opened his eyes when he remembered the time he and his captain met. Luffy mentioned that he was born and raised in Goa. Yes, but that doesn't stop me from attacking their king when he decided to target us. Luffy spoke calmly. So, are we really going to attack the Goa Kingdom? Yes. Since this is an order from the captain, I will follow him. Yes, I trust you, Luffy. Yes, I agree with Luffy. If they want to be our enemies, we should respond to that. They, who were initially surprised that Luffy planned to attack a kingdom, ended up agreeing, as Luffy always said that his goal is to conquer the seas. And what is a kingdom compared to that? Especially one that decided to make them their enemies by trying to capture Shirahoshi. Yes, but let's first train for the rest of the day. I intend to see Kuina's response by the end of the day, and we'll set sail shortly after, Luffy announced, with everyone agreeing to that. There were 8 prisoners placed in a small cage, and everyone went to train in the next moment, with some even more determined after the fight against the knights. During the rest of the afternoon, the team trained for 2 more sessions until just before the sun began to set in the west. It was at this moment that Kuina appeared on the beach, surprising everyone. Kuina, we were already going after you, Mijiko said with a smile. Hello, everyone. As you can see, this is my answer, Kuina said as she approached with a backpack on her back and her sword at her waist. She had accepted to travel with them after spending a few days with her father. Her path with the sword asked her to follow them on the journey. That's great, then welcome to the crew, Luffy announced with a laugh. That's great, Luffy celebrated internally. Ha, welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates, Kuina. I hope you know what you're getting into because it won't be an easy journey, Luffy announced with a big smile. I know very well what I'm getting into, she scoffed as she approached them. Kuina approached and was greeted with a wide variety of smiles and greetings from everyone, congratulating her on officially joining the group. Luffy, my father would like to talk to you and even Zoro before we leave, Kuina said after the meeting. It was understandable. Luffy knew that the man wanted to talk to him about his daughter, and Zoro, being his apprentice, wanting to exchange some last words of farewell or advice. The captain picked up the black pearl on the beach and threw it into the sea before setting sail. I would say I could go ahead, but Zoro might get lost. So let's go together, Luffy said, laughing, earning a grimace from the swordsman, and the duo set off towards the dojo. Arriving at the location, Luffy was greeted by Kushiro with a small smile in front of the place with some student. I want to talk to your captain first, Zoro. Can you accompany me, Monkey D. Luffy? Sure. Luffy followed the man, who led him to a hill with a tomb a little distant from the dojo. This was the old tomb of his daughter. The sun was setting at that moment, creating a strange atmosphere. But Luffy broke the silence between the two as soon as he arrived at the location. Did you open it? Luffy asked, surprised, looking at the excavated spot. It was Kuina's idea. She really wanted to see what was inside, he said calmly. And there was nothing, right? Luffy already imagined the answer since Kuina had been resurrected, and the original bones should have disappeared from there. No, I'm sure the body should be here. And it was never violated all these years. Luffy looked in silence, and the man sighed. I must thank you for bringing my girl back. Even though it's so unbelievable, she's here again, and I know it's her, he said. Luffy didn't know what to say. He had stated his motivations for this many times. I tried to convince her to stay here, you know, he said with a small smile. She said she had an unpayable debt to you, but I said I would pay for it myself and advised her to have a safe life. Yet here she is, he continued. But she refused. She said she connected with you, that she really wanted to travel the sea and develop her swordsmanship in your pirate group and pursue her dream. I failed my daughter once. I don't intend to do it a second time, so I can only ask you to take care of her and help her with her dream. That will be done, Uncle, Luffy said after his brief silence and smiled. You brought her back, so you have the right to take care of her from now on. She's already a member of my crew. Even if the world has to burn, I'll save anyone from my crew, Luffy announced. You even handed over the old and legendary lost sword, Tensa Zangetsu. Despite the curse, the sword is a great treasure and can easily be a substitute for Wado Ikamanji. He said, she needs a good sword to pursue her dream. He shrugged. Thank you. You're a better man than I am and even a better father in the future. Well, I hope so. Luffy couldn't help but reflect on those words. The two's conversation turned to some general topics in the next 10 minutes. Luffy took the opportunity to get some tips for training his swordsmanship, which is still at a very low level. After that, they descended the hill, and Kuina's father talked to Zoro alone. Luffy didn't want to risk leaving ahead, so he waited for Zoro to return with him to the ship. As soon as Zoro returned, they set sail after bidding farewell once again to Master Kushiro. Returning to the ship, Luffy used his wings to go to the ship in the water, holding onto Zoro's shirt collar, much to the swordsman's discontent with the treatment. So, are we leaving? Nami asked. Yes, heading straight for Goa. Is it really your home, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously, recalling Zoro's words. Yes, before embarking on this journey, I had never left the country, Luffy said, looking nostalgically at the horizon. I won't fail to visit some dear people to me in that place, Luffy murmured. As night fell, the Black Pearl began to sail, heading in the opposite direction of Logtown, delving even deeper into the east blue. As the evening descended, when the sun poured its golden rays over the horizon, illuminating the vast ocean in a magical way, the kingdom of Goa majestically came into view. Nestled on the coast of a lush and vibrant island in the east blue, this kingdom, rich in history and opulence, seemed like a piece of paradise in that picturesque sea. The towering towers of the royal castle rose, taking on the pastel hues of the setting sky, causing its walls to shimmer like precious stones. The royal garden, filled with vibrant flowers and exotic plants, emitted a sweet fragrance befitting its reputation as the most dazzling in all the seas. The city of Goa stretched at the foot of the castle, with its narrow cobblestone streets and buildings that blended ancient and modern architecture. The inhabitants, dressed in elegant and vibrant clothes, looked like living art canvases as they paraded through the bustling street. As night approached, magical lanterns lit up, bathing the city in a soft, golden glow. The music and laughter of a distant celebration could be heard, floating through the air like an invitation for anyone who wished to join in the celebration of life. However, behind this dazzling facade and its aura of prosperity, the kingdom of Goa hid dark secrets and deep inequalities. A king with cruel ambitions and a desire for power at any cost prepared to extend his claws over a precious treasure that would change the fate of all under the wrath of a powerful pirate in these waters. At the top of a hill, commanding a splendid view of the city, stood the majestic Goa Palace, an architectural masterpiece that loomed over the humble houses of the city like an imposing guardian. Its walls were adorned with sparkling white stones, extracted from the quarries of the surrounding mountains, giving the palace an almost celestial appearance under the setting sun. Massive columns, adorned with sculptures of mythological creatures, supported the grand entrance porch, a portal that whispered of grandeur and authority. Inside the palace, the corridors were lined with rare marbles and luxurious tapestries that told the story of centuries of reign. Crystal chandeliers hung from high ceilings, casting a golden glow on every step of those who dared to enter the royal precinct. At every corner, statues of past kings, sporting gleaming crowns and ornate robes, looked with an air of relentless judges, silent witnesses to the legacy of royalty. In the center of the grand audience hall, a massive ebony throne, studded with rare jewels, dominated the space. An imposing man who always had an arrogant face rested on this throne. His gaze was not as cold and determined as usual, a constant reminder of his power. Dressed in royal silk and velvet, he personified the pride and authority of a king who ruled with an iron fist. This man, known as King Starry, was the monarch of the kingdom of Goa and was determined to maintain his position at any cost. His gaze fixed on the city spread out before him. He was not prepared to face a challenge that was coming to him from the sea and could shake the foundations of his kingdom and test his ambition to the limit. His expression was a mix of impatience and irritation, while his fingers incessantly tapped on the throne's arm. No news of them. It's been 4 long and agonizing days, he roared, making the sound echo in the ornate walls of the hall. The courtiers and advisors, kneeling before the throne, trembled with the intensity of his anger. Your Majesty, began the castle steward, a middle-aged man with a worried expression. We lost contact with all of them as soon as they set out in pursuit of the target. King Starry clenched his fists, his nails scraping against the jewel-studded arms of the throne. Cursed, after all the hard work and fortune I invested in obtaining the devil fruits, they simply vanished before me. The steward tried to calm the king, despite his own unease. Your Majesty, I believe it is too early to conclude such a thing. They are loyal to you and the kingdom, and their strength is unparalleled in this sea. There is no one who can challenge the power you entrusted to them. Starry pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed. You might be right, he finally admitted, the fury slowly giving way to a more contemplative expression. They would never betray me or let a bunch of pirates prevail over them. Yes, my king, the steward agreed. It's possible they encountered some communication mishap. They are skilled and loyal. I'm sure they will return soon with news of success. King Starry nodded, appearing, for a moment, calmer and more reflective. However, the shadow of concern still hung over him, knowing that future events could shape the destiny of his kingdom irrevocably. Suddenly, everyone in the audience chamber was startled by the familiar piro 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 echoing from a corner of the room. It was the characteristic sound of den den mushi, the snails used as phones in this vast and intriguing world. Finally, are they in contact because they have the mermaid? Starry exclaimed, his voice laden with expectation, while his gaze fixed on the den den mushi. His hand reached eagerly towards the device, as if wanting to grasp the news with his own hands. The persistent sound of piro 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 continued, filling the room with an aura of anticipation. The courtiers and advisors present could barely contain their emotions, whispering to each other with looks of expectation. Then, the sound of the den den mushi was abruptly interrupted by an audible thud. Katcha. Silence fell over the room, and everyone prepared to hear the awaited news. Are you the king of the Goa kingdom? The unfamiliar voice sounded from the other end of the connection, defiant and undisturbed. The room quickly plunged into a strange and ominous atmosphere, with the attentive eyes of the courtiers fixed on King Starry. The monarch's hopes, which had been raised with the possibility of good news, were shaken by this unexpected response. His fingers clenched tightly on the ebony throne as he struggled to contain the tension that seized him, leaving him tense and filled with countless questions. Who are you, cursed one? Starry roared at the unknown, his voice echoing through the luxurious hall, shattering all his expectations of favorable news. His face twisted in an expression of fury and challenge. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the mermaid you are trying to capture, Luffy responded calmly, challenging the Goa king with his fearless voice. You damn pirate and insolent. Hand over that mermaid for your own good. Starry vociferated, his voice laden with authority. What are you threatening me based on? If you think a bunch of knights can stop us, you're deeply mistaken, Luffy retorted, maintaining his calm as he defied the Goa king. I am the king of Goa. Do not insult me, pirate, Starry insisted, his unyielding arrogance despite Luffy's challenging presence. What happened to the Lord Commander and the others? Starry questioned again, his expression revealing genuine concern for his knights whom he had spent a fortune cultivating. They are all dead. Luffy's response came like a sharp blade, cutting through the tense air of the room. You wretch, I will hunt you down, Starry declared with determination, his voice turning into thunder that echoed through the hall. Don't worry, I'll save you some time. I'm coming to your kingdom right now. The pirate responded with a sinister promise, leaving a heavy silence hanging over the room as the darkness of uncertainty loomed over the future. Catcha. As soon as the snail device was disconnected, a momentary silence fell over the palace's audience chamber. Starry, like the courtiers and advisors, held his breath, aware that a storm was approaching. It was at that exact moment that the clear sound of the city bells began to echo through the palace corridors, breaking the silence with palpable urgency. Starry felt a shiver run down his spine as the bells, located in the church towers, in the squares, and at various points in the city, rang with a rapid and frenetic cadence. It seemed as if the bells themselves had been awakened by a signal of imminent danger right after Luffy ended the conversation. The sound of the bells spread through the streets of Goa City, interrupting the daily activities of the people. Sterry watched from one of the palace windows, surprised and apprehensive, as residents near the church towers looked up, like him, perplexed by the sudden cacophony. The tolling of the bells acted as a city-wide alert in Goa. Inhabitants rushed to their homes, shops were hastily closed, and soldiers prepared to face the approaching danger. Sterry felt the weight of duty and responsibility as the king of Goa, with the city on the brink of confronting an unknown and threatening challenge. "What is this?" Sterry shouted, his voice echoing through the hall, his eyes widening in surprise and alarm. "Your Majesty." A knight hurriedly entered the room, his expression palpably panicked. "A pirate ship is approaching the kingdom. It's the dreadful Straw Hats." King Sterry swallowed hard, the news hitting him like a lightning bolt. "What? Are they really here to threaten me?" His voice trembled with anxiety and fear, while his fists clenched tightly on the throne. "Arrest them. Do not let them approach the palace at any cost." Sterry was hysterical at that moment, his words coming out with a tone of desperate command. He knew that the imminent threat from the Straw Hat pirates jeopardized not only his kingdom but also his own power and safety. The soldiers and knights present in the room quickly moved, obeying their king's order. Commotion and tension filled the air as everyone prepared for the pirates' imminent invasion. The palace was now at the epicenter of an impending crisis, and Sterry's determination was the only thing keeping him steadfast on the throne as danger approached. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship approaching the island, the Straw Hats observed the kingdom of Goa with surprising indifference. "Is this your kingdom?" "It's not bad," Nami commented casually, casting an interested glance over the unfolding landscape. It was her first time here, just like everyone else. The picturesque houses and buildings spread across the city, adorned with elegant architecture and vibrant colors. "I never lived there. I live with bandits in those mountains over there." Luffy pointed to the other side, indicating the mountains surrounding the kingdom, reminiscing about his childhood days in the nearby forests. "I see. This kingdom seems quite beautiful," Usopp observed, remaining calm next to his scope. "When I was younger, I used to steal in that city with my brothers." Luffy smiled nostalgically, his eyes recalling the mischief of his youth. "You have brothers, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi asked curiously. "I have 3 of them, even if some aren't blood-related," Luffy commented, thinking of his childhood and his fellow troublemakers. 3? I only knew Ace," Yamato murmured, surprised by the revelation. "Anyway, it seems like we're causing quite a stir," Zoro interrupted, not hiding his excitement as he watched the city become a frenzy of activity as they approached. In the city, the bells echoed through the air, a shrill and urgent sound cutting through the panic taking hold of the streets. The clamor of the bells reverberated in every corner, like a desperate call to the population. People ran in all directions, their expressions of fear and uncertainty reflected in the deserted streets. Shops were hastily closed, merchants abandoned their stalls, and children were pulled indoors by worried parents. The kingdom of Goa was in a state of turmoil, and the sense of alarm hung in the air like a dark cloud. While the inhabitants panicked, the Straw Hats remained calm, their expressions maintaining the indifference of experienced pirates. To them, the city's commotion was just confirmation that their plan was working. They knew that the kingdom of Goa would be the next target of their plunder, and the population's anxiety would only ease their way. At the port, a crowd of soldiers gathered, preparing to face the imminent threat. Armor glistened in the sun, and spears were raised in preparation for battle. Panic was spreading like an uncontrolled fire, and the fate of the kingdom of Goa hung by a thread as they awaited the arrival of the pirates. "Looks like they want to greet us," Luffy commanded with a mischievous smile. "Let's return the favor." Usopp and Shirahoshi, aim for that port. The duo quickly headed for the shooting cabins inside the ship, ready to cause more chaos. "You really don't miss a chance to cause chaos, do you?" Nijiko commented, observing Luffy's tranquility. "What can I say? We're pirates." Luffy shrugged, wearing a carefree expression as the cannons of his ship prepared to fire. On the deck of the majestic Black Pearl, Usopp and Shirahoshi moved with determination as they headed towards the shooting cabin. The ship, with its aura of pirate power and an intimidating appearance, hovered over the sea with an imposing presence. Inside the shooting cabin, the atmosphere was high-tech. Control panels gleamed with indicator lights, and a series of joysticks allowed precise control of the cannons. The cannons themselves were a wonder of pirate engineering, equipped with advanced systems that allowed for aim adjustment and automatic loading of cannonballs. Usopp, with his fearless face and eyes shining with excitement, led the way. He skillfully took one of the joysticks, moving it effortlessly to align the cannon's aim ahead. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the port of the Kingdom of Goa awaited. With innate skill, he ensured that the aim was perfectly aligned with the target. Shirahoshi, with her gentle yet powerful presence, followed Usopp as if swimming through the air to her own cabin. She observed the control panel with curiosity, fascinated by the technology about to be used. With her delicate touch, she pressed one of the buttons, preparing the cannon for the shot. Her gentle touch was a contrast to the machine's complex mechanics, but it made it clear that she was ready to unleash the action. With a slight nod, Usopp initiated the procedure. The cannon adjusted automatically, moving smoothly thanks to the joystick. With a mechanical hum, the cannonballs were automatically loaded into the artillery. It was evident that the Straw Hats' pirate technology was ready to wreak havoc. As the Black Pearl advanced toward the panicked port of the Kingdom of Goa, Usopp and Shirahoshi used the advanced technology of the cannons to launch an explosive greeting that would shake the foundations of the kingdom and signal the imminent arrival of the Straw Hats. Boom, boom. The first shots echoed through the front of the Black Pearl. The explosions were deafening, shaking the deck forcefully and sending clouds of smoke and debris into the sky. The advanced cannons, with their precise technology, hit the soldiers of the Kingdom of Goa directly positioned in the port. The explosions were surrounded by a bright flash and the thunder of impact. The soldiers, unprepared for the quick and fierce retaliation of the Straw Hats, were thrown to the ground, screaming in agony. "These two are good at shooting," Lami commented as she watched the destruction caused by the cannons. "Keep it up. We'll invade the kingdom as soon as we're done with this group of soldiers," Luffy announced, his voice filled with determination. He didn't hide his intentions to plunder the Kingdom of Goa, making it clear that there would be no mercy. "Are we going to kill innocent people?" Ryuju asked, slightly alarmed by the brutality of the action. Luffy quickly corrected, "Don't jump to that kind of conclusion. We don't need to kill to steal, just beat them if they don't want to hand over the treasures." His voice indicated that there was a code of conduct among the Straw Hats, even when they were about to pillage the kingdom. While the port was in flames, the Black Pearl continued to approach with its destructive arsenal, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake, preparing for its imminent invasion. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a spectacle of golden and reddish hues across the sea, the port of the Goa Kingdom was shrouded in a fog of smoke and chaos. The Black Pearl, the proud pirate ship of the Straw Hats, had unleashed a devastating bombardment that had turned the once peaceful port into a scene of destruction. The cannons of the Black Pearl roared like beasts, launching salvos of explosive projectiles that erupted in flames and smoke. Once untouched buildings were reduced to rubble, while anchored ships were ablaze, their structures burning in a terrifying display. The imposing arrival of the Black Pearl had instilled panic, and local residents and soldiers were in full retreat. The port, once a site of tranquil commerce, was now ablaze and in chaos, with the sea waters reflecting the destruction the pirate ship had unleashed. The deafening noise of the cannons was replaced by the crackling of flames and the screams of people running for cover. The scene bore witness to the brutality of the imminent invasion by the Straw Hats, as the Black Pearl remained anchored in the center of the chaos, ready for the next phase of its attack. With the smoke and chaos of the port bombardment as a backdrop, Luffy disembarked from the Black Pearl alongside Yamato, Nami, Lami, Ryuju, and Zoro. The ship's deck was warm beneath their feet, and the atmosphere was electrically charged with anticipation. Luffy quickly glanced over his team, trusting that the comrades left behind on the ship were dealing with the kingdom's forces in the port. He knew he could rely on their skills, allowing the group to advance to the next phase of the operation. Shirahoshi, with her gentle eyes and kind personality, approached the captain with a determined expression. "Let me go too, Luffy-sama," she requested with a touch of anxiety in her voice. Luffy nodded, understanding the need to keep her protected. "All right, but stay with me the whole time," he ordered, ensuring that Shirahoshi was under his direct protection as they faced the Goa Kingdom and its defiant king. The group of 7 advanced through the tumultuous streets of the Goa Kingdom. Shirahoshi, determined to see the city, rode on Luffy's back. Her kind and concerned gaze mixed with determination as she observed the destruction caused by the port bombardment. Luffy led the way, his determined expression as he headed toward the city center, where the imposing castle of the king stood. The rest of the group followed, staying alert as they watched the panic unfold around them. People in the streets were in a state of panic, their voices exuding fear and uncertainty. The nobles walking the streets of the Goa Kingdom were dressed in extravagant and ostentatious attire, an effort to display their status and wealth. Their clothing reflected the opulence that the reign of Goa represented, as Luffy recalled from his memories. Nobles always wore clothes made of fine and luxurious fabrics, often adorned with expensive jewels and elaborate details. Many of them flaunted flowing cloaks that trailed to the ground, with gold and silver embroideries shining in the light of the setting sun. Previously, these nobles paraded through these streets, their pomp and display of wealth starkly contrasting with the chaotic situation that the invasion of the Straw Hats had created. Now, they seemed like frightened rabbits, their expensive clothes not enough to mask the restlessness and fear hanging in the air. As the group passed by, words of disdain and hostility were thrown their way. "Accursed pirates, go away, you scum. Do you have any idea what you're doing, robbing a kingdom?" Luffy commanded, recognizing that confronting the hostile crowd directly was unnecessary. Nami assumed a defensive stance at this point, gracefully channeling her wind powers. She created a swirl of gray and green wind in her hand. This cyclone of air was unleashed over the tumultuous crowd, acting as an effective hurricane that pushed away the hostile protesters. The wind, under Nami's controlled force, swept through the streets, lifting the protesters off the ground and tossing them away, unable to resist the fury of the storm. "AHHH, help!" Screams and pleas echoed as people were uprooted from the ground. Although the impact was powerful, most would survive the fall. The wind explosion not only startled the hostile noble protesters but also the rest of the population, who watched the display of power with astonishment and fear. Witnessing wind manipulated by a devil fruit, people began running in shock and horror, fearing the presence of the dreaded pirates. With the path temporarily cleared, the Straw Hats continued their journey towards the castle of the King of Goa. After dispersing the hostile crowd, the path to the royal palace became notably easier. On the horizon, the grandiose Goa castle began to emerge, imposing and majestic, contrasting with the turmoil unfolding in the city streets. When they finally spotted the castle's entrance, they were surprised to see a massive wall separating the castle from the city. This obstacle only confirmed the careful and defensive nature of the Goa kings. Lami commented, "Kings are quite cautious, aren't they?" Luffy nodded. "True, but nothing we can't handle." At that moment, one of the 200 guards stationed in front of the castle stood out, shouting accusations against the intruders. "Pirates, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Luffy sighed, recognizing the cliché of the situation. He glanced at his companions, assessing the determination in their eyes. "Do you want to end this?" Luffy asked. "Of course," Zoro replied, drawing his sword from his waist with a determined expression. "That's easy," Lami commented, eager to join the action and prove her skill. Ryuju, with a shrewd smile, suggested, "You can stay with the captain, we can handle them without you." Lami raised an eyebrow, surprised by the proposal. "Huh, I thought you would be the one to step aside." Ryuju chuckled softly. "How about a competition? This will prove I'm better than you." Lami accepted the challenge, facing Ryuju with determination. "So, who takes down more? Let's see if you're really useful, my rival." Ryuju and Lami quickly advanced toward the 200 soldiers positioned in front of them. Both women were determined to showcase their skills and prove who was the better fighter. Ryuju demonstrated her unique agility by launching a series of devastating kicks executed with grace and precision. Her movements were a dance of destruction as she neutralized opponents with her agile and powerful legs. Lami, on the other hand, brandished her sword and invoked the powers of her devil fruit, the Op no Mai. With a single movement, she altered the space around her and delivered swift, precise strikes, cutting through the space in front of her and creating invisible blades that affected the soldiers. Her combination of fencing skills and spatial manipulation made her a formidable opponent. The competition between the two was fierce, with Ryuju showcasing her prowess with lethal kicks, similar to Sanji's fighting style, while Lami exerted her mastery over the Op no Mai and her sword skills. Each sought to outdo the other, and the count of fallen soldiers remained balanced as the fight continued. Hey, wait for me," Zoro exclaimed with a touch of anger in his voice, frustrated at being left out and eager to show his own skill. Ryuju and Lami continued their intense competition, demonstrating their abilities with each bold move. The scene around them was filled with incapacitated soldiers, many still trying to recover from Ryuju's powerful kicks and Lami's precise attacks. Spectators, including the other Straw Hat members, watched in admiration as the two women fought, driven by their fierce rivalry. Shirahoshi, watching the scenes on Luffy's back, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Lami-sama and Ryuju-sama are so competitive." Luffy, still somewhat perplexed by the intensity of the competition between the two, commented, "Something like that." Yamato, beside Luffy, asked, "What do we do now?" Luffy responded with determination, "Let's see the king, they're already dealing with all the enemies." Nami, excited about the prospect of looting the royal palace, commented eagerly, "Let's go, I can't wait to check out the treasures in that palace." As they advanced along the path dotted with incapacitated soldiers, it became evident that the competition between Lami and Ryuju had wreaked considerable havoc on the palace guard. The ground was littered with fallen men, primarily due to the rivalry between the two women, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Luffy entered the palace with calm confidence, moving through the corridors now populated by knocked-out soldiers. The interior of the palace seemed like an extension of his home, filled with grandeur and opulence. Shirahoshi, noting the resemblance between royal palaces and her home in the deep sea, commented with a touch of surprise, "It looks like my home." Nami, following closely, pondered the repetitive nature of royal palaces. "I believe all kings have castles that resemble each other." Yamato, however, found a notable difference between the royal castle and the residence of her adoptive father, Kaido. In a murmur, she expressed her opinion, "Doesn't look anything like the old man's castle." "Bastard." Shirahoshi's curiosity was piqued, and she asked with interest, "I still wonder who this old bastard is that Yamato always talks about." Luffy, avoiding going into details on the matter, changed the subject and directed his attention to a large door rising before them. It was evident that this door led to the audience chamber of the King of Goa. Before the imposing door, Luffy focused his energy, and purple flames began to dance around his hand. His fist turned into a blazing torrent of amethyst flames, enveloping it in a threatening aura. With a determined look, Luffy muttered to himself, "It's time to face this bastard king." The purple flames flickered, illuminating the dark corridor as Luffy pushed open the palace doors, ready for the confrontation that would change the kingdom of Goa. In the heart of the Goa Palace, the majestic throne room stood imposingly, waiting to house a strong and powerful monarch who would lead his subjects with unwavering authority. However, instead, a frightened young king occupied the throne, shouting orders incessantly. "What do these pirates think they're doing, invading my kingdom? This is an outrage. Guards, protect my treasure at all costs. No matter what happens, do not let them get close to it. My own well-being is at stake here. These soldiers are expendable. They are here to protect me, after all. You soldiers are useless. Why aren't you doing anything to stop these pirates? These damn pirates. They have no respect for royalty. They're about to destroy my kingdom. Go, and these pirates. Don't let them reach the palace. Your Grace, the pirates are already here," said a soldier, trying to keep calm. "Useless. You can't let them reach the throne. And my life is more important. You must protect it." The king was visibly terrified, his pale face reflecting the fear consuming him with every word that escaped his mouth. The soldier's words had caused his courage to crumble, and he trembled on his throne. "Please, sir, we must find a way out of this situation," pleaded a noble, bowing before the king. "They're about to enter the palace. We must consider surrender." Another noble, even more distressed, joined in the plea. "King, please, think of our lives and the safety of the kingdom. Don't let your pride lead us to destruction." He was about to respond to his subjects, but the brief tense moment that had previously dominated the throne room was abruptly shattered, giving way to something much more terrifying. A deafening roar echoed through the chambers, making the chandeliers sway and the tapestries flutter, as if the very room were writhing in fear. The massive door guarding the entrance to the throne room was being brutally attacked. At the epicenter of this chaos was Monkey D. Luffy, the imposing figure leading the invasion of the Kingdom of Goa. His face, now stern and mature, radiated fierce determination, and the amethyst flames enveloping his left fist intensified with each passing second. With a powerful strike, Luffy shattered the door in an explosion of wood and iron. Fragments flew through the air, filling the room with a cloud of dust, as if destiny itself were being challenged. Now, the throne room was vulnerable, and the impending confrontation was about to begin. Luffy was determined to face the King of Goa and claim what he believed was rightfully his. Yoom! The door exploded with undeniable violence, shattering into pieces that scattered through the air. Smoke and dust filled the air, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. As the mist of debris settled, Luffy entered the throne room, accompanied by Shirahoshi and the other members of his group. The impact of the pirates' entrance was immediately felt, leaving King Starry in panic and horror at what was happening in his own palace. In the throne room, Luffy saw Starry, who was seated in the main chair, his expression betraying all the fear consuming him. Beside him, a noble-looking blonde woman seemed equally surprised and concerned. Ministers and high nobles clustered around them, surrounded by what seemed to be royal guards, all of them now facing the pirates' invasion. "King Starry," Luffy spoke amicably, displaying a smile that couldn't hide his defiant intent. Luffy approached Starry, his gaze serious and determined. The king, though terrified, still tried to maintain a facade of arrogance. "What do you think you're doing, pirate?" Starry tried to keep his voice steady despite the evident fear in his eyes. Luffy wasted no time on empty words. "I'm here to teach you a lesson. You can't just steal people and sell them as slaves, especially not my own people." The king nervously chuckled. "You don't understand, pirate. A mermaid is worth a fortune. I was only thinking of the good of my kingdom." Luffy tightened the fist wrapped in amethyst flames, causing the purple glow to intensify. "Money is not an excuse for what you've done. Shirahoshi is not a commodity, and I won't allow you to hurt her." Starry swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on him. "What are you going to do?" Luffy looked at the king seriously. "I'm going to show you what happens when someone messes with the people I love." "You, pirate, do you know what you're doing?" Starry shouted in panic. "You know, Starry," Luffy commented as he walked with the women behind him, "I've always wanted to meet you. You have such a ridiculous face. Who are you to speak of the king, scum?" The woman next to him arrogantly shouted. "What can I say? Always wanted to meet Sabo's brother." Luffy said, "Sabo, that unworthy. You knew that scum. Why should I be surprised? Good riddance that he died horribly," he said with arrogance and madness. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the throne room. "Hhh, your majesty. King Starry, how dare you shoot a king, pirate? It hurts, my shoulder hurts. Someone make the pain stop." Starry screamed like a wounded animal, his face contorted in agony. Luffy quickly drew his weapon and shot the man when he uttered those arrogant words about Sabo. The bullet hit the king in the shoulder, making him scream even louder as he fell to the ground with the bleeding wound. Luffy felt his anger grow exponentially upon hearing Starry's disdainful words. It was thanks to this little shit and his parents that Sabo had to run away. He thought with fury, all the memories and emotions of his past life flooding into him at that moment. His hatred for Starry intensified even more, and hearing the king speak of Sabo in such a disrespectful manner infuriated him deeply. Look, I don't care if you're a king. You should know we're pirates and we do what we want. You should be aware of that when you sent your dogs after us. Luffy spoke, his usual challenging smile replaced by a serious and relentless look. Stop, you don't know who you're dealing with. That mermaid on your back is being sought by someone I can't refuse. And you definitely won't be able to fight, Starry retorted, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Oh, then tell me, who could be so dangerous as to want my comrades? He asked calmly, staring at the king with determination. Starry clenched his fists before revealing the dreaded name. Those whom no one in this world can refuse, a celestial dragon, he shouted, and the mere mention of the name made Shirahoshi and Nami shudder in fear. Memories of the oppression and cruelty of the world nobles echoed in their minds. Shirahoshi, in particular, knew deeply what it meant to be a mermaid princess in a world where the world nobles considered humans as mere disposable toys. Shirahoshi held Luffy's hand firmly, and he noticed it. A celestial dragon. Luffy repeated the name with a hint of surprise. Do you think that scares me, King? No matter who it is, no one touches the people I care about. Starry tried to regain some composure. You're a fool if you knew what they are capable of. Luffy interrupted him with a sardonic laugh. I don't care what they're capable of. If they want to fight, they'll get a fight, and it won't end well for them. Shirahoshi squeezed Luffy's hand. Please, don't do anything reckless. Luffy looked at her with a reassuring look. I'll protect you, Shirahoshi. No one will hurt you. Nami, who had been silent until then, added firmly beside the trembling mermaid, they don't know who they're messing with. They'll regret challenging us, trust Luffy. Feeling Shirahoshi tremble, Luffy began to seethe with rage at Starry's threat. Do you understand that, pirate? You can't refuse a world noble. He wants that mermaid, and you will hand her over. Starry screamed like a madman. Luffy stared at him with indifferent eyes. You have no idea of the power of the world nobles, pirate. They rule a world, and when they find out you dared to interfere in their affairs, they'll come after you with all their might. Do you think you can face the world nobles and win? They have entire armies at their disposal. If you oppose them, your crew and everyone you love will be in danger. Just hand over the mermaid, Luffy. It's the only way to avoid the wrath of the world nobles. You don't want to find out what happens when they get angry. You are destined to bow before the celestial dragons. Yes, and I will become one of them one day, and everyone in this world will kneel at my feet. Starry had always nurtured the dream of becoming a world noble, maintaining contact with them and doing favors to gain influence. The mermaid in the room represented a great opportunity for him to secure some favors. You can't even touch me anymore because I'm being protected by a world noble. You, your home, and your family will be condemned for defying a world noble. You, bang, a gunshot echoed in the room, leaving everyone in shock. The dust still hung in the air when Starry screamed in pain. My shoulder. The atmosphere in the throne room became even more tense, and everyone was petrified by the turn of events. This can't be happening. A shaky voice came from the king's lips. The rest of those present in the throne room were in shock. Some looked at Starry, while others stared at Luffy with a mix of fear and bewilderment. Shirahoshi, still trembling and frightened, hugged herself tightly. She couldn't believe what was happening. King Starry. A voice among the crowd finally broke the silence. It was one of the ministers, one of the few who had kept his composure throughout the entire situation. You made a terrible mistake. The minister looked at Starry disapprovingly. You shouldn't have provoked one of the Straw Hat Pirates, especially not Captain Luffy. Luffy remained silent, keeping his gaze fixed on the king. His expression was dark, and everyone in the room could feel the intensity of his anger. You'll pay for this, Luffy said finally, his voice laden with seriousness. Starry, lying on the ground with his bleeding shoulder, realized he was in a desperate situation. He had completely underestimated the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and now his fate was in the hands of a man he had angered. Yamato, take Shirahoshi, Luffy requested seriously, and the mermaid had to reluctantly get off Luffy's back. Luffy began to walk toward the fallen king at the feet of the throne, both shoulders bleeding, groaning in pain and being helped by his subjects. As Luffy advanced, everyone made way with evident fear in their eyes. No one wanted to face that fierce gaze of the captain, as it indicated that he would kill anyone there. The air was charged with tension, and the throne room seemed smaller as Luffy approached Starry, whose face was pale with terror. As Luffy advanced towards Starry, he uttered words of determination and challenge with every step he took. His gaze was piercing and fierce as he approached the fallen king. You thought I would be afraid of the celestial dragons? I'm not afraid of anything, Starry. Luffy declared firmly, his voice echoing through the throne room. "Not even the world nobles can make me back down. And you made a mistake, thinking you could harm those I love." Every word that escaped Luffy's lips was loaded with fierce determination. He left no room for doubt. He was willing to employ all his strength to protect his friends and seek revenge for the injustice they had suffered. Starry, cornered and wounded, faced the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates with a mix of fear and remorse, realizing he had gravely underestimated his opponent. "You know, even if the whole world is in flames, I'll protect my people," Luffy declared with conviction, feeling an uncontrollable power growing within him. He immediately identified the nature of this power and did his best to keep it under control, fearing it would cause a collapse in the room. However, a wave of energy burst from him, affecting everyone present. Fortunately, Luffy managed to prevent most from fainting, but a mysterious shockwave swept through the environment, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Those who were still conscious saw their knees weaken, some of them collapsing on the floor, while others recoiled in fear. "Heishoku Haki," Yamato exclaimed, surprised by what was happening. "I managed to control it a bit," Luffy murmured to himself, making a conscious effort to suppress the power emanating from him. He refocused his attention on the King of Goa, relieved to see that he was trembling in fear but still conscious. To Luffy, killing someone unconscious was not something he would do, even when it came to the worst enemy. Luffy advanced ruthlessly towards Starry, his hand holding the gun with determination. The nobles, who until then had been on the king's side and hadn't fainted, still able to move, retreated in fear before the imminent threat. Luffy's eyes were fixed on the fallen king, and he aimed the gun directly at Starry, keeping him in his sights. Each step of Luffy echoed in the throne room like a sentence of condemnation, a sound that seemed to decide Starry's fate. The silence that hung in the air was interrupted only by the groans of pain from the wounded king. Luffy advanced, his determined gaze fixed on the fallen king, while he held the gun firmly. "Wait, Monkey D. Garp was born on this island. If you're not afraid of the celestial dragons, know that killing me will make the hero of the Marines hunt you down." Starry shouted in despair, trying to play any card that might be at his disposal. He was an arrogant king, confident in his position, but now he was completely vulnerable. "Funny, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. You know what that means, Starry?" Luffy smiled with dark humor, leaving everyone in the room intrigued and eager to understand the connection between the two names. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit in the minds of those present. "Unfortunately for you, not even my grandfather can stop me from putting a bullet in your head." Luffy's voice was calm and cold, contrasting with the emotional turmoil Starry was feeling. "Wait." Bang. Thus, in an instant, Luffy pulled the trigger, and the sound echoed through the room as the bullet found its target. Starry, the king of Goa, fell, his arrogance and power now useless in the face of the ruthless justice of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The ensuing silence was deafening as everyone absorbed the brutal reality of the situation. The nobles and soldiers still conscious in the throne room of Goa stared at the scene before them, letting silence dictate the narrative. Their faces revealed a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Some wore expressions of pure astonishment, with wide eyes and slightly open mouths, as if they couldn't believe what their eyes were witnessing. Others appeared apprehensive, sweat starting to bead on their foreheads as they grasped the magnitude of the situation. And there were those whose features showed pure indignation, as if confronting a king were an unacceptable crime. But reality had forced them to face this new dynamic. All of them envied their colleagues who had fainted from Luffy's aura, sparing them from witnessing the scene that would haunt everyone for the rest of their lives. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Where there had been arrogance and superiority, there was now a sense of vulnerability. No one dared to utter a word, fearing to unleash the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates' wrath even further. They were silent witnesses to a revolution that had completely transformed the situation, and there was nothing they could do to reverse what was happening. The nobles gazed at Starry's body, lying on the floor like a felled animal, unable to hide the incredulity and fear in their eyes. A collective whisper began to rise in the room as they exchanged hushed words. "The king. Is he dead? It can't be. How did this happen so quickly? The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. He really killed our king. I can't believe what my eyes are seeing. Our king. This can't be happening. He was our ruler. And now he's dead, like anyone else. These pirates, they are dethroning us." The room was immersed in a mixture of shock and terror as the nobles processed the reality that their king was dead, and a group of invading pirates was now in control of their fate. It was an unthinkable and terrifying twist for those who once considered themselves untouchable and powerful. Luffy looked at the petrified nobles, his eyes cold and determined, leaving no doubt about his intention. However, surprising everyone in the room, he asked a polite, albeit authoritative, question. "Can you tell me where the treasure room of this palace is?" The nobles, in shock over the death of their king, exchanged glances and stuttered in response. It's in the basement, down the corridor to the left." Luffy nodded with a head gesture and turned to his crew, particularly to Nami, with a determined look. Nami, go to the treasure room and see what valuable items we can take. Yamato, help her break into the safe. The women nodded at Luffy's words. Nami and Yamato quickly headed towards the treasure. Meanwhile, Luffy took the mermaid and turned his attention to the guards still in the room, terrified. Soldiers, clean the king's body from here and the dirty floor, Luffy said. The nobles and soldiers, still in shock, hesitated for a moment. However, Luffy's firm and resolute gaze made it clear that he was not someone to be challenged. Finally, one of the bravest nobles decided to take the lead. Come on, we'll all help remove the body, he said to the other nobles and soldiers, who nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the body of the former King Starry and began to move it carefully, taking it out of the throne room. Others grabbed mops and began to clean the floor where Starry had fallen. You must be tired, princess. Come, let's sit and wait for the others, Luffy simply said before starting to walk. After the place was clean and Starry's body removed, Luffy walked to the vacant throne. He looked at the majestic royal chair for a moment, contemplating the irony of his situation. Then, he calmly sat on the throne before turning his eyes to everyone in the room. Shirahoshi, who was beside him, climbed onto Luffy's lap and hugged him with a shy yet grateful look. The mermaid princess felt secure in the captain's arms, and her expression showed the trust she placed in him. While Luffy looked at the nobles and soldiers, they had no choice but to watch in silence. The throne room now belonged to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the sight of Luffy sitting on the royal throne of Goa with a mermaid in his lap seemed like a representation of power and audacity. Luffy reflected on what they would call him now, his name echoing throughout the world after this audacious act. What would they call me now? Luffy pondered, his mind filled with thoughts on how the world would react to this act. Hero, villain, usurper, kingslayer, demon? I guess I'll find out soon. While the nobles and soldiers watched with eyes full of fear, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was determined to move forward, no matter what name the world chose to give him. Luffy looked at Shirahoshi and smiled, feeling more determined than ever to protect those he loved and seek revenge against those responsible for trying to steal the mermaid princess from him. Shirahoshi's eyes met his, and in her gaze, there was a mix of gratitude and trust. Shirahoshi was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, and what intrigued her the most was the strange feeling growing inside her. She didn't have much understanding of what love was, as her life had been mainly confined to the Ryugu Palace, and she had never had the opportunity to engage in personal relationships. While hugging Luffy and looking into his eyes, she felt warm inside and happy. But at the same time, her lack of knowledge about her own emotions left her confused. It was as if her heart was speaking a language she didn't fully understand, but she knew it was something special and intense. While Luffy was sitting on the throne with Shirahoshi on his lap, the door of the throne room opened abruptly, revealing Lami, Ryuju, and Zoro entering the room. Their expressions ranged from surprise to confusion at seeing Luffy on the throne of the Goa King with a mermaid in his lap. Lami couldn't help but laugh, teasing the situation. Damn Luffy, you're really starting a revolution here, aren't you? Ryuju looked at the scene with a mischievous smile. Oh, it seems our captain found a very interesting way to take the throne and get our hands on our mermaid. Zoro, on the other hand, just shook his head and sighed. Why am I surprised? This is typical of the captain. Shirahoshi blushed, while Luffy just laughed at the companion's reactions. The scene was unexpected, but it certainly brought a touch of humor to the serious situation. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates group proved once again that they were experts at surprising everyone around them. Luffy looked at them and asked with a mischievous smile, "Tell me, who won the competition between you two?" Lami, confident, replied, "Of course, Luffy. I clearly won. I'm the master of the Op no Mai techniques, and no one can surpass me." Ryuju didn't let that pass, teasing Lami, "No one can surpass. Please, Lami, even your eyebrows are darker than your skills." "I won." Lami laughed. "Oh, Ryuju, at least my eyebrows are natural, unlike yours, which seem to have been done by a distracted painter." Ryuju laughed mockingly and replied with a touch of sarcasm, "Well, at least my eyebrows don't look like they were attacked by a gang of crows, Lami. Do all the crows in the world love your gothic style?" Lami rolled her eyes and mocked. "Better crows than eyebrows worthy of a bygone century." Ryuju retorted with a smug smile. "At least my style doesn't look like I'm about to lead a secret cult." Silence hung for a moment until Luffy's voice roared in a threatening tone. "Silence. Your king demands order." The room trembled under the weight of his voice, amplified by his Moa no Mai ability. "Always wanted to do that," Luffy murmured before facing the nobles who were watching him attentively. "This kingdom has already been conquered, and my revenge has been consummated. I leave a warning to the whole world. I don't care who you are. If you try to harm my people, I will retaliate. Now, ministers, spread the order that all kingdom soldiers must surrender and stop attacking," announced Luffy with authority. One of the nobles nodded in fear and quickly left the room. Everyone who had fallen before was already conscious, but seeing Luffy sitting on the throne in front of them meant one thing when Starry was no longer in their sight. "Let's head to the treasure now. I want to see how much gold is in there. And Nami and Yamato should be breaking the vault at this moment, declared Luffy. He left the room, accompanied by a terrified minister who had no choice but to guide him to the castle's vault. As they walked through the corridors and descended into the basement, the sound of explosions echoed, indicating that Yamato was breaking the vault under Nami's guidance. Who knew the weaknesses of the armored boxes well? Inside the castle's vault, an unimaginable wealth awaited the Straw Hat Pirates' crew. Luffy and some of his companions were left speechless before the pile of gold, jewels, and treasures of all kinds. The shine and reflection of precious gems filled the place, casting fascinating glimmers of light on the walls and ceiling. Nami was particularly enchanted, as her eyes gleamed with greed while assessing the fortune unfolding before her. Zoro watched with a serious look, perhaps imagining new swords and high-quality equipment to add to his collection. Shirahoshi, who was in Luffy's arms, observed the treasure with curiosity, as it was a completely new sight for her, coming from the Deep-Sea Kingdom. Yamato looked at the treasure disinterestedly. Nami, on the other hand, only cast a brief glance at the treasure and lost interest, returning to focus on other matters of her personal interest, while Ryuji did the same. Luffy, on his part, smiled with satisfaction as he contemplated the treasure, ready to add more money to the system. Luffy then announced enthusiastically, "Everyone, before we take everything, you can grab whatever you want. Whatever shines and catches your eye, it's yours." Nami wasted no time and began examining stacks of gold coins and jewels, choosing some of the most precious gems and stacking them in a bag. Zoro picked up a sword that looked especially sharp and well-crafted, swinging it to feel the perfect weight in his hands. Shirahoshi, fascinated by all the colors and shines, chose a series of pearls and shells that seemed tailor-made for her. Yamato stood by her side, uninterested in the treasure but happy to see her so amazed. Nami and Ryuji briefly looked at the treasures but soon got distracted by their own activities, as material wealth was not their main focus. Luffy waited patiently as his friends selected their items. Once they were done, he began taking piles of gold coins and jewels and transferring them to his system, using his mythical Zoan ability. In no time, everyone had what they wanted, but there were still many stacks of gold remaining. Luffy then took a generous amount and kept it for the others, sucking up all the rest into the system, clearing Goa's national treasure. Goa, a place where peace reigned, and the concerns of the world seemed distant, despite its dark secrets. Most people lived well here. But like many stories, calm precedes the storm, and on a day that would be etched in the annals of the island, the kingdom's tranquility was shattered. Until that day, Goa remained untouched by the turbulence that often plagued other lands. Its nobles lived their lives amid luxuries, occasionally drawing the visit of a world noble, while the citizens enjoyed a simple and fulfilling existence. However, after a direct order from the king himself, along with his top warriors, the kingdom plunged into a completely different state than it used to be. The king's order to capture Shirahoshi, a mermaid and a pirate crew in East Blue at the request of a world noble approaching those waters, which should have been a simple capture order handled by trained soldiers who could deal with anyone in East Blue, turned into a unilateral massacre against them, leading to the death of almost the entire elite team when they realized how terrible the force of that crew was. This reckless decision was also the spark that led Luffy to retaliate with an attack on the Goa Kingdom. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, driven by his bond with the Mermaid Princess and his unwavering commitment to protect those he loves, unleashed an unprecedented and open attack on Goa. The king's decision provoked the pirates' wrath, marking the beginning of a revolt that would shake the foundations of established power in Goa, ending all the tranquility that existed in this place. The arrival of a figure like Luffy was marked as a day that would be engraved in the annals of history. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, brought not only the promise of retaliation but also the end of the current regime. He entered the kingdom without anyone being able to stop him, leaving a path of destruction and reaching the king himself without anyone being able to stop him. The story of how this pirate walked to the palace and entered the throne room would be a tale for all the inhabitants of Goa to remember until the end of their lives and pass on to the next generation. Not only would this leave the kingdom shaken, but neighboring places would look on in fright, for a pirate invaded a kingdom and killed its monarch. The world would react to this with shock. Now, with the surrender of the soldiers of the Goa Kingdom and Luffy emptying the national treasury, the atmosphere of this country was laden with tension and uncertainty. The throne room, now under Luffy's control, witnessed the rise of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the fall of the previous regime. Meanwhile, the castle corridors were filled with disoriented nobles and soldiers who surrendered before the overwhelming force of the pirates, eagerly awaiting the next actions of the invading group. In the port, previously hit by the deafening roars of cannons and explosions, chaos had given way to a tense calm as some members of the group waited on the fearsome pirate ship, strongly guarded by the members who remained there. The local residents across the city watched with a mix of fear and disbelief, witnessing the audacity of the pirates who revealed the destruction left by their attack. The booms of cannons and the turmoil now transformed into an unstable calm, even with flames and smoke rising to the skies. The anchored vessels rocked violently, many displaying irreparable damages from the initial assault. From a distance, on one of the mountains surrounding the kingdom city and the Fusha village, Daden and his gang of bandits, with their shrewd eyes, witnessed the smoke rising in the city observed from that distance. A mix of concern and curiosity colored their faces as they closely watched the unfolding events, wondering who could make such an attack. Back in the tranquil Fusha village, the inhabitants were alarmed and scared at the distant sounds of explosions and cannons. Panic spread like a trail of gunpowder among the villagers as they fearfully watched the horizon, where smoke rose as a sign of disturbance. News of a pirate attack on the heart of the kingdom spread like a wave of uncertainty, leaving everyone in the village anxious about the future of their kingdom and their own lives. Daden, like the other inhabitants of Fusha, shared the apprehension in the face of the unknown. The restlessness in the air was palpable, yet they were still unaware that the epicenter of this revolt was led by someone they knew well, their former energetic troublemaker, Luffy, and now the feared captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, back in the throne room of the kingdom, with the throne room once again under Luffy's control, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates seated himself on the imposing throne of Goa for the second time after robbing the treasury to finalize his orders. His eyes swept across the room, observing the nobles and soldiers who witnessed the entire scene of his cruelty, and those recovering from the impact of the Heishoku Haki. The atmosphere was still tense, but Luffy wanted to make his plans clear for this kingdom before leaving the city. "Listen up," Luffy raised his voice, projecting an authority that immediately silenced the room. "We're not here to destroy this kingdom. Our grievances are with the old regime and its actions against my people. Now that Steri is out of the way, I want peace and prosperity here." The nobles, still fearful, listened attentively. Yamato, Lamy, Ryuju, and Nami stood by Luffy's side, while Shirahoshi continued to sit in Luffy's lap, her tail swaying like a cat receiving affection. Zoro stood apart with a bored look, not wanting to get involved in politics. "Ministers, you now answer to me. I want a peaceful transition to a new government, free from an arrogant king. I intend to bring in an ideal candidate to lead this country, where everyone can live in peace." Luffy spoke with conviction, and his words echoed in the throne room. The ministers looked lost, some still uncertain, but Luffy's message was clear: change was coming. However, some expressed their discontent. "Noble 1, wait a moment. A pirate wanting to put a new king in Goa. This is absurd." "Noble 2, how can we trust you? Pirates have no morals or loyalty." "Luffy, it's not about me being king. It's about bringing peace and a strong, fair government. I won't stay here ruling over you. I want someone reliable to lead." "Noble 3, who can guarantee that the new leader won't be as bad as the previous one?" "Luffy, I'll bring in someone powerful, someone with a devil fruit, and who is native to this kingdom. She may not be a noble from a prestigious family like the old monarchs, but she will certainly have power and a good head on her shoulders." The room buzzed with murmurs upon hearing this. The idea of a pirate appointing a leader for Goa, even if he promised not to rule directly, generated suspicion. Who would this chosen one be? And what was the true intention behind this plan of radical change? It was evident that this pirate wanted to put a puppet on the throne. The future of Goa remained uncertain. Luffy didn't care about the skeptical expressions of the nobles. Dealing with politics and the subtleties of government wasn't something he enjoyed, but he recognized the necessity, if his goal was to dominate the seas and bring an era of freedom in his way. He understood that taking on a leadership role was essential and being a political role model. He couldn't simply proclaim a world where everyone was free, as the original Luffy used to say. Now, his words carried the complexity of someone who understood that, to eradicate chaos, some form of order needed to be established. It wouldn't be a tyrannical system but governance that balanced freedom with responsibility. "I appoint the former Prime Minister to take command of the kingdom temporarily and establish order to calm the population. I believe the losses were low, correct?" Luffy inquired, seeking to ensure that the chaos that had ensued hadn't caused irreparable damage. His group didn't go around killing people indiscriminately. Although cannon shots caused some casualties, Mami and Ryuju avoided shedding blood inside the castle. "You honor me." "Only a few soldiers, Your Excellency, Luffy." The middle-aged man bowed his head, aware that he had no choice but to accept the demands of the feared pirate. "That's good. I'll leave the center of the kingdom temporarily and plan to spend a few days in Fusha village to find the next monarch. I'll be back with him in the next few days," Luffy announced, lifting the mermaid in his arms as he prepared to leave, the stunned eyes of the room following his movements. Was that it? He comes here, causes chaos, kills our king, steals the entire national treasury, says he'll usurp the throne with a new puppet monarch, gives us orders, and simply leaves. The words resonated in everyone's minds as Luffy exited the room with unsettling calm, leaving behind nobles bewildered bewildered by the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. Luffy, accompanied by his group, left the throne room, leaving behind perplexed nobles in a kingdom on the verge of transformation. As they walked through the castle corridors, each group member shared their impressions of the situation. "Are you really going to take the throne?" Lami asked, curious. "Yes, I've already decided that and other things," Luffy spoke mysteriously, arousing everyone's curiosity. "Decided what?" Nami looked suspiciously at him. "I plan to make Goa my territory, just like Kakoyasi Village and Syrup Village in this sea," Luffy declared, revealing his greedy plans. "You're saying?" Nami couldn't contain her astonishment. "Yes, I intend to create my own kingdoms and territories in these places," Luffy announced, noting the surprised reaction of some, as 2 of these places were just ordinary villages. But Luffy had a plan to establish countries. "Luffy, you understand how absurd this idea is." Ryuju spoke as she lit a cigarette. "Not to mention that the Marines and the world government will never let this happen," Zoro commented, expressing concern. "Haha, look, I have queens on my ship and a king. Of course, everything will be fine, and even if there is retaliation, we can fight against it," Luffy said, showing his unwavering confidence. "Queens and king." Shirahoshi was a bit confused. "Of course, Nami and Najiko are my queens of Kakoyasi. I plan to make Usopp the king of the kingdom that will be created in Syrup, with Kaya by his side. I also have Shirahoshi as the ruler of Fishman Island and Yamato as the future shogun of Wano," Luffy announced, not caring about the impact of these words, although he could have Goa as his own territory. He made it clear that the monarch wouldn't be on his ship. "Shogun of Wano," Yamato couldn't help but exclaim. As they left the castle, the eyes of fallen soldiers and some recovering from their attack turned back in fear to Luffy's group, but no one tried to interrupt their path, knowing they had already lost the battle. The future of Goa was now in the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the journey to establish their own kingdoms was just beginning. Luffy looked at his companions, realizing the surprise stamped on their faces. Before anyone could react, he initiated his transformation. His hair grew rapidly, and wings emerged from his back, giving him a majestic and imposing appearance. He simply uttered a few words. "I'll go ahead. Meet me in Fusha village as soon as I fetch some people," Luffy announced, revealing his audacious intentions. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Yamato with surprise and flew off, leaving his group stunned by their captain's sudden metamorphosis and flying away with Yamato screaming. The sky witnessed the celestial figure of Monkey D. Luffy. Above the mountain stood Daden's refuge and house with her group, witnessing the chaos caused by the sudden attack on the kingdom. All the mountain bandits turned their gaze to the chaos unfolding in the kingdom below. Sitting in her chair in front of her house, Daden contemplated the horizon, while the events in the country below the mountain were discussed by her fellow bandits. The sound of restless voices permeated the atmosphere. The group of bandits exchanged ideas and concerns about the unfolding events. The news of the invasion led by pirates was not a surprise to the woman leading the bandits, but the audacity of a pirate doing this here was still unbelievable to her. Curly Daden, a robust and authoritative figure, was leading the conversation at the moment. "I've received news of what's happening down there. The Goa kingdom is turned upside down by a pirate," Daden said with a serious expression. "That's true, boss. It seems like a group of pirates is wreaking havoc," one of the subordinates said. "Pirates attacking Monkey D. Garp's kingdom? That's unbelievable to me still. This place used to be untouchable," Daden frowned. "They're attacking the port. We don't have more news beyond that," another subordinate murmured. "This isn't something that happens every day. We need to stay alert," Daden complained, crossing her arms. "What should we do, boss?" a third subordinate asked. "First, let's keep an ear to the news. Secondly, we need to ensure Fusha is safe. We don't know how this situation might affect us up here," Daden spoke seriously. "And if they come up here, boss," another member commented, "then we'll be ready to receive them. Pirates are always a problem, but we'll show them they can't mess around here without facing the consequences of the mountain bandits," Daden growled with determination. The place echoed with the seriousness of Curly Daden's words as her subordinates prepared for the upcoming confrontation. BOOM. While Daden and her subordinates' discussion intensified in the mountain house, an abrupt explosion echoed in the courtyard nearby. A deafening roar reverberated through the mountain, causing the surrounding trees to shake. The sudden noise of the explosion echoed off the rocky walls, creating a sound wave that spread across the area. Birds, once calm, flew off in fear as dust rose in the air, momentarily obscuring the landscape. The thunderous boom was present, followed by debris flying upward and a dust cloud obscuring the view. "What the hell was that?" Daden exclaimed, surprised, abruptly getting up from her chair. The subordinates, once relaxed, now quickly looked around, concerned about what could have caused the explosion. In the middle of the dusty courtyard, Luffy emerged from the wreckage, his wings slowly disappearing. He carried Yamato by the arm, and the scene was surreal for everyone present. "Who are you, and what the hell are you doing here?" Daden shouted, furrowing her brow, not recognizing Luffy immediately. Hey, Daden. It seems my landing was a bit more explosive than expected. Ha. Luffy laughed, rising and shaking off the dust, leaving Yamato dazed to the side. Hey, boss, is this Luffy? Our Luffy, one of the bandits shouted incredulously, while others exchanged perplexed looks and murmured among themselves. The unexpected presence of the Straw Hat Pirates captain turned the courtyard into a whirlwind of surprise and confusion. Daden frowned, looking closely at Luffy. After a moment of tense silence, she finally exclaimed, "Darn it, you've grown, you brat. How do you look so different after just a few weeks?" she exclaimed with a stunned expression. Hey, Daden, how's everything here? Luffy smiled, revealing a familiar look of audacity. What the hell are you doing here, Luffy? Daden asked, still processing the presence of the young man she had known when he was just a turbulent child who set sail almost a month ago. It's a long story, but I needed to stop by. I've got some things to do. And I wanted to see you guys, Luffy replied, maintaining his casual expression. Daden snorted, mixing surprise with a touch of nostalgia. You've always been trouble, kid. And now it looks like you brought more trouble with you. Who's this? She pointed to Yamato, who is still recovering from the shock. Ah, this is Yamato. She's my wife, Luffy introduced, while Yamato straightened up and looked at Daden for the first time. The once noisy courtyard fell into a perplexed silence. The bandits exchanged incredulous glances as they processed the surprising information. Boss, did I hear right? Luffy got himself a wife, one of the men muttered, barely believing what he was hearing. I can't believe this. The sea really changes a person. But he left almost a month ago. How could this happen? Luffy used to look so silly and mischievous. Now I see he has such a fierce look. He didn't have that many tattoos before or walk around shirtless. Now he even has a woman. Daden, observing the scene, frowned, processing the drastic changes in her godson. You're saying you have a wife? Daden shouted, her surprise mixing with a touch of indignation. Actually, 3, to be honest. And I plan to increase that number. Luffy replied with a carefree smile, unconcerned with the speculations. Daden swiftly flew to Luffy, activating a quick movement and pulling his cheeks. You're saying you have 3 wives. What the hell are you up to now, you brat? And what are you doing here? Should you be out at sea chasing your dream? She shouted as she continued to pull his cheeks, but Luffy seemed undisturbed. I came to attack the kingdom. Look what I did. Luffy pointed to the smoke lingering in the distance. You're attacking Goa. Do you know what Garp will do when he finds out about this? You won't be able to escape your grandfather's wrath. Daden was hysterical, unable to believe that the brat was becoming a ruffian attacking Goa and a womanizer. Ha. How funny. Yamato laughed beside him, recovering from the shock of being taken by Luffy and appearing there, finding the situation hilarious. Don't laugh at the situation. Daden growled at the taller woman, with a comical expression, as the courtyard continued to absorb the surreal twist. Anyway, let's go to Fusha. I want to see Makino, the mayor, and the folks. Let's have a feast, Luffy announced, escaping Daden's clutches with agility. Don't act like you're here on vacation. Daden couldn't help but exclaim, expressing her frustration with Luffy's carefree attitude. Luffy shrugged, ignoring Daden's concerns, and began heading towards the small village below the mountain. Wait, brat, where do you think you're going? The woman growled, watching Luffy walk away with his mysterious wife. What will we do, boss? We have no choice. Let's follow the brat and see what he plans to do after all this confusion. Daden had no alternative but to follow Luffy with her companions, her frustration evident from the lack of clear answers about the reasons for the kingdom's attack. Meanwhile, in the village of Fusha, they were gathered at this moment, discussing with concern and suspicion the news of the attack by a terrible pirate group, despite not having knowledge of who the group is. Whoop slap, Makino, and everyone else murmured among themselves, questioning what could be happening on the other side of the island. The news that pirates were attacking the Goa kingdom created a tense atmosphere in the village, and nervous glances were exchanged among the residents. Damn pirates, don't they know they're attacking the hero of the Marine's kingdom? This has never happened before, exclaimed the mayor, indignant. I don't think they saw us here. Makino put her hand on her chin and gave a small smile. Still, that's bold. We should call Garp, said a concerned villager. Tusk, damn pirates. Thank goodness Luffy isn't here anymore, or the brat would run to that place. Didn't you read the newspaper? Luffy has become the most feared pirate in the East Blue. It's true, he even attacked the marine base. He's changed so much, even his appearance looks a bit different than I remember. Garp will be furious when he reads the newspaper. Stop discussing Luffy. We need to see the situation with the pirates attacking Goa. The mayor tried to return to the main topic. Hey, old man. Hi, Luffy. Since you said we'll discuss you later, we need to see other important things, like the pirates attacking Goa. But it was me who attacked the kingdom, Luffy announced from a corner. I understand, but I'll have to inform Garp about this. The old man spoke angrily but noticed something for the first time. Luffy. He looked at Luffy approaching with Yamato and with Daden and the others behind him. In the square of Fusha, the old mayor gave an incredulous look at Luffy when he appeared accompanied by Yamato and the others. His eyes, initially filled with anger at the news of pirates attacking Goa, now mixed surprise, disbelief, and a touch of recognition. The mayor, who used to see Luffy as a restless young boy running through the streets of the village, was momentarily shocked to see the boy's transformation into a feared pirate. The square of Fusha, which was once filled with tension and murmurs about the pirates, was now silent as all eyes turned to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, in his reappearance in the square of Fusha, was almost unrecognizable to those who had last seen him in their foggy memories as an energetic and carefree young boy. What was once an energetic and carefree boy had turned into a man with a fierce and determined look. His stature had increased, making him taller and more imposing. The slim body from before was now covered in striking tattoos. The change was evident in his muscles, which had developed considerably, giving him a noticeably strong physical presence. Even though they had seen his photo in newspapers and wanted posters, seeing Luffy personally like this was difficult to process in their mind. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was no longer the innocent boy from Fusha. Now, he was a feared and respected pirate in this sea, whose figure commanded respect and, at the same time, carried an aura of mystery. The fearless look in Luffy's eyes reflected the intensity of his experiences. This physical and personality transformation made it clear that the boy who had once left that village had evolved into a man whose name echoed across the seas and whose fate was intrinsically linked to the course of the Grand Line. A silence hung over the Fusha square as Luffy, now transformed and imposing, faced the old mayor, Makino, and other villagers. His gaze, once innocent and full of youthful energy, now exhibited a determination and fierceness that didn't go unnoticed. The villagers, in turn, looked at the man before them, processing the transformation Luffy had undergone since the last time they saw him. Surprise and shock painted the faces of those who knew the young and cheerful boy from Fusha. The square, once bustling with conversations about pirates and attacks on Goa, was now shrouded in a heavy silence, interrupted only by the subtle sound of waves breaking nearby. Luffy kept his gaze fixed on the familiar faces of the village, awaiting their reaction to the man who had returned after so many changes. The silence persisted, as if each member of that community was processing Luffy's metamorphosis and the implications of this new reality. Despite the initial surprise at Luffy's impressive transformation, the villagers didn't see that change as abnormal or strange. Understanding Luffy's peculiarity since his return to this world, where his physical features and appearance were different, they comprehended that the young man had manifested this specific desire. Despite the radical transformation and the initially peculiar look that Luffy sported, the village people recognized the essence of Monkey D. Luffy, the boy who was born and raised among them. Even in the face of evident changes, familiarity persisted, and they saw beyond appearances, understanding that, deep down, that robust man was still the same Luffy they knew and loved. Makino was the first to react to Luffy's presence in the village, taken aback by the remarkable transformation of the boy. She stared at him for a moment, wide-eyed, before breaking the silence with a mix of surprise and joy. But what? Luffy, is that really you, Luffy? Makino exclaimed, unable to contain the perplexity in her voice, as she moved away from the crowd to find the boy who left a few weeks ago in pursuit of his dreams at sea. Luffy smiled, and despite his imposing appearance, his expression was the same as always with those he cared about. He could feel all that affection in his own relationships with these people. He waved to Makino, confirming, "Of course, it's me, Makino. I've changed a bit," he said with a smile. "A bit? You're almost unrecognizable," Whoop Slap exclaimed, raising his cane. Luffy approached Makino with a warm hug, momentarily ignoring Whoop Slap's incredulity. Makino, still processing the change in Luffy, responded to the hug with tears of joy in her eyes. "I missed you so much, Luffy. What happened? Where have you been all this time?" Makino asked, pulling back a bit to get a better look at the young man's face. "Ah, Makino, the journey was amazing, you know. I had some rough times, met fantastic people, and look, now I'm married," Luffy exclaimed, pointing to Yamato by his side. She just cast a calm glance. She didn't make much fuss. After all, she enjoyed Luffy's company and the incredible nights he provided. She ended up accepting the title of wife, especially when she began to feel that strange thing in her heart for the captain, even though sometimes she called him my Toki. Makino, initially surprised by Luffy's revelation about his marriage, ignored Luffy's revelation and the mission to find a new monarch for Goa. She looked at Yamato with a friendly smile. "You got married. That's amazing, Luffy. Is it really true that you're attacking the kingdom?" Luffy scratched his head, trying to explain in a simple way. It's a long story. I came here to change things and find someone to be the new king or queen. But before that, I want to see how everyone here is doing." Makino, surprised by Luffy's revelation about his marriage, ignored Luffy's revelation and the mission to find a new monarch for Goa. She looked at Yamato with a friendly smile. "What do you mean by finding a king or queen?" Daden exclaimed, expressing the confusion everyone felt. Luffy, ignoring the tension in the air, replied casually, "The old king, I killed him." The ensuing silence was almost palpable. All villagers swallowed hard, unable to believe what they had just heard. Meanwhile, Daden and the other bandits, still processing the information, fell silent after Luffy confessed to killing the former king. The notion that the boy who used to be a troublemaker had become a kingslayer and spoke about it so casually left everyone dumbfounded. Whoop Slap, furious at Luffy's revelation about killing the former king, raised his cane, glaring at him with eyes full of indignation. "You killed the king of Goa," he shouted. "Whoop Slap, do you really think you can change things this way?" Luffy questioned, maintaining his casual tone despite the tension in the air. He smiled at the man, while Makino, for the first time, put a hand to her stunned mouth. "Kid, have you lost your mind? How dare you kill the king of Goa? And what will Garp say when he finds out? You're defying the Navy and justice." Whoop Slap responded with evident fury in his voice, referring to Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. Unfazed, Luffy retorted, "The Navy and justice never cared about the common people here. I came to change that and give Goa a fresh start. I still remember how the people of that town looked at the rest of the island. They even killed by burning the entire dump when I, Lucy, Ace, and Sabo were together before Sabo's tragedy." Whoop Slap's eyes sparked with anger. "You have no idea what you're doing, kid. Garp won't let this slide." Luffy, still smiling, replied, "Then let me talk to Garp when he arrives. I have things to discuss with him too." "Luffy, you shouldn't anger your grandfather like this," Makino tried to warn the young man. "Don't worry about it, Makino. I'll deal with the old man when he gets here." "Daden, did you teach Luffy to be like this over the past few years?" Whoop Slap asked the woman because this Luffy was much more ruthless than he remembered, and he wasn't even afraid of Garp, which was very strange. Daden, looking at Whoop Slap and Luffy, was also perplexed by the situation. She frowned and crossed her arms, trying to process the information. "Whoop Slap, I don't know what's going on here. This isn't the Luffy we know. He has changed a lot since he left," Daden said, her expression reflecting the confusion hanging over her. I know he has always been impulsive and stubborn, but this is too much. Attacking a kingdom. Talking about killing kings." Whoop Slap murmured, still incredulous at Luffy's revelations. "It's not just you who doesn't understand. I'm lost in this mess too, but we have to deal with it the best we can. Luffy is going to be Luffy, whether we understand it or not," Daden replied, her eyes narrowing as she observed the boy who now bore the responsibility for his actions. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to smile, unconcerned about the conversation in front of him. "Anyway, it's good to see all of you." Luffy looked fondly at all the villagers. As the residents of Fusha processed the revelations and surprises brought by Luffy, a common feeling still transpired, the joy of seeing him again. Despite the drastic changes and surprising actions, Luffy's essence was still recognizable to many. "It's strange, but, for some reason, I still feel happy to see him after a few weeks. It seems like he has matured, even if he has become a bit more reckless," commented one resident, trying to find a balance between disbelief and nostalgia. Another agreed, adding, "Luffy has always been the one to defy expectations, but now, he's on another level. He seems stronger, more determined, and at the same time, more unpredictable." Makino, beside Luffy, perceived the complexity of emotions in the village. "Well, even though he has changed, I think Luffy's essence is still there. He continues to bring a smile to everyone's face, no matter what happens." She opened a caring smile, as she always did with the boy who grew up in her bar. While conversations continued, Luffy couldn't help but notice the mix of emotions on those familiar faces. He was aware that his actions had caused a significant impact, but his determination to change Goa and offer a new beginning remained unshakable. "Let's all go to the square and start the party," Luffy suggested, ignoring the unspoken questions hanging in the air. The village, slowly, began to adapt to the presence of its notorious prodigal troublemaker, while emotions unfolded amid expectation and surprise. While Luffy led the way, the atmosphere had already become much more relaxed. "Villager 1, Luffy, almost a month has passed since you left. What have you been doing all this time?" Luffy, with his characteristic smile, replied, "It's been a few incredible weeks. I explored new islands, fought pirates, and even faced some Navy members." Villager 2, "But what about these tattoos? You didn't have those before." Luffy, pointing to his tattoos, explained, These. I got them during my adventures. They're pretty cool, aren't they?" Villager 1, "And this woman by your side, Luffy, is she really your wife? Who is she? How did you meet?" Luffy, excited, replied, "This is Yamato. We met shortly after I left. She's amazing. We've faced many challenges together." One of the bandits who saw Luffy with his wings on the mountain asked, "And those wings on your back, did you turn into an angel, Luffy?" Luffy laughed and explained, No, they're just some abilities I gained. Flying is quite useful, especially when I need to get somewhere quickly. Villager 4, we heard about your exploits in the newspaper. They say you attacked 2 Navy bases and defeated 3 naval commanders. Is that really true, Luffy? Luffy, laughing, haha, yeah, it was more or less like that. We encountered some really corrupt ones, and I decided to interfere here and there. And, of course, defeating those famous pirates was fun too. Villager 2, and this bounty now, 50 million. You're famous, Luffy. Luffy chuckled. Did you see it? Ha. Villager 12, of course, you represent our village. Whoop slap, with a serious and irritated expression. Luffy, you're embarrassing our village, attacking the Navy, notorious pirates, and now a king. This isn't what we teach here in Fusha. You should be out there pursuing your dream, not causing trouble and staining the name of this place. Villager 15, curious, but Mr. Whoop Slap, you've been keeping all the news about Luffy as if it were a trophy. Whoop Slap, getting nervous, that's not true. Makino Cute laughed while commenting, it's true, Luffy, he's always keeping an eye on the newspapers for news about you. Fufu. Whoop Slap, even more irritated, don't say those things. Luffy, still smiling, tried to calm the mayor. Luffy, hey, mayor, I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. I'm just doing what I think is right. But relax, I'll sort everything out and make the village proud again. The mayor crossed his arms, discontent with the explanation, while the other villagers continued with their lively questions, and Luffy cheerfully answered them all. Despite the evident changes, Luffy remained open and approachable, sharing his experiences and adventures with those who had known him since childhood. The village, gradually, began to accept the new Luffy who had returned home. Yamato, who was beside Luffy, noticed the Black Pearl approaching the coast even before Luffy mentioned it. Her eyes watched the ship attentively, curious to see the crew and how the reception in the village would be. Luffy, realizing Yamato's attention on the ship, smiled and pointed in its direction. Luffy, everyone, look at this. My ship, the fearsome Black Pearl, is arriving. And with my crew, let's welcome them. The villagers turned to look in the indicated direction, curious to see who Luffy's companions were and how their arrival in the village would unfold. The ship approached with the skull and straw hat flag waving, a familiar symbol to everyone who knew the Straw Hat crew. That darn kid became a true pirate in a matter of weeks, distancing himself from the village. Garp won't be happy with this, grumbled Whoop Slap, expressing his irritation at Luffy's impressive transformation. The waves gently broke on the shores of Fusha, while the golden sun shone cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the lingering smoke of destruction still rising in the Goa Kingdom. The sky, however, appeared indifferent. Back at sea, on the island's coastline, a dark figure emerged on the ocean's surface. An imposing silhouette cut through the water, and the distinctive emblem of a skull with a straw hat was visible on the mainsail. It was the Black Pearl, the ship carrying the fearless crew led by the now infamous Captain Monkey D. Luffy. Villagers, gathered to welcome Luffy's companions, watched with fascination as the ship arrived. An air of anticipation mixed with curiosity hung in the atmosphere, eager to witness the faces accompanying the Straw Hat Captain on his journeys across the vast ocean. The Black Pearl glided gracefully through the water, approaching the shore with an unusual elegance for a pirate ship. The mainsail fluttered vigorously, as if greeting the village before it. The boards creaked softly under the weight of the ship, announcing the imminent arrival. The atmosphere was charged with expectation, and a mix of emotions swept across the faces of the villagers, waiting to receive Luffy and his crew in the welcoming village of Fusha. The large ship came to a stop next to the port, but a winged silhouette shot out from the ship, heading straight for Luffy as soon as the ship anchored. Boom! The ground exploded with the high speed of that winged shadow. Luffy, you jerk. Everyone saw Luffy being tackled by a girl with white wings on her back, flying directly at him. The impact raised dust, causing the ground to crack and break. But when the dust settled, everyone saw the boy holding the woman in his arms. The ground was pressed by Luffy's feet, who remained steadfast even with the impact of Nami without diminishing his strength. How can you disappear like that? She shouted, a bit displeased. She knew Luffy was strong, so she didn't bother flying towards him since she wanted to teach her reckless man and captain a lesson sometimes. Nami, Luffy smiled at his mischievous woman. Everyone looked at Luffy with curiosity, witnessing Luffy's strange relationship with this girl. How do you vanish after saying those things? I started to realize that you wanted me to become a queen, and She was frustrated, her words lost as Luffy kissed her in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned by this. The wide-eyed villagers witnessed the unusual scene. Whoop Slap crossed his arms, even more annoyed by Luffy's recklessness. Luffy, after the kiss, laughed loudly and turned his attention to the crowd. Hey, guys, this is Nami, the Queen of Kakoyasi, and my navigator. Nami, still a bit dizzy from the kiss, snorted and whispered embarrassedly to Luffy, you shouldn't have done that in front of everyone. Relax. They need to get used to us, Luffy replied with a mischievous smile, unconcerned about the reactions around him. Hey, Luffy, how can you kiss this girl in front of your wife? Makino gave an unsatisfied look to Luffy. Yamato remained calm, as if it were a normal occurrence. Accustomed to her captain, she stopped with the jealousy she used to openly display and just smiled. She's my wife too. Luffy simply shrugged, causing a new uproar. She has wings. Is she an angel? Luffy has 2 wives. What the hell is this? Luffy, you've become a playboy. Darn Luffy, he even got 2 beautiful wives. Always knew that boy knew how to deal with women. In fact, he has 3, commented Daden. 3? Yes, he said he has 3 wives before coming here. Surprising, isn't it? Luffy, Makino didn't know what to say, her eyes reflecting surprise and perplexity at the turn in the boy's life. Meanwhile, all the crew members began descending from the ship, each bringing their unique traits. Shirahoshi, the princess of the fishmen, stood out with her long pink hair, radiating a calm and gentle aura. Her presence contrasted with the vastness of the ocean over which she would one day rule, giving her a majestic and serene appearance. Megalo, the shark accompanying Shirahoshi, with its intimidating appearance, was actually docile and friendly. Zoro, the skilled swordsman, with 3 swords at his side, displayed his confident and serious posture. Lami, the woman, walked confidently with her sword over her shoulder, displaying her style with tattooed clothes and body, her gaze firm. Bippo, the anthropomorphic polar bear, a member of the mink tribe, was one of Luffy's most loyal companions. Chaochu, the loyal stray dog, with expressive eyes and drooping ears, brought a touch of simplicity and joy to the diverse group. Usopp, the talented marksman, with his long and distinctive nose, carried an animated expression. Ryuju, the ship's cook and Sanji's sister, with her elegant presence and a cigarette between her fingers, exuded an aura of mystery. Hugo, the giant man, adding an imposing dimension to the group. Najiko, Nami's adoptive sister, with her characteristic tattoos and a laid-back attitude. Hachai, the octopus swordsman, with his 6 swords and a friendly demeanor, despite being forced, seemed to be accepting his place in this group of humans and other races. Hyuna, the young and skilled swordsman in the making, though 11 years after her tragic fate in the past, still maintained her presence among them. The village, now enveloped in this unique atmosphere, welcomed Luffy's group with a combination of curiosity, astonishment, and a touch of anxiety about what the future would bring with these new visitors. Hey, look, who are these people arriving with Luffy's ship? Villager, I've never seen anything like it. Who is that woman with pink hair and a tail flying? I've never seen anyone more beautiful. Villager, and that shark, it flies. Is it a pet? Villager, is that bounty hunter Zoro with 3 swords? This guy is a real swordsman. Villager, this is Lami, the famous bounty hunter from the past few weeks. She seems strong. Villager, and this polar bear, how cute, I've never seen anything like it. Villager, sorry, Ippo, he speaks and apologizes. Villager, oh, and there's a dog too. He looks so friendly. Villager, a fish man is among them. Incredible. That woman flying is a mermaid too. Villager, incredible, Luffy got so many companions. Villager, this is getting weirder and weirder. Luffy really brought a peculiar group. Villager, but look at them, even though they're different, they seem to get along. That's amazing. Villager, I have no idea how Luffy found them, but they seem trustworthy. Let's welcome them and find out more about what happened all this time. Villager, hey, Luffy, is this your village? It looks very peaceful. Zoro, yes, guys, welcome to Fusha. This is where I grew up. Luffy, wow, Luffy-san, it's a charming village. And that big mountain there, it's so huge. Shirahoshi, that's Mount Kalubo. It's where I lived for many years, and the base there is Daden's house. Luffy. Thus, Luffy began introducing all his companions as they approached. Throughout the rest of the day, Fusha village entered into a frenzy. Despite their initial fears, Luffy dispelled the tension and initiated a festive moment among them. As the sun set over Fusha, the village's atmosphere shifted to contagious joy. Luffy, always the catalyst for excitement, led his friends amidst the curious smiles of the villagers. Upbeat music echoed through the air, and colorful lights illuminated the main square, where a table full of food and drink awaited. The mayor, though still wary, couldn't resist the general cheer. The scent of delicious dishes hung in the air, blending with laughter and playful banter. The initially fearful village began to surrender to the festive spirit as Luffy narrated his adventures, accompanied by fascinated expressions and attentive looks. During the feast, the initial tensions about the attack on Goa were dissipated as the story unfolded. The villagers understood the reason behind Luffy's actions, especially when they learned about the mermaid's abduction by the infamous Starry. The realization of the kingdom's corruption and the protection of their loved ones became central themes in the conversation. However, Luffy's proposal to choose a new king or queen left many still perplexed. Confused expressions lingered on the faces of the residents, but Luffy, ever optimistic, explained that he would discuss his intentions the next day. The night continued with music, dance, and laughter, marking a festive chapter in Fusha's history. As the clock advanced, Luffy led his companions back to the ship for the night. The moonlight illuminated the sea as the village rested, eager for the next morning when new shocks and discussions awaited them. The following morning, under the blue and sunny sky, with no more smoke coming from the port of the country's large city, Luffy decided to gather everyone in Fusha's main square. The toll of a bell echoed, grabbing the attention of villagers who began to gather, curious about what their intrepid fellow townsmen had to say. As everyone assembled, all of Luffy's crew was already in place, waiting to see what Luffy would do on this day, as their captain was quite unpredictable. Luffy, standing at an elevated point in the square, waited as people clustered around him. His gaze, though serene, carried the seriousness of someone with something important to share. As the crowd formed, an expectant silence hung in the air, broken only by the gentle sound of the breeze and distant waves. "Luffy, you better not bring more trouble to our village," Whoop Slap shouted at Luffy. "Chief, what do you think will happen?" said one of the thugs beside Daden. "I don't know. Luffy has become a real rogue. Garp will surely blame us for this." Daden growled. "Hey, everyone," Luffy began, his voice echoing through the square. "I know yesterday was full of surprises, but today I want to talk seriously." Interest in the faces of the villagers and Luffy's gang grew, and Luffy continued with a determined expression. "I attacked Goa for a reason, and you already know about Starry and what he tried to do. But I also want to change things here. I consider this whole country my home, from Fusha Village to Daden's Mountain, the City Dump, and the King's City. I want to take care of all these places. So I'm going to put someone as the leader of this kingdom so that person can take care of it. And that's why I want to choose someone among you to be the new leader, someone who takes care of everyone and makes the kingdom prosper." Luffy opened a smile. A murmur of conversations began to spread among the residents. But Luffy raised his hand to calm the crowd, his firm gaze conveying a confidence that began to dissipate the restlessness. "I know it's a big deal, but believe me, this can be the beginning of something amazing for Fusha and for the entire kingdom of Goa," he said, his words echoing in the square. The perplexed and surprised looks of the villagers transformed into thoughtful expressions. Luffy had everyone's attention as he continued to share his vision for a better future. "With all these thoughts, I've decided to name a new queen for Goa, and I've chosen Makino for that," Luffy announced decisively. A collective gasp escaped from the crowd, and Makino put her hand to her chin, clearly surprised and confused by the unexpected appointment. "Me," she exclaimed, seeking to understand the sudden turn in her life. The voices of the villagers rose in a chorus of confusion and disbelief. "Luffy, how can you name Makino as the Queen of Goa? What are you up to now, Luffy?" "Don't worry, Daden. You'll be a minister of the kingdom. You'll protect Makino." "Me? Why would I accept that?" Daden growled, showing her typical reluctance. "Luffy, you can't be serious." "Makino, don't let these ideas affect you." But it sounds like so much fun," Makino replied, surprising everyone by considering the proposal with humor. "Makino, she's being corrupted. She'll be a good ruler for Goa, and everyone will accept it, willingly or not," Luffy said calmly, his voice filled with determination, making it clear that his intentions were non-negotiable. The murmuring continued, with the villagers trying to understand the implications of this bold decision. Makino, now in the spotlight, was visibly perplexed, but Luffy seemed unwilling to back down in the face of the crowd's reactions. "Luffy, this is madness. Makino has no experience in ruling a kingdom," someone exclaimed, expressing the concern of many. Luffy, with his characteristic broad smile, responded, "Experience is something you acquire, not something you're born with. Makino is loyal to the village, and I trust her to lead the kingdom." Daden, still growling in discontent, addressed Luffy. "You can't just decide this without consulting anyone. And why the hell do you think I should be a minister?" Luffy responded casually, "Because you're strong, Daden, and you've always protected this village. Now, it's time to protect not just Fusha but the entire kingdom." Makino, despite her initial surprise, began to consider Luffy's proposal. "Well, if it's for the good of everyone, I'll give it a try." Discussions continued, with voices both in favor and against. Some villagers were intrigued by the idea of a new ruler, while others were deeply skeptical. In this tumult of opinions, Luffy remained firm in his decision. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lami, Bappo, Usopp, Ryuju, Hugo, Nijiko, Hachai, Kuina, and Chaochu watched silently, absorbing the unique dynamics of Luffy's village. "Luffy-sama has such a fun village," Shirahoshi commented cheerfully. "I wouldn't say that," Zoro commented beside her. "Luffy is discussing the future of this kingdom in a square among villagers." Ryuju was perplexed. He didn't even consult any nobles with significant influence. Woof woof. The captain is so determined to make this change. But there will be problems. Traditional nobles of Goa may resist Makino's leadership, especially if they feel their interests and privileges are threatened, as Makino is a commoner. About the impact, nobles' resistance can create internal tensions. undermining the stability and effectiveness of the policies implemented by Makino. There will also be economic issues. Implementing economic reforms to benefit the entire population may face resistance from the economic elite. Possible economic conflicts may arise, affecting specific sectors of society and potentially creating divisions between different classes. Leaders of other kingdoms may see Makino's appointment as a threat to the status quo and pre-existing relationships. External political pressures may lead to diplomatic conflicts, requiring astute political skills from Makino to maintain balanced relations. And, the entire crew looked at Popo strangely, wondering how that bear understood so much about economics and politics. Sorry, was the only thing he said before everyone fell to the ground in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the square, even the mayor looked with empty eyes at all this. Not even a month since Luffy left. And our lives are going to change so much. He's worse than Ace when he left. Whoop Slap said, frustrated, trying to lean on his cane. In this way, Luffy made the decision to initiate Makino's training in intricate political arts and court etiquette, using some books acquired in the castle before his departure. Even an experienced minister was summoned to Fusha after receiving a direct call from Luffy through the Den Den Mushi, thus beginning to guide the new queen in formation. This unquestionable and resolute action laid the groundwork for Makino's preparation for the challenges she would face as the future queen of the kingdom. Luffy's decision to train Makino in political and courtly arts caused significant ripples both in the village of Fusha and beyond its borders. The local residents, initially surprised and skeptical, began to adapt to the idea of having a new queen in their community. A minister appointed by Luffy brought with him an aura of authority and knowledge, inserting a presence previously absent in the peaceful routine of the village. However, the news of Luffy sitting on a throne with a mermaid in his lap, with beauty comparable to the pirate empress, plastered on the pages of the new newspaper, echoed throughout the island and beyond. The image of the Straw Hat taking a position of real power after defeating a monarch in the East Blue reverberated like thunder. The acceptance of this drastic change varied, sparking heated debates and discussions on neighboring islands, countries, and cities. On a global scale, the news began to attract attention. The Marines, always vigilant about the movements of notable figures, closely monitored developments in Goa. Some nobles, accustomed to maintaining their dominance over lands and kingdoms, were uncomfortable with the idea of an outsider challenging established norms. Luffy's action, despite being unaware of the upcoming monarch's appointment by him, became a watershed moment, introducing an element of unpredictability to the political landscape worldwide. Thus, Luffy began to be looked at with much more powerful eyes from all parts of the globe. As newspapers swept the seas, an unusual piece of news echoed in every corner of the vast world of One Piece. The once majestic and wealthy kingdom of Goa, the richest located in the East Blue, became the epicenter of events that would unleash waves of surprise and speculation. At the center of this whirlwind was Monkey D. Luffy, the renowned captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. His feats were already broadcasted in the recent newspapers, but now his presence was a headline that many would usually mock, but now made people in especially influential eyes read the newspapers narrating his exploits. Luffy's decision to appoint a new queen for the kingdom of Goa was hidden, but the image of the pirate, sitting on a throne with a mermaid, was unique in this era. And everyone looked shocked at it, widely shared, fueling speculation and curiosity in every corner of the known world. While the local residents of Fusha adapted to their new reality, the news sparked interest and concern among the nobles of other kingdoms and the attention of the Marines. Luffy, once again, became the center of attention, challenging not only powerful adversaries but also established norms. The world was watching, awaiting the unfolding of these events and what the world powers would do about it. The turbulent waters of the East Blue were just the prelude to a story that would undoubtedly resonate across all seas. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, upon seeing the image of Monkey D. Luffy plastered in the newspaper, couldn't contain a restrained expression of fury. Sengoku, known for his calm and composure in public, let out a curse in frustration at witnessing the audacity of the Straw Hat captain. "This damn brat is crossing all the limits," growled Sengoku, his hands clenched in fists on the table. The image of Luffy sitting on a throne, pirates challenging even monarchs, would create turbulence worldwide. "This era is just getting worse," he growled. Gold D. Roger brought the most turbulent era to the known world, and Sengoku was the main pillar between evil and justice as the fleet admiral. The weight placed on his shoulders was greater than ever. He cursed again, expressing not only displeasure but also a sense of powerlessness in the face of Luffy's actions. The idea of a pirate influencing political events in such a way was something Fleet Admiral Sengoku had difficulty accepting. As he continued to analyze the newspaper, Sengoku's anger echoed through his thoughts. It didn't take long for a peculiar Den Den Mushi to start ringing on his desk, and he was already expecting this call. "The Five Elders," Sengoku sighed before picking up the communication snail. Meanwhile, in the East Blue itself, Vice Admiral Garp was aboard a marine ship when he came across the shocking news about his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. The scene in the newspaper, showing Luffy sitting on a throne next to a mermaid, hit Garp like a punch to the stomach. His wrinkled face twisted into an expression of fury and disbelief. Crack. Garp broke his table. This kid, he's challenging everything we stand for. He should be a powerful marine, but he's much worse than I thought. Garp muttered to himself, squeezing the newspaper with his calloused hands. He, who had always been a staunch defender of justice and a proud member of the Marines, now saw his grandson openly defying the institutions Garp dedicated his life to protecting. The bulging veins on his forehead revealed the intensity of the anger Garp felt. Luffy, once again, was at the center of a whirlwind, triggering events that could shake not only the Marines but also the entire political balance of the world. This reckless brat. He hasn't been gone for even a month, and look what he's doing. He hasn't even entered the Grand Line yet. Garp muttered, gritting his teeth. He knew he would have to confront Luffy as soon as possible, and this prospect made him both furious and disappointed. Piro piro piro. The den mushi began to ring amid the wreckage of the broken table. Garp sighed and picked up the snail amid the debris. Garp, your grandson is causing us trouble. His friend shouted at him with fury, and Garp had to stay silent, as he understood the anger. I know, Sengoku. Garp wasn't in the mood this time. Garp observed Sengoku on the other end of the line. The fleet admiral's face was grim, and the tone of his voice reflected frustration and anger at the situation. Sengoku, this kid is out of control. I can't believe he's causing so much turmoil. Luffy was never one to follow the rules, but this is too much, Garp replied, his fists clenched in a mix of disappointment and concern. Sengoku, knowing Garp's special connection with Luffy, tried to remain calm. You need to act, Garp. He attacked 2 marine bases, defeated naval commanders, and now this story of taking a throne in Goa. This is unacceptable, even coming from your grandson. Garp sighed again. I know, Sengoku. I'll go after him, but understand, this doesn't mean I'll arrest him without trying to understand what's going on. Luffy wouldn't do something like this without a reason. Sengoku shook his head, skeptical but realizing Garp wouldn't change his approach to Luffy. You'll have reinforcements, Garp. We need to resolve this quickly before more problems arise. I'm sending a request to all nearby naval bases. I'll leave Smoker stationed in Logtown, but you'll have assistance from all the other bases. Understood, Sengoku. I'll take care of it. Garp ended the call, his eyes fixed on the den mushi for a moment. Then, he began to prepare for the pursuit of his troublesome grandson. That Luffy Baka. He's always been reckless. A new voice filled the room, and a figure appeared before Garp. I know, let's go to Goa and teach him a lesson. I still hope to get him into the Marines. Yes, I'll arrest him, don't worry. The voice sounded determined. I know you will. Garp looked at this person with a hint of pride. After all, not all of his family was taking a questionable path. In the bustling Shell City, the pink-haired boy looked at the newspaper in disbelief, absorbing the shocking news. It seems we got away unscathed when that pirate was here, one of the Marines commented, while others murmured about Luffy's recent exploits. Yeah, this guy is really a rogue. He not only destroyed Base 16 but also captured Captain Smoker, the strongest Marine in this sea, and had a photo taken with him in the newspaper as a captive. Now he killed a king. Gossip spread quickly among those present. The boy, who had been taken in by that base and was receiving training after Luffy spoke about the connection they would have with Garp, looked at Luffy's image in the newspaper with determination. He was determined to become strong and one day face the infamous pirate who now made headlines. In Orange Town, those brats, I hope Chowchu is okay, grumbled an old man in a small town. In the quiet Syrup village, Mary, Kaya's dedicated butler, hurried to show the newspaper to his lady as she began her day. Miss Kaya, look at the newspaper. HM. It looks like Usopp's captain has outdone himself now. She couldn't help but smile as she examined the headlines. My lady, he killed a king. The king of Goa. Mary was a little scared. I know, but Luffy has always acted mysteriously. We've lived through this before. He must have his reasons for this, Mary. Trust Luffy, she said calmly. I hope so, he commented, still somewhat worried about the twists and turns fate had in store. In a lively floating restaurant known as Barady, a crew member burst into the kitchen holding a newspaper. Boss, take a look at this. Zeph, the respected head of Barady, cast a disdainful look at the headlines. Damn brat, he's really bold. Zeph didn't mince words in expressing his opinion. Someone in the kitchen questioned with concern, is Ryuju in trouble? If she is, it's her problem. That's their journey. We shouldn't question the actions of a pirate crew that has nothing to do with us. As long as Ryuju is okay with those brats, the rest doesn't matter, Zeph declared, casting a meaningful glance at the kitchen before returning to his culinary duties. What are you all looking at? Back to work. There are many customers waiting, and they need to be fed. he shouted, and the staff quickly returned to their culinary activities. In the peaceful Kakoyasi village, the mayor couldn't contain his anger as he read the newspaper. That brat better take good care of the sisters after what he did to me, or else, the mayor grumbled, his narrow eyes expressing his irritation. The village was undergoing noticeable changes. Fueled by Luffy's initial funding and even before the arrival of the marine money, the community was in full swing, building a new port where Ifrit had defeated Garuda. The emergence of this new structure marked the beginning of a growing town on the island. Elsewhere, the ship's captain continued to vent his fury against Luffy and his Straw Hat crew. That damn Straw Hat. I'll get back at that pirate. The captain's voice echoed among the crew members, who listened with a mix of apprehension and anxiety. Captain, don't you think it's better to reconsider? We didn't even stand a real chance against them. And besides, we almost ended up in Impel Down. One of the men tried to argue, concerned about the possible consequences of confronting Luffy. We escaped unscathed, and I have a plan to settle the score with him. Let's wait in Log Town. The captain reaffirmed his decision with determination. Yes, Captain, the crew responded in unison. Meanwhile, Buggy the Star Clown began to get annoyed with the discussion around him. Did I hear someone talking about my nose? He bellowed, drawing attention to his presence on the deck. In Log Town, look at this, my love, said a man, holding the newspaper with Luffy's image printed. Ah, Zairi Ixos Luffy. Si Val Itzos kill oni saved Ilva CG Euroten Ilva Nijot buried. Zairi looks fearless as Bisa photo. The woman responded, looking at the picture of the now famous Straw Hat captain. Ha ha ha. Do you think? I would say they're enjoying their youth, said the man, laughing as he observed the excitement in the image. Siri, Isles Valmoriat I have fearless Vilitzos. Remember Scori istas Toli Zihan goals. Zairi Vestragan Zairi found Toli than Zairi bargain sit, the woman commented, reflecting on the past. You think? Asked the man again, curious to hear more. See truth. Jernigan Rit Bisa. Zairi became I a Dreege pirate captain. Kyloni could imagine Bona Bisa indomitable Vilitzos would Masverdagan Zairi Bisa Talme. The woman concluded, smiling at the portrait of Luffy in the newspaper headlines. In the same large city, as a bell rang in the morning, a mysterious figure carefully examined the newspaper of the day. Her normally cold and arrogant eyes showed a peculiar expression, mixing fascination and a touch of surprise. You certainly know how to attract attention, she murmured as she touched the man's face in the newspaper with delicate hands. I can't wait to meet you again, my love, she murmured, while the morning breeze subtly swayed her clothes, adding a touch of mystery to her silhouette. A passion born many weeks ago was beginning to bloom even more in her heart as she continued to contemplate Luffy's image in the newspaper, imagining their reunion. In the same city, Captain Smoker, Tashigi approached cautiously as her captain examined the newspaper. Damn pirate. If he shows up here, I'll arrest them, even if it's the last thing I do. Smoker spoke with a dark voice, as the smoke from his cigar hovered in the air. While everyone absorbed the news about Luffy, a few days later, a grand event was happening in Goa. The sun began to stabilize in the midday sky over Goa, while the crowd in the kingdom's main square continued to slowly grow. As the crowd gathered in the city of Goa, an atmosphere of anticipation hung in the air. Lights flickered, illuminating the majestic stage prepared for a unique event. The murmuring voices of the crowd echoed between the buildings, creating a symphony of expectation. In the center of all the hustle and bustle, a figure, dressed with grace and elegance, ascended the steps leading to the stage with many ministers and prominent nobles of the kingdom in the court. Her steps were steady, and her expression combined the humility of servitude with the determination of someone about to lead a kingdom. On this day, Goa would gain a new queen, kind and friendly. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.